The globally popular game has not yet started. I entered the game ahead of all players by more than 10 hours. After all players enter the game, I have already reached the limit of the newbie village, the hottest online game nowadays, known as the second world for humans. I am one step ahead of everyone else. And all of this is because I accidentally dropped the game helmet. I thought the helmet was broken, but when I hurriedly checked, I discovered an extra ability. Every 10 hours in the game, I can create a bug. The game will start in 11 hours. As soon as I entered the game, a hole appeared under my feet. The next second, I appeared directly in the newbie village. Congratulations, you are the first player to enter the divine world, and here is a special gift package for you. I actually entered the game, half a day ahead of all players, a full 11 hours before entering the game. I lifted my wrist in shock, only to find the progress bar reset to 0 and slowly increasing. Looking at the big gift package in my backpack, a title caught my attention. The fastest man in the world, although the name is a bit unpleasant, but I have to say, it is definitely a king-level title at this stage. The rest are some of the best weapons at this stage, and the next crucial step is the crazy leveling up. I quickly walked up to the village chief and triggered the first mission. With the equipment in the gift pack, I easily defeated all the small monsters. And now, there are still 10 hours until the server opens, so I have plenty of time. Just like the real world, one task less for each one accepted here. I can only wait for the NPC to have new demands before more tasks will be generated. Triggering tasks like crazy, after leveling up for a few hours, a flash of white light passed, and I finally reached the level 10 limit. Checking my attributes on the awakening panel, I should be ahead of other players by a large margin, and I also claimed various first-time rewards. As I walked back, I glanced at the progress bar on my arm again, and sure enough, it was at 100%. I entered the game 11 hours early, and with about an hour left, the game is about to officially start, surpassing the other players by a stage. I picked up the loot on the ground and headed back to the newbie village. Just as the progress bar was full, I could go into the village chief's house to take a look. Handing the items to the anxious village chief grandma, after she handed me the task reward, she hurriedly returned to her small house. However, as I passed by the village chief's room, I found that a dazzling light burst out from inside his house. At that moment, one of the loot items in my backpack was also glowing, indicating that this was definitely a hidden task. I held my breath and crouched by the window crack. Soon, the light inside the house subsided, and the ring stopped vibrating. Then the village chief grandma hurried out, looking anxious and scanning the surroundings as if searching for something. I wanted to sneak into the room while he wasn't paying attention to take a look, but I found that no matter what I did, I couldn't enter the room. However, resisting such a strong temptation was difficult. I touched the progress bar on my wrist, a window popped up suggesting the creation of a bug. In my mind, I silently entered this room, and then I felt a vibration from my backpack. Something flew out, and upon closer inspection, it turned out to be that unidentified ring. Just as I was puzzled, the ring started to glow. There were chains of light touching the wall, making it illusory and forming an oval shape. Everything spun around, and I entered the village head's grandma's hut. The portal immediately closed, and the ring fell into my hand automatically. As soon as I stepped in, I couldn't help but gasp. There lay an incredibly beautiful woman not far ahead, eyes tightly shut as if in slumber. I was mesmerized, and the ring in my hand trembled for quite a while. It took me a moment to come to my senses. The bathing bed was filled with many snake gallbladders, precisely the ones I had painstakingly collected. The gallbladders continuously emitted wisps of greenish-blue aura. Captivated by this beauty in a breath, I decided to investigate further. To no surprise, everything was marked with question marks. Even details like level attributes were completely hidden. As I curiously observed, suddenly, the woman made a snorting sound, and upon closer inspection, I realized something was amiss. The woman narrowed her eyes and then made a gesture. A brilliant light emanated from her, forming a more solid crystalline structure. Now even the village head's grandma couldn't come in, and at that moment, I suddenly felt a massive surge of energy in my body. Drinking a liter of water in a short period can make one feel bloated, but I feel like I've been forced to swallow tens of thousands of liters in a split second. It's unbearable. Feeling excruciating pain in my body, luckily it's only at 5% intensity, or else I wouldn't be able to bear it. I opened up my information panel. I checked my current status and saw my health points skyrocketing continuously. Other attributes are fine, but the health points are off the charts. It keeps skyrocketing every 0.1 seconds, each time by millions of health points. My body is also starting to swell. Unable to bear the immense energy, at this moment, that woman heard my pain. He opened his half-closed eyes, with a soft light shimmering in them. Although his eyes were open, he didn't look at me, they were lifeless and vacant. In reality, after making that decision, he's now very confused. As a goddess, the life goddess who governs the life force of the world, he has lived for over 100,000 years, leading a simple and unadorned life. Calm as water, just a final check before the passage is about to open. However, this place, used to welcome unexpected visitors. There is actually a powerful legendary creature, but what's unexpected is that this legendary little snake can actually affect his strangeness. There's also an unseen force that sealed most of his power equipment, preventing his information from being transmitted. He can only wait for Elder's sister to finish inspecting and come find him, wasting a lot of time. Then, it's still several hours away from officially opening the connection channel. How did this weakling manage to sneak in early, inexplicably passing through his subordinates' defenses, rendering all our hard work in vain? My mind is in chaos, the usually calm goddess now feeling a disconnection in her thoughts. As he contemplated, I felt myself expanding more and more, my head and feet round. I couldn't help but cry out in pain again, my teeth chattering. Finally, the goddess woke up from her chaotic consciousness, seeing the extreme expansion. With a cry of surprise, his fingers moved a few times and pressed on my abdomen. Suddenly, a series of blue and bright chains emanated from his hand, connecting to my abdomen, rapidly spreading throughout my body, causing me to emit a brilliant blue light. In just a dozen breaths, my body returned to normal, all life energy within gathered together, temporarily bound by the goddess's divine power. I finally relaxed, checking my status panel to see my health fully restored. An hour and a half later, the game officially launched, flooding my beginner's village with a large number of players. After a period of chaos, they naturally started looking for quests to accept, only to be completely baffled. How can there be no quests? How are we supposed to play like this? Things got even more intense when they arrived at Grandma Village Chief's place. Originally, they wanted to take on quests. The village head, who was scolded and driven away with a black face, had no choice. The village head could not help but have a black face. Just over an hour ago, he went out to look for that warrior, but when he came back, he couldn't enter the house. He was worried and afraid that the goddess might have had an accident, which made it impossible for him to show a good face to the players. As for the players, watching the village head pacing back and forth in front of the house, they couldn't help but glance at the house, very curious about what's going on with this NPC. Could it be that the reporting NPC isn't giving out any tasks? After observing for a while, the players couldn't figure it out, so they dispersed. Another hour passed by. The inside of the village head's house became calm, and the breathing of both gradually eased. They were both awake. The beam that bound my body has dissipated, and I feel very confused. The goddess's mind is also in turmoil. The pride and dignity of a deity have been completely shattered. His emotions are very unstable now, and he has lost his former composure. Various thoughts are swirling in the goddess's mind. I clearly set up a shortcut, only the village head could enter. How did he get in? Could it be the work of the demon clan? He thought of a possibility, and a murderous intent gradually arose in his heart. My appearance was too bizarre. His confused eyes gradually cleared, becoming increasingly indifferent. The killing intent surged under this impact. I feel chills all over, my body inexplicably trembling. He grips the knife, his eyes firmly fixed on me. Devoid of any emotion, then a sword strikes down, and I shudder all over. Coming to my senses in the hallucination, being killed in the game was no big deal originally. I wasn't afraid before, just worried about being killed back a level, but now it's strange. Under the impact of that terrifying aura, I couldn't stay calm, my heart raced with fear. I quickly pulled up the log-off interface, ready to log out, then everything in front of me turned black. The interface displays that you are currently in a special space, unable to log out temporarily, relying on my determination. Suddenly pushing the woman away, he looked puzzled. Although he had made a decision just now, he didn't act immediately, so when I pushed him away, he couldn't react in time. I didn't care. Gathering the scattered equipment on the icy bath bed, I hugged the gear to my chest with both hands, my clothes disheveled, with even red marks left by the goddess earlier on my body. My actions left the goddess stunned. She couldn't speak for a moment. He remained silent, so I spoke up. "Why are you treating me like this?" He said no foul language, but no matter what, he did forcibly bind me, committing violence, and Nana acted foolishly. Just as the goddess started speaking, I immediately interrupted with a "Me, how could you be so cruel as to bind me like this?" The so-called goddess remained silent, the killing intent in her heart diminishing. After finishing a bunch of words, I sneakily raised my eyes and saw the woman's expression change significantly. She was left speechless, quickly asking him to let me go, then hurriedly logging out. I continued, "Do you know how badly this affects me? How can I face others? How can I face my loved one? I am very traditional. The more I speak, the more smoothly it flows, the more intense it becomes. with righteous words and a serious expression, under my tearful plea. The goddess's expression kept changing, from shy to apologetic, to feeling stifled. Finally, he became angry and embarrassed, his face turning red as he shouted, stopping me from rambling on. Fortunately, the woman did not take further action after shouting. Taking a deep breath, the goddess's eyes twitched, finally calming down. After tens of thousands of years, she had never probed like this before. After a moment of silence, she asked, "You mentioned being pulled in here. What happened?" I was at a loss for words. Could it be that I glitched my way in? A sudden inspiration struck, and I figured out how to respond, pointing to the ground. It was that ring that pulled me in, the ring on the ground. Naturally, it was the one I had obtained from the previous mission. The goddess followed my pointing direction to look. Her heart skipped a beat, realizing it was her own ring. The goddess held the ring, her thoughts complex. Although the atmosphere was tranquil, I no longer had the same terrified feeling as before. Suddenly, I felt a sharp pain in my abdomen. It was the same bloating sensation as before, in my lower abdomen. The immense energy that the goddess had sealed away was now bursting forth. After all, the previous letter was just a casual one. Without the follow-up power of the goddess injected, it was already good enough to persist for so long. In just a few moments, Su Chen swelled rapidly again, causing him to groan in pain involuntarily. The goddess was startled, looking up at Su Chen. With just one glance, she understood Su Chen's current situation. She was a deity, with too much power of the primordialine, something Su Chen couldn't bear. If left unattended, in just a few seconds, Su Chen would burst. This immense energy would then dissipate between heaven and earth. The goddess's expression was somewhat struggling, not calm, like a little girl facing great choices in panic and confusion. She didn't know how to handle Su Chen, unsure if she should help him. Regardless, her innocence was buried with Su Chen. But logically, none of this was Su Chen's fault. Sigh. Watching Su Chen's painful struggle, the goddess sighed softly, clasping her hands together and closing her eyes. Her red lips slightly opened and closed, as if praying for something. She was ultimately a kind life goddess, and she was about to take action. With her prayer, gradually, bright green characters began to appear in the space, shining brilliantly. The characters varied in shape, some like flowers and grass, some like elves, exuding a fresh and mysterious aura. Like spirits, they danced and leaped incessantly, entering Su Chen's abdomen. As more characters entered, the energy within Su Chen's body contracted more, no longer turbulent and expanding. In just 3 breaths, Su Chen returned to normal. The energy in his abdomen condensed into a ball of light, rising upwards. Eventually, it reached Su Chen's chest and slowly entered his heart. Bang! As the ball of light entered, Su Chen felt a shock throughout his body, as if a loud noise resounded in his head. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in his ears. Ding! You have obtained the blessing of the life goddess. Ding! Due to the primordialine power of the life goddess within you, the blessing of the life goddess and that power have merged, automatically advancing to protection of the life goddess. After the voice fell, a long list of introductions refreshed on the system panel, but Su Chen had no time to look. He was dumbfounded by these 2 system prompts. Su Chen! Damn! Wide-eyed, Su Chen stared blankly at the woman in front of him. His mind was in turmoil. Bizarre. Too bizarre. This woman, she was actually the life goddess? This information was too explosive, leaving Su Chen momentarily unable to regain his senses. Staring blankly at Su Chen, the goddess inexplicably felt her cheeks heating up, feeling a bit dizzy. Unable to bear it, she lowered her head, only to realize she was still not wearing any clothes, her face instantly turning red. Huff, huff, huff. The wind howled, and the torn emerald green long skirt flew towards her, wrapping around her. Su Chen also regained his senses because of this, unable to help but ask, "You are..." "Shut up." And then, the life goddess interrupted him. She didn't know how to face Su Chen, nor how to answer, her heart in a knot. So, she simply didn't let Su Chen speak. "Su Chen, you go." After a moment of silence between them, the goddess finally lowered her head and said softly, "You go, don't let me see you again." With that, she waved her hand, and the barrier in the room was lifted. Since she couldn't bring herself to kill him, she just didn't want him to appear in front of her again. Was it that simple? It was over, safe now, but Su Chen felt a sense of loss rising in his heart. Feeling conflicted. Sigh, after all, just an NPC. Su Chen felt a strange bitterness in his heart. As someone who had never been in love, he couldn't understand this feeling, so he silently put on his equipment. Pat. He got off the icy jade bed, stood on the ground, intending to leave, but suddenly found it difficult to move his feet. He couldn't explain why, but he just stopped. "You're not leaving yet?" the life goddess said coldly. Although her words were cold, her heart was not as calm as it seemed on the surface. When she saw Su-chen really getting up to leave, a sudden empty feeling rose in her heart. But when Su-chen stopped, her heart inexplicably raced, feeling a swelling sensation in her chest, a sweet feeling that made her unconsciously joyful. "Oh," urged. Su-chen responded with a simple "oh" and continued to walk away. As Su-chen really walked away, almost reaching the door, that swelling sweet feeling inexplicably turned into anger. "You just leave when told to leave. Is this how you handle things? No words to say?" These thoughts suddenly popped into her head, swirling incessantly, making her irritable. She couldn't help but look up, gazing at Su-chen's back, wanting to say something. But in the end, she didn't say anything, just staring blankly at Su-chen's back. And at that moment, Su-chen suddenly turned around. The goddess was startled, quickly lowering her head, her hair falling loose, concealing the blush on her cheeks. Su-chen scratched his neck nervously and asked, "What's your name?" "Fu Qingqiu." After a moment of silence, for some unknown reason, the goddess told Su-chen her name. "Fu Qingqiu." Autumn wind rustling, clear and cold, snow night approaching, it suits her. Su-chen silently thought, then found himself at a loss for words. Just then, Fu Qingqiu suddenly looked up, a hint of joy in her expression. Standing up, she sensed the presence of her elder sister. Her sister was looking for her, she needed to leave quickly. Otherwise, if her sister saw her in this state, this young man would surely not survive. "I'm leaving." Fu Qingqiu's expression gradually became indifferent, exuding a cold and aloof aura, overlooking the world. Whether her heart was as calm as her appearance, only the heavens and earth knew. "Oh." Su-chen didn't know what to say, so he could only dumbly respond with an "oh." "Don't mention this to anyone," Fu Qingqiu added. "Oh." Su-chen responded again. I'm leaving." Although she had finished speaking, Fu Qingqiu felt like her mouth was out of control and added another sentence. After saying it, she realized the implication of her words. Was she asking him to stop her? But Su-chen, being a straightforward man, couldn't pick up on the underlying meaning. He just nodded blankly and said, "Okay." "Humph." Seeing Su-chen's clueless expression, Fu Qingqiu suddenly felt anger rising within her, letting out a heavy cold snort. "Hoo hoo hoo." With a flick of her sleeve, a sudden gust of wind rose, causing Su-chen to stumble. When the chaos settled, Fu Qingqiu's figure had already disappeared from the room. "What's with the attitude?" Su-chen pouted, too lazy to get up, sitting on the ground and opening his panel to check the previous system prompts. "Oh, it's a buff?" Su-chen saw a buff icon on his panel and clicked to view the buff properties. The details read, "Permanent buff, Guardian of the Goddess of Life, Effect 1, Favor of Life attribute. For each level increase, life limit increases by 10,000. Details, a vast amount of life energy is sealed within you, gradually releasing as you grow stronger. Note, this buff is permanent, cannot be dispelled or reduced by any means, temporarily interrupted. Effect 2, Tenacity of Life attribute, Life recovery speed * 1000%. Details, sealed life energy continues to release slightly, rapidly restoring your health when damaged. Note, this buff is permanent, cannot be dispelled or reduced by any means, temporarily interrupted. Effect 3, Indomitability of Lifetimes, March 3rd. Details, triggered when health drops to 1%, significantly releasing the sealed life energy. Instantly restore 20% of health and generate a life energy shield that ignores all damage, lasting for 10 seconds. Entering cooldown immediately after use, but does not affect remaining uses. The cooldown time for a single use is 120 minutes. Note, this buff is permanent and cannot be dispelled, reduced, or temporarily interrupted. Effect 4, Dirge of Life uses, March 3rd. Details, release a sealed life energy massively, reborn from death, resurrected intact and at full health. Entering cooldown immediately after use, but does not affect remaining uses. The cooldown time for a single use is 120 minutes. Note, this buff is permanent and cannot be dispelled, reduced, or temporarily interrupted. Effect 5, Purge of Life uses, 1/1. Details, consume all uses of Dirge and Indomitable, activating upon death. Release a sealed life energy massively, existing forcibly in ghost form. In ghost form, health is increased tenfold, ignoring all physical attacks. This form lasts for 180 seconds, after which the character truly dies and respawns near a revival crystal. Note, this buff is permanent and cannot be dispelled, reduced, or temporarily interrupted. Note 2, the massive release of life energy may attract certain entities' attention. These terrifying attributes left Su-chen dumbfounded. Stunned. After a while, he came to his senses and burst into laughter. What kind of buff is this? This is simply outrageous. Every level up increases health limit by 10,000. 10,000. Moreover, 3 times to restore 20% health, 3 times to resurrect intact. And one time to become a ghost with 10 times the health. This is beyond belief. What else could be more incredible? Wait, I'm level 10, did my health increase? With this thought, Su Chen quickly checked his attribute panel. ID, by E level, LV10 class, Novice Warrior title, the fastest man alive health, 100112/energy, 165 strength, 208/constitution, 17 damage, physical attack 642 defense, physical defense 431/magic defense 621 skills, detection, penetrating strike equipment, hanging cloud sword, ink scale silver ring armor, ink scale silver ring, and so on. Snake bone necklace. Indeed, 100,000 health points. This is too much of a blessing. Satisfied, Su Chen closed the panel, stood up, and prepared to go out. Dusting himself off, he opened the door, and was surprised. Outside the door, there was a commotion, many people, players. Su Chen was surprised to see these players, and they were even more surprised. Damn! How did this guy come out of an NPC's house? Exactly, what's going on? Is this some kind of ghost? Seems like the village chief has been waiting for this guy to come out for hours? Wow! So cool! Is he an NPC? Are you stupid? Can't you see the player ID above his head? Damn! Who are you calling an idiot? You! What's wrong with you? Damn it! I'll punch you! Damn! You dare hit me, you're asking for trouble. Amidst the chaos, a fight broke out, leaving Su Chen speechless. He glanced at his wrist, the progress bar was around 25%. It seems that battle will last for 2 to 3 hours. Su Chen muttered to himself. Then he remembered that nostalgic scene, getting lost in memories. Brave warrior, how did you come out from inside? At that moment, Su Chen heard a shocked voice in his ear. Turning around, he saw the village chief grandma. She was shocked to see Su Chen coming out of her house, just regaining her composure. Su Chen was speechless, so he decided to use the excuse he had prepared earlier. I was playing with the ring I showed you before, and it suddenly glowed, pulling me into your house. The village chief's grandmother quickly figured out the reason. I see, it must be related to that ring and the goddess. After realizing this, the village chief's grandmother hurried into the house. Soon after, she came out, holding Su Chen's hand, and asked anxiously, "Warrior, did you see that? That woman lying on the bed inside the house?" "Yes, I saw her." Su Chen nodded, then continued, "She took my ring and then disappeared." This was the truth. Su Chen said it with certainty, without a hint of embarrassment. He just omitted the process of the past 2 or 3 hours. Phew! It seems everything is fine now. That's good, that's good. The village chief's grandmother heaved a sigh of relief, patting her chest, finally at ease. Oh, right. Su Chen remembered that he had reached the current level cap and intended to ask the village chief's grandmother, "Grandmother, I'm already level 10, what should I do now?" Before the village chief's grandmother could respond, the players who were originally watching around were stunned, then burst into laughter. What? Level 10? Are you kidding me? This is unbelievable. I'm barely level 1, and you're already level 10? Haha, interesting. Ridiculous, just because you came out of the village chief's house? What a show-off. I must say, his equipment does look pretty good. Even the 2 players who were about to fight stopped, turned to look at Su Chen as if he were a fool, laughing heartily. Fighter A said, "Level 10? If you're level 10, I'll eat shit." Fighter B added, "Exactly, the server has only been open for an hour. If you're level 10, I'll swim in a cesspool." Su Chen raised his eyes, glanced at them indifferently. I've never heard such a strange request in my life. He raised an eyebrow, smiling playfully. Hey, today you've heard it. Eat it if you dare, Fighter A said, hands on hips, looking disdainful. Be a man, remember your words, Su Chen said, then projected his own panel. Ha ha. Fighter B also snorted coldly, looking at the panel and exclaimed, "What's with the panel? Still pretending. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? What the hell?" Once they saw the panel clearly, the scene was filled with exclamations. All the players on the field were dumbfounded. After a moment of shock, an explosion followed. What are you all focusing on level 10 for? Look at his health points, damn, it's over 100,000. What the hell? Big brother, no, God, how did you do it? This is still a player? Damn, this is a real god, truly amazing. Damn, he's decked out in rare equipment. So envious. Rare equipment is nothing, look at his weapon. Silver Radiance. Wow, big brother, please take me leveling up. Ha, this is hilarious. The one who said the god at level 10 would eat shit? Come out and perform. Exactly, the one who said swimming in a cesspool? It's showtime. Ha ha, this is hilarious, a real talent. Everyone burst into laughter, making way and exposing the two who had mentioned eating shit and swimming in a cesspool. A spoken word is past recalling, my dear fellows. One word, one nail for a man. Fellows, it's your showtime now. Some people joined in the teasing. The two of them stood awkwardly in the middle of the field. Ahem. Suchen deliberately cleared his throat loudly, then gestured with his eyes. You wouldn't believe it, but there were plenty of latrines in the newbie village, and the swimming pool was definitely big enough for diving. The eater of shit blushed, as did the cesspool swimmer. Under Suchen's gaze and the teasing of the crowd, they couldn't hold back. Cough, cough. The one who stepped in it cleared his throat and ran off. Shoo! The crowd hushed, mocking him. The one who had claimed he would swim in the cesspool stood there, red-faced, and apologized. I'm sorry, I was blind to my own foolishness. Well then, goodbye. After saying that, he slinked away. But he did show some courage by apologizing. He. Suchen chuckled, unfazed as it was a trivial matter. He turned to the village elder, ready to continue his inquiry. The other players lost interest and dispersed. Some girls clamored for Suchen to take them along, but he ignored them all as if he hadn't heard a thing. Village elder, let's get back to our previous topic, Suchen said. Yes, the village elder nodded with a smile, relieved that the goddess was fine. Warrior, your progress is truly astonishing. She looked at Suchen approvingly. Are you ready to take the next step? Of course. Suchen nodded. Good. You meet the requirements to start the job change trial. Would you like to begin now? The village elder kindly asked, then added, however, once the trial starts, you won't be able to contact the outside world for a short period. If you have any unfinished business, you should take care of it quickly before starting the trial. I'll be waiting here for you. I do have something to attend to. I'll come back later. Thank you for the reminder, village elder. Suchen expressed his gratitude. There were indeed matters he hadn't resolved yet, like selling the equipment from his bar. No problem, the village elder waved cheerfully. Suchen bid her farewell and headed to the blacksmith and tailor shops. He sold all the miscellaneous items he had picked up in the cave, like snake fangs and skins, and made over 300 silver coins. With that done, Suchen made his way to the bar to sell the equipment. The once dilapidated bar, with few patrons, was now bustling. Some players were inquiring about quests, while others were buying potions. However, there weren't many people around, at least not those with money, as they were out hunting monsters. Suchen thought for a moment, then opened the chat window and posted a message in the area chat. He attached a screenshot of the warehouse equipment and wrote a short message before sending it. Thus, a message popped up in the chat window of the players in the newbie village. White Knight, selling 600 plus pieces of equipment, from rare to common, everything you need. Note, only selling in one batch. Attached image. JPG, this was an area message that cost 10 silver coins to send and would forcibly appear in the player's view. As a result, Newbie Village 9527 exploded. All players who saw the area message and the attached image were stunned. Many even doubted their eyes. How long had the server been open? And there were already so many pieces of equipment for sale? Holy cow! Is this for real? Holy cow! Over 600 pieces of equipment. So many rare ones. To the bar. Let's go. Guild leader. Did you see that? Of course. I'm not blind. Let's go. Back to the newbie village. Young master, someone is selling equipment. Over 600 pieces. Many high-level, high-quality equipment. Got it. Let's go. Get your money ready. After a moment of silence, the chat window exploded with hundreds of messages in a second, and more players hurried back. Meanwhile, Suchen sat leisurely on a bar stool. Many people messaged him privately, but Suchen ignored them all. Who's selling equipment? Damn, who's this amazing player? So awesome. I want to buy equipment. Soon enough, many people entered the bar. The small bar was now crowded and noisy. It's me, Suchen said calmly, capturing everyone's attention. After recognizing the ID on Suchen's head, they all showed excitement and joy. Brother, name your price. How can I buy it? Master, I want some ordinary equipment. What's the price? Bro, name your price. Everyone chimed in, eager to buy equipment. No rush. Suchen shook his head and slowly said, let's wait for more people. Besides, as I mentioned in the message, I'm selling everything in bulk, not retailing. Just want to buy a little, so we don't have to bother. With these words, many people looked disappointed. Many were too excited to notice Suchen's following statement. Of course, many were also trying their luck to see if they could buy a few items. And now, as Suchen was determined to sell everything, they naturally felt disappointed. They could afford to buy one or two pieces, but more than that would be too much. Anyone with a normal thought process would know that these 600 pieces of equipment were quite valuable. If sold to a guild or a family, their value would increase even more. With so much equipment, it could definitely help a guild rise rapidly. Oh well, let's disperse. Having money is great. Sigh. Can't afford it, gotta go. Go where? It's also good to watch the excitement. Many people left, while many others stayed to watch. But overall, more and more players were gathering in the bar. Unable to stay in the bar, they waited outside. 10 minutes later. To the brother selling equipment, I am the leader of the Overlord Guild, and I am interested in buying everything. Are you here? I am Xin Yuan Wendian, also interested in purchasing everything. Are you here, brother? Hey man, come out to sell equipment. Many leaders of families and guilds came over, struggling to squeeze to the bar's entrance, but couldn't get in. Helplessly, they could only shout loudly outside the door. Su Chen naturally heard them and came out of the bar. At this moment, there was a dense crowd of players outside the bar. At least 1,000 people, most of whom came to watch the excitement. They didn't expect so many people to enjoy watching the commotion. Well, selling hundreds of pieces of equipment, especially at the beginning of the game, was indeed eye-catching. Before these people could ask any questions, Su Chen took out a loudspeaker. He had just bought it from the bar owner for 1 silver coin. It was quite normal for a bar owner to sell a loudspeaker. Ahem. After a couple of dry coughs, when the players quieted down, Su Chen said, I am the player who was just about to sell equipment, and I have over 600 pieces of equipment in hand. 34 rare, over 120 excellent, over 140 fine, over 330 ordinary. I don't have time to waste, these equipment will only be sold in bulk. Bidding starts now, starting at 1 million RMB, highest bidder wins. After the words fell, the scene fell silent. This price scared many onlookers. Just a few hundred pieces of equipment, and he dared to sell for 1 million? Damn. Are you crazy for money? 1 million? Damn. Why don't you just rob us? Damn. You're really pushing it. After being dumbfounded for a while, many onlookers started to mock. I bid 1 million. But before they could mock further, a loud voice rang out, silencing their mockery. Shocking. Someone was actually buying? And for 1 million? The onlookers were even more stunned, feeling sour all over. Of course, no one paid attention to them. More people focused their attention on the person who bid 1 million. He was a tall man, with a calm face, unfazed by the many gazes fixed on him. His ID read Xin Yuan Wentian. He wanted to create a family in the game, so he was willing to spend 1 million to buy these equipment, to arm himself and his subordinates. I bid 2 million. After a moment of silence, another bidding voice rang out. Then, as if realizing, one after another, more bids followed. I bid 3 million, 4 million, 5 million. When the price climbed to 5 million, the room fell silent. This price was no joke, not everyone could afford it. However, soon a voice broke the silence. 8 million. It was a man with the ID barbarian wine drinker on his head, tall in stature with a rugged face. He raised the bid by 300,000 in one go. This made many small guilds and factions retreat. 8 million. Su Chen couldn't help but feel excited, but he managed to keep his composure. Any more bids? Su Chen asked calmly. At that moment, there was a commotion at the edge of the crowd. 2 voices rang out. Female voice, wait. Male voice, hold on. Then, the crowd parted, and 2 groups of people walked over. The first group was led by a woman with the ID snow dance, followed by a group of all girls, over 30 in number, quite a sizable group. The leading girl was very beautiful, easily a 9 out of 10 in looks. But her face was cold, exuding a sense of nobility and elegance, giving off an aura of an ice-cold CEO. Many players were taken aback, some even swallowing hard. The other group was led by a man. He had more followers, over 50 people. He looked young, about the same age as Su Chen. His hair was colorful, and he walked with a carefree swagger. 2 million. I'll take it. The carefree player came in front of Su Chen and shouted. Before Su Chen could respond, barbarian wine drinker raised his eyebrow, ready to bid again. However, before he could speak, a cold but pleasant voice cut in. I bid 3 million. Many ordinary players gasped at this bid. That was quite bold. A sudden increase of 1 million. Su Chen was also surprised, looking at the woman. She was a big spender. I mean, a big client. Bold and decisive, adding 1 million right away. 3 million, any more bids? Su Chen asked calmly, though he was secretly thrilled. Silence. 3 million was no small amount. That was $5,000 for one piece of equipment. Many knew that from the perspective of a guild or a family, this price of 3 million was not excessive, it was even worth it. It was profitable. In the early stages of the game, having over 600 pieces of equipment gave a significant advantage. It could even elevate an unknown small guild or group, rapidly expanding their influence. Then, the snowball effect would kick in, possibly growing into a super guild. Of course, while they understood the logic, not everyone had the determination and courage for it. Well, not everyone had 3 million renminbi either. If there are no more bids, then this goes to. Su Chen was about to conclude the deal when a voice interrupted him. Hold on. It was the colorful-haired man, his ID was fierce cool. He shouted to stop Su Chen and walked over to the cold woman. It seemed like he wanted to say something, but as he got closer, he was captivated by her. His eyes were almost drooling with fascination. Snowdance raised an eyebrow and coldly said, "If you want to bid, then bid. If you keep staring, I'll gouge your eyes out." The icy tone made Fierce Cool shiver, snapping him out of his trance. His face turned red, embarrassed and angry. He. Fierce Cool chuckled. "What are you going to do about it? Gouge my eyes out? That's quite a threat. Bring it on, if you dare." With that, he waved his hand. Immediately, his henchmen swarmed in, surrounding Snowdance and her group. Originally, the arrogant tyrant was trying to assert his identity and make Snowdance back off. But before he could even start speaking, he messed it up. It didn't matter though, killing them would be even better, as they wouldn't be able to challenge him if they were dead. What the hell? Are they really going to fight? I think this arrogant tyrant is doing it on purpose, trying to stir up trouble and then spending 2 million to buy equipment. I think so too, it's really trash. Shoo, keep it down. Do you want to face being ganged up on by over 50 people? It seemed like a fight was about to break out, and the onlookers started discussing it. Su Chen watched the situation unfold, his face darkening. Hold on. He roared, his voice amplified through a speaker, causing everyone present to wince in pain from the sound. All eyes turned to Su Chen. Boss, should we continue? However, the arrogant tyrant's men ignored Su Chen and instead asked the arrogant tyrant. Don't mind him, get rid of them. The arrogant tyrant waved his hand, turning his back on Su Chen without even looking at him. Su Chen furrowed his brows fiercely, his expression turning cold. Taking a few quick steps, Su Chen placed his hand on the arrogant tyrant's shoulder, forcibly turning him around to face him. Then, Su Chen raised the speaker towards the arrogant tyrant's face and bellowed, "Are you deaf? I told you to stop. Hands up. Can't you hear me? Can't you hear me? Can't you? You can't hear me. Hear me." Su Chen bellowed at the top of his lungs, amplified by the speaker, the sound extremely deafening, even causing echoes to reverberate continuously. Everyone present winced, their faces contorted in discomfort, hands instinctively covering their ears. As for the arrogant tyrant's men, their attack naturally halted as they faced the arrogant tyrant being shouted at through the speaker, leaving them dumbfounded. Stunned and feeling a sharp pain in their ears, they were overwhelmed by the extremely loud volume. After a while, they snapped out of it, still hearing the echo of Su Chen's furious roar in their ears. "What the F***ck?" He cursed, rubbing his ears while shouting angrily, "Are you in such a hurry? Is it just 3 million? Once I deal with them, I'll spend 3 million too." He still felt uncomfortable in his ears and couldn't help but curse, "You King hell. Can't you do things properly? You're a pain in the *SS. You're making me deaf." His vulgar language was truly impolite. "Humph." Su Chen sneered coldly, saying, "The equipment is not for you, so get lost, I'm not selling it to you." "Damn." The arrogant tyrant raised an eyebrow, sneering, "What do you mean? Making me come here for nothing? Get lost." Su Chen couldn't be bothered to say more, just a simple "get lost." Ha. Alright then. The arrogant tyrant chuckled in anger, sneering, "Just a lone player, don't know what luck he has, getting a few hundred pieces of equipment. So what if you're arrogant? Dare to challenge me? Boys, take him down. Kill him back to level 0. Yes, as you wish, sir." Wow. With a command from the arrogant tyrant, his henchmen clamored and rushed towards Su Chen. One of them ran faster, reaching Su Chen in a few strides, holding a stick in his hand, ready to strike Su Chen's face. Oh my god. A fight's breaking out. The equipment seller is actually getting beaten up? What's so strange about that? I bet this guy's equipment is going to be forcefully bought and sold. Yeah, if you don't sell, you won't be able to leave the village to level up. This guy's attitude is really lousy, isn't it? He's actually stunned? Doesn't he know how to dodge? The situation suddenly changed, and the onlookers shook their heads as they saw Su Chen and the arrogant tyrant clash, thinking that it was like throwing eggs at a rock. "Stop. At this moment, Snow Dance on the side saw it and hurriedly ran to Su Chen, as if she wanted to shield him from the blow with her body. After all, she didn't know about the blocking mechanism in this game. Su Chen felt helpless. In the eyes of others, he seemed frozen in fear, not moving a muscle. But in reality, he was just waiting for the weapon of this extra to come crashing down, ready to catch it barehanded. Who knew that a girl suddenly ran in front of him to help block it? Su Chen reached out and pulled the girl by her slender waist, bringing her to his side. Ah! Snow Dance exclaimed at this sudden turn of events. Su Chen remained composed, casually reaching up with his free left hand. Smack! The hefty club, appearing fierce and powerful, was effortlessly caught by Su Chen. As for the damage, -1. In the eyes of everyone, Su Chen only suffered a mandatory -1 damage. Before they could react, Su Chen grabbed the club and pulled it forcefully. Ah! The extra cried out as he was pulled towards Su Chen. Then, Su Chen released the club and struck back with a slap. Smack! A loud slap echoed, and the extra disintegrated into white light, receiving -670 damage. In the air, a crimson number slowly faded. Silence! Everyone stared at the diminishing damage number in shock, including the extras who had rushed over, now frozen in place with their weapons raised. What kind of terrifying damage was this? A slap causing such horrifying damage? Your turn, Su Chen said calmly, looking at the fierce and cool extras. Hiss! One of the extras retreated quickly, shouting, "What are you waiting for? Get rid of him!" Losing 5% experience upon death was not a big issue, but being killed in front of so many people? What about their pride? Ah, kid, you're done for. Doesn't matter. Kill him. Boom! Bang! The fierce and cool extras charged at Su Chen, throwing various makeshift weapons at him. Of course, Snow Dance in Su Chen's arms was also targeted. Seeing the attacks coming, Su Chen held the girl in his arms tighter. He wasn't afraid, but the girl in his arms. Well, the client. She was scared. If she died, it would waste time waiting for her to revive. Su Chen stood at about 187 meters tall, while the girl, though tall herself, only reached his chin, well protected by Su Chen. -1-1-1 The attacks came, and Su Chen dodged left and right, blocking them all, each causing only 1 point of mandatory damage. For every attack dodged, Su Chen would counter with a slap. Smack! 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 Each slap was fatal. In less than a minute, all the fierce and cool extras were sent to revive. Only the fierce and cool leader remained. The outcome was inevitable. Su Chen walked up to him and delivered a resounding slap. Smack! -672 Needless to say, he was slapped to death. Su Chen sneered, finally bringing peace. However, the peace was short-lived, as, "What the heck? Oh my god! Oh my god! What did I just witness? What kind of terrifying damage is this? Just slapping someone and causing such horrifying damage? This is insane." The onlookers reacted with shock and amazement. The commotion also woke up Snow Dance in Su Chen's arms. Feeling the warmth of the large hand around her waist, she realized she was being held by a stranger. Ah! She exclaimed, her face flushing red in an instant. She had never been in such close contact with any man before, and it felt a bit uncomfortable. As a woman of noble character and status, not many dared to be so bold with her. After struggling for a moment, Su Chen held her too tightly, and she could only blush and scold him gently. You, let go of me. Ahem, ahem. Su Chen quickly let go of her, cleared his throat a few times. With a sincere expression, he said, "Sorry, I forgot." You. Shui Wu scolded softly, but looking at Su Chen's expression, she didn't know what to say. He. At this moment, her guild members also ran over. One round-faced girl, smiling, approached Shui Wu. Winking and smiling, she said, "Sister Shui Wu, he dragged you for several steps just now, and you didn't react. Could it be that you are indulging in the embrace of the little brother?" Thud. Shui Wu's heart jumped, feeling a bit shy at being hit on the mark. Honestly, that embrace just now was really warm. Sister Shui Wu, what are you daydreaming about? Did I hit the nail on the head? Seeing Shui Wu's changing expression, the round-faced girl became even more excited. Blushing even more at being teased, Shui Wu couldn't help but glare at the girl and said, "You brat, if you can't speak, then don't. No one thinks you're mute." The round-faced girl didn't mind, still giggling. Her lively eyes kept shifting between Su Chen and Shui Wu. Go. Move aside. Shui Wu pushed her unkindly, and the round-faced girl didn't mind, smiling as she walked away. Without her interference, Shui Wu gradually calmed down. "So, shall we start the transaction now?" Shui Wu asked. Perhaps due to the recent events, Shui Wu's tone towards Su Chen was much softer, not as cold as before. "Sure. Follow me. Su-chen nodded, then turned and walked towards the bar, with Xuewu following behind. The two entered the bar without anyone blocking their way. Of course, most people didn't dare to block Su-chen's path. It was too fierce. They were afraid that if they blocked him, they might get slapped to death. That would be embarrassing. Without further ado, the two arrived at the box where Su-chen stored his equipment. Su-chen took them out and summoned the game's trading platform. This game was very user-friendly, allowing direct real money transactions without revealing the party's information. Su-chen placed all the equipment on the platform and waited for Xuewu to transfer the money. Xuewu was straightforward, and after a few glances, she transferred the money. Exactly 3 million. Looking at all those zeros, Su-chen was indeed a bit excited. With an excited heart and trembling hands, he clicked to confirm the transaction. With so much equipment, it was fortunate that Xuewu had brought so many girls with her, or else they wouldn't have been able to carry it all. Alright, it's done, goodbye. Su-chen said, waving his hand and leaving. He was off to undergo a professional trial. Wait. At this moment, Xuewu stopped Su-chen, and when he turned back, she continued, great God, hello, can we be friends? Maybe we'll have the chance to trade or cooperate in the future. Su-chen tilted his head in thought and nodded, sure. Xuewu's eyes lit up, clearly delighted, and quickly brought up the interface to add Su-chen as a friend. Su-chen naturally accepted. Goodbye. With everything settled, Su-chen waved and left. This time, Xuewu didn't say anything, just watched Su-chen's figure, a bit absent-minded. Sister Xuewu, he's already far away, why are you still looking? Hee, that's right, just like waiting for a husband. Hee, Sister Xuewu, if you have a spring in your heart, go find him. The girls beside her teased. Although Xuewu appeared cold, she had a good heart and was actually very soft inside. That's why they dared to play around freely with her. You girls, keep teasing me, and I'll tear your mouths apart, Xuewu said fiercely. Then she lifted her leg to leave, saying, alright, stop wasting time. With so much equipment, we should go level up. Hurry up, be the first to reach the main city, the first to change classes. That way, there will be a server-wide announcement, which will greatly help our guild's development. When it came to serious matters, they all became serious and excited. Oh, charge. Let's go, I'm getting stronger. And bald. No, I'm not bald. On Su-chen's side, he arrived at the village chief's place. Su-chen greeted her and then said, Village chief, I'm ready to start the class change trial. Good, follow me. The village chief nodded and took the lead. Su-chen followed. They turned left and right until they reached the back of the newbie village. It was quiet there, with no players because without the village chief's guidance, players couldn't come here. Here, there was a building with a completely different style. Unlike the other thatched cottages, this house was built with large stone bricks. About 7 to 8 meters high, it exuded a grand and solemn atmosphere. The stone bricks were carved with mysterious patterns, giving off a high-end vibe. The village chief entered the house, and Su-chen naturally followed. Inside, the place was very empty, with nothing but a huge array diagram on the floor. The array diagram was dim at the moment. We're here. The village chief stopped and turned to Su-chen, asking, Warrior, which difficulty level of the trial do you choose? As she finished speaking, a panel appeared in front of Su-chen. Class Change Trial, 1. Normal 2. Hard 3. Nightmare 4. Hell 5. Abyss. The last difficulty, Abyss. Its font was blood red and twisted, as if pieced together from severed limbs. There were red lights flowing on it, giving it a creepy vibe. This was definitely the most difficult one. After Su-chen finished reading, the village chief added, the harder the difficulty, the better the rewards when settled. There may even be some extremely powerful, rarely seen, unique professions. Su-chen was intrigued. Did this mean that high difficulty trials could lead to obtaining hidden professions? Which difficulty level do you want to attempt? The village chief asked Su-chen. Abyss. Su-chen didn't hesitate and chose the most difficult abyss directly. Warrior, your courage is admirable. The village chief praised but hesitated. Are you sure? It has been thousands of years since a warrior has passed through the abyss. This seemed to be the worldview of the divine world. Even NPCs needed to undergo professional trials to become stronger and change classes. And no one had passed the abyss trial for thousands of years? Su-chen was a bit surprised. After a moment of contemplation, Su-chen nodded firmly. I'm sure, I choose the abyss difficulty. Seeing Su-chen's determined expression, the village chief stopped persuading and nodded. She bent down, touched the center of the array diagram with her palm. Buzz! The air trembled, buzzing incessantly. The array diagram began to glow, emitting a dazzling blue light, dreamlike and surreal. In no time, the entire array diagram was shining brightly. Alright, warrior, good luck. The village chief stepped back and gestured for Su Chen to step into the array. "Thank you, village chief." Su Chen politely thanked her and stepped into the array. At that moment, in the room without windows, with the door closed, a cold wind suddenly blew. Hiss! Su Chen shivered involuntarily. The cold wind was strange, piercing to the bone, and as the cold wind passed by, Su Chen felt like something was watching him. That feeling was so real, he even felt like something had invaded his body. Like maggots in the bone, tightly, deeply hidden within his body. Besides, something was off. This formation should have instantly sent Su Chen away. But 1 second later, 2 seconds later, 3 seconds later, Su Chen was still standing in the center of the formation. Just as he was puzzled, the light of the formation gradually changed. No longer the dreamlike blue light, but gradually emitting a dazzling crimson light. The red light contaminated the entire formation, growing more intense, crimson like blood. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. What's more, liquid began seeping from the formation beneath Su Chen's feet. It made a gurgling sound, accompanied by a strong fishy smell. This. The village elder stared at the gradually emerging red light of the formation, at the crimson liquid, smelling the pungent scent of blood. Her eyes widened, her face filled with unimaginable horror. Her heart raced, she couldn't even breathe, her body weak. Full of fear, full of disbelief. Buzzing. Just as both were shocked, the blood light grew even more intense. The formation trembled as if it couldn't bear it anymore. Whoosh whoosh. Moreover, the blood-red liquid on the formation began to flow backward, engulfing and wrapping around Su Chen. What the hell is this? Su Chen was very uncomfortable, unable to help struggling. But he couldn't move. He seemed to be sealed, unable to move, only able to speak. Su Chen urgently asked, "Village elder, what's going on? What went wrong?" Hiss. The village elder took a deep breath, and with each word, she uttered 4 words that were enough to shake the entire divine world. Azura trial. Buzz. The blood light burst forth. As soon as the village elder's words fell, Su Chen was enveloped in the blood light, heading towards an unknown territory. He was being sent away. The formation quickly calmed down, dim and lifeless as if it had never been activated, without any abnormalities. As for the village elder, after being illuminated by the blood light, she stood still, her expression gradually calming from shock. After a few moments, she came to her senses. Her expression became indifferent, devoid of the previous fear and shock. "Warrior, I wish you good luck." She glanced at the formation, then turned and walked away slowly. The previous shock, the previous sights, she had already forgotten, erased from her mind. In her memory, Su Chen had simply gone safely to the Abyss trial. She had never seen a blood-red formation, nor uttered the 4 words of the Azura trial. Rewind a few minutes. Above the 1,000-jong high sky of the newbie village, Fu Qingqiu was with a woman dressed in dazzling and gorgeous armor. The two had just explored the cave Su Chen had visited before, finding nothing. So they were planning to patrol in the air for a while, make sure everything was fine, then return to the divine realm. "Sister, why have you been out of touch for so long?" the woman in armor asked as she patrolled the newbie village. Fu Qingqiu appeared calm on the surface, but her earlobes were slightly flushed. After a moment of silence, she said lightly, "Nothing, just encountered some strange poison." "Oh, there's still poison that can harm you?" The woman was surprised, turning to stare at Fu Qingqiu. Fu Qingqiu awkwardly averted her gaze, trying to keep her tone calm. "Indeed, it's very strange." The woman fell silent for a moment, then suddenly reached out. Her movement was swift as lightning, grabbing Fu Qingqiu's wrist. Fu Qingqiu was shocked, trying to pull her hand away, wanting to avoid her sister knowing her current situation, as she would surely be furious. But struggling was futile, she couldn't pull her hand away. Fu Qingqiu had been corroded by the strange poison for a long time, and had lost too much life energy on Su Chen, so her strength was weaker than usual. Not to mention, as the goddess of war, her sister was much stronger than herself, the goddess of life. 1 second later, a vigorous momentum erupted from the war goddess, angry and violent. In just a few breaths, it swept through the surroundings for thousands of feet. Dark clouds suddenly appeared in the sky, pressing down, with dazzling lightning flashing between the clouds. At this moment, within thousands of feet, the wind ceased to blow, and birds fled in panic. "Who did this?" Gritting her teeth, her voice low and cold, the war goddess's expression was indifferent. Fu Qingqiu remained silent. Fu Qingqiu understood that her sister's heart was probably boiling with a rage that could pierce the heavens. As long as she uttered the name of that scoundrel, he wouldn't survive more than 10 seconds. I seem to not know that scoundrel's name yet. Fu Qingqiu suddenly felt a wave of grievance, a wave of loss, realizing she still didn't know his name. Who did this? The war goddess looked at Fu Qingqiu in a daze and repeated herself. Her eyes were bloodshot, like burning flames, unconsciously gripping Fu Qingqiu's hand tightly. It hurt, but Fu Qingqiu remained silent. Faced with Fu Qingqiu's silence, the war goddess was full of anger but had no way to vent it. Do you know what we are about to face? Fu Qingqiu nodded silently, still not speaking. Seeing Fu Qingqiu's continued silence, the war goddess was furious. Unable to contain herself, she shouted, "Do you know why you are still like this? Setting aside the need to conserve our strength to face the crisis foretold by the prophet, just considering our identities, how can you act like this? By breaking your body, how can you maintain the purity of your divine power? Furthermore, we are deities, we cannot have mortal emotions, let alone mortal desires. Soften your heart, and the blade slows down. With more desires, the heart becomes chaotic." Like a burst of gunfire, the war goddess roared, saying a lot. And Fu Qingqiu, from beginning to end, remained silent. As the goddess of life, her heart was relatively soft and kind. And this matter was not the fault of that young man. She would naturally not let her own sister kill Su Chen. Fu Qingqiu remained unresponsive, and the war goddess, feeling tired of speaking, took a deep breath, gradually calming down. However, it didn't mean she would let Su Chen off the hook. Humph. With a cold snort, she said coldly, "You think if you don't speak, I won't be able to deal with him?" After speaking, she pointed her finger, her mouth moving as if chanting something. As she chanted, a dark and elusive light appeared at her fingertips. Fu Qingqiu listened, opened her mouth, but remained silent. She did not speak out to stop it. This was a curse that would greatly affect Su Chen's growth, even impacting various aspects. But at least, it wouldn't harm his life. Let my sister vent her anger. At worst, I will help him lift this curse someday. Fu Qingqiu silently prayed in her heart. Soon, in just a few seconds, that dark light flew out with a swoosh. A sourceless curse. The war goddess did not know who had tarnished Fu Qingqiu's innocence, nor could she trace it back. Because Su Chen possessed some of Fu Qingqiu's divine power, this power could shield the war goddess's tracking. However, this sourceless curse turned the war goddess's anger into a curse. It could find Su Chen and possess him. Of course, although it possessed him, the curse had no roots. Su Chen couldn't use the curse to find the war goddess, and the war goddess could no longer retrieve or sense the curse she had released. This was what Su Chen felt as a chill when he entered the array. As for whether the changes in the array were born from this curse, that remains unknown. The trial ground. Feeling weightless and dizzy, Su Chen arrived in a crimson world. Beneath his feet was a massive altar, entirely crystal red, as if crafted from the finest red jade. Unfortunately, the altar was in ruins, with many broken parts and various weapons, claw marks scattered around. Outside the altar, everything was crimson as far as the eye could see. The sky is crimson, the soil is crimson. Everywhere are damaged high walls, dilapidated buildings, and leaning palaces and pavilions. Many buildings are even covered by endless red sand, with only a corner visible. The scene is desolate, nothing but ruins. The ancient and distant aura hits you in the face, as if this land has existed for countless years. No human traces, no living beings. Not even the sound of the wind, just silence. It feels like a lost continent from ancient times. What kind of place is this? Su Chen looked around, surveying the area, thinking to himself, is this the Shura trial that the village elder mentioned? Speaking of the Shura trial, what is it exactly? I'm not within the trial level. The name sounds extraordinary, feels very tough and challenging. After observing for a while, Su Chen remembered the chill he had felt earlier. In fact, he now felt a bit uncomfortable, a bit weak, as if he couldn't muster any strength. Swish. Su Chen opened the panel, wanting to check if there was something wrong with him. And indeed, he discovered something. In the buff bar, apart from the protection of the goddess of life, there was inexplicably an additional buff. The issue was, this buff was a negative one. Curse of the Sourceless Effect 1, Punishment of the Sourceless Attribute. When leveling up, reduce the gain of all attribute points by 80%. Effect 2, Weakening of the Sourceless Attribute. When attacking, reduce all attack damage by 80%. Effect 3, Decay of the Sourceless Attribute. When being attacked, reduce all defense by 80%. Note, this curse is extremely strong. Apart from the main effects mentioned, there may be other impacts. After reading it, Su Chen's eyes widened. Damn! Where did this curse come from? Without reason, reducing so many of my attributes? Su Chen was furious. The impact of this negative buff was too significant. In the future, upon leveling up, he could only gain 1 point of free attribute. Attack, 1000 damage, could only deal 200 damage. Defense, 1000 defense, reduced to 200 defense. This was outrageous. Could it be that part of the reason I have this curse is because I came to this Shura trial? Suchen suddenly thought of this, instantly feeling angry. Damn! Wait for the third time to create a bug, see if it can be removed. Damn it, don't let me find out who cursed me. After grumbling for a while, Suchen closed the panel. Since he was already here, he decided to accept it and start the trial. Suchen looked ahead, at the center of the altar beneath his feet. There stood a half-person high cylinder. As he approached, Suchen saw a palm print at the top of the cylinder. Do I need to place my palm on it to start the trial? Suchen thought, then placed his palm on it. Ha! Then, he was slightly surprised as he felt a prick on his palm. When he raised his hand to look, he saw a wound in his palm, bleeding. And on the cylinder, there was also Suchen's blood. Strangely, Suchen's blood slowly seeped into the cylinder. Buzz! The cylinder absorbed Suchen's blood, started buzzing, emitting a red light. You have finally arrived. Suddenly, a voice devoid of any emotion rang out. Truly emotionless. Cold and chilling, just listening to it sent shivers down one's spine. Who is it? Suchen was startled, quickly scanning around. But he didn't see anyone. There was nothing, no anomalies. However, Suchen didn't have to wait long before something unusual happened. Boom 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 boom. Amidst the massive and continuous rumbling, the collapsed, dilapidated, and damaged buildings in the distance within the red sand evolved in this thunderous sound. It was as if time was flowing backward, with endless red sand flying up and converging towards those ruined buildings. Buildings kept emerging from the red sand, standing tall at that spot. Palaces were continuously restored by the red sand, regaining their former glory, majestic and grand. After about a dozen seconds. Here, there is already a vast palace and castle complex. They are scattered at different heights. There are thousands of palaces. There are clock towers reaching tens of thousands of feet high. There are lofty attics hanging in the sky. There are extremely wide city walls, hundreds of feet high, endless from left to right. However, there is still not a single living being. Suchen! Mouth agape, eyes wide open. What a grand scene! Suchen was stunned. Before he could come to his senses, there was suddenly movement outside the city walls. Rustle, rustle. Along with the rustling sound, a mountain rose from the red sand. Hiss! Suchen took a sharp breath. That mountain was made of white bones. It was a huge mountain made up of countless scattered bones, including human bones, snake bones, animal bones, and all sorts of strange bones. In just a few breaths, this mountain had become incredibly majestic, towering over 1,000 feet high. If it weren't for the distance, Suchen might not even be able to see the top by looking up. And on top of it, there was actually a figure. The distance was too far for Suchen to see clearly, but he could only make out a very thin and emaciated figure. Taking a deep breath, Suchen asked, the figure on the bone mountain, are you the one speaking to me? Yes. The voice remained cold and emotionless. Suchen asked, you said you finally came, were you waiting for me? Yes. The cold voice continued to answer. Suchen asked, what were you waiting for me to do? Come over. The voice did not answer Suchen's question directly but instructed him to come over. With a great distance between them, how could Suchen go over? Just as Suchen was pondering this, he suddenly felt his body tighten. Then, the surroundings changed abruptly, as if in a flash. 3 seconds later, Suchen felt solid ground under his feet and stepped on a stick-like object. Looking down, it was a thick leg bone. He had arrived on top of the 1,000-foot-high bone mountain. With a twitch of his mouth, Suchen silently shifted his feet and then looked up at the emaciated figure in front of him. There was no NPC name above his head, only 4 words displayed, nameless individual. He was sitting on a huge, oddly shaped skull. His upper body was straight, with 1 foot higher than the other, each stepping on a skull. His left hand hung diagonally, his right hand resting on his knee, also holding a skull. His eyes were hollow, devoid of eyeballs. His body was all bones, without a trace of flesh, covered in tattered and decaying armor full of holes. He was covered in wounds, some of which revealed broken bones. Even his chest, arms, and thighs had several types of weapons, bone spurs, scales, and more embedded in them. It was hard to fathom how he had survived with such injuries and emaciation. Yet, even so, Suchen could still sense a unique charm and a fierce aura from him. It has been 100,000 years. This time, without waiting for Suchen to speak, this emaciated, let's call him a person. This emaciated person spoke first. His mouth couldn't move, and it was unclear where the voice came from. In any case, he continued, I have endured 100,000 years with this broken body, just to wait for a successor, and I have waited for so long. And now, you have finally arrived. At this point, his voice was not as cold as before, showing some fluctuations. It was hard to tell if it was joy, relief, or nostalgia. Creak, creak. After speaking, the man moved, as if intending to stand up, but his whole body creaked, and the bones at the joints deformed and pulsated. Watching this, Su-chen's eyebrows twitched, feeling like the man would fall apart in the next second. Fortunately, that scene did not happen. He managed to stand up smoothly. Standing tall, he was not much shorter than Su-chen. "So, how does the trial begin?" Su-chen asked. The nameless NPC said, "Follow me." Then, he waved his hand, and from the bone mountain beneath their feet, a huge skeleton suddenly flew out. The skeleton resembled some kind of bird, with 6 wings, hovering in the air. Whoosh! As the wings flapped, a gust of wind swept Su-chen and the unnamed NPC. Then, Su-chen blinked and found himself on the back of the bird skeleton. The NPC stood in front of Su-chen, hands behind his back. The speed of the bird skeleton's flight was not fast, perhaps intentionally slowed down. However, as they flew, faint roars and cries for battle gradually came from below. "Kill! Ha ha ha! Shura clan! Today you shall perish! Ha ha ha! What nonsense, Shura! Come out and fight! Ha ha! Whoa whoa roar! Clang clang clang! Ah!" The unnamed NPC stood unmoved, as if he hadn't heard anything. Su-chen naturally looked towards the sound. Then, his pupils constricted. In this imperial city, it was no longer desolate. The water was green, the mountains lush, and the flowers vibrant. Countless creatures suddenly emerged, as far as the eye could see, densely packed, numbering in the tens of millions. There were humans, beasts, and alien races, strange and bizarre creatures. Some were shrouded in mist, indescribable entities. The sudden appearance of so many creatures was not a good sign, because these creatures were engaged in a fierce battle. Divided into 2 camps, one side was the human race, seemingly the residents of the city. The other side consisted of the alien races, monsters, and indescribable beings. The human race was almost completely overwhelmed, being ruthlessly and swiftly slaughtered. Cries of sorrow filled the air, whispers and wails echoed everywhere. The scene was grand and tragic. Like hell. The duration of this battle was unknown, but in Su-chen's view, the battle was accelerating, just like before. In a matter of seconds, the city was once again in ruins. Blood flowed, countless bodies lay motionless. In the river, a tall man knelt with his head bowed. Among millions of his compatriots, he was the only one left. Surrounding him were thousands and tens of thousands of invading alien beings. They cautiously approached, clearly wary of this man's strength. Even though he seemed to be at the end of his rope, they did not dare underestimate him. Wah! Hey! After the majority of the human race in the city had been wiped out, a melancholic and resounding song emanated from his mouth. The voice was weathered, carrying profound sadness, like a funeral dirge. The song had no lyrics, just a chant, as if summoning something. Boom! 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 Lightning began to flash in the sky, thundering loudly. A massive crimson thundercloud gathered, not the usual dark black, but a scarlet hue. Whoosh! Whoosh! The blood of the human race on the ground began to surge and converge towards the only living man. Before long, it formed a blood mass hundreds of feet high. When this phenomenon occurred, the surrounding alien beasts began to panic. They retreated in fear, as if they had seen something terrifying. Boom! 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 Continuous red thunderbolts struck down, hitting the massive blood mass. The blood mass gradually solidified, forming a colossal giant hundreds of feet tall. Su-chen couldn't make out the specific appearance due to a distorted, illusory force that obscured his vision. He only saw the giant clench its fist, and a sword suddenly appeared by his side, tightly gripped. Swish! With a swing of the sword, a dazzling sword light tore through space and time. As the sword light flew out, the towering giant began to shrink rapidly, soon transforming into a somewhat familiar, thin figure. With the swing of the sword light, all the alien races were annihilated. The battle was won, but at a cost. Eventually, the entire city lay in ruins, shrouded in miasma, impassable. The sole survivor of the city moved all the bodies outside the city, forming a towering mountain of corpses on which he sat. Then, all the scenes burst like bubbles. The city was intact, with no bloodstains or bodies. Perhaps it was a reenactment of what the city had recorded in the past, replayed when Su-chen arrived. So powerful. This game is truly powerful. Su-chen silently admired in his heart. The scene just now could be described as an epic battle, a feast for the eyes. Before long, Gu Kei carried Su-chen and the unnamed NPC to the central area of the city. Here, there was a very long staircase. It seemed endless, with an unknown number of levels. It could be called a stairway to heaven. As they both landed, they found themselves at the foot of this staircase. Let's go. How far you can go and how much fortune you will receive depends on your talent, the unnamed NPC said lightly, gesturing for Su-chen to step onto the stairs. Is this the trial? What a peculiar way of testing, Suchin thought to himself as he ascended the stairway. Then, Suchin's mind suddenly raced with many delusions. Emotions and desires intertwined chaotically. Of course, these delusions were very mild, and Suchin easily dismissed them. But it was enough to make Suchin alert. I see, this is a test of mentality. Suchin understood that this was a test of his mindset. When it came to mindset, he considered himself capable, having experienced the ups and downs of life. So, full of confidence, Suchin continued to climb. The unnamed NPC sat cross-legged on the ground, keeping a close eye on Suchin. 10th level, 20th level, 30th level, 40th level, 100th level. Suchin reached the 100th level, feeling relaxed and at ease, without any pressure. At this moment, the unnamed NPC finally showed a change. Of course, his expression couldn't change, it was already fixed. But inside, he was quite shocked. It wasn't unheard of for someone to reach the 100th level, but he had never seen someone do it so effortlessly. Perhaps he might. A thought crossed the unnamed NPC's mind, but he quickly shook his head. Impossible, it's already good if he can reach 1,000 levels. Suchin paid no attention to the unnamed NPC's thoughts and continued to climb the stairs enthusiastically. Each level disturbed Suchin's mindset, causing a jumble of emotions within him. Every 10 levels, the distractions increased. Every 100 levels, the distractions grew stronger. But strangely, Suchin was quickly able to suppress these chaotic emotions. And the unnamed NPC sitting there, watching Suchin pass each 100 levels, became more and more astonished with each step. Are you going to make it look so easy? Do you really think you're just climbing stairs? At least make it seem a bit challenging for me. 1000th level. Buzz. The moment Suchin stepped onto the 1000th level, his pupils dilated, and he fell into an illusion. His body stiffened, motionless. However, after just 3 seconds, he snapped out of it, his eyes clear. Unnamed NPC. He now felt very disoriented, far from calm. He even began to doubt if there was something wrong with the stairway. 3 seconds? Isn't it supposed to last an hour normally? Even I, back then, was trapped for a full quarter of an hour. Ha! Suchin exclaimed. Just as he regained his senses, something appeared out of thin air in front of him. It was a blood-red book, labeled, Summoning the Azura with 10,000 Blood is a skill book. Summoning the Azura with 10,000 Blood, active skill attribute, incarnate as an Azura, all attributes asterisk 1000% details, sacrifice 10,000 people to summon the power of the Azura, existing in a pseudo-Azura state for 3 seconds. For each doubling of the number of sacrifices, the attributes increase by a factor, up to a maximum of 10,000 times. After 3 seconds, the state falls, weakening for 3 hours, during which all attributes decrease by 80%. Note, if you change to the Azura class, this skill will automatically advance to Rage of the Bloodbath Azura. The details of this skill are somewhat similar to the skill used by that NPC in the scene I saw earlier, Suchin pondered, then turned to ask the unnamed NPC, how come a skill book appears here? Even though they were far apart, he knew the NPC could hear him. After a moment of doubting life choices, the unnamed NPC calmed down. He glanced at the thing in front of Suchin and said calmly, there will be rewards every 1,000 levels. I told you, the farther you go, the greater the fortune. I see. Suchin nodded, not holding back, and stored the skill book in his backpack. I'm not planning to use it now, climbing the stairs is more important. Besides, I'm afraid of that negative buff on my body, which might affect my skills. So, Suchin continued climbing the stairs. 2,000 levels. Suchin easily ascended to the 2,000th level. He fell into an illusion but snapped out of it in less than 3 seconds. Nameless NPC. His expression actually changed. His mouth twitched. The shock in his heart was indescribable. If 1,000 levels were a natural talent, then the performance on this second 1,000th level. He was a monster. A genius. He definitely couldn't stop at just a few thousand levels. Perhaps he might really reach 5,000 levels. The nameless NPC's heart burned with excitement. If Suchin really achieved it, then the first Azura in 100,000 years would be born. Suchin stood on the steps of the 2,000th level, and once again, something appeared in front of him. This time it wasn't a skill book but a scroll. Azura's exquisite heart, level, none quality, none category, consumable/scroll details, after use, can possess an additional profession. Another good item that could give Suchin a dual profession. The third 1,000th level. It was a bottle containing a crystal red liquid, shimmering like red wine, with a warm and transparent crystal red glow. Azura's blood thread, level, none quality, unknown category, consumable attributes, strength plus 10, constitution plus 10, intelligence plus 10, spirit plus 10 details, after use, enhances character attributes. And for every level up in the future, you can gain an additional 2 free attribute points. You call a bottle of water a thread? Diluted water, right. But even if it's diluted, this thing is a bit terrifying. Su-chan was amazed. This thing not only had an immediate effect but could also continuously enhance his attributes in the future. Such a good thing at only 3,000 levels. I wonder what's ahead. Su-chan's eyes burned with excitement as he stored the Azura's blood. He continued climbing this endless ladder. The 4,000th level. It was also a bottle containing a crystal red liquid, but the radiance of the liquid inside was even more dazzling. Information as follows: Azura's blood strand, level, none quality, none category, consumable attributes, strength plus 20, constitution plus 20, intelligence plus 20, spirit plus 20 details, after use, enhances character attributes. And for every level up in the future, you can gain an additional 3 free attribute points. The 5,000th level. This level was different. The reward was around jade. Inside the jade, there was a drop of crystal clear blood emitting a dazzling light. Azura's blood drop, level, none quality, none category, consumable attributes, strength plus 50, constitution plus 50, intelligence plus 50, spirit plus 50 details, after use, enhances character attributes. And for every level up in the future, you can gain an additional 5 free attribute points. TSK. A drop of blood is indeed much stronger. Su-chan sighed and stored it in his backpack. Then he gathered his strength and ran upwards frantically. The speed was so fast that the nameless NPC at the bottom of the ladder was in shock. He actually, really made it to the top. Although amazed at Su-chan's speed in climbing the ladder, the nameless NPC's heart was more melancholic. If his tears hadn't dried up long ago, he might even feel like crying now. He had hoped before that Su-chan could reach 5,000 levels. Only by obtaining a drop of Azura's blood could the power of Azura be born. Not someone who temporarily possessed the power of Azura through a borrowed method, a pseudo-Azura. If he had appeared back then, my Luo clan wouldn't have. The nameless NPC lamented. The 6,000th level. This time, it was a misty light cluster. As soon as Su-chan stepped into this level, the light cluster swiftly floated into his body. Then, Su-chan saw a skill information refresh on his system panel. Shura's Palm Soldier's passive skill level, LV1 attribute. When using any weapon, plus 10% attack damage details, Shura can use weapons of any profession and enhance damage with the power of Shura within. Note, this skill can be upgraded but not through proficiency upgrades. The power of Shura, what is that? Su-chan looked at the skill details, feeling a bit puzzled. Well, Shura's blood is there. Or maybe, reaching this level, I can switch to Shura? Then I can have the power of Shura? Su-chan speculated. Although the guess was a bit off, it was close enough. The 7,000th level. It was also a misty light that instantly merged into Su-chan's body. Similarly, the system panel refreshed with a new skill information. Shura's armor passive skill level, LV1 attribute. When wearing any equipment, plus 10% all defense details, Shura can use any armor equipment and enhance defense with the power of Shura within. Note, this skill can be upgraded but not through proficiency upgrades. The 8,000th level. Another burst of light. No time for nonsense, check the skill attributes. Shura's Bloodthirst passive skill level, LV1 attribute. Converts 10% of damage dealt to enemies into own vitality details. Shura can absorb the vitality of enemies, converting it into own life force when attacking, using the power of Shura. Note, this skill can be upgraded but not through proficiency upgrades. The 9,000th level. Shura's Domineering passive skill level, LV1 attribute, reduces all attributes of target enemies by 10% details. Shura's dominance is extremely strong, greatly suppressing enemies and reducing their capabilities. Note, this skill can be upgraded but not through proficiency upgrades. After a long climb up the stairs, Su-chan finally reached the end of the ladder to heaven. The 10,000th level. Here, the ladder to heaven finally ended. And Su-chan also gained the 5th passive skill. Shura's Greed passive skill level, LV1 attribute. For every enemy killed, plus 1% attack, plus 1% defense, plus 1% life absorption, plus 1 enemy attribute suppression, up to plus 10%. Details, Shura intercepts the enemy's vitality when killing enemies, enhancing own attributes. It slowly decreases after leaving combat, decreasing by 1% per second until it reaches 0%. Note, this skill can be upgraded but not through proficiency upgrades. Besides this 5th passive skill, there was something else. The 10,000th level platform was a large platform. On the platform, there was a huge crystal. Apart from that, there was nothing else. The crystal was diamond-shaped, about 3 zhang high, and its color was a crystal-clear red. As Su Chen was observing, he heard the voice of the unnamed NPC, place your palm on it, silently feel it, and when you sense a huge power, guide it into your body, then you can successfully switch professions. Okay. Su Chen nodded, without hesitation, and directly touched the crystal. He closed his eyes and tried to feel it. In just a moment, Su Chen felt a huge energy. He tentatively guided this power into his body. Buzz! The crystal trembled violently, and that power responded very obediently to Su Chen's thoughts, entering his body. Phew! Below the ladder to heaven, the unnamed NPC looked up. Although the distance was far, he could see clearly. Seeing the crystal tremble, he let out a long breath. If he could breathe. He has truly stepped onto the 10,000th level ladder to heaven. Truly gifted by the heavens. Never seen in the past, only him now. In the future, it may be hard to find another like him. The unnamed NPC murmured softly, then settled down, quietly waiting for Su Chen's profession change to be completed. Su Chen was feeling great now. Not physically, but mentally. Because, after the energy from the crystal rushed into his body, he felt his body becoming stronger again. No more backaches or leg pains, climbing 3 flights of stairs is a breeze. Cough. Enough chit-chat. Anyway, that curse of his, that negative buff, gone. Washed away by this surge of energy. Fantastic. Saved me one bug-creating session. Su Chen chuckled, feeling the infusion of energy in his body. The process wasn't too long. About 1 or 2 minutes. Energy transfer complete. Su Chen also completed his job change. A system prompt sounded in his ear. Ding. You have successfully advanced from apprentice warrior to the unique profession, Azura. Here are your job advancement rewards: strength plus 20, constitution plus 20, intelligence plus 20, spirit plus 20, HP plus 1000, Azura power plus 1000, physical defense plus 1000, magic defense plus 1000. You have acquired the exclusive Azura job skills, Bloody Tyrant, Heart-Piercing Blade. Ding! You are the first player in the server to change jobs, and you will receive level up *1, free attribute points *10, gold coins *10, rare draw boxes *3. Ding! You are the first player in the server to pass the Azura trial, and you will receive level up *1, free attribute points *20, gold coins *20, silver draw boxes *5. Ding! As the first player to pass the Azura trial, your name will be forever recorded in the history of the Divine Land. And it will be announced to the entire server 3 times, revealing to the world. Do you wish to hide your ID? A series of system prompts bombarded him. 2 golden lights burst from his body, leveling up twice. Su Chen scratched his ear and smirked. Of course. No need to hide. Besides, 3 times aren't enough. Announce it 10 times for me. Just playing a game. Su Chen never bothered with hiding his achievements. System. Ding. Server announcement. Player Bei from Daxia has just passed the Azura difficulty job change trial. As the first player to pass the Azura trial, he will receive level up *1, free attribute points *20, gold coins *20, silver draw boxes *5. And his name will be forever recorded in the history of the Divine Land. This announcement will be made 10 times, proclaiming to the world. Ding! Server announcement. Player Bei from Daxia has just. Ding! Server announcement. Player from Daxia. Ding! Server announcement. Ding! The system was indeed sincere, repeating the announcement 10 times. These 10 announcements were like meteorites crashing into a calm lake, causing huge waves to rise. The entire server, the global players, all the Divine Land players, everyone was shocked. Everyone was dumbfounded. The server had just opened not long ago. Most players were only at a low level. They didn't even know about job change trials. And now someone had already passed it. Is this for real? What kind of speed is this? Impossible, right? He's already changing jobs? How is that possible? This must be a big guild, a large faction, stacking up with numbers. It can't be a solo player. Damn! It's actually a player from our Daxia. Impressive, making us Daxia players proud. 6666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666. Nothing special. I'll also pass the Azura trial later. Unbelievable. Letting those Daxia bastards take the lead. I refuse to believe it. How can this be so fast? This Daxia player must have found a loophole. I'm going to report it. The server was boiling, in intense uproar, struggling to digest this earth-shattering news. Meanwhile, Su Chen was checking out the 2 active skills he had acquired. Now he only had these two active skills, as the piercing force strike disappeared due to his Azura job change. Bloody Tyrant, level, LV1, 1/100, cost, 200 Azura power cooldown, 600 seconds attribute, attack damage plus 20%/movement, attack, casting speed plus 10% details. When HP drops below 30%, erupt in Azura Rage, significantly boosting self-attributes for 60 seconds. Hard Cutting Blade level, LV1, 1/100, cost, 100 Azura power cooldown, 60 seconds attribute, normal attack * 500% details, burst out the power of Azura within, dealing a critical hit to the enemy, 100% chance of triggering a critical strike, 20% chance of triggering fatal damage, 1% chance of triggering instant death. Indeed, it's quite powerful. Su Chen remained calm after reading it. Mainly because he had been shocked too many times before, he felt indifferent. Su Chen looked down at the ladder, naturally unable to see anything. Since the unnamed NPC did not call for him, it was a good opportunity to use the items in his backpack. First, Su Chen took out the skill book, Summoning Azura with 10,000 blood, and chose to use it. Ding! You have learned the skill, Summoning Azura with 10,000 blood. Ding! Due to the Azura power within you, this skill automatically advances to Wrath of Azura's Bloodbath. The system prompted the learning and advancement, and Su Chen opened the skill panel. Wrath of Azura's Bloodbath level, LV1, limit, cannot be increased, cost, unknown effect, unknown details, the ultimate forbidden technique of Azura's path. The power is said to be extremely terrifying, capable of destroying heaven and earth. However, there has never been a real record of it. Note, the skill currently lacks necessary conditions and cannot be activated. Why is it like this? Su Chen was a bit confused. He never expected that this skill, which sounded so powerful, could not be used. What necessary conditions are missing? Why isn't it indicated? Su Chen pondered with his chin resting on his hand. The previous skill, Summoning Azura with 10,000 blood, clearly stated the harsh condition of requiring 10,000 sacrifices, but this advanced skill doesn't have any indication. Or is it that this advanced skill is even more terrifying in power, but the requirements are also more terrifying? It's not impossible. Forget it, it's not a big deal. Su Chen shook his head and closed the skill panel. With the 5 major passive skills, he remained calm even without active skills. Next, Su Chen opened his backpack, ready to use the items obtained on the ladder. Azura's Blood, a strand, Azura's Blood, a wisp, Azura's Blood, a drop, and there was also the 6-flavor replenishing water open from the gift package when he first entered the game. He had forgotten to use it before. Looking at all the items in his hand, Su Chen silently activated them. Instantly, all the items turned into brilliant light and flowed into his body. Su Chen's immediate feeling was comfortable. Incredibly comfortable. He felt warm all over, very relaxed. After a few breaths, that feeling faded, and Su Chen's attributes surged. Of course, it was not the time to check his own attributes now. Su Chen opened his backpack again. Then, he took out 3 pale red rare drawboxes and 5 silver drawboxes. Ancestors bless me. Su Chen chuckled, rubbing his hands, and then, he opened all the boxes at once. Go all in. Clang, clang, clang. All the boxes opened, emitting light. One had a green light, an extraordinary quality item. 4 had pale red lights, indicating 4 rare quality items. 3 shone with silver light. 3 silver quality items. Out of the 5 silver boxes, 3 were silver. Not bad luck. Su Chen was delighted, first picking up the extraordinary quality item. It was an armor piece. Su Chen didn't even look at it and directly threw it into his backpack. At this point, extraordinary items truly didn't catch his eye. He then picked up the first rare item, a crystal-like thing that was long and wide like 2 fingers. 1-star sharpness enhancement stone level, LV10 quality, rare category, consumable/weapon enhancement stone effect, physical attack plus 10/magic attack plus 10 details, used for enhancing equipment. It can improve the attributes of the equipment. Enhancement stones were useful, but for Su Chen, their usefulness was not that significant, because Su Chen was confident that he could frequently obtain high-level, high-quality equipment. Moving on to the second rare item. It was a round jade coin, transparent green in color, as if made of jade. Resurrection coin level, LV10 quality, rare category, consumable effect, revives a character details, can be used after a character dies to revive them once. However, after revival, the character's attributes are only at 20% of their full state. This is even more useless for Su Chen. Although I don't need this thing, for players, it's invaluable. Here comes some easy money. Sweet. Su Chen chuckled and tossed the resurrection coin into his backpack. The third and fourth rare items were both scrolls. Su Chen picked one up and checked the information. Town return scroll level, LV10 quality, rare category, consumable effect. When not in combat, crush the scroll to return to the town from a long distance. Details, has a 3-second casting time for teleportation, which can be interrupted. If the teleportation is interrupted, the scroll will disappear, so use it in a safe situation. Note, the town you return to must be one you have visited before, and players cannot choose which town to return to. The scroll will select the nearest one. Town return scroll, not bad. Useful, Suchen stored it in his backpack. After checking the rare items, the highlight came. Silver. Suchen picked up a shield. This thing. Suchen was really not interested. In all the games he played, he never used a shield. He preferred charging into battle in white clothes, sword in hand. Can't be bothered to look at it now, I'll check when I want to sell it. Suchen didn't even glance at the second silver item and tossed it into his backpack. The second silver item, however, was a bit special. It was a piece of cloth. Rustle rustle. Suchen shook it and his eyes lit up. Wow! It's a cape. The cloth was a cape. Pure white in color, cool to the touch, with a blue fish embroidered at the bottom of the cape. Of course, that wasn't important. What mattered were the stats. Bluefish cape level, LV10 quality, silver category, special equipment / cape attributes, HP plus 2000 / constitution plus 47 damage, physical attack plus 127 / magic attack plus 131 defense, physical defense plus 100 / magic defense plus 100 additional, attack speed plus 5% / movement speed plus 5% equipment skill, flowing cloud suffix. Legend has it that a reclusive little girl once fell in love with a blue fish. Unfortunately, the fish was caught by a mischievous boy, cooked, and eaten. Flowing clouds level, LV1 cooldown, 180 seconds cost, none effect, movement speed plus 30% details, activates the equipment skill, significantly increasing movement speed for 30 seconds. Speed boost. Great stuff. Suchen didn't lack much now, just a bit of speed. Even if the cape didn't boost his health and attack, he still needed the speed boost. Suchen immediately equipped it. A cape appeared behind him, fluttering in the wind, looking very dashing. One more to go. Suchen picked up the last silver item. It gleamed with silver light, a very cool and flashy recurve bow. Fantastic. I was just lacking a long-range attack method. Suchen's eyes sparkled even more. Windsplitter bow level, LV10 quality, silver category, weapon / bow attributes, strength plus 17 / intelligence plus 40 damage, physical attack plus 89 / magic attack plus 211 weapon skill. Windstorm arrow rain suffix, crafted by a dwarf master craftsman, balancing aesthetics and power. Windstorm arrow rain level, LV1 cooldown, 180 seconds cost, 200 Azura power damage, normal attack * 80% * 20 times details, charges for 3 seconds, shoots out 20 arrows, each arrow dealing 80% normal damage. Can specify a range attack with the arrows or a single target attack. Note, for range attacks, after setting the center point, all targets within a 2.5-meter radius of the center point will be hit. This is magic attack. After reading the stats, Suchen was a bit conflicted, because melee classes do not benefit from magic class bonuses. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Suchen's eyes widened. He remembered that his profession seemed a bit different from the ordinary. Moreover, the equipment introduction also mentioned that by consuming 200 Shura power, he could activate that equipment skill. The passive skill I obtained before, Shura Palm Soldier, says I can use various weapons. Does that mean I can also use magical weapons? The more Suchen thought about it, the more he felt that was the case, so he quickly opened his personal panel. In the panel, before even checking his personal attributes, he saw a huge and shiny message: you currently have 40 unallocated attribute points, please allocate them promptly. Needless to say, Suchen immediately allocated all points to strength. Then, he checked his information panel. His current attributes were incredibly luxurious. Super VIP luxurious. ID, by Yi level, LV12 profession, Shura title, the fastest man in the world life, 123442 Shura power, 2630 strength, 358 constitution, 183 intelligence, 235 spirit, 119 damage, physical attack 1625 / magic attack 1009 defense. Physical defense 1990 / magic defense 2207 skills, Bloodthirsty Fury of Shura, Bloodthirsty Tyrant, Heart-Piercing Blade passive, Shura Palm Soldier, Shura Armor. Omitted. Shura's Greed. Equipment, Hanging Cloud Sword, Blue Fish Cape, Ink Scale Silver Ring. Omitted. Snake Bone Necklace. After changing to Shura, Suchen's personal appearance underwent a significant change. First, energy changed to Shura power, and secondly, previously, as a melee profession, the attributes of intelligence and spirit were not displayed and did not receive bonuses. But now, all 4 basic attributes were displayed. This was undoubtedly a good thing, making him even more well-rounded. And without a doubt, Suchin could indeed use magical weapons. He could unleash magical attacks. It looks like I'll have to spend some attribute points to increase my intelligence in the future. Suchin thought to himself, then closed the panel. Slipping the gale-piercing cloud bow onto his back, Suchin prepared to descend the ladder. Hiss! Just then, a teleportation portal suddenly appeared beside him. Let's go, this teleportation channel will take you back. A faint voice came from below the ladder. Ahem, goodbye. Suchin cleared his throat, bid farewell, and then turned to step into the teleportation channel. Another bout of weightlessness. Beginner's village. Boom! Inside a stone house, a teleportation channel suddenly appeared, and Suchin emerged from it. Glancing around, he saw the main gate tightly closed, indicating that the village chief had left. He checked the bug progress bar, which had only increased by about 2%. It was possible that the time flow in the trial ground was slower than outside. Beep 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 beep. Before Suchin could move, he heard a series of beeps. It was a message from a friend. And he only had one friend at the moment, Snowdance. What's going on? Why the rush? Suchin muttered to himself, pushing open the stone door to step outside while opening the friend chat. Then, he furrowed his brow. Snowdance was in trouble. Master, help us out. We're leveling up, and that arrogant boss brought over 100 people to besiege us. We're outnumbered, we can't hold on. Master, I'm willing to pay a reward. 1 million to help us out. Master, are you there? The message was from 5 minutes ago, around the time Suchin was undergoing the Shura trial. Besides the message, there was a map location marker. Originally, Suchin was planning to leave the beginner's village and head to the big city, but considering the 1 million. Considering his past transactions with Snowdance, which were quite pleasant, Suchin ran towards the map location marker in the message, a bit far away. It was in the goblin territory. But with various buffs, Suchin's movement speed was not slow, and it would only take a few minutes to reach the designated point. Dark Forest. Thanks to the numerous equipment received from trading with Suchin, Snowdance had fully armed her troops. The team's strength had greatly increased. So, they went straight to the goblin area to fight monsters. One reason was for the high experience points, and the other was the low number of people. Of course, because they didn't know the mechanism, they were thrown around by the goblins at first. However, after adapting for a while, with clear division of labor and over 30 people, the monster spawning speed was not slow. Although the experience points would be shared, it was still much faster than regular players. They were having a blast, but they didn't pay attention to their surroundings. They thought that since the monster levels were so high here, naturally no one would come. Even if someone did come, it would just be a few casual players, nothing to fear. However, they didn't know that someone had their eyes on them. Someone wanted to hunt them down. This person was none other than the arrogant and flashy, who was slapped to death by Suchin in public. The arrogant and flashy was furious. With his temper, he would definitely want to save face. But Suchin was nowhere to be found, so he couldn't save face. However, he found out that Suchin had sold his equipment to Shuai. At that moment, a wicked idea arose in his mind. I can't beat you in a fair fight, so I'll call people to besiege that stinky woman and make them lose their equipment. Save a few million. Isn't that great? Of course, he wasn't a fool. Since she bought so much equipment, she must be well equipped. So, the arrogant and flashy spent a lot of money and hired over 100 players. Together with his own guild members, there were nearly 200 players in total. So what if you have good equipment? I can deal 1 point of damage to you alone, and you'll still die. And so, this group of people, in a grand manner, chased after Shuai and her group. Oh my! What's with this grand scene? Hiss! Are they going to fight a boss? Wow! This is exciting to watch. Let's follow them. 66666, which guild is so awesome to gather so many people? Impressive, bro. The players looked at the massive crowd, wide-eyed. Many curious onlookers followed along. Many also took out their system cameras to film the hundreds of people. The arrogant and flashy walked at the front of the crowd, head held high, looking pleased with himself. He loved to show off, and now he was leading nearly 200 people. This presence, this power, it made him feel extremely pleased. Some followed him, some filmed him, he saw it all but didn't care. Fame was just fame. Infamy too. Right now, he was leading people to hunt and kill. When news of his infamy spread, and others were afraid to see him, that would be a comfortable feeling. Ding! System prompt, Dasha player by Yi just passed the Azura difficulty. Ding! System prompt, Dasha player. Ding! System. Ding! Just as he was feeling pleased, he suddenly heard a series of system prompts. All players, including the arrogant and flashy, were stunned. Silence. The previous noise quieted down completely. It was as if during a night study session, the teacher suddenly arrived. After the 10 announcements were completed, the discussions erupted. Oh my god. What the hell? This is level 10 already? This is a trial? Is this even human? This is truly amazing. Listening to the discussions around him, the arrogant and flashy was very displeased. He felt like all the limelight had been stolen from him. Once I make that little girl lose all her equipment, at level 10, I'll also pass the Azura trial. The arrogant and flashy snorted in his heart, feeling very aggrieved. And that kid, I'll kill you back to level 0. Dare to slap my face. I'll make you kneel and beg for mercy. And that woman, what are you pretending for? I have ways to make you submit. Thinking of Su Chen, the arrogant and flashy's face gradually twisted, becoming fierce. He couldn't help but speed up. He was already impatient. Not long after, the arrogant and flashy arrived at the dark forest. As for how he knew Xuewu was there, it wasn't difficult. Just let a little brother follow behind Xuewu and her group. Go! Surround them! In any case, the arrogant and flashy shouted angrily, waving his hand. Immediately, these hundreds of players rushed out. The ground trembled. Ha! Oh! Can games cause earthquakes too? Who are you? Be careful! Before Snow Dance and her friends could react, the players hired by the tyrant had already surrounded them tightly. It was like being trapped with no way out. The player named Snow Dance saw the tyrant and her face darkened instantly. She could tell that the tyrant was seeking revenge. If they were all wiped out, they might lose a lot of their equipment. Moreover, the tyrant probably had lackeys in the newbie village. When they revived in the newbie village, it would be another round of slaughter. If it happened a few more times, then, Snow Dance. The more she thought about it, the heavier her heart sank. Her delicate eyebrows furrowed, and the cold aura around her intensified. Clearly, she was furious at that moment. But no matter how angry she was, facing nearly 200 people with just over 30, how could they fight back? In Snow Dance's mind, a sense of powerlessness and anger intertwined. After all, she didn't have the strength of that great god. Wait, great god! Snow Dance's eyes lit up, and she quickly opened her friends list to message Su Chen, requesting support, asking for help. But obviously, Su Chen was in the middle of a trial and couldn't receive her message. Snow Dance didn't have time to wait for Su Chen's reply because the army surrounding them had already started to move restlessly. Snow Dance, what do we do? I'm scared. Many of the girls around Snow Dance were trembling, their faces pale with fear. They were just ordinary girls. How could they have ever experienced such a situation? Even a grown man would panic if suddenly surrounded by nearly 200 players. Don't be afraid. Snow Dance comforted them in a low voice, then looked at the tyrant standing on a rock and asked coldly, "What do you mean by this?" "What do I mean? Ha ha, do I even need to explain?" The tyrant repeated Snow Dance's words, looked down on them, and laughed recklessly. "Hand over your equipment, and I might spare you, won't kill your experience points. If you don't know what's good for you. Ha ha, just wait to go back to level 1. After saying this, Snow Dance's expression became even more grim. "You're dreaming." With a shout of anger, Snow Dance raised her weapon and gritted her teeth, shouting, "Sisters, attack! Attack!" Snow Dance was resolute and unyielding. Although her female soldiers were a bit flustered by her sudden counterattack, they quickly responded. Following Snow Dance, they began to fight back. Damn! How dare they attack first? Brothers, attack! Startled by Snow Dance, the tyrant quickly rallied his men. And so, the melee began. Oh my! So many people against these delicate girls? What? Thought it was something impressive. Tisk. Shameful. Bro, should we go help those girls? Maybe we can even make some friends. Let's go. Help out. Can't stand watching this. Many onlookers, especially those with a sense of justice, and finding the girls attractive, were suddenly filled with righteous indignation. They raised their arms, ready to join the fight. And then, only a few players responded and joined the battle. The result. Naturally, not even a ripple was stirred, they all fell within seconds. More onlookers knew in their hearts that they were only at a low level, and joining the nearly 200 players would mean being instantly killed. Better to watch from the outside and criticize internally. Soon, this one-sided battle with overwhelming numbers was about to end. It didn't last long. Although the girls from Snow Dance's guild seemed fierce in their attacks and had high defense, letting them kill monsters was one thing, but facing smart, agile, and numerous players in battle was too much. Their attacks often missed, and they easily panicked. Snow Dance, I'm dead. I'm so mad. How dare you hit me? You bastards! No! I lost my equipment. Sob. It hurts. The victory was undoubtedly one-sided. Even with the Snow Dance Guild girls holding good equipment, they couldn't last 3 minutes. Although they took down dozens of enemy players in about 2 minutes, they all respawned at the newbie village. Only Snow Dance remained alive. She was considered a hardcore player with good gaming skills. Moreover, she had the best equipment and most of the healing potions in the team, which kept her alive until now. However, her health was now down to 50%. It was just a matter of being targeted in the next round. Coincidentally, Suchin arrived at this moment, but he couldn't get in. There were too many players outside. He had brought nearly 200 players with him, and there were many onlookers as well. Suchin didn't hesitate and directly took out the split wind piercing cloud bow from his back. He placed his fingers on the bowstring, pulled it back with force, and felt a surge of power flowing to his fingertips. Buzz! The bowstring trembled, and in an instant, a crimson energy arrow condensed, resting on the bow. But that was not all. Buzz! 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 Several buzzing sounds, one energy arrow after another condensed. A total of 20 energy arrows. Except for the first one on the bow, the rest floated in the air, spinning swiftly. So cool! Despite the urgent situation, Suchin couldn't help but admire this cool scene. After praising it, he released his fingers. Swish! Swish swish swish! The energy arrow on the bow immediately flew out, followed by the others. A rain of arrows descended from the sky. 1412-2857 critical hit. 1434-1437-7134 fatal. Anyone hit by the arrows would surely see a huge damage number above their heads, resulting in an instant kill. 20 players were taken down in one go. As the fallen players emitted strands of blood mist swirling around Suchen, it activated his greedy plunder passive skill, which had now stacked up to 10%. Oh my god, what's going on? How did I die? Where did the arrows come from? Damn! What's with this killing damage? The large gap left by the fallen players and the commotion caught the attention of those nearby. Many panicked and started clamoring. Then, they saw Suchin standing not far away, calmly carrying the split wind piercing cloud bow on his back. Damn! Are you looking to die, kid? Damn, I bet you're tired of living. Hold on, his damage is high. Be careful. Who cares? Did you see the bow on his back? It must be of high quality. He must be relying on that bow's skill. Ha! Wait, how can he use a bow? Forget it. Kill him. Loot his gear. These players were instantly excited, clutching various junk weapons as they ran towards Suchen. Their eyes filled with excitement, greedily staring at the equipment on Suchen's body. Flowing clouds. Watching them, Suchen gripped the hanging cloud sword and activated the cloak skill Flowing Clouds. The cloak rustled, emitting a burst of green light around him, increasing his movement speed by 30%. Suchen felt as light as a feather, as if he could drift far away with just a slight breeze. In fact, he could. With a light step, he dashed out at incredible speed, almost turning into a streak of green light, reaching his targets before they could react. He swung the hanging cloud sword swiftly. 2889-2843-2831-2815-2834 Suchen's physical attack was off the charts. Even without any additional damage mechanisms, his sword strikes were explosive. No player could withstand a single blow from Suchen. Oh my god, who is this guy? What's going on? Damn, what's up with this guy? Those killed by Suchen were shocked. They were just fine attacking Snowdance when suddenly they felt a chill down their spines, and then everything went cold. Then, looking at the massive damage suffered on his information panel, he was in a bad shape. What the hell? Several thousand damage, is this from the boss? As ghosts, they had 3 seconds left on the battlefield. Naturally, as spectators, they saw Suchen, mouths agape, pupils contracting, shocked and unable to come to their senses. What the hell? Is this really the damage dealt by a player? Their minds were all in a daze. Damn, this guy is fierce. Quick, take a picture. Upload it to the game forum later, it will definitely go viral. What the hell? Such terrifying damage. Such fast speed. Such cool equipment. Oh my god, how does he have a halo around him? Such a cool halo. Damn, he's really handsome. Envious. Wow, he even has a cape. So cool. The onlookers were also shocked. Watching Suchen, clad in armor, with a cape fluttering behind him, surrounded by a blood aura, freely traversing the battlefield, killing with each sword strike. The players watching were wide-eyed, incredibly shocked, and unbelieving. Hiss, hiss, ah, SSS, in just a few moves, Suchen tore open a path with his sword. No one could stop him for a moment, all screaming and dying one after another. The cloud-surging sword was stained with the blood of players, and he was surrounded by a thick blood aura, like a god of death. No! He was the god of death. Holy crap! How is he so strong? So terrifying. I'm a bit scared to fight him. Su-chen had the passive aura of the Azura's might. That mysterious and yet real imposing aura made all players facing Su-chen's hearts race. Their hands and feet went weak, giving rise to feelings of fear and reluctance to confront him. Many people exclaimed in fear and started to retreat. For a moment, the encirclement broke open wide. I see it. Following this opening, Su-chen's gaze fell on the figure of Snowdance. At this moment, she was in a sorry state, dodging attacks with difficulty. But there were too many players surrounding her, she was barely holding on, her health dropping below 20%. So, Su-chen rushed towards her position. Hiss hiss hiss. The long sword slashed left and right, any player who touched the sword died. Bodies were sent flying by the immense force of the sword, unable to stop him for even a second. In just a few seconds, Su-chen was close to Snowdance. And at this moment, a round of focused fire on Snowdance also arrived. Su-chen pulled Snowdance towards him, embracing her to protect her. Then, gripping his sword tightly, he spun around quickly. Ding 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 ding. The chaotic clanging sounds, all attacks were accurately deflected by Su-chen. The weapons that came attacking flew back even faster, fiercer, and more viciously. Then, they crashed into their respective owners. 801-792-811-788. Su-chen's power was too great. Even blocking and deflecting caused damage. With Su-chen at the center, a large circle of players had their lives wiped out, forming a circular hollow zone. Su-chen released Snowdance and asked, "Are you okay?" Snowdance. At this moment, she stared blankly at Su-chen, feeling dazed. Su-chen had just asked casually, but Snowdance suddenly felt her eyes welling up. Just now, she had almost given up hope. Although she was strong, being besieged by hundreds of people left her feeling lost and helpless. Seeing her sisters die one by one around her made her extremely sad and angry. But what good was her anger? She couldn't kill these people. And it was highly likely she couldn't seek revenge. And now, Su-chen was here with his sword. Snowdance wasn't someone who still fantasized about a Prince Charming. But just now, she felt that Su-chen was her Prince Charming, saving her amidst a sea of enemies. Hey, are you okay? Su-chen saw her still in a daze, furrowed his brows, and asked again. Fortunately, the players around them were all stunned by Su-chen at this moment, giving them time to talk. Snowdance suddenly snapped out of it, feeling a bit flustered and disoriented. With her head lowered and biting her lip, Xiaoxue softly said, I'm fine. Su-chen nodded, took out a shield from his backpack, and casually tossed it to Snowdance, saying, "Take this, be careful." Snowdance's level definitely couldn't use this shield or benefit from its properties. However, thanks to the game's special mechanism, even if Snowdance held it, she could still block damage. Snowdance held the shield in a daze, looking at it blankly. Then, she was even more stunned. This, silver, hiss. Snowdance gasped, completely dazzled by the silver light of the shield. In the early stages of the game, still in the newbie village, she actually saw a piece of silver equipment. This was beyond belief. He actually has silver equipment, and he's so nonchalant about it. After all, Su-chen just threw it to her as if it were an ordinary white-grade equipment. Snowdance was speechless, while others couldn't even obtain a piece of silver equipment, this expert. And at that moment, Su-chen had already turned around. Swish! He swung the blood-stained cloud sword, shaking off a lot of blood on the blade. "You, come at me together." Su-chen looked at all the players and said calmly. Upon hearing Su-chen's words, the players looked at each other. They glanced at the bloodstains on Su-chen's armor, the still bleeding long sword, and the blood aura swirling around him. Many swallowed nervously, their hearts pounding silently. The scene fell silent, facing Su-chen's challenge. No one dared to speak up. No one dared to step forward. Ha! Su-chen raised an eyebrow mockingly, pointed his sword at the ground, and took a step forward. "Since you won't come, shall I come to kill you all then?" The players, watching Su-chen approach them, each trembled. Su-chen was invincible, exuding a powerful aura, enveloped in a chilling killing intent. One strike from him meant death. How could they not be afraid? Thus, as Su-chen advanced, they retreated. "I've truly broadened my horizons today. He's so cool. Incredibly cool. Although I'm a guy, I have to say, this player is really cool right now. A lone hero facing 1,000 troops? Damn! I'm getting goosebumps. So cool. He single-handedly forced back so many players, it's getting my blood boiling." The players watching from the sidelines couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Hundreds of players, facing a lone player, were forced to retreat. How awe-inspiring was this? This is how a man should be. And at that moment, the figure standing on a rock on the side, who had been watching the battle, finally snapped out of it. He too was startled by Su Chen's sudden appearance. Just as he regained his senses, he saw the players he hired being scared back by Su Chen, making him flush with anger. "What the hell are you all doing?" the figure roared, stopping the players from retreating and catching Su Chen's attention. His gaze shifted, recognizing a somewhat familiar face. Then, seeing the colorful hair, Su Chen suddenly remembered. Wasn't this the guy who he had slapped to death not long ago? Su Chen saw it. Su Chen turned around. He planned to deal with these players first, as that figure was not worth fearing. "You!" The figure, feeling extremely insulted by Su Chen's blatant disregard, almost choked with rage. "Damn it! I don't believe I can't kill you." The figure's face twisted in anger, shouting, "Everyone here, listen up, whoever can kill him, show me the system's kill record. Reward of 500,000 renminbi. Whoever inflicts 10 points of damage on him, 1,000 renminbi. 100 points of damage, 10,000 renminbi." With these two sentences roaring out, chaos erupted in the area. There were not too many players gathered around, maybe close to 100. As the saying goes, where there's a big reward, there are brave souls. 10 points of damage, for $1,000. So worth it. Nearly 100 people, 90% of them were tempted and quietly approached. Seeing so many players joining in, Shuawu's heart tightened. She approached and asked, Master, do you need any help?" After asking, she blushed a bit, feeling embarrassed. After all, she was too weak, so asking was futile. But not asking made her feel uneasy and guilty. "No need, take care of yourself." Su Chen shook his head, his expression calm and composed. He didn't pay much attention to these players. Looking at the figure standing on the rock, laughing wildly, Su Chen smiled, pointing his long sword towards the ground, and said lightly, "It seems that the slap I gave you earlier didn't hurt much, did it? You dare say my brain doesn't work, that I can't remember pain? You!" The figure was so enraged that his laughter faltered, and he gritted his teeth. "You're so arrogant. I want to see how you'll fight against so many people. Even if you grew wings, you couldn't escape. You're a moron." Su Chen chuckled, looking at the figure with a doubtful expression. "Didn't you see the damage I just inflicted? Do you think that with just over 100 useless people, you can kill me? Damn it! Who are you calling useless? Say that again? Damn it! I've never seen such arrogance." Before the figure could respond, the players who had attacked for money turned black with anger and cursed loudly. "Humph!" Without a word, Su Chen plunged his sword into the ground. He grabbed the cloud-splitting bow with his other hand. Pulling the bowstring heavily, the bow turned full like a moon, and crimson energy arrows formed instantly. Swish! Minus 1,584 swish. Minus 1,576 swish. Minus 1,592. Although the speed boost had ended, Su Chen's attack speed remained fast. Arrows rained down like a storm. The players present didn't react in time, and the ones who cursed the most were already hit by the arrows and died instantly. Hiss! Oh my god! It wasn't until 3 or 4 had died that they reacted, gasping in shock. Su Chen's finger remained on the bowstring, the energy arrows ready but not released. Looking at the stunned players, Su Chen said calmly, "I called you useless, so what? Any problems?" "You." A player just opened his mouth when Su Chen released the arrow. Swish! Minus 1,568 without a doubt, a one-hit kill. Silence. No one spoke anymore. All the players' faces were red with humiliation and anger, but they dared not speak. If they dared to speak up, they would surely be killed with a single arrow. At this moment, the figure naturally had to speak up. "What are you all standing there for?" The figure shouted loudly, "It's just one death, just a 5% experience loss, right? I'll double the conditions I just mentioned. We all entered the game together, how strong can he be? It must be some special potion or something that boosted his stats. Don't be afraid. Warriors with high HP, move forward to block an attack. Mages at the back, unleash your skills. With so many of us, even with force damage, we can wear him down." Surprisingly, this figure, despite being arrogant, had some commanding ability. The players followed his orders and lined up. But, in the face of absolute strength, everything was futile. Su Chen slung his bow and gripped the cloud-splitting sword again. With Shuewu's shield for protection, he had no more reservations. Stepping forward boldly, like a fierce tiger descending a mountain, he slaughtered wildly. Minus 2,872 to 13,723. Fatal. 2875-5673 critical hit. Minus 2,875. Killing players like cutting grass. In just a few seconds, the well-organized formation was completely scattered by Su Chen. In a matter of seconds, dozens of players lay dead around, their bodies strewn in all directions. The number of players besieging had dwindled to half, only about 100 people left. And in a few more seconds, Su Chen had killed until only a few dozen remained. Ah, can't fight. I'm out. Damn it. What a joke. Some players shouted in panic, turned around, and ran. No amount of shouting or cursing could help. Ha! Want to kill me and still think of running now? Su Chen laughed. He hurriedly chased after a fleeing player, and with a swift move, struck with his sword. Minus 2,867 A scream, and death. Damn. Split up. Yes. Split up and run. Damn it. So embarrassing. I'll remember you. Players began to scatter, thinking that this would distract Su Chen. Ha! Naive. Su Chen continued to sneer, taking out his split wind ball from behind. Swish, swish, swish 1611 1577 1589. Arrows shot out, ending the lives of several fleeing players. The remaining ones realized in despair that there was no escape. Su Chen was not only faster but also had long-range attacks. How could they run? Even if they scattered, Su Chen's attack speed was fast and his accuracy was high. He used the bow like a sniper rifle, effortlessly slaughtering them. Scattering was completely useless. They knew deep down that running was futile. They had to make a stand. But they also knew that even if they fought back, they had no chance of winning. Even if they couldn't escape, they had to run. They could only run. So, all the players ran, putting all their effort into sprinting away. Only one player remained, standing foolishly on a rock. He looked angry and conflicted. His hired lackeys had fled, even his guild members had run. Although he wanted to run too, but there were many people filming. If he ran now, the scandal would spread in no time. How could he continue in the future? Would he have any dignity left? With these thoughts, his face turned pale and then red. He wanted to run, but as soon as he took a step, he saw a player filming him immediately. The player on the rock gritted his teeth. He tried to remain calm, standing still, pondering how to escape. While he was in a dilemma, Su Chen continued shooting arrows, killing the players who were running. Swish, swish, swish. 1546-3083 critical hit. Minus 1,601. Soon, all the players who had participated in the siege were killed by Su Chen. He showed no mercy. In the field, besides Su Chen himself and Shui Wu, there was also the player on the rock, and a dozen or so ordinary onlookers who hadn't intervened. Su Chen glanced at them, not really interested. Little did he know, when these players saw him looking their way, they all took a few steps back in unison. Oh my god. Great god. I didn't do anything. It's a misunderstanding. I was just watching the show. Hold on a minute. Hiss. Su Chen. Rolling his eyes, Su Chen couldn't be bothered with them. Instead, he walked towards the player on the rock. Seeing Su Chen approaching, the player on the rock shuddered. He knew that Su Chen was coming to deal with him. He couldn't run, and Su Chen would definitely not spare him. You. Remember this. Gritting his teeth, the player on the rock prepared to say something tough to save face before his demise. However, before he could finish his sentence, smack! A crisp and loud slap echoed. The onlookers felt a tingling sensation on their faces as they heard the extremely clear sound. Minus 689 without a doubt. The player on the rock was once again slapped to death by Su Chen. Okay. Finally settled. Snow danced around Su Chen. She wasn't a silly girl, but at that moment, her heart was pounding, and her eyes were shining brightly. However, she quickly suppressed these emotions because her sisters who had just revived in the newbie village might be in danger. Master, here's your shield, Snow said, handing the silver shield to Su Chen. The shield was completely useless, and everyone ignored her. Su Chen nodded but didn't take the shield. Instead, he asked, do you want it? You want to give this to me? Snow was shocked, almost biting her tongue as she spoke. Su Chen rolled his eyes and said, you're thinking too much. I mean to sell it to you. Oh. Snow felt embarrassed, her face turning red. She quickly changed the subject, saying, I want to buy it, but not right now. Master, can you help me one more time? I will pay you. Su Chen shrugged, saying, tell me, if it's not important, I don't have time to waste in the newbie village with you. It's important. Snow looked anxious and worried, saying urgently, my sisters are all revived in the newbie village, and those bastards are there too. I'm afraid they will continue to attack my sisters. It was indeed possible. Although he had only seen that arrogant guy twice, he was clearly selfish and petty. It wouldn't be surprising if he took his anger out on those women. However, Su Chen frowned and said, your concerns are valid, but I don't have time to protect you all forever. There won't be a next time. Snow's voice was firm and cold as ice. Oh, Su-chan raised an eyebrow, looking at Snow with interest, waiting for more. I'm not a pushover. I was just caught off guard last time. Snow paused for a moment before continuing. If there's a next time, I will lead the attack against them. Su-chan pondered for a moment and asked, how do you want me to help you? What about the reward? Still 1 million. Snow stated the price, her eyes flashing with a cold light, and continued, I want you, master, to make him drop back to level 1. Even better, make him and all his guild members drop back to level 1 together. After hearing this, Su-chan looked at Snow with some surprise. His impression of this girl had been, although she looks cold, she's just an ordinary woman. Well, a wealthy ordinary woman. She's still fragile. But now, Su-chan saw a ruthless and cold side of her. Quite interesting. Alright, I'll take on this task. Su-chan smiled and took out a scroll from his backpack. Town return scroll. See you in the newbie village. Su-chan smiled, ready to crush the scroll. But you better run fast, or you won't make it in time. Wait, master. Snow could probably guess the purpose of the scroll in Su-chan's hand and quickly stopped him. What else? Su-chan stopped his action helplessly. I'm too slow to run back. Snow took a deep breath and said, Master, just kill me, so I can return to town faster. Ha! Su-chan was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected this girl to be so ruthless. He was starting to look at her in a different light. Fine, that works better. He didn't refuse, and without mercy, he struck the girl's chest with his sword. She died, losing 2,739 points, luckily without dropping any equipment. Crack! Su-chan crushed the scroll, and after 3 seconds of teleportation time, he disappeared in a flash of light. Once they were all gone, the ordinary players hiding in the distance finally breathed a sigh of relief. Goodness gracious. This person is truly terrifying. Tisk tsk, this person is so ruthless, not cherishing beauty at all. It's really scary. The way that expert was killing people just now, it was like child's play. I feel chills just looking at it. I have the same feeling. Could it be that he's actually an assassin in real life? Hey, who cares? Let's post the video on the forum and gain some experience points. Novice Village. Chaotic, noisy, bustling, and screaming. This was the first impression Su-chan and Xuewu had upon arriving at the Novice Village Resurrection Crystal. Looking around, they understood why. Xuewu's guess was right. At this moment, the fierce and sinister Kwabaku Xian was directing his guild players to chase the girls from Xuewu's guild. Many innocent players were affected, and the commotion ensued. Stop! Xuewu's face turned pale, shouting loudly. However, it was too noisy, and her voice was drowned out. Step back and ensure your safety, Su-chan said. Xuewu nodded and obediently found a safe place to stay. Su-chan flexed his wrist, and the hunt began again. 2765-2785-2834. At first, Kwabaku Xian didn't notice. It wasn't until his guild members died and alerted him that he hurriedly scanned the surroundings. Sure enough, he saw the figure that made him grit his teeth. Damn! How did he return so quickly? Kwabaku Xian was flustered and panicked. In the time he delayed, Su-chan had already taken care of all the members of his guild. Then, with 3 or 2 steps, he stood in front of Kwabaku Xian. Smack! -857 another slap. Another face slap. Damn it! Kwabaku Xian's eyes turned red, filled with boundless anger and shame. 5 seconds later. Swish! You! Smack! -862 Kwabaku Xian resurrected, barely able to say half a word before being slapped to death by Su-chan. Then, Su-chan began hunting down Kwabaku Xian's guild members. He took out the gale wind-piercing cloud bow, standing in place, shooting arrows effortlessly. 5 seconds later. Kwabaku Xian resurrected again. Smack! -877 5 seconds later. Kwabaku Xian resurrected again. Smack! -859 5 seconds later. The source of chaos was resolved by Su-chan, and the situation gradually stabilized. However, when the players here saw Su-chan and his actions, they were dumbfounded. After a moment of shock. Wow! So ruthless! It's making my face ache just watching. So pitiful. Being blocked at the resurrection point, entering battle mode right after respawning, can't even log out. What kind of damage is this? What kind of grudge is this, to be so ruthless? Such a cold and cool little brother. Bursting with dominance. Oh my! This is a show worth watching. Selling melon seeds and sausages in the front row. Ha! Give me a set of sausages. Here, your requested freshness set. Damn it! The players were excited, both men and women, all looking eager to gossip and watch the show. After all, watching a show was always thrilling. There hadn't been any player disputes yet, how could they miss out on this big show now? Su Chen was killing, players were making a fuss. But at this moment, a group of NPCs was approaching. The order was disrupted, and they were coming to intervene and maintain stability. Make way, make way. What's going on? Oh, the NPC grandpa is here. The village chief is here. Are they going to stop this person? Don't, it's getting interesting. They should stop it. After all, this is the novice village. At least they should ensure players can level up. Now they're all blocked at the spring water. This player is probably going to be punished by the NPCs. Most likely, with such actions, there must be consequences. The players stepped aside, and the village chief with a few NPCs walked over. Mad Tyrant Cool saw it. His eyes, which had been dizzy from being slapped by Su Chen, lit up and he became excited. In his view, when the village chief came over, he would definitely uphold justice for him. He would definitely punish Su Chen. His little brothers were also in high spirits. Finally someone had come to rescue them. Sister, what should we do? Wow! The village chief is coming. Will he punish that little brother? Guild leader, this little brother stood up for us. Should we help him later? The girls who had gathered around Xuewu also began to discuss anxiously upon seeing the village chief, worried. Let's not rush, let's wait and see. Xuewu also felt a tightness in her heart, worrying for Su Chen. As for Su Chen, he was having a blast slapping people. Suddenly, he heard some commotion behind him and someone saying that the village chief was coming. Shoo! 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 The arrows kept flying, but Su Chen glanced sideways. Sure enough, the village chief grandma was walking over with a few unnamed NPCs. It's you, warrior. The village chief grandma was quite surprised to see Su Chen. Hello, village chief grandma. Su Chen greeted with a smile, his hands still not stopping. The village chief grandma looked at the players killed by Su Chen, her expression unchanged. She was very grateful to Su Chen. After all, it was Su Chen who restored the goddess. What are you doing? Why are you killing them? However, she still had to make a show of it and say a few words. Su Chen narrowed his eyes. He could see the village chief grandma's favoritism towards him. So, Su Chen smiled and said, "It's not my fault, village chief grandma, they wanted to steal my equipment." I see. The village chief grandma nodded in realization, then said, "In that case, do as you please. But do it quickly, don't continue to disrupt the order." Okay. Su Chen immediately agreed. The village chief grandma nodded, took the NPCs, and slowly walked back. Oh my! Is this even possible? I can't believe this is happening. Unbelievable. They had thought Su Chen would be punished, but the players on the scene looked at each other in shock. They never expected that Su Chen would be unscathed. Xuewu also breathed a sigh of relief, her tense heart relaxing, a faint smile appearing on her face. They were either surprised, puzzled, or delighted. As for Mad Tyrant Cool, when he saw the village chief slowly walking away, he was stunned. Shortly after, he erupted in anger. Unfair! Unfair! How unfair! The burning anger in his heart almost made him lose his mind. His eyes widened, staring at Su Chen as if he wanted to devour him, his whole body trembling, the burning and boiling anger making his breath hot. As for Mad Tyrant Cool's little brothers, at this moment, their hearts were breaking. They had hoped to leave the battle, log out quickly, but this is so unfair. The NPCs actually ignore him. Damn it! This is so frustrating. I'm not joining this damn guild anymore. This is so frustrating. The guild leader is useless. I want to quit too. They were all feeling frustrated. They didn't want to be associated with Mad Tyrant Cool. They couldn't even create a guild in the newbie village. They were just a verbal guild. God, wait. I want to quit this useless guild. Hold on. I want to quit too. I don't want to be with this useless person anymore. Me too. Please don't kill me. I was wrong. Killed again, resurrected again. Several players shouted loudly, trying to stop Su Chen's next arrow. Shoo! 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 The answer to them was still swift and fierce arrows. Now you want to apologize? Why didn't you think of that when you were ganging up on me? Su Chen smiled lightly, his hands never stopping. Arrow after arrow, the harvest continued. That's his personality, gentle like the sun at times, a super warm guy. But if anyone dares to provoke him, cruel, truly cruel. Tisk tisk, I'll remember him. It's better to avoid him in the future. Cruel my foot. This is a wolf. Even more ruthless than cruel. Tisk tsk, not letting go even when begged for mercy, truly ruthless. It's such a wimp, I wouldn't beg for mercy. All you do is blabber. If you were publicly slaughtered a dozen times, would you still have any face left? You're right, continuing like this is just too embarrassing. The level of the cool and stylish tyrant wasn't very high, just a little over level 2, almost reaching level 3. Dying once meant losing 5% of experience. So, after being slapped more than 30 times by Su Chen, the cool and stylish tyrant successfully dropped back to level 1, with 0% experience. Okay, it's settled. Su Chen finally stopped and stood still. The henchman of the cool and stylish tyrant. No, should be said, former henchman. They resurrected, and once out of combat mode, all of them logged off in unison. How embarrassing. But the cool and stylish tyrant was a bit different. The rage in his heart was too intense, too much. As soon as he resurrected, he immediately lunged towards Su Chen. He didn't ask for anything else, just to land a punch on Su Chen, to ease the boiling rage in his heart. Smack! -711, are you looking to die? After Su Chen slapped him to death, he adjusted his bow on his back and asked casually, at #% you and at. This slap also somewhat forced the cool and stylish tyrant to sober up. 5 seconds later, he resurrected, but didn't continue to attack. Huff, huff, huff. Panting like a broken bellows, his face contorted, hands clenched tightly, teeth grinding. Obviously, he was suppressing his rage to the extreme. Su Chen, on the other hand, couldn't be bothered to look at him anymore, turned around, and walked toward Xue Wu. Hiss! Watching Su Chen's back, the cool and stylish tyrant's eyes filled with resentment, took a deep breath, and then vanished. Logged off. Thank you, Almighty. Xue Wu hurriedly approached, sincerely thanking Su Chen. Wow, Almighty, how did you do it? Yeah, how did you deal such high damage? And even make the village chief granny favor you? The guild members beside her also came over, surrounding Su Chen, chattering with questions. Stop it, all of you. Xue Wu quickly interrupted them, afraid of annoying Su Chen. Fine. Sob. The girls pouted, not saying anything. They just continued to surround Su Chen, their eyes shining. After being disturbed by them, Xue Wu asked, Almighty, how much do you want to sell this shield for? Wow. Silver grade equipment. Wow. Bro, you actually got a silver grade item? So, amazing. The girls finally noticed the shield on Xue Wu's hand, and started exclaiming and cheering. Just luck. Su Chen smiled, took out a superior item, the one he got from the lottery box, and said to Xue Wu, add this to the shield, name your price, and let me see. Alright, let me think. Xue Wu nodded, pondered for a moment, and tentatively said, 2 million? Okay. Su Chen nodded, 2 million was not a small amount. Great. Let's make the trade. Xue Wu's eyes lit up, clearly happy. With this silver shield, their team would have a powerful shield bearer, a tank. Not long after, the two completed the trade. 4 million in hand. 2 million is payment for Su Chen's help, and 2 million for the equipment. Feels good. Just half a day and I've earned 7 million. What a rich lady. Su Chen accessed the online banking system through the network, looked at the 7 million in his account, at all those zeros, feeling as if he had just gulped down a bottle of ice-cold soda on a scorching day, incredibly comfortable. After the transaction, Su Chen bid farewell to Xue Wu. Then, he headed towards the village chief granny's place, ready to ask how to leave the newbie village. Now, he truly had a fearsome reputation. As he walked, many players subconsciously made way for him. Not long after, Su Chen arrived at the village chief granny's hut. Oh, warrior, are you planning to leave this place? Seeing Su Chen, the village chief granny spoke first. Yes, how should I proceed? Su Chen nodded and inquired. Come, stand on it, I will activate the teleportation array for you. The village elder smiled and pointed beside her. There was a formation there that Su Chen hadn't seen before, probably just refreshed not long ago. Thank you, village elder. Su Chen walked into the array, expressing his gratitude with a smile. No need to be polite. Warrior, may you have a bright future. After the village elder finished speaking, she muttered something under her breath. Then, the array began to glow, enveloping Su Chen. Buzz buzz buzz. The space trembled, and with a bang, Su Chen disappeared from the spot. During the teleportation. A moment later. Bang! With a bang, Su Chen landed in a huge square. It was vast and empty, with only him there. Under his feet was a huge array, similar in style to the one by the village elder, but hundreds of times larger. Beside him, at the center of the array, was a resurrection crystal 10 times larger than the one in the newbie village. Su Chen had successfully entered a main city. Before he could do anything, his ears were bombarded by a series of system prompts. Ding! You have entered the twin cities of the other shore. Ding! Congratulations on being the first player in the entire server to enter the main city. Special rewards, 10 free attribute points, 10 gold coins, plus 1000 reputation in the twin cities of the other shore. Ding! Congratulations on being the first player in the entire server to enter the main city. The system will announce it to the entire server 3 times. Please choose whether to hide your ID. Ding! Congratulations on being the first player in the entire server to reach the main city and already surpass level 10. The system will activate the level leaderboard because of you. This action will issue a server-wide announcement. Please choose whether to hide your ID. Ding! Congratulations on being the first player in the entire server to reach the main city and possess silver quality equipment. The system will activate the equipment leaderboard because of you. This action will issue a server-wide announcement. Please choose whether to hide your ID. Ding! You have many pieces of equipment on the equipment leaderboard. Please choose whether to hide your ID. Wow! So many system notifications in one go. Of course, I won't hide it. Also, announce it 10 times for me. Suchin allocated all 10 attribute points to intelligence and said, if this happens again in the future, don't ask. Ask and I won't hide. Ask and I will announce it 10 times. System voice. Ding! Server-wide announcement. The player White Knight from Dacia has become the first player to leave the newbie village. Special rewards, 10 free attribute points, 10 gold coins, plus 1000 reputation in the twin cities of the other shore. His name will be recorded in the history of the Divine Land. Announce this 10 times, to inform everyone. Ding! Server-wide announcement. The player White Knight from Dacia has become. Ding! After the 10 announcements, the system voice continued. Ding! Server-wide announcement. The player White Knight has entered the main city and surpassed level 10. The system will activate the level leaderboard because of him. His name will be recorded in the history of the Divine Land. Announce this 10 times, to inform everyone. Ding! Server-wide announcement. The player White Knight has entered the main city and possesses silver quality equipment. The system will activate the equipment leaderboard because of him. His name will be recorded in the history of the Divine Land. Announce this 10 times, to inform everyone. Ding! Server-wide announcement. The player White Knight has entered the main city and, ding! The game system was indeed honest. Each announcement was repeated 10 times. 3 server-wide announcements, totaling 30 times. Like 30 huge bombs exploding, the entire world of Divine Land was boiling. Damn! It's no surprise that White Knight God entered the main city, but what's with the silver equipment? It's only been a short while, and there's already silver equipment. Discussions were abound. When White Knight entered the main city, although the players were surprised for a moment, they were all mentally prepared. After all, it had been announced earlier that White Knight had passed the job trial, so it was normal for him to enter the main city now. What shocked them was silver equipment. They actually has silver equipment? Many people quickly opened the equipment ranking list. No. 1. Chueyun sword, level, LV10 quality, silver owner, Bay no. 2. Bluefish cape, level, LV10 quality, silver owner, Bay no. 3. Indomitable shield, level, LV10 quality, silver owner, Shuawu no. 4. Ink scale silver ring armor, level, LV5 quality, rare owner, Bay no. 5. Ink scale. No. 11. Snake bone necklace, level, LV7 quality, rare owner, Bay. They originally thought that Bay only had 1 silver item. Who would have thought? There are actually 2 silver items. Moreover, besides the silver ones, there are a total of 10 rare items. Among them, 5 can even form a set effect. The ranking list has only 11 pieces of equipment, and he owns 10 of them alone. I can't believe it. He actually has 2 silver items, and a complete rare set. This guy is amazing. He really gives face to us players of Dia. Ha! Look, there's a player named Shua Wu who also has a silver item. Ha, this must be a girl, Sister 666,666. Really awesome. In such a short time, he has been announced to the whole server 4 times already. Yeah, who in the server doesn't know the name of Bay from our Dia? Damn. From now on, this guy is my idol. Equipment ranking list, level ranking list, first level 10 player, first player to enter the main city, owning silver equipment. This guy is truly amazing. Players from Dia were either crying or howling with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Many also felt proud and honored. As for the overseas servers, how can this be? Why is it another player from Dia? Is there no one from my Neon here? Damn it! Why so many announcements? What's the point? Ha! Just the first one to enter the main city. I haven't been leveling seriously. Oh, why doesn't he hide his name? Just wants to be famous, ha! What's with the show? When I level up, I'll come hunt you down. Hee hee Bay, you're not bad at all. In a while, let me step on you to climb up. Undoubtedly, Suchin became even more famous. Also undoubtedly, many people had their eyes on him. Some wanted to recruit him, some wanted to buy equipment, some had ulterior motives, some were curious about how Suchin managed to level up so quickly, and so on. Suchin didn't care about all of this, it didn't bother him. What he cared about was what to do next. Not knowing what to do, Su-Chen yawned, blinked a bit tiredly. He had been in the game for almost 12 hours, so being tired was normal. Let's log off after familiarizing myself with the main city, time to eat and rest. Su-Chen thought, first opening the map to take a look and get familiar. Swish, the map opened. Su-Chen observed carefully, gradually understanding. Twin cities of the other shore. This name was well chosen, poetic, very fitting, because it wasn't just one city, but two. The two cities were circular in shape, separated by a very wide river in the middle, facing each other across the river. Su-Chen was currently in the left half of the city, at the central respawn point. This respawn point connected to 5 main roads, leading in all directions, branching out into countless smaller paths, connecting the entire city. Well, of course, he couldn't go to the right half of the city naturally. The river was several kilometers wide, impossible to cross. Special methods were needed to get there, like taking a boat, teleportation arrays, and so on. Apart from the general appearance of the city, Su-Chen couldn't see much else. Most of the current map was dim, unable to see detailed information like shops and such. It probably needed to be visited in person to light up and show detailed information on the map. And right now, the respawn point he was at was bright, showing some information. Here, Su-Chen saw 2 NPCs labeled as guiding envoys. It was obvious that they were there to inform players to find these 2 NPCs first when entering the main city. Are there more guiding NPCs? Let's go check. Yawn. Well, I should log out first, feeling tired. Su-Chen was about to go check, but then he yawned. It's better to log out and rest for a while. Exhaling, he logged out of the system. Terminating connection. Connection terminated. Inside the room, Su-Chen woke up, took off his helmet. The sky was bright, the air was fresh. Glancing at the time, it was already past 9 in the morning of the next day. He got so engrossed in playing that he stayed up all night. Standing up, he felt a bit sore and weak, with a slight dizziness in his head. Typical signs of staying up late. Hey, that powerful feeling in the game is really nice. If only reality could be like that too. Thinking to himself, Su-Chen shook his head with a wry smile. Well, that's impossible. After taking a moment to relax and feel more comfortable, he prepared to go out, have breakfast, and maybe buy another neural interface helmet, as today was his sister's day off. Hopefully, the breakfast shop downstairs is still open, and not everyone is playing games. Grabbing the keys, Su-Chen's hand rested on the door, ready to push it open, but then he froze. Staring at his wrist, his pupils contracted. On his wrist, there was a progress bar. Su-Chen was very familiar with it. Isn't it the progress bar that appears in the game? But how the heck did it appear on his real body? This is not scientific, Su-Chen exclaimed. He widened his eyes, rubbed them again, and made sure. He wasn't mistaken, it really appeared on his hand. He touched it, and a window popped up. Insufficient current energy, unable to create bug. Oh, my god. Su-Chen was completely shocked this time. Gurgle silence. It wasn't until his stomach growled that Su-Chen came back to his senses. Well, risking my life is fine. If I don't go eat now, it might really cost me my life. Su-Chen accepted the reality. Men are supposed to be bold. Besides, what else could he do if he didn't accept it? Bang his head against the wall. Downstairs. Eat. When he arrived downstairs, Su-Chen breathed a sigh of relief. The breakfast shop was still open. He ordered a steamed bun, along with some milk, and ate slowly. Hey, have you guys played God's Land? Of course. This game is really awesome. I can't figure out how this kind of cutting-edge, even cross-century technology suddenly emerged. Hey, why bother researching that? Just play it. By the way, do you guys know about Bai Yi? Are you kidding me? Who doesn't know Bai Yi now? Besides, he's my idol. How could I not know him? This guy is really strong. Yeah, he's only been playing for over an hour and already reached level 10. How did he manage that? While eating, Su-Chen heard many conversations around him. Turning his head, he saw a few students discussing. Su-Chen smiled, feeling like a celebrity, being admired by others. Not bad at all. He finally understood why those tycoons in the game spend tens of thousands, even millions, or even tens of millions, just to be admired by others. Not long after, he finished his breakfast, feeling much more at ease. Su-Chen walked towards an electronics store nearby, where they sold neural interface helmets. Along the way, there were fewer pedestrians than usual, and he could occasionally hear discussions about God's Land. Of course, the ID Bai Yi was mentioned more frequently. He was too famous. Everyone was curious about who Bai Yi was and how he achieved it. Many people admired Bai Yi. This was normal. The gaming industry was developed and popularized by the West. In the realm of esports, many games are dominated by the West. Not only do they have the upper hand, but many Western players also enjoy mocking and looking down on players from the Great Xia. Due to historical reasons, the conflicts run deep, originating from a long time ago and accumulating over time. And now, we, the people of Xia, surpass you by a huge margin. So satisfying. Envious, aren't you? But let's not dwell on that. Su Chen spent 50,000 renminbi and bought another helmet. Back home. Upon arriving home, Su Chen placed the helmet on the coffee table and went straight to bed. Truly exhausted, too tired even to take a shower. Time passed slowly, the sun slanting towards the west, its intense rays softened slightly. Bang, bang, bang bro, open up. Your beautiful, lovely, innocent, and radiant sister is here. Half asleep, Su Chen seemed to hear a voice. Huff. He turned over and continued sleeping. Couldn't wake up, too tired. Hey. In his 20s now, not like before. When Su Chen was in his teens, he could pull an all-nighter and still be full of energy. Now, staying up late feels like being in a coma when asleep. Bang, bang, bang bro. Bro. Hey. If you don't open up soon, your cute, lively, and radiant sister, the only one in the world, will soon melt from the heat. A crisp and mischievous voice rang out again. Su Chen jolted awake. Coming. Rolling his eyes, Su Chen realized he couldn't even sleep peacefully. This troublemaking sister must have forgotten her keys again. Putting on his shoes, he went to open the door. And then, he was stunned. Outside the door stood a young girl. She wore a loose white t-shirt, deep blue jeans, and classic canvas shoes. Her long black hair was tied into twin ponytails, with glistening sweat beads on her smooth forehead. Her fair cheeks had a rosy blush from the heat, like tempting peach blossoms. Truly, a girl can change a lot in just a few months. Xia Cha. Su Chen met her at the orphanage and recognized her as his sister. Don't ask why he met Xia Cha at the orphanage. Because since Su Chen started keeping records, he found out he was also in the orphanage. In short, Su Chen and Xia Cha grew up together. After spending more than a decade together, their bond was deep. Xia Cha liked to call Su Chen brother, following him around like a shadow. When Su Chen left the orphanage, Xia Cha followed him out. They relied on each other, providing warmth in a world where they had no one else. He. Xia Cha looked at Su Chen and giggled. What's wrong, bro? Stunned again? Thinking of doing something beastly to your sister? That again referred to a day when Su Chen got drunk. The next day, they woke up in the same bed. Their clothes were messy, and Su Chen's hand. Ahem. Although nothing actually happened, it was awkward. Embarrassing. The dignity of being a brother was completely lost. As Xia Cha brought it up again, Su Chen remembered, feeling embarrassed. Ahem. Su Chen coughed, trying to suppress the awkwardness, but Xia Cha's playful face broke his composure. Annoyed, he said, how can you talk like that? Do you talk to your own brother like that? That was an accident. Xiao Cha didn't back down, giving Su Chen a sideways glance and a tsk. Tisk what? Su Chen put on a fierce look, as if he was going to close the door. Are you coming in or not? If not, I'm closing the door. Hey. Xiao Cha quickly reached out to stop the door, and after a brief standoff, Su Chen finally opened the door. Give it to me. Su Chen pointed at the luggage in Xiao Cha's hand. I love you the most, bro. Xiao Cha's eyes curved like crescent moons as she giggled. Ignoring Xia Cha's flattery, Su Chen grabbed the suitcase and headed inside. Hey! Suddenly, he felt a weight on his back, as Xia Cha's soft body pressed against him. Whoa! What are you doing? Su Chen exclaimed, quickly reaching back with his free hand to support her. The body staggered a few times, steadied itself, and didn't fall. Xia Cha buried her little head in Su Chen's neck, let out a long hum, and then mumbled, I haven't seen my brother for a long time, I need to replenish my brother's energy. Replenish my foot! I told you to watch fewer neon anime. Su Chen rolled his eyes, patted Xia Cha's butt, and said, come down quickly. You're almost crushing your big brother to death. Bad brother, you actually said this fairy is heavy. Xia Cha wrinkled her little nose, unhappily hummed, humph. This fairy is not coming down. With that, she clung tightly to Su Chen's back like an octopus. It was hot in the summer, and both of them were wearing thin clothes. Su Chen felt a bit dry in the mouth and his voice sounded strange. Come down quickly, you're all sweaty, don't you have any shame? Xia Cha keenly sensed the change, her face flushed and turned red. Humph. She hummed again, didn't come down, but pretended to be dissatisfied, saying, this fairy is not smelly. Alright. You're not smelly, you're not heavy. Su Chen helplessly said, come down quickly, the door isn't even closed. No. Xia Cha shook her head, still clinging to Su Chen's neck. I haven't absorbed enough of my brother's energy yet. I don't want to come down. Su Chen. A few black lines appeared on his forehead, and Su-chen could only carry Xiaocha to close the door. Then he grabbed the suitcase and returned to Xiaocha's bedroom. "Have you absorbed enough now? Come down quickly." After putting away the suitcase, Su-chen said impatiently. "Okay." Xiaocha responded, took a deep breath, reluctantly came down, and then pounced on the bed. "All sweaty, go take a bath." Su-chen reached out and held her back. He. Xiaocha smiled awkwardly, scratching her head. "Go quickly." Su-chen's expression was stern. Okay, Xiaocha said sweetly, tidied up her clothes and went to take a bath. Splish splash. The sound of water in the bathroom. Su-chen sat on the sofa to rest. He played with his phone and checked the game forum of God's Land. As soon as he entered, Su-chen saw a super hot post at the top. Shocking. White Knight God defeats 300 players alone. It was extremely popular. Not only was it pinned, but the number of replies reached a staggering 100,000, and the views were even more terrifying. It had already exceeded 1 billion. Su-chen looked at the time of the post. It was only about 7 hours ago. Quite impressive. Su-chen was also a bit curious, so he clicked to see. Then, he saw a video. The video cover featured a familiar figure. It seemed like, "It looks like me." Su-chen muttered and clicked on the video. The video showed a newbie village, bustling with activity, a familiar face leading many players. It was the cool and stylish Overlord. He fast-forwarded a bit. The Overlord besieged Snow Dance. After that, Su-chen appeared and dominated the scene. Because Su-chen never hit anything, except for that title animation. So, everyone could see the ID on Su-chen's head, White Knight. It really is me. Su-chen laughed and cried, never expected that the battle was actually recorded. Even more unexpected was the terrifying number of visits on the forum. He scrolled through the comments. Damn! It's really the White Knight boss. Amazing, OP, damn! Why is his skill so strong, and he's so handsome too? I'm in love. Stop it, my pants are moving. I'm not watching anymore. You guys are all men. Show some restraint. Who doesn't know you're drooling over White Knight's gear? White Knight boss is awesome. The comments section was quite interesting, and Su-chen found it enjoyable. Brother, I'm hungry. Just then, Xiaocha's voice came from the bathroom. Su-chen didn't even turn his head and said, after you finish bathing, cook for yourself, I'm busy. No. Xiaocha pouted, I want to eat the noodles my brother cooks. Good brother, will you make some for me? The voice was sweet and charming, giving Su-chen goosebumps. Little ancestor, I owe you. Su-chen teased as he got up and headed to the kitchen. He. I love you, big brother. Moi. Xiaocha blew kisses over the wall while taking a shower. In the kitchen, Su-chen worked quickly, and by the time Xiaocha finished showering, the noodles were ready. Slurp slurp. Xiaocha, in her pajamas, slurped the noodles noisily. Her mouth was full, making her speech unclear. Enjoy your noodles, don't talk with your mouth full, Su-chen scolded her. After finishing the noodles and washing the dishes, Xiaocha sat next to Su-chen. She wrapped her arm around his, leaning on him like a boneless creature. Hot! Su-chen pretended to push her away, and Xiaocha giggled foolishly. She looked like an Akita dog, refusing to let go and leaning on Su-chen. Su-chen was helpless against her antics and decided to let it go. He. Xiaocha achieved her goal, resting her head on Su-chen's shoulder contentedly. Looking at the gaming helmet on the coffee table, Xiaocha curiously asked, Brother, is this the virtual game access helmet? Yes, Su-chen nodded. Speaking of which, brother. Xiaocha raised her head, looking at Su-chen's profile and asked, When I came back, I heard many people mentioning a name, Bai Yi, who is he? They say he's a gaming god in this God's Land game. He. Su-chen chuckled strangely, locking his phone screen. I know, he's indeed very strong, a gaming god. He reached level 10 within an hour of the server opening, and the system sent 4 global announcements for him. Oh, Xiaocha nodded as if she understood. To tell you the truth. Su-chen looked mysterious, piquing Xiaocha's curiosity before slowly saying, I know Bai Yi, the gaming god, and his friends. Ah, really? Xiaocha was surprised, her eyes widening in disbelief. Su-chen held back a laugh and said, Of course it's true. Wow, brother is amazing. You actually know such a powerful gaming god. Xiaocha admired, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Su-chen. Brother, when I enter the main city, can you take me to see him? Why? Do you want this Bai Yi god to take you? Su-chen asked. No, I'm just curious. Xiaocha clung to Su-chen's arm, speaking in a sweet and coquettish tone. Just let brother take you, she said with a sweet voice. Speak properly, don't act like a flirt. Su-chen rolled his eyes, teasing her. He. Xiaocha giggled foolishly. By the way, brother, what level are you? Me? I'm only level 7, Suchin casually replied. Wow, that's still high. Carry me, pro. Xiacha immediately put on a newbie look, asking to be carried. Okay, I'll teach you, Suchin said, opening a box on the table and taking out another virtual helmet. Ha? 2? Why did you buy so many? Xiacha tilted her head, asking innocently. Of course, it's for you, silly. Suchen flicked Xiacha's forehead, laughing. Wow. Big bro, I love you. Moa. Xiacha joyfully kissed Suchen's face. Then she eagerly took the gaming helmet, examining it closely. Ahem. Suchen cleared his throat. Alright, that's enough. Let me teach you how to connect and create. Okay. Xiacha agreed. Although Xiacha hadn't played many games, she was clever and quick-witted. It didn't take long for her to understand how to put on the helmet and enter the game. I'm going to take a shower. Suchen stood up, stretching lazily. After taking a shower, Suchen had nothing to do, so he simply lay on the sofa and put on his gaming helmet. Ready to enter the game, gear up, and make some money. With the money, he planned to buy a bigger house and 2 more cabin-style Godsoil loggers. Although expensive, priced at millions, the experience was much more comfortable than wearing a headset. Deep connecting. Connection successful. Welcome to the Godsoil world. The familiar welcome sound made Suchen's head spin. When he opened his eyes again, he had re-entered the game world. In the game world, he was still at the revival point in the center of the twin cities of the other shore. There were still no other players around, they were far behind, but he figured most of them should have leveled up by now. With that in mind, Suchen checked the level rankings. No. 1. White Knight, level, LV12 profession, Azura no. 2. Snow Dance, level, LV8 profession, Apprentice Warrior no. 3. Professional Digger in the Sewer, level, LV7 profession, Apprentice Mage. No. 10. Yen Yen Doesn't Act Cute, level, LV7 profession, Apprentice Mage. Oh, not bad, this little lady made it to second place. In the top 3, Suchen saw a familiar name and smiled slightly. With all the equipment he sold to Snow Dance and the team leveling up, reaching LV8 at this point was not surprising. After closing the level rankings, Suchen walked towards the 2 guiding NPCs. Just outside the array, not far from the wall, there was a large sunshade set up with a table, where the 2 guides were. When he arrived, Suchen was speechless to find the 2 NPCs asleep. Knock knock. Suchen was speechless and tapped the table with his finger. One of them shuddered, sitting up abruptly. When they opened their eyes and saw Suchen, their eyes lit up. A system prompt appeared over their heads, favorability +20, favorability +20. Suchen glanced at the system message board and saw the 2 prompts. System prompt, your reputation in the twin cities of the other shore has reached 1,000 points. Guide Muxin and Guide Shirbai have a favorability of +20 towards you. Their attitude towards you has changed from indifferent to respectful. Reputation had this effect, not bad. Ahem. Guide Shirbai cleared his throat, straightened up, and smiled. Hello, welcome, brave warrior from another realm. Hello. Suchen also smiled in response, as if he hadn't seen what happened earlier, and asked, what are you guiding here for? Our city lord has ordered us to wait here, to see if we can encounter talented individuals. And if someone is confused, we will also answer some simple questions. Guide Muxin explained to Suchen. Oh, Suchen's eyes lit up after hearing the first sentence, and he asked, why does the city lord need talented individuals? That's unclear to us, we just follow orders. Guide Muxin shook his head. Suchen pondered, feeling like there might be a task to uncover. As he was contemplating, Guide Shirbai, who had been silent, reached out and brushed the table. A large crystal ball appeared on the table. It was round and transparent, with a brilliant fluorescent light flowing inside. This is the magic sensing crystal, used to detect any special abilities in you, brave warrior, Guide Shirbai explained. Guide Muxin took over. Warrior, would you like to give it a try? However, we suggest you go for a job change first. Only after changing jobs can you unleash the hidden power within you to a greater extent. I've already changed jobs, Suchen said. You've been to the job change hall already? There's a job change hall? Suchen asked in return. Muxin hesitated, swallowed, and said, You didn't change jobs directly during the trial, did you? The 2 guides took a deep breath simultaneously, their expressions dramatically changing. Then, they quickly became excited. It's like this. Muxin and Shirbai explained to Suchen in a lively manner. It turned out that his method of changing professions was very rare, very difficult. Normally, after passing the profession change trial, most people would receive a profession change certification. Upon reaching the main city, they would go to the profession change hall, where a profession change mentor would help them complete the profession change. Su Chen's case was definitely a rare and scarce hidden profession, which was why he could directly complete the profession change during the trial. Such cases were usually very powerful. It didn't just refer to the strength of the profession, but also the strength of the individual, which was necessary to change into a hidden profession. That's why they were so excited. Perhaps Su Chen was the talented individual the city lord was looking for. Oh, I see. Su Chen nodded in realization after listening. So, warrior, do you want to give it a try? Bai asked eagerly. Alright, I'll give it a try. Su Chen nodded and placed his hand on the crystal. Mu Xian reminded him from the side, warrior, try to stir the power within you and infuse it into the crystal. Su Chen hummed and began to try. It wasn't difficult. Su Chen easily mobilized the power of the Azura within him, flowing it into the magic sensing crystal through his arm. And then, crack! In the blink of an eye, a crack appeared on the crystal. Boom! Following that, before the three could react, the crystal exploded right away. Su Chen, Mu Xian, Bai. The two guides held their breath, their eyes wide like copper bells, staring fixedly at the shattered crystal. Tiny crystal fragments flew out, some even landing on their heads and bodies, but they didn't react. Su Chen awkwardly retracted his hand, chuckling sheepishly. It seems like this thing hasn't been maintained for a long time. Hiss. Phew. It wasn't until this moment that the two of them took a deep breath, their faces either turning red or flushed, their chests heaving rapidly. Seeing their appearance, Su Chen couldn't help but wonder if this thing was very precious and valuable. Thud. Bai gasped for air, revealing a larger magic-sensing crystal with two beams of light inside, and placed it heavily on the table. Then, with fiery eyes, he stared at Su Chen. Warrior, try again. Okay. The two seemed to have no intention of being stingy, instead, they were full of excitement. So Su Chen reached out his hand again. Crack. Boom. Su Chen, Mu Xian, Bai. Once again, before any movement from the magic-sensing crystal, it exploded. Hiss. Hiss. The two gasped in unison, their gazes towards Su Chen becoming even more fervent. Su Chen twitched his mouth, feeling somewhat inexplicably awkward under their intense gaze. Warrior, how about going to see the city lord with us? Mu Xian looked excitedly at Su Chen. Su Chen's eyes lit up, nodding, of course. Joking aside, there must be a mission, so how could he not go? Let's go. Mu Xian and Bai were both excited, leaving the table behind as they pulled Su Chen onto a spacious carriage. Sitting in the carriage, the scenery along the way left Su Chen deeply impressed. This city was magnificent. All the buildings, including the floors, were built from stacked stones. Many had been eroded by the winds of time, yet they exuded a profound ancient charm accumulated through history. Despite this, the city was not desolate but rather bustling. As they entered the main street, Su Chen saw a bustling crowd, vendors, and shops. Come and take a look. Just dug up fresh clear heart fruits. Equipment for sale. Fine rouge, the best rouge from the Moon family of the Bellflower City. Woo 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 woo. Kind-hearted person, have mercy on me, I haven't eaten for 10 days. Life is full of ups and downs. Everyone appears very natural, without any stiffness, just like real people. This game feels so real. Su Chen sighed inwardly, curiously looking around. As the carriage went deeper, the surrounding guards became stricter, often questioning them. However, Mu Xian and Bai would show a stone token, allowing them to pass smoothly. After another 10 minutes, they arrived at the front gate of a towering mansion. The gate was 10 zhang high and 5 zhang wide, very spacious. A plaque hung high above, with 3 gilded characters, City Lord's Mansion. Upon showing the token, they entered smoothly, guided by 2 attendants into a grand hall. Someone had already been informed. After a short wait, a figure emerged from the hall. Surprisingly, it was a woman. She was tall, just half a head shorter than Su Chen, at least 175 centimeters tall. Her face was covered with a black veil, wearing a plain black long dress that trailed on the ground, with decorative golden silk patterns on the cuffs and edges. Her phoenix eyes revealed a hint of indifference, as if she had seen through the world's prosperity and decline. Her skin was flawless, as tender as fresh tofu, but her hair was white. Not the natural snow white, but more like it had turned white from extreme aging, yet it was still beautiful. When she accepted it, it felt quite impactful, In any case, she walked towards them with hands behind her back. Her demeanor exuded a subtle yet powerful aura of authority. Greetings, City Lord. Mu Xian and Bai stood up and bowed respectfully. Su Chen naturally couldn't remain seated and stood up to pay his respects. No need for formalities. Her voice was a bit hoarse and low, with a somewhat indifferent tone. Muexien and Shirbai said, "Thank you, City Lord." "And who is this?" The City Lord looked at Su Chen, then glanced at Muexien and Shirbai. Muexien quickly explained, "He is a warrior from another world, with a magic crystal that can't withstand his power for a second, or it will explode." "Yes, even a second-tier magic crystal can't handle his power," Shirbai added. "Oh?" Su Chen noticed the City Lord's raised eyebrows, clearly showing interest. "Greetings, City Lord, I am called Bai Yi." Su Chen greeted and introduced himself. The City Lord nodded without revealing her name, which disappointed Su Chen. Her status was too high for him to see her information. At that moment, the City Lord extended her hand, slender and elegant. Buzz! A light flashed in her palm, revealing a magic crystal. It was similar to the one seen before, just slightly larger, with 3 internal lights. Professions vary in strength, and different professions may possess unique powers. Some powers are weak, while others are strong. This third-tier magic crystal can detect 90% of the world's powers. Holding the magic crystal, the City Lord briefly explained to Su Chen, "Now, let me see what kind of power you possess." "All right." Su Chen nodded and touched the crystal, activating his Azura power. Click! Boom! As expected, with a loud explosion, the crystal shattered once again. Muexien and Shirbai's eyes widened in disbelief. They had never seen such a powerful force before. They had thought that by bringing him to the City Lord and using her magic crystal, they could detect his power. Phew! The City Lord waved her hand, and a gentle breeze blew, making all the fragments disappear. Interesting. The City Lord observed Su Chen, then after a moment, asked, "What profession do you belong to?" "Azura." When the word Azura was mentioned, Su Chen saw both Muexien and Shirbai tremble. Even the usually indifferent City Lord was taken aback, his pupils contracting, his aura suddenly chaotic. "What did you just say?" The City Lord Fingmu squinted, his gaze sharp as he stared at Su Chen. "Occupation, Azura." Su Chen could only repeat himself, feeling puzzled. Why were these people reacting like this? Even the village chief in the newbie village was just surprised. Little did he know, the village chief had her memory wiped directly. Phew! The City Lord took a deep breath, then ordered, "All of you, leave." "Yes, yes." Everyone responded quickly and retreated. "My lord, what is this about?" Su Chen narrowed his eyes. "Don't worry, I won't harm you." Seeing Su Chen's guard, the City Lord chuckled lightly. "I have instructed Stonewall and the others to pay attention to talented individuals, entrusting tasks to such people. And you are a good choice." Su Chen asked, "What do you need me to do?" "Bridge crossing mushroom, 9-leaf dark life grass, half-blossomed spring lotus. These 3 items are very important to me. If you can help me collect them, then the reward will surely satisfy you." After the City Lord finished speaking, a quest box popped up on Su Chen's side. The difficulty of Yin and Yang, difficulty, requirements, collect 1 bridge crossing mushroom, 1 9-leaf dark life grass, 1 half-blossomed spring lotus. Deadline, 10 days progress, 0/1, 0/1, 0/1 reward, unknown failure penalty, none, accept/decline, such a high difficulty. And there's a deadline. Su Chen was slightly surprised. The first task he received upon arriving at the main city was actually of A-level difficulty. S-level and above were epic tasks that could bring about significant changes in the game's history. And just below S-level, A-level tasks were naturally not weak. Although difficult, and with no penalty for failure, Su Chen naturally intended to accept it. "Alright, I'll take on this task." Su Chen accepted the task, but had a question to ask. "My lord, where can I find these things you mentioned?" "I'll give you this." The City Lord took out a map and handed it to Su Chen. "It's in the Wailing Spirit Cemetery outside the city. I hope you can find it." Implicitly, it was time for Su Chen to leave. "Goodbye, my lord." After walking a few steps, Su Chen stopped, turned around, and said, "My lord, I have a question." "Is it about the Azura?" the City Lord said lightly. Yes." Previously, Su Chen didn't think there was anything wrong, just that this occupation was incredibly strong. Now it seemed that the strength was perhaps excessive, and there seemed to be some hidden meaning. "I know very little as well. Ancient records have long been missing, leaving only fragments of words, recording that this occupation is terrifyingly powerful. To become stronger, perhaps you will uncover the secrets of the Azura." With that, she turned and gradually walked into the inner chamber. What she said was actually quite vague and didn't explain much. Could it be that their previous reactions were simply due to the shock of this powerful occupation? All right. Su Chen, feeling helpless, could only leave the main hall, then be let out of the City Lord's mansion. Standing on the street outside the mansion, Su Chen opened the map given to him by the City Lord. Ding! You have opened a map, unlocking partial information about the twin cities of the other shore. It disappeared after opening, but Suchen heard a prompt in his ear. Opening the game map, he found that many places in the left half of the city were now lit up, indicating various information. The distribution of monsters in the 10-mile wilderness outside the city was also marked. Of course, there were still many places not marked, probably some very important locations. Alright, let's go to this Wailing Spirit Cemetery. Suchen ran towards the direction of the cemetery. Damn! This place is too big. After running for a while, Suchen stopped, feeling frustrated. He had run for a long time, but on the mini-map, he hadn't moved much. If he continued at this slow pace, it would take him several hours to reach the Wailing Spirit Cemetery. Forget it, I'll go buy a horse. Suchen, feeling resigned, headed towards a shop selling horses. Spending a fortune, 1 gold coin bought a steed known as the Sweat Blood Warhorse. It was called a Sweat Blood Warhorse, but in reality, it was just a tamed elite monster at level 10. Because it was tamed, he could ride it, although it was a bit bumpy and uncomfortable. Clip-clop. It seems like in the future, either I'll be able to fly myself, or I'll get a flying pet. Sitting on the horse, galloping swiftly, Suchen pondered in his mind. Naturally, the game had a pet system. In fact, this horse could also be tamed as a pet, but it was too trashy. Suchen wasn't interested. About 10 minutes later, Suchen left the city. Speaking of which, the city walls were really damn high. 100 zhang. Nearly 400 meters high city walls. What kind of thing did they need to guard against to require such high walls? Suchen's thoughts wandered for a moment, but he didn't dwell on it and continued to dash towards the spirit tomb. The surrounding scenery was quite beautiful. It could be described as picturesque, and it was rare to see green mountains and clear waters in modern times, making the journey pleasant to the eyes. Another 10 minutes passed, and he reached his destination. The outskirts of the spirit tomb. This was truly a vast graveyard, extending endlessly. Suchen gazed from atop his horse and couldn't see the end. This is at least several miles in diameter, so huge. Suchen muttered, surveying the area. The soil here was unusually dark, with some places oozing strange-colored sticky fluids. Strange flowers, grasses, and trees grew here, with brightly colored flowers that looked dangerous, and the twisted vegetation looked like ghostly figures in the distance. Faint black mist floated in the air, and the sky was overcast, casting a gloomy light over the area. There were mounds everywhere, broken tombstones. Occasionally, he saw some mounds dug open, with scattered white bones here and there. Several dilapidated buildings were situated among the graves, some doors and windows were open, dark and giving off a strange feeling as if something was lurking behind the windows. Suchen dismounted, tethered the horse in a safe place, drew his cloud-surmounting sword, and headed towards the graveyard. As soon as he entered the area, a red danger warning popped up on the information board. System prompt, attention, you have entered the spirit tomb area, your current level is too low, it will be very dangerous here. Indeed, an A-level difficulty mission was not to be taken lightly. However, Suchen just glanced at it and didn't care. He entered the graveyard, stepping on the dark soil. It felt like stepping on some sticky, squishy flesh, giving a soft, crushing sensation. Suchen furrowed his brows but didn't pay much attention, because he felt like the ground was trembling and surging. Wah! Rara! Soon after, Suchen heard a series of roars. Plop, plop, plop. The ground cracked open, and dozens of decayed hands emerged from the ground, oozing sticky green slime. In a few moments, more than 20 rotting corpses crawled out of the ground. Each one had a twisted mouth and eyes, with dangling flesh and a putrid smell. Truly eerie and disgusting. Suchen wrinkled his nose in disgust and used his probing skill. Resentment-driven rotten corpse, level, category, common monster health, damage, skills, details, common corpses buried on the outskirts of the spirit tomb, nourished by a large amount of resentment and gloom, beginning to crave the blood of the living. TSK. Suchen clicked his tongue, feeling annoyed. The probing skill was too useless, only able to probe creatures below his own level by 5 levels. It seems that these common rotten corpses on the outer perimeter are at least around level 18, more likely around level 20. Such high levels, indeed challenging, Suchen thought to himself as he walked towards the corpses. Wah! Ugh! The rotten corpses caught the scent of Suchen's fresh blood and became restless, their faces contorted in a grimace. Opening their decaying mouths, they let out a roar and ran towards Suchen. They were getting closer. Minus 2,783 Suchen took a hit. It wasn't that he couldn't dodge, but rather intentional, to test the damage of the rotten corpses. The damage was very high. After all, Suchen's physical defense is around 2,000. 543 then, another number popped up above Suchen's head, restoring 543 points of life. All set. Su Chen smiled, completely composed. With a life value as high as 120,000 and still recovering 543 points per second, what's there to worry about? My turn. Su Chen swung his sword heavily, striking fiercely at the chest of the decaying corpse. Crack! Flesh scattered everywhere. Minus 1,123 damage appeared above the decaying corpse's head, showing its health bar, but it only decreased slightly, estimated to be around 50,000 health points. The damage is acceptable. Su Chen nodded, quite satisfied with this amount of damage under level suppression. Ah! Another decaying corpse lunged at him, its withered and rotten hand reaching for Su Chen. Su Chen leaned to the left, dodging. Let's try the Azura's skill. With a single thought, the surging power of the Azura within him boiled up and flowed into the hanging cloud sword. The blade emitted a misty red light. Heart-cutting blade. 11247 critical hit. A terrifying number appeared above the decaying corpse's head. This time, a chunk of the decaying corpse's health bar emptied abruptly, decreasing by about 20%. This skill is really fierce. Su Chen's eyes lit up, unable to help but praise. Flowing clouds. Cold water. Hanging cloud. All available equipment skills were activated, officially starting the monster slaughter. 1104-1247 critical hit. Minus 1,137 to 1,095. The decaying corpse's health bar was thick, naturally slowing down the monster's spawn rate. But with the heart-cutting blade skill, it wasn't slow at all. After all, this skill was quite powerful. 100% critical hit rate, 20% fatal hit rate, 1% instant death rate. What does instant death mean? Su Chen speculated that it should be the kind that kills instantly regardless of the amount of health. However, he hadn't triggered it yet. As he continued fighting, the heart-cutting blade cooled down, and Su Chen used it again. Buzz! The long sword trembled, radiating a bright red light, heavily slashing at the decaying corpse's chest. 26731 fatal hit. Hiss! Even Su Chen was surprised by this damage. Incredibly terrifying. First, it was a 5-fold increase in normal damage, then the fatal damage mechanism multiplied it by another 5, resulting in over 26,000 damage. The decaying corpse's health bar emptied directly, howling in pain and collapsing to the ground. It dropped 2 silver coins instead of copper ones, a blood-red circular crystal, and what seemed to be a piece of cloth, possibly equipment. The experience gained was quite substantial, increasing the experience bar by about 4%. As for the items, he couldn't pick them up now, he had only killed one, with over 20 more to go. Onward! Su Chen wielded his sword once more. Please name your ID. In a pure white space, Xia Cha was creating a character. Let me think. Xia Cha tilted her head, thinking of something strange, and unexpectedly blushed. Holding her face, Xia Cha said, "Bye-bye loves tea, can that work? No duplicate found, this ID is available for use, naming completed. Now please select your basic profession." The little elf said. Mage. Xia Cha chose the mage profession. She planned to be her brother's dedicated healer in the future, letting her brother drink. Cough cough, well, alright, scanning your physical attributes now. Shortly after, Xia Cha's character creation was completed. She entered the game. However, she was a bit different. Xia Cha entered a newbie village with no players. To be precise, Xia Cha felt that this was not like a newbie village at all. Because there was only a statue here, nothing else. Oh, what's going on? Why are there no players, houses, or NPCs? Xia Cha was puzzled. According to her brother, there should be many houses and NPCs, and even if there weren't, there should be other players. After being puzzled for a while, Xia Cha looked at the statue. The statue depicted a woman, and her appearance. Why does she look a bit like me? Xia Cha scratched the back of her head, feeling a bit confused. The statue was about 160 centimeters tall, similar to her height. The facial features also bore a resemblance to hers. Bzzz. Bzzz. In her confusion, the statue suddenly hummed, emitting a warm white light. Xia Cha instinctively took a step back. Then, the sculpture suddenly burst into a dazzling light. Ah, it's so bright. Xia Cha couldn't help but cover her eyes and peek through her fingers. In the light, a figure as beautiful as a celestial being emerged. Clad in a light blue gown, with black flowing hair swaying gently in the wind. Although her features resembled Xia Cha's, Xia Cha exuded a mischievous and cute youthful vigor all over her body. In contrast, this woman had a serene countenance, exuding an air of intellectual elegance and wisdom. She lacked the youthful vitality of a girl but was filled with an elegant charm that had been refined over endless time and knowledge. Beauty like tea in books, timeless and ageless. This charm was irresistible even to Xia Cha. For a moment, she was stunned. You've arrived, the woman said with a gentle smile. With that smile, the world lost its color. Her gaze towards Xiaocha was soft as water, yet seemed to be filled with a myriad of emotions. Spirit Cemetery. There was one last decaying corpse. At that moment, Su Chen was surrounded by surging crimson blood energy, his long sword emitting a dark red light. The heart-cutting blade. TSK. 50,000 instant death. TSK. Instant death. Amazing. Lucky enough to trigger the instant death mechanism. As Su Chen had guessed, regardless of how much health the enemy had, instant death meant instant defeat. BZZZ. After killing the decaying corpse, Su Chen leveled up once again. He reached LV13. Then, he gained 15 free attribute points. It was terrifyingly generous, an amount others would need to level up 3 times to obtain. This time, Su Chen didn't add to his strength but increased his intelligence instead. Since he could now unleash magical damage, intelligence needed a boost too. After sorting things out, Su Chen picked up everything that dropped on the ground. There were around 40 silver coins, 27 red crystals, and 5 pieces of equipment. The highest quality was outstanding, so without even looking, he stashed them in his backpack. As for the red crystals, he needed to check them out. But they were all question marks, indicating his level was not high enough. TSK. Su Chen clicked his tongue in annoyance. I wonder if I can acquire stronger scouting skills. The current limitations on scouting were too restrictive, anything above level 5 was a mystery. Yet, he often fought enemies above his level. Forget it, let's continue grinding. By the time I reach level 15, it should be fine. Su Chen shook his head, pushing the thought aside. He took a step forward, delving deeper. As he passed through the area where the decaying corpses emerged, the soil ahead began to churn and surge once more. As expected, more decaying corpses emerged from the ground. This time, there were even more, at least 30 of them. 1166-1173-1165. Over 20 minutes passed, and Su Chen dealt with all the emerging decaying corpses. His experience bar reached around 70%. He also obtained over 70 silver coins, 7 pieces of low-quality equipment, and 37 red crystals. Glancing at his progress bar, it was full. I should try returning to reality. If it can appear in reality, could it also cause bugs in reality? Su Chen was about to exit the cemetery and log out when suddenly, a bright light flashed before his eyes. In the distance, a part of the ink-black clouds in the sky seemed to lighten slightly, casting a brilliant golden sunlight down at a tall but dilapidated clock tower covered in branches and moss. Seems like there's something there. Su Chen squinted, gazing at the top of the clock tower. It was a bit far, and with the persistent black mist in the air, Su Chen couldn't see clearly, estimating the distance to be around 300 to 400 meters. Should I go check it out? Su Chen was naturally curious. The abnormality of the dark clouds and the sudden appearance of sunlight piqued his interest. Flowing like clouds in water. The green fish cape fluttered, and a gust of wind boosted Su Chen's speed by 30%. With determined steps, Su Chen dashed towards the clock tower. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Woo 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 roar. With his galloping, the ground trembled, and decaying corpses kept emerging from the ground, emitting howls. On average, every 50-meter area would see a wave of decaying corpses drilling out, ranging from 20 to over 30 in number. Fortunately, their speed was relatively slow, unable to catch up with Su Chen. Boom boom boom. Perhaps due to the loud noise of Su Chen's running, the surrounding calm was shattered. Initially, only decaying corpses would emerge where he ran, but now, after those corpses emerged, howling, even the surrounding areas started to spawn them. It was like a chain reaction. When Su Chen ran to the foot of the clock tower and looked back, he almost bit his tongue. He saw, several dozen meters behind him, a massive crowd of hundreds. And it wasn't just decaying corpses. There were skeletons with blue flames burning in their eyes. There were giant zombies clad in bone armor, standing 2 meters tall. There were corpse dogs as big as tigers, running swiftly. Damn! So many! Su Chen frowned. He could run away now, but not achieving his goal left him unwilling to give up. Forget it, let's go up and take a look first. Su Chen began to climb the clock tower. The tower was entwined with many plants and vines, with edges that were easy to climb. When he reached the top corner, OF*CK, Su Chen's heart nearly jumped out of his chest. Just as he poked his head out, he met a pair of pitch-black eyes, making his heart skip a beat, almost causing him to let go and fall. It was a little girl. She was squatting on the eaves, hugging her knees, tilting her head, staring with her pitch-black eyes, as if waiting for him to climb up from the edge of the roof. It was so sudden, so unexpected. It was downright scary. Moreover, in this godforsaken place, a little girl suddenly appeared, which seemed very eerie. In short, the two of them were at a standstill for a moment. The little girl tilted her head to size up Su Chen, and Su Chen was also sizing her up. She looked very petite. Although she was squatting down, unable to see her full height, she should be around the size of an 11 or 12-year-old girl. She was very cute, like a delicate doll. However, her skin was somewhat pale, her small mouth lacking color, appearing somewhat pale. She wore a sakura pink long dress, with a round chubby face. Her beautiful silver long hair cascaded down, reaching her face and chest, swaying with the breeze. It was long, occasionally brushing against Su Chen's face, tickling him. The most striking feature on her was her eyes. Her eyes were completely black, without any white. They looked slightly eerie, like a black hole capable of devouring souls. After a quick scan, all that came up was a question mark. Big brother, what are you doing? Just as he finished scanning, Su Chen saw the little girl lightly part her lips, emitting a clear and ethereal voice like 100 skylarks. Su Chen pondered for a moment, then after careful consideration, replied, I came up here to sunbathe. He, big brother, you're so funny, coming here to sunbathe. The little girl giggled, revealing two small tiger teeth, making Su Chen's heart skip a beat. It wasn't because he had a thing for Lolas, but mainly because she was so cute and healing when she smiled. What a coincidence, I'm sunbathing here too. After laughing for a while, the little girl propped her face on her hands and looked at Su Chen. Yeah, what a coincidence. Su Chen smiled awkwardly. He didn't believe a word of it. Since he couldn't see any information, he assumed this little girl was not weak. Appearing in this graveyard, she was probably some kind of supernatural being, but since she hadn't shown any hostility or made a move, he decided to observe first. Big brother, do you want to come up? The little girl, seeing Su Chen still hanging on the edge of the clock tower, tilted her head and asked. Ahem. Su Chen cleared his throat and looked down. On the ground, there were hundreds of strange creatures gathered, maybe even thousands by now. Go down? No way. Of course, I want to come up. Su Chen nodded and prepared to climb up. Let me give you a hand. The little girl giggled, reaching out her small hand and grabbing Su Chen's hand. Her touch was soft, as if boneless, but it was very cold as ice, without a hint of warmth. Hey! The little girl exhaled and pulled hard. Su Chen felt a great force, and the scene before him spun. When he looked again, he found himself at the top of the clock tower. There was a lounge chair placed here, obviously where the little girl had just been lying. The sunlight filtering through the dark clouds happened to envelop the area around the lounge chair. The little girl let go of Su Chen's hand, humming an unknown tune as she skipped towards the lounge chair. Creak. She lay on the chair, basking in the faint sunlight, letting out a comfortable sigh, a relaxed expression on her face. Brother, come sunbathe here. Seeing Su Chen still standing in place, she shifted her body, beckoning him and patting the empty half of the lounge chair, signaling for Su Chen to lie down too. Su Chen. Su Chen chuckled dryly, walked over, but instead of lying down, he sat down beside her. I won't lie down, I might crowd you. Oh, the little girl responded with a sound, not saying much more. Su Chen looked at her, her face now peaceful, quietly enjoying the sun's warmth. Though the sunlight was faint, it cast a golden glow on her face, adding a dazzling beauty. After a moment of silence, Su Chen couldn't help but ask, Little sister, what are you doing here? I'm sunbathing here. The little girl replied matter-of-factly. Then, seeming interested, she turned to him, resting her head on her hand, her eyes like black crystals blinking at Su Chen. She asked, And brother, why are you here? Don't say you're here to sunbathe too, I won't believe it. The little girl's gaze was pure and innocent, and looking at Su Chen, he couldn't bring himself to deceive her. I'm here to find something. It wasn't a big deal, so Su Chen revealed. Oh, the little girl seemed intrigued, asking, with dead things all around, what are you looking for here? I'm quite familiar with this place, maybe I know and can tell you. She was indeed a strange spirit. Su Chen thought to himself after hearing her words. But it was strange, why did she show no hostility towards him? Could it be that there are kind creatures in the game? That might be it. Su Chen considered a possibility. After hesitating, he said, I'm looking for a special kind of grass. Special grass? The little girl paused, her smile fading slightly before asking, Is it the 9-leaf grass of the underworld? How did you know? Su Chen was surprised. Could there be mind-reading abilities in the game? It's considered a precious item here, a special kind of grass, so it must be the 9-leaf grass of the underworld. The little girl explained with a giggle. I see. Su Chen nodded silently, but still had some doubts in his mind. Was it really so? But that wasn't important, what mattered was where to find the 9-leaf grass of the underworld. The map given by the Lord only outlined a general area, marking where those 3 things were, without specific locations. Initially, he planned to search while fighting monsters. But now, if this little girl knew, it would save him a lot of effort. So, Su-chen asked her, "Little sister, do you know where the 9-leaf grass of the underworld is?" "I know," the little girl said crisply. Su-chen was instantly delighted and hurriedly asked, "Where is it?" The little girl made a sound, her eyes slightly narrowed, exuding a strange allure. "Although I know, why should I tell you, brother? You didn't give me candy to eat, didn't even ask for my name, so why should I tell you?" Cough, cough. Su-chen felt embarrassed, realizing that he hadn't even asked for the girl's name. "So, little sister, what's your name?" I want candy. If there's no candy, I won't tell you." The little girl pouted, turned her head coquettishly, looking sulky. Honestly, Su-chen was almost melted by her cuteness. Why is this game so well made? It's unbelievably adorable. What if a weirdo sees this little girl? What if they use candy to lure her into doing something bad? No, I have to teach her that this is not right. Su-chen's expression turned serious as he said, "Little sister, this is not acceptable." The little girl turned her head in confusion, staring blankly at Su-chen. And Su-chen continued, "You can't run around by yourself, and you can't just ask people for candy. Soon, many people will come to this place. Some are good, some are bad. Since you like candy so much, some weirdos might use candy to trick you into doing bad things." Silence. The little girl looked at Su-chen in silence, her eyes showing an indescribable feeling. Anyway, Su-chen felt strange being looked at like that, feeling a bit inexplicably embarrassed. However, the little girl quickly changed her expression, looking a bit scared. Then, "Are you a bad person?" Su-chen had a black line on his face. "Of course, I'm not bad. I'm not a bad person." "Oh, then Mumu is not afraid of you." The little girl returned to her innocent and lively self, giggling, completely unaware that she had revealed her name. Su-chen heard it clearly and perked up. "Mumu, tell Big Brother where the Dark Life 9-leaf grass is, and next time, I'll bring you candy." "Ha?" Mumu looked puzzled and asked, "How did Big Brother know my name?" "Oh." Then, she cupped her round face in her hands, suddenly saying, "I accidentally said it just now, oops. It doesn't count. Big Brother, ask me again." Su-chen was speechless, so he asked again, "Little sister, what's your name?" Thinking she would tell him, the little girl shook her head. "I don't even know Big Brother's name, how can I tell you first?" "I'm Bai Yi." What a mischievous little girl. Su-chen sighed, revealing his ID. "Hee, I'm Mumu." Mumu finally said her name. "Little Mumu, can you tell Big Brother where the Dark Life 9-leaf grass is? It's really important to Big Brother." Su-chen tried asking again. If Mumu tells Big Brother, will Big Brother bring me candy?" Mumu blinked her shiny eyes, looking at Su-chen expectantly. "Of course." Su-chen promised wholeheartedly. In such a vast game world, who knows if he'll encounter this little girl again. Anyway, it's not a big deal to carry some candy in his backpack. Pinky promise? Little Mumu reached out her hand, her chubby little pinky finger sticking out. Okay, Pinky promise." Su-chen was helpless and extended his hand to Pinky swear with Mumu. "Pinky swear, never break for 100 years. Pinky swear, never break for 100 years. After reciting the childish oath, Mumu got up from the lounge chair. "Alright, let's go, off we go." "Ha? Where are we going?" "I'm going with you, I want to see Big Brother fight monsters. And cheer for Big Brother." Emotionally, she wanted to watch the excitement. "Okay." Su-chen didn't hesitate for long before agreeing. This little girl was much stronger than him, maybe she brought a helper along. Hee, Big Brother, follow me." Mumu smiled and walked towards a hole on the rooftop. Su-chen followed. Looking down the hole, it was the corridor of the clock tower. "Go this way, and you won't be surrounded by those zombie monsters," Mumu said, then jumped down lightly, landing softly on the floor of the passage. Su-chen also jumped down. Mumu hummed a song, bouncing and walking lightly. But in Su-chen's heart, there was a strange emotion stirring, inexplicable. He felt as if there was a shadow in Mumu's heart. Her previous smile, her current liveliness, seemed like a carefree facade, or perhaps a disguised carefreeness. Why do I have this feeling? Su-chen furrowed his brows, feeling puzzled. Could it be that he was being overly sensitive? But he hadn't encountered anything sad. Brother! Slowpoke, walk faster. Maybe due to his contemplation, Su-chen's pace slowed down a bit. Mumu, who was walking ahead, turned around and called out to Su-chen. Making a funny face, she urged him to walk faster. Oh, okay. Su-chen nodded quickly, picked up his pace, catching up with Mumu. La 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 Along the way, Mumu hummed a song, twirling and jumping, following a mysterious rhythm. It seemed like a dance, graceful and pleasing to the eye. Before long, the two arrived at the first floor of the clock tower. Mumu led Su-chen to a corner of the lobby, where she felt around on the ground and uncovered a trapdoor. Peeking inside, Su-chen saw a tunnel. A putrid and foul smell wafted out, indicating there might be many undead creatures inside. Ding! You have discovered LV-20 Secret Realm Instance, Tomb of the Unseen, rewards, experience plus 2000, Abyss Twin Cities reputation plus 200, gold coins plus 5. Ding! Great Xia server announcement, player White Knight discovered a LV-20 Secret Realm Instance, Tomb of the Unseen, in the wilds of the Abyss Twin Cities. The location information of this instance is now open to all players for challenge, and the first to clear it will receive substantial rewards. Ding! Great Xia server announcement, player White Knight in the Abyss Twin Cities. Ding! Great Xia server announcement. Ding! This time the system didn't ask Su-chen, but repeated the Great Xia server announcement 10 times. It hadn't been quiet for long before Su-chen caused a commotion again. What level? Say it again, what level? Damn it! Level 20? White Knight, are you serious? Oh my goodness. It hasn't been quiet for long, and now a LV-20 Secret Realm instance appears. Is it really that terrifying? White Knight, you're only level 13, and now you're going to challenge a level 20 dungeon? White Knight in the Abyss Twin Cities? I want to go to this main city too. I want to bask in White Knight's glory. White Knight is so cool. I want to have your babies. Ha? Dude, you're not right. 666666666666666666666666666666666. In the Tomb of the Spirits, inside the clock tower on the first floor. Su-chen listened to the system prompts in astonishment, his mouth agape. He hadn't expected to stumble upon a secret realm. He was excited. The rewards for clearing the instance would definitely be lavish, maybe enough to upgrade all his equipment. Wait a minute. Su-chen was about to jump down, but Mumu reached out and stopped him. What's wrong, Mumu? Su-chen looked at her in confusion. Mumu extended her hand, revealing 2 green pills with a grassy scent. Brother, take the medicine. She swallowed one herself and handed the other pill to Su-chen. It smells bad down there, brother, you won't be able to bear it without the medicine. Clear mind and strengthening pill, quality, rare category, consumable details, within 180 minutes, poison resistance plus 30%, toxic gas resistance plus 30%. This was probably a necessary condition for entering the instance. Without this pill, entering might result in significant status reduction. Thank you, Mumu. Su-chen took the pill and swallowed it, immediately refreshing a buff in his status bar with a duration of 180 minutes. Hee. Mumu giggled. Let's go, brother, let's go fight monsters. Ah, okay. Su-chen smiled and jumped into the tunnel. Mumu followed suit, descending lightly. Ding! You have entered LV-20 Secret Realm, Tomb of Lamentations. The challenge begins. Please kill the Secret Realm boss within 180 minutes. A system prompt sounded in Su-chen's ear. The time seemed sufficient, but he had no idea how many monsters were inside and how strong they were. Although it didn't say what would happen if the time exceeded, he knew for sure it wouldn't be good. There was a light source in the cave, a dim blue phosphorescence. After a few dozen steps, the originally narrow passage expanded significantly. Ahead, the space was vast, like a hall. In the hall, over 100 corpse monsters stood crookedly. There were human corpses, animal corpses, basically all the types seen on the ground before were here. At the end of the hall, there was an opening. In front of the opening stood a skeletal figure over 2 meters tall. Its black and sturdy bones were clad in shiny armor, clearly not an ordinary monster. It should be guarding this passage entrance. This was probably just the first level. Is this first level so fierce? Su-chen's brow twitched. Brother, what do you plan to do? Mumu asked Su-chen beside him. Her pretty face remained calm, showing no signs of shock or awe. Kill, that's all. The challenge had begun, so naturally, there was only one word, fight. Wow, brother is so cool. Mumu's eyes sparkled, smiling brightly. Brother, do you need Mumu's help? Ha? Mumu, you want to help? Su-chen was somewhat surprised. Of course. Mumu said, waving her hand, a light enveloping Su-chen. But, I can't use too much power here, I can only assist you, brother. And a new buff appeared on Su-chen's status bar. Colding breath, level, LV10 details, within 180 seconds, damage to undead and corpse creatures plus 20% source, Mumu's 20% damage boost. A very powerful buff skill. Brother, go for it, Mumu is here to assist you. Mumu clenched her small fist, cheering Su-chen on. Great. Thanks, Mumu. Su-chen nodded, surveying the terrain. Although the area was spacious, all the corpse monsters were gathered together. There were many rock piles on the ground, making it ideal for kiting monsters. Therefore, Suchin didn't use his sword but took out the wind-cutting cloud-piercing bow from his back. Buzz! Stepping into the hall, he pulled the bowstring, the air hummed, and crimson energy arrows appeared. Buzz buzz buzz, then, in a quick succession within 3 seconds, 19 arrows shot out densely, the equipment skill of the wind-cutting cloud-piercing bow, rending wind arrow rain. Swish swish swish, releasing his fingers, all arrows immediately burst out. Concentrating on a decaying corpse, Suchin wanted to see how much damage he could deal. Minus 15,667 A damage of over 10,000 burst from the corpse's head, reducing its health bar by 20%. The damage was decent, some hits. It seemed that the monsters in this first level had similar health and defense to those on the ground. Roar! Howl! Hashtag at Yuan%Yuan. Attacked by Suchin, the corpse monsters became agitated, roaring and rushing towards him. What reassured Suchin was that the huge skeleton guarding the passage entrance remained motionless. That was a relief. But Suchin's heart tensed again. He saw a corpse-spiked dog, covered in bone spikes and rot, with decent speed. La la la. At that moment, Suchin heard a singing voice. Glancing sideways, he saw Mumu standing at the passage entrance. As she sang, a chilling light rippled out like water waves, quickly spreading throughout the hall. All the corpse monsters touched by the light had their movement speed drastically reduced. Without hesitation, Suchin aimed at a corpse-spiked dog and shot his arrow. Minus 821 minus 1,579 critical hit. Minus 797 minus 812 with Mumu's speed reduction. The corpse dogs couldn't catch up to him. He just needed to run a few steps and then shoot his arrows. This was the most comfortable rhythm for kiting and grinding monsters. As he continued, Suchin suddenly had an idea. Could his skill, heart-cutting blade, be used in arrow form? There were no restrictions mentioned in the skill description. Should, can? With this thought in mind, Suchin decided to give it a try. The power of the Azura within his body boiled, muscles in Suchin's arm tensed up, and a misty red light emanated from his body. Hey! Exhaling sharply, Suchin pulled the bowstring heavily. Buzz! On the bowstring, a dazzling crystal arrow, surrounded by a blood-red mist, materialized. Swish! The piercing sound of the arrow breaking through the air, the shot was extremely fierce. 20312 fatal. Nice damage! Suchin nodded in satisfaction, pulling the bow to continue attacking the frenzied corpse dogs. 811-803-814. Mumu's 2 auxiliary skills played a significant role. Moreover, she could seamlessly assist Suchin without interruption, always maintaining Suchin's attack bonus, slowing down the speed of the corpse monsters. Suchin gradually figured out the weak points of the corpse monsters, mostly in the head area. With Mumu's slowing effect, the chance of a headshot was quite high, hitting around 7 out of 10 arrows. After killing 10 corpse monsters, Suchin's damage increased another level. Azura's Greed, 10 stack effect, increasing damage by 10%. 1738 critical hit. 1764 critical hit. 1755 critical hit. After about half an hour, there were fewer than 50 corpse monsters left, and only the slow-moving ones remained, as the fast ones had been killed by Suchin. At this point, Suchin slung the bow on his back and drew his sword, charging in. It was still comfortable like this, and the damage was high. In less than 20 minutes, the remaining ones were also dealt with. The ground was scattered with things that burst out. Click, click, click. At this moment, the skeleton standing at the entrance of the passage trembled all over, making clicking sounds. Then, it opened its bone eyes, boiling with blue flames. Intruder! You have disturbed my slumber. Guardian of the Underworld, level, LV20 category, elite boss health, 200,000 damage, physical attack 5375 skills, sharp bone throwing, bone armor rebound, bone axe explosion details, formerly very powerful, its bones were nourished by the Yin Chi in the Tomb of the Unseeing, giving birth to intelligence, commanded by an unknown existence to guard this place. Sharp bone throwing, level, LV3 damage, normal attack asterisk 870% details. The Guardian of the Underworld shoots out its sharp arm bones, causing massive damage to the target hit. Bone Armor Rebound, level, LV1 cooldown, 300 seconds effect, for 30 seconds, rebound 50% of the attack damage details. The Guardian of the Underworld activates the bone armor on its body's exterior, rebounding a certain amount of damage from the attacker. Bone Axe Explosion, level, LV2 cooldown, 150 seconds damage, normal attack asterisk 450% details. The Guardian of the Underworld grips a huge bone axe, charges for 3 seconds, then delivers a heavy blow to the target, causing massive damage. If it hits the ground, it will cause a 3 by 3 meter area shockwave. Su Chen saw the information about this skeleton. Naturally, he couldn't see it himself. It was discovered by Mumu and shared with him. 200,000 health, a whopping 5,375 physical attack. This was only the first level. This dungeon was indeed not an ordinary challenge. Intruder, die. The guardian of the underworld roared heavily again, then reached behind to pull out a huge axe. The handle was half a zhang long, and the axe head was like half a door panel. Thud! It heavily slammed the axe handle on the ground, making a deep sound, indicating its extreme weight. It seems like it has a wide attack range. Su Chen frowned. With such high physical attack, Su Chen could only withstand around 20 hits. He definitely couldn't engage in close combat. So, Su Chen gripped his bow, ready to kite from a distance. La 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 Mumu, who was watching from the side, started chanting again. This time, 2 consecutive cold lights emanated, marking 2 negative buffs on the boss's head. One reduced speed, and the other reduced defense by 20%. Bold! How dare you weaken me? The guardian of the underworld roared, immediately charging towards Mumu. Boom, boom, boom. As it ran, its heavy body made booming sounds on the ground. Obviously, Mumu had drawn its hatred towards her. Big brother, hurry up and attack the monster. Mumu, this skill has quite a long cooldown. Mumu remained calm, smiling as she threw punches. A radiant light emanated from her, clearing the hatred value of the abyssal guardian. The guardian lost its focus, redirecting its hatred towards Su Chen. Intruder, die! With a roar, the abyssal guardian charged towards Su Chen. However, its speed was notably slow. Already lacking in speed, Su Chen remained unfazed by the reduced pace. Buzz! Swish swish! Within 3 seconds, 20 arrows condensed, and Su Chen released them like a storm, hitting the abyssal guardian. Minus 9,072, even with reduced defense, Su Chen's damage decreased significantly. This was expected. Su Chen continued to draw his bowstring, pulling it with force. A dazzling arrow shrouded in blood mistook shape. Swish! Minus 5,672, a critical hit. Not fatal, though. In those 4 seconds, the abyssal guardian caught up and swung its axe heavily. Su Chen immediately dashed away. Bang! The giant axe smashed into the ground, causing a loud noise and flying debris. Su Chen remained unscathed, shooting arrows while running. Minus 567 to 1,122, critical hit minus 555 to 563. Dealing only around 550 damage, it was evident that the Abyssal Guardian's defense was remarkably high. Truly a formidable elite boss. After a minute, the boss's health dropped to just over 80%. By then, the defense debuff Mumu had applied had worn off. 453-457-461-465, the damage decreased even more. Su Chen winced at the sight of this damage. Other players would struggle to deal over 100 damage. Having experienced overwhelming damage before, Su Chen found this amount underwhelming. Nevertheless, it strengthened his resolve to complete this dungeon. Once finished, his equipment would surely advance to the next level. Su Chen focused his mind, determined. The cooldown for the heart-piercing blade was over. Drawing the bowstring, an arrow shrouded in blood mist burst forth. Minus 11,425, a fatal hit. Nice! With luck on his side, the fatal blow caused the Abyssal Guardian's health to plummet by 10%. Roar! Intruder, you have angered me! The Abyssal Guardian roared, blue flames of anger swirling in its eyes. Its shiny bone armor shimmered with a cold light, likely using bone armor rebound? Big brother, don't attack, it will rebound your damage. Mumu warned Su Chen. Meanwhile, Su Chen was running around the hall, incredibly agile. Light as a feather, swift as a startled swan, the Abyssal Guardian couldn't catch up with him. Gradually, the bone armor on the Guardian ceased to shine, indicating the end of the skill effect. Hee, big brother, it's weakened, attack quickly. Little Mumu cheered, throwing punches. Alright. Su Chen nodded and unleashed a flurry of arrows. 7532-456-468-919, critical hit. Su Chen's output speed was not slow, he could shoot 2 to 3 arrows in a second. Despite the challenging environment due to the Guardian's pursuit, his overall 1-minute output was considerable. Coupled with the damage from the heart-piercing blade, he could chip away around 20,000 health points in a minute. It seems manageable? Su Chen smiled inwardly. Although the damage appeared low, his output was indeed effective. Roar! Intruder, you have thoroughly enraged me. When the health dropped below 30%, the Abyssal Guardian roared. It was about to unleash its ultimate move. Su Chen quickly dashed behind a large rock. As expected, the Guardian was preparing to use the skill called Sharp Bone Piercer. In reality, the Guardian raised its left hand towards the boulder where Su-chen was hiding. Click! Its arm bone twitched, then, bang! What the heck? The skill of the Bone Piercer said that the Guardian of the Dark Abyss would pop out its arm bones. But now, with a loud bang, it was like a gunshot. When that huge arm bone flew towards him, it was like a cannonball. You call this popping out? Chaotic thoughts flashed through Su-chen's mind, as the arm bone smashed onto the stone in front of him. Bang! The stone exploded like tofu, and although many pieces of the arm bone also exploded, a half of it still smashed onto Su-chen's chest armor. Minus 34,926. The arm bone completely exploded, and Su-chen's health bar instantly dropped by a quarter. Damn! Luckily, my health bar is thick, with over 130,000. Su-chen smirked, getting up to attack the Guardian of the Dark Abyss furiously. Roar! Without its left hand, the Guardian of the Dark Abyss was enraged but helpless, struggling to even hold its giant axe steadily, let alone catch up to Su-chen. 461-454-910 critical hit. Minus 4,590 critical hit. Not long after, the Guardian of the Dark Abyss's health bar was completely depleted. Alas! I am defeated by you, a mere child. With a sigh, the Guardian of the Dark Abyss fell to the ground, dead. Whoosh! A big explosion. At the same time, golden light surrounded Su-chen as he leveled up. LV 14. LV 15. This time, he directly leveled up by 1.5 levels. Killing a level 7 enemy gave too much experience. Comfortable Su-chen cracked his neck, allocating all 30 free attribute points he gained into intelligence. Then, he approached the Guardian of the Dark Abyss to check the dropped items. One piece resembling black jade. 9 exquisite bottles, consisting of 3 health potions, 3 mana potions, and 3 energy potions. 1 large, crystal clear red crystal. These were the miscellaneous items. Now that Su-chen was level 15, he could finally check the information of these items. First, he looked at the black jade piece, Guardian of the Dark Abyss's frontal bone, level, LV 20 quality, rare category, material details, can be used to craft armor or weapons. Not bad, but Su-chen had no intention of keeping it. He could sell it to players specializing in life skills, sword forging, or blacksmithing. Next, the health potion, mana potion, and energy potion. Superior life potion, level 20 rare consumable, 8-second cooldown, restores 1500 health within 8 seconds. Superior mana potion, level 20 rare consumable, 8-second cooldown, restores 800 mana within 8 seconds. Superior energy potion, level 20 rare consumable, 8-second cooldown, restores 800 energy within 8 seconds. Useful. Su-chen could now drink mana and energy potions to restore his Azura power. It was very comfortable, allowing him to recover twice the amount in the same time. Lastly, the red crystal. Essence of Vitality Aggregation, level, ungraded item quality, rare category, consumable effect, after use, permanently increases maximum health by 2000 details. Although born from a lifeless object, it contains a rich essence of vitality energy. Wow! Great stuff! Su-chen held the red crystal, his eyes gleaming. Su-chen gained 10,000 maximum health with each level up. Now at level 15, he had over 150,000 health. Although he didn't need it, this kind of item that could increase a player's maximum health was definitely valuable. Su-chen rummaged through his backpack, finding over 60 of these crystals. However, their quality was not as good as this one, only increasing health by 100 each. Still, it added up to over 6,000, something any player wouldn't refuse. Feeling satisfied with his gains. Oh, almost forgot. He wasn't alone. What if Mumu wanted something? So, Su-chen turned to ask, Mumu, do you want any of these things? Mumu had already come to Su-chen's side, watching him sort through the items. Upon hearing the question, Mumu quickly shook her head. I don't want the strange things that fell out of your body. Big brother, you can have them all. Just remember to bring me some candy. Okay, I will. Thank you, little Mumu. Su-chen smiled, collecting all these miscellaneous items into his backpack. Then, the highlight came. Equipment. This time, a total of 5 pieces of equipment dropped. Among them, 2 are rare, and 3 are exceptional. Not bad, elite boss. It's not easy to get silver equipment. Although there were no silver equipment, Su-chen was quite satisfied. He picked up a rare piece and inspected the information. Guardian armor of the reversed bones, level, LV 20 quality, rare category, heavy armor / chestplate attributes, strength plus 51 / constitution plus 39 defense, physical defense plus 233 / magic defense plus 186 equipment skill, reversed bone special, when in the Tomb of the Unseen, wearing level requirement -5. Prefix, reversed bone, do not touch. Reversed bone edge, level, LV1 cooldown, 240 seconds details, forms a shield that reflects 30% of attack damage, lasting 20 seconds. TSK, this piece has higher defense than my entire rare set. Suchen clicked his tongue in admiration and immediately put it on. Instantly, his upper body transformed into a majestic bone armor. Handsome. Feeling pleased with himself, he continued to look at the next rare equipment. It was also armor. Bone-breaking melted armor leggings, level, LV20 quality, rare category, heavy armor/leggings attributes, strength plus 75/constitution plus 59 defense, physical defense plus 321/magic defense plus 201 special, when in the Tomb of the Unseen, wearing level requirement -5. Prefix, reversed bone, do not touch. Although it didn't have an equipment skill, the attributes were impressive. Suchen put it on as well. There were 3 exceptional pieces left. All were heavy armor made of bones, seemingly the same as what the Crypt Guardian wore. So, Suchen decided to put them all on. The attributes were decent, with a total of plus 113 strength, plus 83 constitution, plus 371 physical defense, and plus 256 magic defense. Since Suchen didn't have any other equipment at the moment, he just wore them. At this moment, Suchen, clad in armor made of ink black bones, looked fierce and strange, yet undeniably cool. Let's check the attributes. Suchen opened his attribute panel to review his information. ID, by Yi level, LV15 profession, Azura title, the fastest man in the world health, 153442 Azura power, 3215 strength, 511 constitution, 364 intelligence, 208 spirit, 119 damage, physical attack 2139/magic attack 1134 defense. Physical defense 4219/magic defense 4188 skills, Bloodbath Fury of the Azura, Bloodthirsty Tyrant, Heart-Piercing Blade passive, Azura's Palm Soldiers, Azura's Armor. Omitted. Azura's Greed. Equipment, Hanging Cloud Sword, Blue Fish Cape, Reversed Bone. Omitted. Snake Bone Necklace. Not bad, physical attack exceeded 2100. Comfortable. Suchen nodded in satisfaction. Then, he started picking up items dropped by the ordinary corpse monsters on the ground. Out of over 100 corpse monsters, he obtained 13 pieces of equipment, the highest quality being exceptional, all stored in his backpack. 27 bottles of mana, energy, and magic restoration potions. 234 silver coins. 76 essence aggregation crystals of life. It seemed not every corpse monster could drop them. Are you done, big brother? Beside him, Mumu kicked her feet restlessly. Yes, let's go Mumu. Suchen stood up and walked towards the passage. Yay! Let's go! Fight monsters! Little Mumu cheered and jumped around Suchen. He. Suchen laughed like an old father, couldn't help but remind her, be careful, don't fall. He. I won't, Mumu won't. Mumu giggled and made a face at Suchen. The two entered the passage, which soon became narrow. However, after a few dozen steps, it suddenly opened up again. This area was even larger, twice the size of the previous level. There were no decayed corpses inside, only skeletons. Although these skeletons' bones were not as shiny as the boss they had just killed, they looked tough. Roughly counting, there were also over 100 of them. This was the second level, because there was a cave entrance in the mountain wall here too. In front of the cave entrance lay a skeleton of a tiger as large as an elephant. It had no extra bones, just the framework of a tiger, supported by a faint blue flame. Dark Abyssal Bone Tiger level, LV20 category, Lord Boss health points, 250,000 damage, magic attack 6138 skills, Abyssal Fire Beam, Abyssal Fire Windblade, Abyssal Fire Inferno details, corrupted by powerful and massive energy, it has fallen into an undead creature, guarding something. Abyssal Fire Beam level, LV3 cooldown, 60 seconds damage, normal attack *270% 3 seconds details, the Dark Abyssal Bone Tiger spews the Abyssal Fire from within, striking targets in a straight line up to 10 meters away. Abyssal Fire Windblade level, LV3 cooldown, 180 seconds damage, normal attack *625% details, the Dark Abyssal Bone Tiger releases a wind blade formed of abyssal fire, dealing massive damage to enemies. Abyssal Fire Inferno level, LV2 cooldown, 1800 seconds effect, for 40 seconds, normal attack damage plus 30%, movement speed plus 30%, physical defense minus 30% details, the Dark Abyssal Bone Tiger ignites its abyssal fire, significantly increasing damage and movement speed for a short period. However, defense decreases significantly, and after the buff ends, all attributes weaken by 30%, lasting 180 seconds. This boss in this level, although still at level 20, has become a Lord-level boss. Its health points have increased to 250,000, and its damage has also risen to over 6,000. Su-chin checked the time and saw there were only about 100 minutes left. I wonder how many more levels there are. I need to hurry. Su-chin thought, gripping the hanging cloud sword and entering. Clad in heavy armor, his magic attack had decreased significantly, but his physical attack had become much stronger. He planned to engage in close combat. Brother, go for it. Mumu encouraged from the side, applying negative buffs to the skeleton monsters in the area as before, slowing them down, reducing their defense, all of it. Then, she buffed Su-chen, increasing damage by 20% against the undead and zombie races. Roar! #@Yuan. Being hit with negative buffs, the skeleton monsters were naturally alarmed. But Mumu redirected their hatred towards Su-chen, clearing their animosity towards herself. Fortunately, that bone tiger is still dormant, probably won't wake up until the end like the previous level. Seeing the bone tiger motionless, Su-chen felt relieved. Let's get started. Flowing clouds, hanging cloud, cold water. He used all three equipment skills. Taking the initiative, he dashed forward, covering a few steps, and activated the heart-piercing blade, thrusting it into the skeleton's eye socket. 35275 fatal. A massive number popped up above the skeleton's head, clearing half of its health bar in an instant. In terms of damage, Su-chen's physical attack was still higher than his magic attack. 2931 critical hit. 2887 critical hit. 2913 critical hit. Su-chen's eyes were calm like a mirror-like lake, methodically targeting the weak points in the skeleton's eye sockets with each sword strike. The skeletons couldn't catch up to Su-chen, but Su-chen wouldn't delve too deep either, as being surrounded by hundreds of skeleton monsters wouldn't be a good situation. So, he would strike a few times, block and counter, then turn and run a distance. While turning to run, he would also take out the cloud-cleaving wind-breaking bow to prevent any attack gaps. These skeletons had around 50,000 health points each, and although their defense was higher, Su-chen's attacks were stronger. So, it was actually faster than the first level. After a little over half an hour, all the skeleton monsters were dead. There was a pile of loot on the ground, but it wasn't the most important thing at the moment. Because, at this moment, the dark abyssal bone tiger rose up. Roar! It roared, causing the ground to tremble with its sound waves. Puff! It started with a big move, spewing dazzling cold blue abyssal fire from its mouth, forming a straight line aimed at Su-chen. Needless to say, Su-chen sprinted at full speed, dodging the abyssal fire beam. Taking cover behind a rock, the abyssal fire beam had no effect. After 3 seconds, although the rock had melted a thick layer, Su-chen emerged unscathed. Tread, tread, tread. Stepping out from behind the rocks, Su-chen unfurled his flowing cloak, sword in hand, charging towards the dark abyss bone tiger. His speed was remarkable, and in just a few moments, he was before the bone tiger. Roar! The dark abyss bone tiger roared, spewing a ball of dark fire towards Su-chen. It wasn't like the dark fire wind blade, this seemed to be the tiger's regular attack. Swish! Su-chen had anticipated this, taking a step to the left to dodge the attack. Heart-cutting blade. With a heavy blow, the sword struck the dark abyss bone tiger's forehead. 250000 instant death. Damn! I refuse. The dark abyss bone tiger fell to the ground, managing to utter these words before its head slumped to the side. The dark fire extinguished all over its body. Crash! A pile of items burst out. Su-chen's experience bar skyrocketed, jumping from 7% straight to 73%. Su-chen was still in a daze. He had just been preparing to retreat and be cautious, but the numbers that popped up above the dark abyss bone tiger's head left him stunned. Damn! This is too awesome. Coming back to his senses, Su-chen exclaimed. He never expected that the first heart-cutting blade would trigger instant death. Normally, this instant death was extremely difficult to trigger, given its mere 1% chance. Moreover, as a boss, it would surely have high resistance to instant death. This luck. TSK. Maybe he should damn well buy a lottery ticket? Wow! Mumu, the little loli beside him, was also shocked, her small mouth wide open as she exclaimed, "Brother, what skill is this? How did you instantly kill this big tiger?" She wasn't truly that naive, not knowing anything at all. But she had never seen such a scene before. This is a feature of my skill, with a chance to trigger instant death. Su-chen scratched his head, explaining. Instant death. Mumu's small mouth opened even wider. Her eyes sparkled with amazement. She was truly impressed. Instant death was something she had heard of but never witnessed. This was no ordinary matter, it was extremely rare. It almost touched upon the laws of the world. After all, with just one strike, regardless of your life, you must die. If this isn't a law, then what is a law? Mumu, what's wrong? Are you okay? Su-chen, seeing her in a daze, couldn't help but ask. I'm fine. Mumu shook her head slowly, snapping out of her shock, suppressing the amazement in her heart. Brother, quickly collect these things, we need to make good use of our time. Okay. Su-chen nodded and began to inspect the items dropped by the Dark Abyss Bone Tiger. The tips of 3 tiger claws were materials for forging weapons. Glancing at them, Su-chen tossed the rare grade ones into his backpack, ready to sell them. It was better to farm a few more silver bosses than to craft rare weapons. There were 12 bottles of high-grade potions, for each for health, energy, and mana. There was also a burning flame. This one was a bit peculiar, so Su-chen checked its properties. Half-burning dark fire, category, consumable property, within 40 seconds, normal attack damage plus 30%, movement speed plus 30%, physical defense minus 30%. Details. Some of the dark fire from the Dark Abyss Bone Tiger remains, can be used once to enhance one's own attributes. Note, can only be used in the Dark Abyss tomb, it dissipates upon leaving. Oh, this is a skill of that tiger. Interesting, I reckon the next level will be the final boss, and this dark fire is a buff for players. Su-chen smiled and stashed it in his backpack. Next up were the equipment pieces. In total, there were 7 pieces, 2 rare, 4 excellent, and 1 fine. I hope the next level will have silver-grade equipment. Su-chen sighed, casually picking up a rare piece to check its information. Tiger Tooth Necklace, level, LV20 quality, rare category, necklace/accessory attributes, Constitution plus 64/health plus 593 special, while in the Dark Abyss tomb, level requirement for wearing -5. Prefix, natural, showcasing barbarism. Not bad, it was just right to replace the snake bone necklace he was wearing. Su-chen put on the necklace. Then he moved on to the next rare piece. Tiger Bone Claw Bracelet level, LV20 quality, rare category, bracelet/accessory attributes, strength plus 72/energy plus 834 special. When in the Tomb of Unrest, level requirement to wear -5. Affix, natural, although it has a fishy smell. The bracelet can still be used. Su-chen put it on, and his physical attack immediately increased by over 100. After checking out the rare item, Su-chen lost interest in the others and simply tossed them into his backpack. Then, he started picking up items dropped by the skeleton kills. 13 pieces of equipment, all of superior quality, nothing worth keeping, all intended to be sold by Su-chen. Intermediate and advanced health, mana, and energy potions, a total of 38 bottles, of no use. 82 essence of vitality, with an effective plus 100 maximum health. Speaking of which, there are too many of these things, already over 180. And outside, there are over 1,000 rotting corpses, should be able to loot a few hundred coins, right? TSK. Su-chen even felt tempted to use them himself. But then he thought, it would only be the effect of leveling up a couple of times, and he couldn't be bothered. Okay, all set, let's go, Mumu. The two entered the passage guarded by the Dark Abyssal Tiger, which was relatively spacious, about 10 feet wide and 10 feet high. As they walked, Su-chen felt a chill all over his body, as if there was cold air ahead. After a few dozen steps, the world suddenly opened up before their eyes. It was a huge cave, about the size of several basketball courts combined. In the center of the cave, there was a pool of pale yellow spring water. White mist rose from the spring water, and the cold seemed to emanate from that mist. Above the spring water, there was a rotten tree with several fist-sized mushrooms growing on it. Along the edge of the spring water, there were several grass-like plants that looked like weeds. Inside the spring water, there were several lotus plants in bloom, but only halfway. This looked very much like the bridgehead mushroom, darkborn 9-leaf grass, and half-bloomed dark spring lotus. Brother, the darkborn 9-leaf grass you wanted is right by the spring water. Mumu whispered to Su-chen. Su-chen thought to himself, as expected, but he didn't act rashly. There were monsters here too, although only one person, one horse. Yes, there were no small monsters here, only one person and one horse. The person was wearing armor, sitting on a tall white bone warhorse, wielding a 2-meter-long greatsword, guarding the spring water. What Su-chen found interesting was that this person had no head. Yes, his neck was directly severed, revealing shrunken, pale flesh and blood. The headless knight, this is. Su-chen pondered and used the inspection skill. Then, his face darkened. Because he couldn't see the attributes again, this headless knight was over level 20. Let me do it. Mumu whispered and inspected the information, then shared it with Su-chen. The name really was the Headless Knight. Headless Knight level, LV25 category, Silver Boss health, 400,000 damage, 7,534 skills, death charge, flame attachment, endless resentment, coexistence in death details. His head was cut off by a sneak attack, powerful resentment turned him into an undead, and with the help of the dark spring water, he has grown to this point. Death charge level, LV5 cooldown, 120 seconds damage, normal attack * 870% details. The Headless Knight charges forward, dealing massive damage to the target hit, stunning them for 3 seconds if they survive. Flame attachment level, LV3 cooldown, 150 seconds effect, weapon damage plus 30% for 30 seconds details. The Headless Knight imbues his weapon with dark flames, significantly increasing weapon damage for 30 seconds. Endless resentment level, LV1 times 1 details. After death, the lingering resentment allows the Headless Knight to revive, but all attributes decrease by 50% after revival. Coexistence in death passive skill level, LV1 attribute, health plus 100,000, included in main information, details. The Headless Knight and his warhorse coexist in death, greatly increasing health. These attributes are really strong. Suchin sighed in amazement. 400,000 blood points, for major skills, and 1 chance for resurrection. Over 7,000 damage with basic attacks. A death charge every 2 minutes. As for defense, it's not to be underestimated. If an average player were to face this, even if there were dozens or hundreds, it would be a walk in the park. With a swing of the 2-meter-long greatsword, a large area could be wiped out. Even for him, Suchin, the situation was grave. The Headless Knight riding the skeletal horse, over 4 meters tall, exuded immense pressure. But there was no turning back now. Suchin carefully assessed the terrain. This was, after all, a cave, so the terrain was naturally complex. Uneven ground, stalactites everywhere, and small rocky peaks. This actually weakened the Headless Knight's abilities. In terms of tactics, the only option here was to kite. Suchin changed back into the ink scale set. Kiting required light armor. "Brother, go for it, I'll support you," Mumu said, boosting Suchin's attack power. Suchin nodded. "Okay, you stay hidden, I'll draw its aggro, then you weaken its state." "Got it." Mumu smiled and moved back, hiding in the shadows of the passage. Only then did Suchin feel at ease, switching to the cloud-cutting wind bow and entering the cave. The upcoming battle would be intense, with no room for distraction. Swish! -327. Suchin fired an arrow first, drawing aggro. The low damage was frustrating. La la la. Mumu's cheerful voice rang out. 2 cold lights shimmered. 2 negative buffs appeared on the Headless Knight's head. Defense reduced by 20%, speed reduced by 20%. Now was the time for the Gale Arrow Storm. Buzz buzz buzz. In 3 seconds, 20 arrows condensed. Suchin released them with a flick of his finger. -5,613. Although the basic attack damage was low, the skill damage made up for it. "How dare you, audacious thief, dare to shoot in the dark?" At this moment, the Headless Knight also spoke, his voice surprisingly loud. Logically, without vocal cords, one couldn't speak, but in this game, anything was possible. "Charge!" The Headless Knight spurred his horse, and the skeletal warhorse charged towards Suchin. Even after the speed reduction, it was still faster than Suchin. Fortunately, the complex terrain greatly affected the horse's gallop. Suchin looked around and ran towards a cluster of stalactites. As he ran, he drew his bow, aiming for a critical hit. Swish! -3,270 critical hit. Unfortunately, it was only a critical hit, not fatal or lethal. "You little rascal!" The Headless Knight roared in anger, now in the stalactite forest, and swung his sword down. Crack! A stalactite broke. Suchin furrowed his brow, took out a half-burning dark fire from his backpack. Activating it increased his attack power by 30%. With the stalactite forest blocking, it was the perfect time to unleash his output. -497-495-486-493. Arg, damn it. After cutting a few, half of the stalactite forest remained, and he had been hit by hundreds of arrows, enraging the Headless Knight. Death charge! Charge! With a furious shout, the skeletal warhorse stomped the ground and charged towards Suchin with great momentum. "Okay, time to change location." Suchin calmly retreated from the stalactite forest, satisfied with the kills he had made in this terrain. Boom boom boom. By now, the Headless Knight had charged into the stalactite forest, causing a loud rumble as all the stalactites were shattered. -382-376-388. Suchin wasted no time, drawing his bow and happily outputting damage. Unfortunately, the dark fire only lasted for a few tens of seconds. "Where do you think you're going?" After firing a few arrows, the Headless Knight turned back and ran towards Suchin. Suchin fought and retreated, maintaining a tight grip on the pace, despite the thrilling danger. He led the Headless Knight on, making the battle seem relatively easy. Charge! Death charge! At this moment, the Headless Knight's health had dropped to around 200,000. And now, there was hardly any terrain left to be used. The Headless Knight's death charge cooldown was up, and he mindlessly charged towards Su Chen. Consequently, the terrain was all torn up, a complete mess. In other words, Su Chen had to face the Headless Knight head-on at this moment. Alright, let's challenge him like in the newbie village. Su Chen's eyes sharpened as he put back on the heavy armor he had taken off earlier and wielded the falling cloud sword. Crack! Crack! Su Chen cracked his neck, beckoned with his hand, and said, "Come on. Ha ha ha, good lad, here I come." Su Chen's provocation actually made the Headless Knight burst into laughter. He lifted his great sword and charged towards Su Chen. Su Chen, however, did not dodge but instead stared intently at the Headless Knight's longsword. "Take this. Face my strike." The Headless Knight rushed forward, his 2-meter-long sword fiercely aiming at Su Chen's shoulder, the force creating a whistling sound in the air. Clang! The Headless Knight's great sword clashed with Su Chen's falling cloud sword. The sound of their clash was crisp and sharp. Block! Rebound! The rebound could be considered successful, but also not. The Headless Knight's sword bounced back, but Su Chen still took 2 steps back. The Headless Knight's strength was overwhelming, and the level difference was too great, a gap of 10 levels. If it were an ordinary monster with a 10-level difference, it wouldn't be a big issue, but this was a silver boss. If Su Chen's strength attribute wasn't over 500, he wouldn't have been able to rebound it. Hee, you're doomed. Despite the outcome, Su Chen just smiled faintly. Although he had to step back and couldn't attack up close, as long as he switched weapons quickly, he would have time to shoot a few arrows. The Headless Knight was still in shock from his attack being rebounded. After hearing Su Chen's words, he fell silent for a moment before angrily shouting, "Arrogant! I'll have your head." With that, he spurred his horse and charged at Su Chen once more. "Watch my sword." In 3 quick moves, he was in front of Su Chen, aiming a fierce blow at his head. "Useless!" Su Chen sneered, took a step to the left, and fiercely countered the Headless Knight's longsword with a backhand strike. Clang! In the ear-piercing clash, the Headless Knight's longsword was once again rebounded, and Su Chen took 2 steps back. As he retreated, Su Chen switched weapons, grabbing the wind-piercing cloud bow from his back. Swish! 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 After 3 arrows, Su Chen swiftly switched back to the falling cloud sword. By now, the Headless Knight was charging towards him. Ha! Ha! But this time, the skeletal warhorse reared up, its 2 sturdy front hooves striking fiercely towards Su Chen's chest. This attack had no chance of hitting Su Chen. He had already retreated before the warhorse could raise its hooves. Thud! Thud! With 2 thuds, the skeletal warhorse missed its target. By then, Su Chen had circled to its side and delivered a fierce blow to the Headless Knight. Heart-cutting blade. Critical hit. With a successful strike, Su Chen immediately retreated. Hiss! The next moment, the Headless Knight's longsword struck the ground, narrowly missing its mark. Wow! Death charge! With a roar, the Headless Knight launched another death charge. Su Chen calmly watched as the skeletal warhorse approached him. Just as it was about to collide with him, he leaped high, executed a graceful roll upon landing, successfully evading the attack. Having faced this death charge over 10 times, there was no way he would be hit now. Damn it all! The Death Knight fumed, shouting in anger, "Flame attachment!" Boom! As he spoke, his long sword was instantly surrounded by a cold blue ghostly flame. "You can't hit me, and the flame attachment is useless." Su Chen sneered disdainfully. "Arg! Die!" The Headless Knight, enraged, rode up to Su Chen and swung his sword down. Clang! As expected, it was once again rebounded. Su Chen switched back to his bow and arrow, stepped back, and gathered strength. Ripping wind arrow rain. After firing 5,248 shots, he immediately switched back to the hanging cloud sword, calmly waiting for the attack of the Headless Knight. Clang! 322-332-328 clang. 326-315-336 clang. Heart-cutting blade. 3289 critical hit. 20 minutes later, the Headless Knight was left with just a sliver of health. Impossible. I can't die here, let alone die by your hand. The Headless Knight was furious, roaring madly, but hesitated to attack. If he came close, he would either be bounced back or dodged. It was terrifying that after fighting for so long, he hadn't even touched Su Chen's clothes. Buzz! Su Chen remained silent, pulling the bowstring forcefully. Heart-cutting blade. 8175 fatal. Arg! The last bit of the Headless Knight's health was depleted. He let out a miserable cry and collapsed along with his skeletal warhorse. Su Chen didn't relax, it wasn't over yet. I can't die. I still have unfinished business. I won't. I will kill my enemies. I will seek revenge. Indeed, the Headless Knight lay on the ground, becoming untouchable and struggling incessantly. As he struggled, a surging and intense black mist emanated from his body, thick and profound like a sea of resentment. It sustained him, allowing him to come back to life once more. Su-chin checked the time, less than 15 minutes left. All attributes reduced by 50%, 15 minutes, enough. Su-chin calculated silently, waiting for the Headless Knight status change. In a few seconds, the Headless Knight and his warhorse stood up together. "I won't die." He leaped onto the horse, shouting loudly. However, with all attributes reduced by 50%, even his voice wasn't as loud as before. La la la. At this moment, Mumu released another negative buff and boosted Su-chan's attack power. Su-chan, in turn, unleashed all his equipped skills. Flowing Clouds, Hanging Cloud, Cold Water, Blade of Reversal, Heart-Cutting Blade, -12246 critical hit. Switching to Bow and Arrow, Ripping Wind Arrow Rain, -12,937. Switching to Hanging Cloud Sword, Upward Thrust, Clang, Bounced Back, -1224-1213-1194. The previous Headless Knight couldn't match Su-chan, let alone after his resurrection with all attributes reduced by 50%. In less than 5 minutes, his 100,000 health was reduced to just a sliver. -1,276 health, depleted. Thud. The Headless Knight and his warhorse crashed to the ground. Hiss hiss hiss. The dense resentment on his body dissipated and dispersed. "No, I can't. My enemies are not dead. The petty thieves are not dead. Not dead. Not dead." Yet, he hadn't died, still muttering about his enemies. "I will seek revenge. Revenge." He struggled but couldn't get up. "Kill. Kill. Kill him. Kill him." After his final muttering, he fell silent. Buzz. Golden light radiated from Su-chan, leveling up. LV 16. LV 17. Rising 2 levels in a row, his experience bar stopped at 37%. Whoosh. Meanwhile, things began to burst out from the Headless Knight and the skeletal warhorse. At the same time, a system prompt sounded, ding. You have successfully cleared the LV-20 secret dungeon, Tomb of the Unseen. As the first player to clear this secret dungeon, you receive the following rewards: 5 free attribute points, 3 silver draw chests, plus 800 reputation in the twin cities of the other shore, 10 gold coins. Ding! You have slain the silver boss, Headless Knight. As the first player on the server to kill the silver boss, you receive the following rewards: 10 free attribute points, 3 silver draw chests, 10 gold coins. Server announcement: Desya player Bai has cleared the LV-20 secret dungeon, Tomb of the Unseen. As the first player on the server to clear a secret dungeon, he will receive 5 free attribute points, 3 silver draw chests, plus 800 reputation in the twin cities of the other shore, and 10 gold coins. His name will be forever recorded in the history of the Divine Land. This announcement is repeated 10 times throughout the server, proclaiming to the world. Ding! Server announcement: Desya player Bai. Ding! Server announcement. Ding! Server announcement: Desya player Bai has just slain the silver boss, Headless Knight. As the first player on the server to defeat the silver boss, he will receive 10 free attribute points, 3 silver draw chests, and 10 gold coins. His name will be forever recorded in the history of the Divine Land. This announcement is repeated 10 times throughout the server, proclaiming to the world. Ding! Server announcement: Desya player Bai. Ding! Server announcement. Holy cow! He actually cleared it? Oh my goodness. Bai, the boss, went from level 13 to challenge a level 20 dungeon and actually succeeded. Wow. Absolutely terrifying. He even killed the silver boss of the level 20 dungeon. Incredible, he's too strong. Amazing. Bai, the boss, is truly becoming more and more formidable. I just made a bet with a friend about whether Bai, the boss, would go for the dungeon, and now I've won. Unstoppable. It's him again. Damn. How is this possible? Amidst the chaotic notifications from the system, Su-chan paid no attention. After the Headless Knight's death, there was a flurry of drops. A true explosion of riches. The first clear drop was a luxurious batch. Over 20 pieces of equipment, can you believe it? They practically covered the ground. Not a single ordinary or fine piece, the lowest quality was outstanding. There were 3 silver glows in total. Among them, there was a shiny 2-meter-long sword, burning with a cold blue flame all over. Very cool. Su-chan picked up this long sword and checked the information. Soul-cutting blade of the nether flame, level, LV-20 quality, silver type, weapon/long sword attributes, strength +132/intelligence +67 damage, physical attack +783/magic attack +457 special enhancement. When attacking, adds nether flame attribute damage. Special damage, when attacking, adds 17% nether flame burning damage. Weapon skill, nether flame explosion suffix. Where does the fire on this come from? Nether flame explosion, level, LV1 cooldown, 180 seconds effect. Normal attack asterisk 200% details, stir the hunting nether flame on the blade, on the next attack, add nether flame explosion damage. Still need to reach level 3 to use it. Su-chan reluctantly put the soul-cutting blade of the nether flame into his backpack. He was a bit over level 17 now and still needed to level up. The remaining 2 silver pieces were both armor. The style was similar to what the Headless Knight wore, very fierce, with curved iron pieces shimmering with a cold silver light. Emitting a conspicuous black mist all over, it looked evil, mysterious, and chilling. Chestplate of the Unseen Resentment, level, LV20 quality, silver type, heavy armor/upper body attributes, strength +112/constitution +86 defense, physical defense +561/magic defense +417 suffix, endless breath of resentment, relying on this equipment. Shoulder armor of the Unseen Resentment, level, LV20 quality, silver type, heavy armor/shoulder armor attributes, strength +107/constitution +76 defense, physical defense +543/magic defense +415 suffix. The black aura it emits will make people fearful. Set attribute of Unseen Resentment inactive, huh? A set? Su-chan's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that in the Tomb of the Unseen, there would be a silver level armor set. Too bad, it takes 5 pieces to activate. Su-chan lamented. But he had made up his mind, after completing the Lord's mission, he would come here to level up and gear up. If he could collect a complete set of silver armor, the attributes would be incredible. Absolutely amazing. As the saying goes, what was once the vast ocean is now just a drop of water. Su-chan saw 3 pieces of silver and couldn't muster any interest in the remaining equipment. Even though there were 8 rare items and 14 superior ones among them, Su-chan didn't even glance at them and directly stored them all in his backpack. Apart from the equipment, there was also a shimmering silver crystal stone, a scroll, and a piece of paper exuding black resentment. There were 34 bottles of special grade blood potion, blue potion, and energy potion, and 37 gold coins. Let's start with the silver crystal stone, first rank cold radiance enhancement stone, level, LV20 category, consumable/weapon enhancement stone effect. Physical attack +100/magic attack +100 details, used for enhancing equipment, can improve the attributes of equipment. This one is quite impressive. A full 100 points increase in attack. Previously, Su-chan had obtained one called the 1-star sharpness enhancement stone, but it only added 10 points. When I reach level 20, I'll use it on the Dark Flame Soul Slasher. Su-chan thought, then placed it in his backpack. Next, he examined the scroll. Flame Attachment Skill Scroll, Category, Skill Scroll Details. Upon use, learn the active skill, Flame Attachment. Flame Attachment Skill Details, Effect, increases weapon damage by 15% for 30 seconds. Details, ignites the dark flame within, significantly boosting weapon damage for 30 seconds. Ignites the dark flame within. I don't have anything like that. Su-chan looked at the skill information, feeling puzzled. After some thought, he simply crushed the scroll. Ding! You have used the skill scroll and comprehended a skill, Flame Attachment. A system prompt sounded in his ears as Su-chan opened the detailed information of the skill. Flame Attachment, level, LV1 cooldown, 180 seconds effect, increases weapon damage by 15% for 30 seconds. Details, ignites the dark flame within, significantly boosting weapon damage for 30 seconds. Note, if there is no dark flame within, the skill cannot be activated. Forget it, I'll ask the Lord when I go back later. Su-chan shook his head, closed the skill interface, and picked up the last item. It was a scroll emitting a black aura, similar to the aura emitted by the Headless Knight earlier. Death Pursuit Order, difficulty, a requirement, kill LV40 Golden Boss, Sinful Bandit Wei Xingjing, progress, 0/1 reward, none, accept/decline. After reading it, Su-chan was stunned. He didn't expect that before the Headless Knight died, he would issue a pursuit order, which was a mission. What's more, this mission didn't offer any rewards at all. As an A-level mission, it's impossible to have no rewards. This is unreasonable. Su-chan, holding the pursuit order, couldn't figure it out, so he simply accepted it. Since there was no time limit and no punishment, there was no harm in accepting it. Hiss. Just as Su-chan accepted the order, a mist emanated from the pursuit order, enveloping him. He was unharmed, but he saw a scene. In the scene, a dark place, a rugged-faced man obtained a peculiar fire seed. Then the scene shifted to a LV40 person, seemingly very powerful, but secretly attacked and beheaded the rugged man. The person took away the peculiar fire seed. The scene shifted again, showing a headless body staggering to its feet. The scene ended in an instant. Oh, I see. The reward for the mission must be that fire seed. Su-chen understood that the reward was not in the mission itself but on the target of the mission. Brother, are you done picking up everything? There's a treasure chest here. At that moment, Su-chen heard the pleasant voice of Mumu. Turning around, he saw Mumu by the spring, next to a shiny silver treasure chest. It was probably the reward chest after clearing the instance. Here we go, Su-chen said, walking over to Mumu and opening the treasure chest. Buzz! A dazzling silver light burst forth, dazzling and radiant. After the silver light faded, an equipment appeared inside. Su-chen saw it and his eyes lit up instantly. Because the style and the black mist emanating from this equipment are very similar to the resentment just obtained. Resentment of the unseen waistband, level, LV20 quality, silver category, heavy armor/waistband attributes, strength plus 101/constitution plus 88 defense, physical defense plus 547/magic defense plus 395 affix. Its deep resentment will never stop releasing. Nice! Got a good item directly. After reading it, Su-chen was even more delighted and naturally stored the equipment in his backpack. Brother, it's time to pick what you want, Mumu said with a smile. Silver equipment is precious, but her expression remained unchanged as she watched Su-chen put it away. She didn't like these things and couldn't use them. Okay. Su-chen nodded and walked towards the spring. Hiss! As he approached, Su-chen shivered. It was too cold. The temperature was probably below zero, but the spring water didn't freeze, which was strange. Su-chen was curious and couldn't help but take a look. The spring water was pale yellow, with wisps of white mist rising, and the cold air emanated from the mist. He couldn't tell what it was, but it felt unusual. He investigated. All question marks, nothing could be seen. Be careful, brother, that's the coldine spring. If you fall in or even just touch it a bit, you'll freeze into an ice lump. He. Mumu reminded Su-chen with a smile as he looked curious. Oh, thank you for the reminder, Mumu. Su-chen thanked her and temporarily set aside his curiosity. Since the water wouldn't run away, he could come back to check it out later. Hurry and pick what you need, brother, but you can only pick one, or it will cause the coldine chi to leak out. Mumu urged Su-chen while warning him. Okay. Su-chen started picking the quest items. In a few moments, he got a crossing bridge mushroom, a 9-leaf dark life grass, and a half-bloomed spring lotus. Luckily, these 3 items didn't require any special collection methods. Otherwise, Su-chen's way of forcefully pulling them from the ground might have damaged them. Done. Mumu clapped her hands, her big eyes looking at Su-chen. Brother, I helped you get the items, so you must remember to bring me candy. Of course. Su-chen nodded firmly. However, how to meet Mumu again was still a problem, so Su-chen asked, Mumu, how can I find you in the future? Mumu replied, I like to sunbathe on this clock tower, so next time, brother can come to the clock tower to find me. Okay, I will definitely come. Well, let's go, brother, our medicine's effects are about to wear off. Okay. The two walked out together. The cave was a dead end, so they had to return the same way. Before long, they returned to the first floor of the clock tower. The ground was quiet now, and the zombie monsters had fallen back asleep. Su-chen looked back at the entrance to the secret realm instance, which showed it was refreshing. It would take a day. Quite long. It seemed that the silver set had a feeling of being hard to come by. Su-chen thought so. He wasn't too worried because he still had 6 silver chests left to open. Maybe he could get lucky and get the remaining 2 pieces in one go? While he was daydreaming, Mumu's ears twitched, her expression changed, and she said to Su-chen, Brother, Mumu is leaving. Where are you going? Do you need me to protect you? Should I accompany you? Su-chen asked, looking at her with concern. Although Mumu wasn't weak, she was still a little girl, so Su-chen naturally worried. No need. Mumu smiled, clenched her chubby little fist. I'm very strong. No bad guys dare to mess with me. Well, okay then. Su-chen could only nod. Goodbye, brother. Mumu waved and ran out of the clock tower at an extremely fast speed, far beyond what a little girl could show. After leaving the bell tower, her figure flickered twice, disappearing from Su-chen's sight in the blink of an eye. What exactly is she? Su-chen scratched his head, feeling puzzled. He truly liked this mischievous little girl. Perhaps she's part of a special plotline, a special NPC, concealing a special mission behind her? Su-chen speculated, considering the possibility. Otherwise, why would she help him for no reason? It couldn't just be for the candy, could it? After pondering for a while and failing to find a reason, Su-chen gave up on thinking. Without leaving the bell tower, he logged out directly. His bug progress bar had been completed long ago, and if he hadn't come to the bell tower to check earlier, he would have returned to reality much sooner. Reality. Su Chen was in his room, lying on the sofa. Xia Cha was lying beside him, still playing. Su Chen disconnected, taking off the game helmet. He touched the progress bar on his left hand directly, and a window popped up. Current energy is sufficient to create a BUG. Note, currently not in the game world, unable to create a BUG. Reality won't work. Then why am I appearing in reality, and why can I bring things from the game with me? No way. Su Chen complained, but as he reached the end, his pupils contracted, and his speech slowed down. Maybe, it's possible. Su Chen got excited, put on the virtual helmet again, and re-entered the game. Deep initiating connection. Connection successful. Welcome to the Divine Land world. Shua Su Chen descended upon the bell tower, ready to try. Su Chen touched his arm, and a window popped up. Current energy is sufficient to create a BUG. Silently in his mind, Su Chen said, extract all the attributes of my current character into reality. However, the words on the window changed to no data. Everything else was fine, so why was there no data? What did that mean? Su Chen frowned, unable to understand, so he switched to another idea, extract my buff, guardian of the goddess of life, into reality. No data. Extract my free attribute points? No data. Extract everything in my backpack? Plural data, insufficient energy. It seemed like only a single item or a few items could be extracted at a time? Su Chen scratched his head, opened his backpack, and continuously tried to see how much he could bring out. In the end, he could only bring out 2 items, still showing plural data, insufficient energy. It was confirmed that he could only bring out 1 item at the moment. Su Chen made his selection and chose the essence of vitality crystal. It was something dropped by the guardian of the abyss, which could increase life points by plus 2,000. Taking a deep breath, Su Chen silently said, extract the essence of vitality into reality. Extraction successful. The words on the window suddenly changed, and the essence of vitality in Su Chen's backpack gradually became clear and solid. It was strange because it was already very clear. After all, it was 100% realistic virtual reality. Yet now, as Su Chen looked at it, there was still a sense of the crystal solidifying. Soon, the crystal's transformation stopped, becoming vivid and real, giving a feeling of transitioning from illusion to reality. Then, with a swish, it disappeared. What the heck? Su was surprised, then a flash of insight struck him. Had it been extracted into reality? So, Su Chen logged out again. Inside the rented room, Su Chen hadn't taken off the game helmet yet when he felt something cold in his hand. Hiss! Taking off the helmet, Su Chen looked at the sparkling red crystal in his hand, taking a sharp breath. He had actually brought it out. Oh my god. Su Chen was incredulous but had to believe it. Because the texture in his hand felt so real, the color of the crystal was so shiny, and it even emitted a tempting taste of swallowing it down. Should I try swallowing it? Su Chen furrowed his brow, feeling an urge to swallow the crystal. The sensation was intense, like that of a person starving for days, seeing an incredibly sumptuous meal. Su Chen's feeling was even stronger than this, as if the blood in his body was yearning for something. After a moment of hesitation, Su Chen got up and walked into the bathroom. He closed the door to prevent any noise. Then, he swallowed the essence of vitality in one gulp. Ugh! Just 2 or 3 seconds later, Su Chen's eyes widened. He felt a huge warm current appearing in his abdomen, quickly spreading throughout his body. There was no pain, no discomfort, just a warm and comfortable feeling, so much so that Su Chen even felt a sense of floating in ecstasy. This feeling lasted for about a minute before disappearing. Now, Su Chen felt great. Really great. Amazingly great. Thinking back on the effect of the essence of vitality, Su Chen realized that his vitality should have greatly increased. This is incredible. Su Chen was so excited he could hardly contain himself. After being ecstatic for a while, Su Chen finally came back to his senses and noticed a strange smell coming from his body. He looked down and saw a lot of dirt on his skin. Wow! It's like being reborn. Su Chen turned on the shower and took a bath. After changing his clothes, Su Chen felt like he was a whole new person. It was so refreshing. This kind of energetic and revitalized state was so comfortable. As adults, there are always various worries, and almost every adult is subhealthy and lacks sleep. But now, Su Chen felt as energetic as he did in his youth. It seems that I should do more to improve my physical fitness in the future and bring it into reality. Su Chen thought as he lay down on the sofa. He put on his helmet again and entered the game. The game world. Su Chen appeared in the clock tower. It's time to return to the city, complete the tasks, and expand the backpack, otherwise I won't be able to fit everything. Su Chen thought as he left the clock tower. Now he had no interest in grinding monsters, so he activated his skill and ran out. Roar! Roar! The undead creatures that had just been buried for a short time were startled by Su Chen and began to crawl out of the ground, howling. Of course, they couldn't catch up to Su Chen. Before long, Su Chen had left the area of the spirit cemetery. The undead creatures wouldn't chase him out but instead howled at the edge of the cemetery. Su Chen walked towards where he had tied his horse before. Neigh! Before he got close, Su Chen heard a panicked neighing sound. Oh no! Could there be monsters attacking it? I rely on it to return to the city. Su Chen's face darkened, and he quickly ran over. Then, he saw 4 players circling around his horse. It had been almost 3 hours since he entered the instance, so it wasn't surprising to see some top players, guild leaders, or wealthy players in the main city. What are you guys doing? Su Chen asked coldly. Ah! Oh my god! These people were startled by Su Chen's sudden voice. I'll be damned. You! Initially, they were about to curse, but when they saw Su Chen's ID above his head, they were all dumbfounded, unable to speak. After a while, oh my god! It's White Knight, the great god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! White Knight, the great god! I. Their tongues were tied in excitement, their faces flushed, and their eyes widened. Seeing what seemed to be his fans, Su Chen's eyebrows relaxed a bit. What are you doing? That horse is mine. Ah, White Knight, the great god, we were just watching. Ahem, yes, we didn't mean to do anything. Ah ha ha. They chuckled awkwardly, quickly waved their hands, and moved away from the blood-sweating horse. They had originally wanted to see if they could tame the horse for transportation. But now, with the skills of White Knight, they 4 couldn't even compare to a side dish. Su Chen nodded, walked over, mounted the horse, and trotted away from the scene. That was close. Luckily I didn't make a move. Exactly, if we had attacked, we would have been killed for sure. Just reached level 10, and then dropped back to level 9. As Su Chen walked away, these few people breathed a sigh of relief. Coming out of the newbie village meant passing the newbie protection phase, where the penalty for death increased significantly. Each death resulted in a level drop and higher chances of losing equipment. Riding swiftly. After about half an hour, Su Chen returned to the twin cities of the other shore. It must be said, the path was really far. Inside the city, there were already a few players. Many people who saw Su Chen wanted to chat with him. Regardless of their intentions, Su Chen just rode past them. Instead of heading straight to the city lord's mansion, he went to a general store. He wanted to expand his backpack. The price was quite steep. 10 slots cost 5 gold coins. Fortunately, Su Chen didn't have much else at the moment, but he did have quite a few gold coins. Spending 25 gold coins, he expanded his backpack to 100 slots. Then, he went to a secluded spot to open a treasure chest. 6 silver lottery chests, let's see what comes out. Su Chen rubbed his hands together, took out the chests from his backpack, and placed them on the ground. Clang clang clang. Still going all out. Opened them all at once. A dazzling light shone brightly, lasting for 2 to 3 seconds before disappearing. The contents of the chests immediately caught Su Chen's eye. Oh my god! Su Chen felt like his luck was off the charts today. Among these 6 chests, all were shining with brilliant silver light. In other words, each item was of silver quality. Jackpot! Su Chen was so excited that his vision blurred as he quickly looked at the contents of the chests. Among them were 4 pieces of equipment. A mask, a wolf's fawn club, a long staff, and a piece of armor with a very familiar style. In addition, there was a large tooth, curved and sharp, and a belt with several iron buckles in the middle, looking like it could hold something. Let's go through them one by one. There's no need to talk about the wolf's fawn club and the staff. They weren't suitable for Su Chen, so he put them directly into his backpack. Su Chen picked up the mask. Starlight Tearjerker, level, LV20 quality, silver type, special equipment / mask attributes, strength +50 / constitution +50 / intelligence +50 / spirit +50 blessing, magic / energy regeneration +100 per second blessing 2, attack speed +10% special attribute, when worn, starlight shimmers, concealing one's information. Can be seen through by those 15 levels higher, equipment skill, starlight phantom suffix, I've picked all the stars in the sky for you, why don't you call me madam? Just because you are her husband? Starlight Phantom, level, LV1 cooldown, 180 seconds effect. Creates a starlight chaos area lasting 10 seconds upon use, hiding one's figure. Such a beautiful mask. Su Chen held the Starlight Tearjerker, feeling extremely impressed. This mask covered the lower half of the face, leaving the eyes and forehead exposed when worn. It had sharp angles, not round, with a rigid metallic style. The base color was jet black, resembling the night sky. Adorned with 3 comet-like patterns releasing a hazy white light, resembling starlight, it was very eye-catching. It could only be used at level 20, so he stored it in his backpack for now. Next, he examined the piece of equipment that looked very similar to one of the items from the Hateful Grudge set. Unhateful Grudge legguards, level, LV20 quality, silver type, heavy armor/legwear attributes, strength plus 125/constitution plus 81 defense, physical defense plus 587/magic defense plus 422 suffix, the breath of resentment, breeding, comfortable. 4 pieces. Suchin stored this armor in his backpack, only needing a pair of boots to complete the set effect. Suchin picked up the belt. God Shadow Instrument Basket level, LV20 quality, silver category, special equipment/weapon belt slots, 3 attributes, weapon damage plus 10% blessing, weapon draw speed plus 100%, weapon switch speed plus 70% special passive, absolute basket entry, nurturing absolute basket entry details. When a weapon is attached to the God Shadow Instrument Basket and the player's subjective consciousness intends to place the weapon in the basket, the God Shadow Instrument Basket will automatically store the weapon in the basket. Nurturing details, when a weapon is stored in the basket for more than 180 seconds, upon withdrawal, it increases weapon damage by 5% for 20 seconds. Oh, there's something like this. Suchen didn't expect to obtain such a thing. Surprisingly practical. Suchen now had a bow on his back and a sword in his hand. Sometimes, it felt quite uncomfortable. Satisfied with his inventory, Suchen looked at the last item. Large canine teeth. Silver wolf fawn level, LV20 quality, silver category, material details, can be used to craft armor or weapons. No need to say more, a top-selling item. Not bad, out of 6 chests, 3 had useful items. Suchen was quite satisfied. After dealing with these, Suchen opened his personal panel to allocate the free attribute points from leveling up and completing first-time rewards. A total of 45 free attribute points, all into intelligence. Okay, time to go find the city lord for the task. After sorting out his attributes, Suchen headed towards the city lord's mansion. Before long, he arrived. Who goes there? A guard stopped him. Suchen thought for a moment, displayed the task interface, and said, I'm here to complete a task. I see, I'll take you in. One of the guards led the way. Alright, thanks. Suchen thanked and followed him. Soon, he arrived at the grand hall he had visited before. The maid reported, and after a while, the city lord emerged from the inner room. You collected them? The city lord asked, somewhat puzzled. Although the servants reported so, the speed was too much. Was it that easy? Yes. Suchen nodded naturally, then took out 3 items from his backpack, precisely what the city lord needed. Shall one, bring them here. After a moment of silence, the city lord instructed the maid to take the items and then looked at Suchen, saying, since the task is completed, it's time for rewards. I can grant you 3 items, what do you want? I have to say it. Suchen was a bit surprised. After some thought, he said, I want to enhance my scouting ability, I want a fast pet to ride, I want information on a person's whereabouts. For the first request, I have a skill scroll that allows you to scout things beyond your level by 20. For the second, I can tell you a location, but whether you can obtain it depends on you. Besides the location, I'll give you something to speed up your leveling as an additional compensation. As for the third request, no matter who you're looking for, as long as they have appeared in the twin cities of the other shore, within 3 days, you will get results. So, do you agree? After saying a lot, the city lord looked at Suchen, waiting for his response. Sure, I have no problem. Suchen nodded, agreeing. He didn't lack anything now, except for scouting ability, fast mobility, and experience. Good. The city lord nodded, flicked his wrist, and 4 items appeared. A scroll, a map, a piece of paper, and a bottle of potion. The scroll, map, and potion are what I promised you. The map already marks where the pet might appear. As for this piece of paper, hold it, concentrate on the person you're looking for, and their image will appear on the paper. So magical. Suchen took all the items, held the paper, and focused on the appearance of the thief guard Sheng Jing. Yes, Suchen was looking for this person for the task. That fire seed, Suchen was quite envious. As he silently contemplated, a figure gradually appeared on the white paper. Very clear. Impressive. Suchen silently praised in his heart, then handed the white paper to the city lord. The city lord glanced at it, fell silent for a moment, and said, I know where this person is. Wow, really? Suchen was surprised. Yes. The city lord nodded and said, he is in the twin cities across the river, specifically in the right half of the city area. After that, she handed a map to Suchen. Obviously, she had marked the location of Wei Xingjing on it. Goodbye, City Lord. Suchen took the map, bid farewell straightforwardly now that the matter was settled. The City Lord watched Suchen leave, stood for a while, then slowly walked back inside. Outside the City Lord's mansion, Suchen stood by his horse, took out the scroll given to him by the City Lord, and used it. Ding! Detected that you have acquired a stronger exploration skill, Hawkeye, merging automatically with the previous skill, exploration. The system prompted. Suchen opened the skill details. Hawkeye, level, LV1 cost, none cooldown, none details, investigate monsters, NPCs, and item attributes up to 20 levels higher than your own. Note, this skill cannot be upgraded. The limit has been raised by 15 levels, finally not so difficult. Comfortable. Suchen closed the skill information, took out the 2 maps, and used them. In his system map interface, 2 new locations appeared. One was as the City Lord mentioned, 50 miles east of the right half of the city, a place called the Chaotic Mountain Range. This was the target of the Death Knight's pursuit, Wei Xingjing's location. The other, in the left half of the city, about 100 miles to the north, was a place called the Sunset Rift Valley. This was where the City Lord mentioned pets appearing. It's a bit far. Hopefully, the pets won't be too bad when the time comes. Suchen muttered. Lastly, there was a potion. Experience Amplification Elixir, quality, rare effect, within 30 minutes, gain plus 100% experience from killing monsters. Double the experience gained, not bad. Okay, time to level up. Oh, almost forgot, need to buy some candy to keep in my backpack. Suchen mounted his horse, ready to set off for leveling up, but suddenly remembered little Mushio. So, he opened the map and found a candy store. Giddy up! He spurred the horse and galloped towards the candy store. Spending 10 gold coins, he bought over 20 types of candies and sweets, 10 large ones, and a direct 100 small ones. Done, time to level up. Suchen set off towards the city gates. With a backpack full of good equipment, he couldn't wait to put them on. Several minutes later, Suchen arrived once again at the Spirit Tomb. Here, there were essence bursts to be had, and the monster levels were suitable, making it a good place for leveling up. Unexpectedly, there were quite a few players here. Suchen realized that the location of the Secret Realm dungeon, the Tomb of the Unseen, had already been revealed by the system. These people were probably here to check it out and see what was going on. Of course, no one dared to enter now, learning from past mistakes. Just as a few players entered the graveyard area, they were swiftly dealt with by level 20 zombie monsters. Hey, it's the expert! Just as Suchen tied his horse to a large tree, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Turning to look in the direction of the voice, he saw Snowdance, the girl he had met in the newbie village. Snowdance walked towards Suchen. At this moment, she was dressed in tight leather armor, her figure accentuated, graceful and full of vigor. She didn't walk with affectation, but when her body naturally swayed, it was still alluring like a cat. The curves she made were extremely enticing. This woman was naturally a clothes hanger, a born high-end model. Oh, it's you. Suchen glanced at her, then greeted, "You're leveling up pretty fast, are you alone?" Snowdance was no longer accompanied by the other girls, she was alone. "Yes, I reached level 10 first, so I came over." Snowdance's heart skipped a beat. As a girl, she was most sensitive to the scrutiny of others' gazes. Out of a strange whim, she wasn't angry. She said softly, "I have to thank the great God for selling those equipment, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to level up to 10 so quickly. It's nothing, just a fair exchange." Suchen waved his hand, showing interest in selling equipment. "Hey, do you need any more equipment? I have quite a lot here. Let me see, there are 2 silver pieces, and I forgot how many, I'll just show you directly." With that, Suchen promptly displayed his backpack. Inside the backpack, various dazzling equipment shone brightly. Wow! 1, 2, 3, 4, 9. 9 silver pieces. Damn! I'm almost blinded by the shine of this backpack full of equipment. Are you treating silver as vegetables? So many silver pieces. So many rare ones. So many excellent ones. I never even dared to dream of so much equipment. Eyes popped out everywhere. Among the 20 or so players present, each one was stunned by the luxurious equipment in Suchen's backpack. Many were speechless, mouths agape. Even Shui Wu, who had witnessed Suchen's abilities before, was now wide-eyed and speechless. Normally cold and aloof, the contrast now was somewhat cute and amusing. He. Suchen found it amusing, reaching out to wave in front of her. "Miss, are you stunned?" "Ah." Shui Wu was startled, feeling a bit embarrassed and flushed. "How about it, besides these?" Suchen moved the equipment he wanted to keep to the bottom, then continued, "Besides these that I want to use myself, all the other equipment can be sold." This. Shui Wu hesitated. Honestly, looking at so many good equipment, she was naturally tempted. But she didn't have that much spare money. Su Chen's level 20 equipment, buying all at once, was impossible for her to afford with 1,000,000 RMB. Moreover, all of these were level 20, and it would take a long time to use them. Should I contact her? I heard she intends to be a merchant in the game. Although Shui Wu couldn't afford to buy them, she thought of a friend. So, she asked, "Great God, I can't come up with that much money at the moment, but I have a girlfriend who is a game merchant. Should I contact her?" "Sure, go ahead and contact her." Su Chen shrugged indifferently. "Okay." Shui Wu nodded, pulled up her friend list, and contacted her girlfriend. And at that moment, the players who had been dumbfounded on the side came back to their senses. They were planning to sell equipment. Although they were all level 20 and unusable, those few silver pieces. They were truly envious. "Brother, I want to buy. I also want to buy one. Bro, I want to buy that sword. How much? How much for those 4 pieces of unyielding resentment armor?" Several people hurried over, clamoring to buy equipment. Worried, Shui Wu hadn't contacted her friend yet and was afraid Su Chen would sell them. So, she pleaded, "Great God, can you wait for me a moment? The sword and the unyielding resentment armor and such, the ones I moved to the bottom are not for sale." Su Chen said, then nodded at Shui Wu's pleading expression. "Alright, make it quick." The previous transaction between the two had been pleasant, and Shui Wu was to Su Chen's liking, so he was willing to wait a bit. "Thank you so much, great God." Shui Wu thanked him and hurried off to contact her friend. There weren't many players present, only about 20 or 30. 5 or 6 of them wanted to buy equipment. Seeing Su Chen asking Shui Wu to contact someone, they became unhappy. Hey, buddy, we're also buying. You're not selling that sword? Name your price, don't be in such a hurry. She's asking someone, she definitely can't afford it. Why not sell it to us? Yeah, rich people playing games didn't have many scruples, everything went smoothly as they pleased. When things go smoothly, it feels comfortable. When they don't, cursing and confrontation follow. Not having provoked Su Chen with words was already due to his notorious reputation. Oh, what a coincidence. Su Chen plays games with a carefree attitude. Everything goes as smoothly as he pleases. Previously, he had forcefully displayed a domineering and cool demeanor, which made Su Chen very displeased with such situations. Upon hearing these people's words, Su Chen calmly remarked, "Did I say I would sell it to you? Did I say I would sell it to you? Did I say I would sell it to you? Said I would sell it to you?" The surrounding players were stunned. "Well, I really didn't say that. Not for sale. Disperse," Su Chen said calmly. "All right, he. These few individuals, feeling helpless, could only awkwardly disperse with forced smiles. Their expressions were not good, showing a sense of loss and displeasure from being rejected. What bad luck, turns out to be a sand. Lick, dog. As they dispersed, one person muttered under his breath while walking away. Although he said it quietly, the volume was not low, clearly intending for Su Chen to hear. "You, stop right there," Su Chen shouted, raising an eyebrow, his eyes dangerously narrowed. "What did you just say?" The person's ID was arrogant. What can I do? A very unconventional name. It's hard to imagine why, in this day and age, someone would choose such a name. Upon hearing Su Chen's call, he turned his head, looking around as if confirming who Su Chen was calling. Su Chen stared at him, not saying a word, waiting for his performance. After putting on a show, arrogant what can I do finally said, "You called me?" "I didn't say anything." "Oh, arrogant what can I do?" exclaimed, as if suddenly enlightened, smiling slyly, "I just said, sand. Lick, dog." He emphasized the words sand, lick, dog, and then continued, "But don't misunderstand, I wasn't talking about you. Just now, a friend messaged me saying his goddess needed money, asking to borrow thousands or millions from me, planning to work for me for a lifetime. I found it extremely funny and thought he was a waste, so I called him a sand. Lick, dog. Really, don't misunderstand, I really didn't call you a sand. Lick, dog. Ha, bro, your friend is really a sand licker. Tisk tsk, the goddess only needs as much as she wants, borrowing millions. Licking dogs is truly impressive. He. Interesting, I really admire dog lickers, willing to sell their house for a virtual goddess. That's what I call a dedicated dog. The people who had wanted to buy equipment earlier stopped in their tracks when they saw arrogant what can I do and Su Chen getting into a dispute, turning to watch with playful expressions, adding a few words along the way. By the last sentence, it was clearly a sarcastic remark aimed at Su Chen. Are you looking for trouble? Shui Wu's face turned pale with anger, her eyes icy. She was clever and could naturally sense the insinuations from these people. Su Chen was willing to wait for her, showing great kindness, so she couldn't allow Su Chen to be insulted. After speaking, Shuiwu intended to approach these people, ready to take action. However, Su-chen raised a hand to stop her. Then, he walked towards Arrogant. What can I do? What do you want? Arrogant what can I do's heart skipped a beat, speaking cautiously, bro, I didn't say anything about you, what are you doing? Su-chen remained silent, approaching him. As Su-chen drew closer, Arrogant what can I do's heart rate increased, feeling that the situation was not going well. Is he going to hit me? Should I run? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Arrogant what can I do regretted his impulsive actions and couldn't help but take a step back. By this time, Su-chen had already reached him. With a swift grab, as fast as lightning, Su-chen's hand was already around his neck. With a strong lift, gulp. In an instant, Arrogant what can I do was effortlessly lifted by Su-chen. With the strength attribute of several hundred, Su-chen effortlessly lifted him up. In the eyes of the lifted High Lord Aonaiwahi, there was disbelief and fear, his face quickly turning red from lack of breath, his body struggling violently. Goodbye, Su-chen said lightly, his fingers exerting force. Crack! The sound of bones breaking, sour and chilling, echoed as Lord Aonaiwahi's life points emptied. The players present were all shocked. Hiss! Oh my god! So ruthless! Without a word, he directly snapped someone's neck, such a brutal way. This white knight god is truly ruthless. That voice gives me chills. Players who were not involved and were just watching were fine, still able to speak. But those players who had mocked Su-chen were now gasping in shock, feeling uneasy in their hearts. Immediately, some of them ran for their lives. They were fine with mocking Su-chen before, but now that the one who started it had his neck snapped, they didn't dare to retaliate against Su-chen. They knew they couldn't win against someone who could take on hundreds of people alone. They considered themselves not as powerful as hundreds of people combined. Better to run. Meanwhile, Su-chen bent his bow and arrows rained down like a storm. One by one, he shot them all dead. TSK TSK TSK. All killed. So ruthless. Just because of a few words. Nonsense. If someone said that to me, I would also go all out. That's what a real man does. Exactly. I hate men who beat around the bush, acting like women. No, even women are more straightforward than them. Handsome. After watching the scene unfold, the players on the side expressed their opinions. He is so cool. Snowdance looked at Su-chen's cold face, feeling a bit dazzled and detached, a thought popping into her mind. She had a rather cold personality, but Su-chen's way of doing things really suited her taste. Ding ding, just as she was getting a bit lost in thought, her message alert sounded twice. She checked and saw that her best friend had sent her a message. So, Snowdance approached Su-chen, casting a disdainful glance at the corpses on the ground, then said to Su-chen, God, my friend is interested in buying those equipment. She's asking about the prices from you. Prices, huh? Su-chen's mind returned to business, he thought for a moment and said, let's not rush with that, do you guys need this? Su-chen said, displaying the attribute of essence of life aggregation. Effect, permanently increases maximum health by plus 100 when used. Quantity, 187 pieces. Snowdance was first stunned when she saw the information, then her mouth slowly opened, her eyes widened in shock. Holy cow! Damn! Add hashtag UN%. The equipment in Su-chen's backpack was so dazzling that everyone's attention was drawn to the silver equipment. They completely overlooked the essence of life aggregation. Now, who could have imagined that these seemingly ordinary, 187 red crystals would have such a terrifying effect? They were all dumbfounded. With so many, there didn't seem to be any usage restrictions. In other words, getting these 187 crystals would skyrocket one's maximum health by 18,700. Huff. Hiss. The players present had red eyes, panting heavily, almost unable to resist rushing to snatch from Su-chen. If not for their remaining sanity, if not for the fact that the bodies of Lord Aonaiwahi and his group had not yet disappeared, they would have found it hard to hold back. What do you think? Su-chen looked at the dazed Snowdance and asked her, do you want to buy this for yourself? I want this. Snowdance's voice was decisive, immediately betraying her best friend. Just kidding. How could she waste such a good thing on that merchant? Haha, alright, how much are you offering? Su-chen smiled and asked. Snowdance frowned, trying to remember. In this early stage, something that can increase the maximum life limit by over 18,000 is truly invaluable. It's so precious that Shuawu doesn't know how to price it. Boss, I want to buy some. Boss, I don't want equipment, can you sell me some essence of life aggregation? Me too. Amid Shuawu's dilemma, the remaining players who were originally watching the show all came over. Although Bei didn't seem very approachable, this thing that can increase life limit is simply too tempting. Regardless, they had to give it a try, who knows, they might just get lucky and buy it. 3 million. Xuewu's heart tightened as she quickly quoted the price. This price was fierce. Those players were instantly frustrated. In their eyes, while over 10,000 life was good, it wasn't worth that price. Okay. At this point, seeing no one else bidding, Suchin agreed to the price. Alright, let's trade quickly. Xuewu promptly brought up the trading interface. Is this woman running a gold mine at home? So rich. 3 million, what a tough person. Probably planning to make a big impact in the game. From a family perspective, rather than an individual player's perspective, things that can increase life are indeed very valuable. Let's go. Watching as Suchin and Xuewu completed the transaction, the onlookers could only disperse. After finalizing the essence of life aggregation deal, Suchin and Xuewu discussed the prices for selling equipment. 2 silver, over 10 rare items, and a bunch of superior items. 13 million. This price was acceptable. At the beginning, high-quality equipment was a super scarce resource. Players were few, silver items were scarce, so naturally, the prices were high. But as more players joined and equipment output increased, prices would plummet. It was better to sell early. Xuewu had a good relationship with her girlfriend, so Suchin traded directly with Xuewu, and when her friend arrived in the main city, Xuewu would naturally pass it on to her. Thus, Suchin pocketed another 13 million. With a few million more, he would reach 30 million on his card. Rich people's money was easy to earn. Alright, goodbye, I'm going to level up. Suchin happily prepared to go monster hunting. After speaking, he headed towards the spirit tomb. God, are you going to level up here? Xuewu watched Suchin's direction curiously. Yes. Suchin didn't look back, heading towards the tomb. Then, Xuewu hesitated for a moment, then voiced her request, God, can you take me to level up? You will consume my experience. Suchin said, of course, I won't take God's experience for free. How about 50,000 per level? Although not high, with God's ability, leveling up with me will be easy, and this price is just right. Xuewu smiled, clearly separating the transaction and the relationship, not demanding Suchin to take her for free based on their previous transactions. Hee, you're interesting. Suchin also smiled, feeling more fond of this girl, nodded, okay, I agree, let's team up. With that, Suchin sent a team invitation. Great. Xuewu agreed, and the two formed a team. Clicking to confirm, the two formed a team. Let's go, start hunting monsters. Okay. The two entered the spirit tomb area. At %. After only a few steps, those undead creatures groaned and emerged from the ground. Suchin used his scout. Well, now it should be called Hawkeye. Resentment-driven rotten corpse, level, LV20 category, common monster health, 30,000 damage, 3,246 skill, resentment burst details, ordinary corpses buried in the spirit tomb, transformed into undead due to accumulated resentment and the Yin energy of the cold spring. The health has decreased a lot, strange. Checking the information, Suchin found it odd. When he had been here before, these undead creatures had at least around 50,000 health, but now it had dropped by 20,000. Oh well, it didn't matter. Suchin shook his head, not caring. Stand back, don't get close, or the corpse monsters could kill you in an instant, Suchin instructed Xuewu. Got it, boss, go for it. Xuewu nodded, playing the role of a bystander cheering on. She had also investigated these monsters and understood the horror of these corpse monsters from the exclamation marks in that area. Suchin consumed the experience-boosting potion given by the city lord, then went to intercept the dozen or so corpse monsters rushing towards him. The Sword of Clouds descended with a devastating strike. Heart-cutting blade. -38647 fatal. Suchin's level was not much different from that of the corpse monsters, only 3 levels higher, so the level suppression was minimal. Hence, the damage was terrifying. The health bars of the corpse monsters were instantly emptied. Instant kill. On the other side, Xuewu, witnessing Suchin grinding monsters for the first time, was stunned to see the terrifying damage bursting from the heads of the corpse monsters. Wow! This damage! If I hadn't seen him at level 17 on the leaderboard, I would have thought he was already level 30. So terrifying. No wonder he's been at the top of the rankings several times, he's really too strong and fierce. Xuewu couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. However, soon, she felt a pang of anxiety. Because there were about a dozen corpse monsters surrounding them now, she couldn't see Suchin's stats and was a bit worried that he might be trapped and killed. Wow! Roar! At this moment, the corpse monsters surrounding Suchin reached out to attack him. Should I? Xuewu hesitated, wondering if she should lend a hand, but then she saw. Clang! 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 Suchen spun around, and the long sword in his hand, as if it had eyes, accurately struck each of the corpse monster's claws. Rebound! The immense force immediately sent these corpse monsters flying out. Without a scratch. Xue Wu was speechless. Amazing! She finally understood that this White Knight boss couldn't be judged by common sense. Her doubts were simply ridiculous. While others would be nervous fighting a single monster, this boss could handle a group on his own without breaking a sweat even when surrounded. Next, it was Su Chen's solo show. He moved freely among the dozen or so corpse monsters. His movements were agile, and the corpse monsters couldn't even touch him, not even once. The sword was fierce, the damage was off the charts, and the attacks sent flesh and bones flying, filled with a sense of violent beauty. At level 17, the experience gained had significantly increased. Killing one corpse monster barely added 1% to his experience bar. On the other hand, after Su Chen killed dozens of them, Xue Wu leveled up to 11. Despite killing so many corpse monsters, not a single life essence aggregation dropped. Su Chen understood that the decrease in the health of these corpse monsters was due to their life essence aggregation being burst out. After this item burst, although they could revive under the Een and resentment, their health was greatly reduced. Upon being killed a second time, they wouldn't drop life essence anymore. It seems that there is a limit to the life essence aggregation that can be obtained in this map. Su Chen concluded, not surprised at all. It was normal, otherwise, if all players spent 10 days or half a month here, wouldn't everyone have millions of health points? Su Chen's speed was fast, taking less than half a minute to deal with one corpse monster. Even a 50,000 health point monster wouldn't take a minute, around an hour. After slaughtering over 100 corpse monsters, Xue Wu had reached over level 12, and Su Chen finally leveled up. LV 18. As usual, all 15 free attribute points were added to intelligence. His Azura's characteristics destined him to follow the path of both strength and intelligence in the future. Perhaps, it's time to try out a hidden magical profession? Su Chen thought, but quickly dismissed the idea. Grinding monsters was the priority now. Su Chen was determined to reach level 20 today, and only then would he be satisfied to equip the silver gear in his backpack. The monotonous monster grinding time. 666,666. Go for it. However, there was a girl on the side, occasionally shouting 6666 and cheering him on, occasionally glancing at the eyes that had been disgusted by the rotten and nauseating corpse monsters. It was quite relaxing and enjoyable. About 2 hours passed. Xue Wu was brought to level 15 by Su Chen. And Su Chen, finally, after finishing off a corpse monster, was enveloped in golden light and leveled up. LV 20, and at this moment, Su Chen suddenly felt the power of the Azura within him boiling. His body felt hot, filled with a powerful sensation. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in Su Chen's ear. Ding. As your level has increased to LV 20, your Azura power is boiling. You have comprehended an exclusive Azura skill, Blood Shadow Instant Kill. So, is it that you comprehend a skill every 10 levels? Su Chen suddenly realized. He had thought before that the Azura skills were a bit lacking, with only 3 active skills. Now it was not a problem. Although he had acquired a skill that sounded very powerful, he did not immediately check the skill information. Instead, he opened his backpack and put on the 4 pieces of the hateful armor of the unseen resentment. Wearing the Starlight Tearful mask, carrying the Divine Shadow artifact basket on his back, and wielding the 2-meter-long Dark Flame long blade. Instantly, his appearance changed drastically. Clad in the 4 pieces of pitch black and heavy hateful armor of the unseen resentment, exuding a pitch-black resentment that swirled around Su Chen. The armor had a fierce and domineering design, yet because of the black aura, it appeared cold and murderous. Coupled with his tall stature, wearing this outfit, he exuded a strong sense of oppression all over. On his back was the Divine Shadow artifact basket, with the sky-cleaving wind-breaking bow already strung inside, ready to be drawn. His face was covered by a sharply angular mask, concealing the lower half of Su Chen's face, emitting a star-like white light, hazy and mysterious. In his hand, he held a bright 2-meter-long blade, surrounded by cold blue flames that burned endlessly, like a knight emerging from hell, or a reaper of life in the dark night. How can one word describe this? Such cool equipment. Xue Wu looked on, her heart pounding. Any player, even those who didn't like playing games, would be as amazed by Su Chen's outfit and appearance as Xue Wu, perhaps even more so, screaming in excitement. After satisfactorily admiring the equipment on himself, Su Chen opened the details of the previously mentioned skill. Blood Shadow Instant Kill, level, LV1 cooldown, 180 seconds cost, 10 layers of Azura's Greed damage, normal attack asterisk 700% details. When the passive Azura's Greed is fully accumulated, it can erupt the blood energy swirling around the body, instantly rushing a certain distance in the designated direction, range, 10 meters, and can cause massive damage to the target. This skill is so powerful, Su Chen exclaimed. This skill not only had a high damage percentage but could also instantly rush 10 meters. Amazing! Completely satisfied, Su Chen closed the skill information panel and opened his personal attributes. ID, by E level, LV20 profession, Azura title, the fastest man in the world. Health, 205744 Azura power, 5519 strength, 933 constitution, 590 intelligence, 361 spirit, 147 damage, physical attack 3081/magic attack 1469 defense, physical defense 3221/magic defense 2935 skills, Bloodbath Fury Azura, Bloodthirsty Tyrant, Heart-Cutting Blade, Blood Shadow Instant Kill passive, Azura's Palm Soldiers, Azura's Armor, omitted, Azura's Greed, equipment, Dark Flame Soul-Cutting Knife, Hateful Armor of the Unseen Resentment Breastplate, Hateful Armor of the Unseen Resentment Shoulder Armor, Hateful Armor of the Unseen Resentment Waistband, Hateful Armor of the Unseen Resentment Leg Guards, Starlight Tearful, Bone Tiger Claw Bracelet, Bone Tiger Tooth Necklace, Black Bone Ring. Undoubtedly, Su Chen had become much stronger. With the huge strength bonus from the heavy armor, his strength was close to breaking 1,000. His physical attack directly exceeded 3,000. And he was only level 20. It's hard to believe if you were to say it out loud. Let's test the damage. Su Chen thought to himself, took a few steps forward, and let the corpse monster crawl out. As soon as the corpse monster emerged, he fiercely swung the dark flame long blade in his hand. From a distance of 2 meters, a basic attack landed heavily on the corpse monster's head. Crack! The monster's head directly exploded with a bone-crushing sound. Minus 14,210. Fatal. Just a basic attack, and it dealt a staggering 10,410 damage. Watching the terrifying damage burst from the corpse monster's head, Su Chen felt a surge of satisfaction. Swinging his sword again, this time he used the heart-cutting blade. Minus 69,134. Fatal. Another fatal strike. And this time, the damage was even more terrifying, reaching 69,000. It was simply unbelievable. Snowdance beside him gasped in shock. Seeing Su Chen standing still, she guessed he was enhancing his attributes or something. She tried to inspect his stats to see what he was up to. However, Su Chen put on the Starlight Teardrop, making it impossible for her to see. Nevertheless, she could tell that Su Chen had definitely become even stronger. But damn it, 69,000 damage. Was it really necessary to be this terrifying? Snowdance clicked her tongue, finding it hard to remain calm, finding it somewhat unbelievable the numbers she was seeing. There were about 10 corpse monsters in this wave, and Su Chen still had several skills left to try. He pulled another monster and tested a basic attack. Minus 2,843. This basic attack damage was even higher than the critical hit damage from before, more than doubling his strength. After killing 10 corpse monsters and stacking up the greedy looting of Azura, he tried the Blood Shadow instant kill. Swish! A sound of breaking air, he disappeared from his original position and reappeared in front of a corpse dog. The dense blood aura on his body concentrated entirely on the dark flame soul-cutting blade, turning the cold blue flames on it into a deep crimson. He struck down. Minus 19,984. What a satisfying damage! Su Chen then switched to the cloud-piercing wind-splitting bow and used the wind-tearing arrow rain. Swish swish swish. Minus 14,736. The damage was slightly lower, but still decent. After all, heavy armor had no intelligence attribute bonus, designed solely for close combat. With just a few moves, Su Chen slaughtered 20 or so corpse monsters as if they were cutting vegetables. Ding ding! Player, you have an external call. Just as he picked up something from the ground, Su Chen heard the system prompt. Glancing at the time, it was already late, time for dinner. It was probably Xia Cha logging out of the game and preparing dinner. So, Su Chen said to Snowdance, I have something to do, I'm going to log out. Sure, I'm about to rest too, here's the money for you now. Snowdance nodded, trading 50,000 RMB to Su Chen. Then, the two of them left the Wailing Tomb area together. Outside the tomb area, Su Chen sorted through his backpack, finding quite a lot of items. Most of the loot from killing monsters had been picked up by him. Snowdance only picked up some common white equipment that Su Chen didn't want. Snowdance was well aware of her role. She had only hired Su Chen to level up with her, so the good loot wasn't hers to take. Even when she saw those precious life essences, she acted as if she hadn't seen them, showing no interest. She knew that with Su Chen around, no one could take those items. Even if she knew about them, she couldn't take them, because she couldn't farm here. So, instead of expressing any dissatisfaction and damaging the relationship she had built with Su Chen, it was better to act as if she hadn't seen anything. In fact, gaining 5 levels in 1 or 2 hours already made Snow Dance very content. And this also made Su-chen quite pleased. This woman was very clever, knowing her boundaries. He was becoming more and more satisfied with this rich lady. I mean, with this business partner. Looking around, there were about 10 pieces of fine quality equipment, but nothing above that. This made Su-chen want to complain. The drop rate of regular monsters was too low. There were 137 life essences, which was not bad. After sorting everything out, Su-chen mounted his horse and prepared to return to the city. He couldn't log out here, or he might lose his horse. Boss, see you later. Come find me if you have equipment. Watching Su-chen leave, Snowdance bid farewell. Goodbye. Su-chen waved back at her and ran towards the main city. After returning to the city and parking the horses in the stable, Su-chen logged off. Just as he took off his helmet, he saw Xia-cha sitting on the sofa opposite, staring at him without blinking. Their eyes met suddenly. Xia-cha was startled, her face blushing instantly. Oh, brother, you logged off, Xia-cha blushed and said. He. Su-chen chuckled mischievously, not missing the chance to tease Xia-cha. Little cha-cha, were you peeking at me just now? Are you getting infatuated again? The again part was quite interesting. One day, while Su-chen was napping, he vaguely heard bursts of creepy laughter. When he opened his eyes, he saw Xia-cha looking at him with a silly grin. Su-chen often brought up this incident to tease Xia-cha. Now, he was retaliating for the arrow Xia-cha shot at him a few hours ago. Humph. Xia-cha's face turned red with embarrassment, almost steaming. Seeing Su-chen's wicked smile, she became angry. Grabbing a nearby cushion, she hurled it at Su-chen while saying, "Bad brother, I wasn't infatuated. I told you not to bring up that happy memory again. You still bring it up." The two of them bantered for a while before stopping, mainly because Xia-cha was subdued by Su-chen. With her wrists pinned down by Su-chen and her legs pressed by him, she could barely move her waist. Huff, huff. Her brother's breath was so close, making Xia-cha's head feel dizzy. Her eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of mistiness and excitement shining in them, gradually showing a seductive charm. Her teeth lightly bit her lip, the red and white colors intertwining, captivating. Su-chen was a bit dumbfounded, inexplicably reminded of a goddess he had encountered before. Her lips seemed to be a bit fuller and poutier. Where was she? What was she doing here? Why did she appear in that newbie village? After a moment of confusion, Xia-cha saw Su-chen lost in thought and furrowed her brows. It had to be said that women had a strong sixth sense in this regard. She immediately sensed that her brother was thinking about another woman. "Bad brother, let me go," Xia-cha said loudly, a bit petulantly. "The food is ready. It'll get cold if you don't eat." Ahem. Su-chen cleared his throat, his face reddening a bit, and quickly got up. He washed his hands and they had their meal prepared by Xia-cha, who was inexplicably sulking. Even though she knew it was baseless, the atmosphere was slightly awkward. So, while eating, Su-chen opened his phone and browsed the forum. Damn it! The Abyss trial is too difficult? How did Bai Yi, the great god, pass the Azura trial? This post was quite popular, so Su-chen clicked on it. The original poster complained that the Abyss trial was unbelievably difficult. Upon entering, you had to face 10 LV-10 elite monsters. After killing them, you had to face an LV-10 Lord boss. Then, there were 15 LV-15 elite monsters to defeat. After that, you had to defeat an LV-15 Lord boss. This person was indeed a great expert, barely making it to the second stage. So, he posted many screenshots. The comments below were explosive. Damn! The OP is amazing, actually making it to the second stage of the Abyss trial. Damn it! Don't mention it, I just entered the Abyss trial and got focused down instantly. It's too hard, I barely passed the hard trial, can't even get through Nightmare. F***CK. How did Bai Yi, the great god, enter the Azura trial? I didn't see this level of difficulty at all. No need to say, it must be a hidden level trial, otherwise, how could Bai Yi get so many rewards? Tisk TSK. If the Abyss trial is this difficult, what kind of hellish difficulty is the hidden Azura trial? First stage fighting an LV-20 Lord boss? I guess the White Knight god must have defeated the Silver boss, otherwise how do you explain him having so many silver artifacts? The White Knight god is amazing. As they spoke, the conversation suddenly shifted to Su-chen. He. Su-chen found it amusing. He breezed through the Azura's trial. It was almost too easy. The only tiring part was climbing the stairs. After all, it was a staircase to the heavens with 10,000 levels. Brother, what are you looking at? You seemed so happy. Xia-cha curiously asked. She had a big heart, quick to anger but quick to let go of it too. Nothing much. Su-chen shook his head, put down his phone, and asked, "By the way, Cha-cha, what level are you now?" I'm level 7, Xia replied. Su-chen was a bit surprised. That's fast. How does it feel leveling up in the newbie village? Speaking of that, Xiacha's expression turned strange as she mentioned the newbie village. Brother, something is odd in my newbie village. Oh? Su-chen looked at her in confusion. What's so strange about it? Xiacha said, in my newbie village, there are no houses, no players, only a statue. What's even more bizarre is that the statue came to life. It must be some hidden plotline you stumbled upon, right? Su-chen speculated with a raised eyebrow. Possibly. Xiacha tilted her head. That person told me that my physique is very unique, and she awakened it for me. There's such a thing? What physique did you awaken? Su-chen asked with interest, forgetting about his meal. I don't know. Surprisingly, Xiacha shook her head. That person just touched my forehead, and I felt like something was triggered, but there were no changes on the interface. She said my physique would start awakening once I reach level 10. After that, she disappeared, and I was teleported to a newbie village with no one around. Although there were no people, there were NPCs who guided me to fight monsters, and that's how I reached level 7. Listening to Xiacha's story, Su-chen also found it intriguing. This encounter was quite convoluted. After some thought, Su-chen said, after you complete the trial, come to the twin cities of the other shore, I'll be there, and I'll help you figure it out. Great! Xiacha nodded eagerly. Thinking about fighting monsters with her brother in a while made her excited. After dinner, yawning, Xiacha went to bed. Su-chen checked the time, it was almost 11 o'clock. Although it wasn't early, he was feeling very energetic now. Perhaps the essence of life he had consumed was too invigorating, making him a bit hyper. Oh well, let's dive into the game. Tomorrow I'll find time to buy a house. Su-chen thought to himself, entered his room, lay on the bed, and put on his gaming helmet. Beep, welcome to the Divine Land world. The connection was established, and Su-chen arrived near the stable. What to do next? Just leveling up seems a bit boring, and the Sunset Rift Valley is too far, over 100 miles away, with rough terrain. It would take several hours on horseback. Su-chen pondered and opened the system map. After locating the location of the hero's task hall, Su-chen rode towards it. The task hall was where NPCs in the left half of the city usually issued daily tasks. After all, with such a large city and numerous NPCs, there were always various tasks to be assigned. Although the tasks with better rewards would require players to seek them out themselves, there might be high difficulty, high reward tasks in the task hall, right? Su-chen was planning to test his luck. Before long, he arrived at the task hall. There were many players inside, and when they saw Su-chen enter, the place erupted. Oh my god! Wow! Is this person an NPC or a player? Such cool equipment. Oh my, so cool. It's making me lose control. Yeah, I can't hold back either. I want to grab it. Everyone looked at Su-chen's equipment, discussing animatedly. Because Su-chen had the Starlight tier with him, his information was all hidden, and they couldn't tell if Su-chen was a player or an NPC. Su-chen paid no attention to the many curious glances and headed straight to the mission board. After scanning up and down, he squinted his eyes and focused on a very interesting task. Skyfisher Stone, difficulty, the requirement, kill the LV-25 Lord Boss, Crimson Wind 6 Wings, obtain the Skyfisher Stone. Progress, 0/1, 0/1 reward, teleport scroll *3, experience points *8,000, silver coins *300. What's interesting about it? The task reward, a teleport scroll. Su-chen wasn't interested in the others, but he was very intrigued by this scroll. That's why he chose this task from among many others. I wonder how far the teleport location is, and if it can quickly take me to the Sunset Rift Valley. Su-chen thought and accepted the task. Ding! You have accepted the task, Skyfisher Stone. The task target has been marked on the map interface. This is good, marking the location directly. Su-chen opened the map and found that in a jungle to the south of the city, the journey was manageable, not too far. Closing the map, he left the mission hall. Mounting his horse, Su-chen galloped towards the task location. Not long after, Su-chen arrived. This place was called the Chaotic Stream Jungle. It was an area where high-level monsters appeared, so there were no players around, making it relatively quiet. The map information indicated that air turbulence often occurred here. The trees here looked desolate, with many of them stripped bare. The ground had many overturned grass patches, resembling a battlefield. Tying his horse at the outskirts, Su-chen entered the jungle. Hoo! Just as he entered, the wind howled around him. Fortunately, nothing unusual happened, so it was not a big problem. Along the way, he naturally encountered wild monsters, but Su-chen bypassed them, not wanting to engage in unnecessary battles. He headed straight for the target. After delving into the heart of the chaotic stream jungle, level 25 monsters began to appear. Almost there, Suchen opened the map and saw that the target was nearby. After about half an hour of walking, Suchen arrived at a mountain peak. There was a huge pit at this place, and in the pit, a giant bird was resting. It was about 10 meters long, entirely red, with 6 wings on its back, presumably the target boss, Crimson Wind's 6 wings. He used Eagle Eye to check its attributes. Crimson Wind 6 wings, level, LV25 category, Lord Boss health, 200,000 damage, 5389 skills, Skyfisher, swift space flash details, a 6-winged bird that has comprehended the power of subtle space due to certain opportunities. Skyfisher, level, LV1 cooldown, 60 seconds damage, normal attack asterisk 375% details, Crimson Wind 6 wings flaps its wings, creating wind blades that can cut through space, causing damage to enemies. Swift Space Flash, level, LV1 cooldown, 300 seconds details, Crimson Wind 6 wings unleashes the spatial power within it, teleporting a short distance, 5 meters. Such a weak boss, Suchen muttered. In terms of boss strength, the bosses in Secret Realms were stronger. Son. Suchen reached behind and drew the Abyssal Flame Soul Slasher. Flowing clouds, starlight illusions, abyssal flame explosion. Under the starlight illusion effect, he was enveloped in a misty starlight. With all his abilities activated, Suchen only wanted to quickly deal with this weak boss. Heart-piercing blade. Minus 30,743 critical hit. With one strike, Crimson Wind's 6 wings health bar plummeted by a tenth. Squeak! The previously resting Crimson Wind's 6 wings let out a miserable cry, but its eyes were blinded by the starlight, unable to see Suchen's figure. By then, Suchen had already moved away. Switching to his bow, he unleashed a flurry of wind-tearing arrows. Minus 12,048 with just one exchange, the boss's health was about to drop by 20%. Okay, time to switch weapons. Minus 2,534, minus 2,568, minus 2,549. In less than 5 minutes, Suchen had mercilessly slain this pitiful Lord Boss. Before he could show off in front of ordinary players, he was already gone. Clang! Loot explosion. 1 rare item, 3 exceptional items, several potions, and over 100 silver coins. Suchen glanced at the equipment, not very impressive, and casually put it in his backpack. However, there was something new this time. 3 diamond-shaped, fist-sized, yellow-colored, and very transparent crystal coins. I've never seen this thing before, let's take a look. Suchen examined it, checking its information. Yellow spirit coin quality, rare category, currency details. Legend has it that a surge of energy once descended on the Divine Land, where many energies gathered and condensed into this item. It is also rumored that mysterious merchants have been collecting this item. It has no use or attributes, only a brief introduction. I think it should be a special currency. When encountering these so-called mysterious merchants, you might come across some rare treasures. He put it in his backpack. Now, where is the Rift Skystone? Suchen scratched his head. There weren't any stones among the boss's drops. He searched around the boss's lair. After a while, in the spot where the boss had been lying before, Suchen found 2 things. A stone and a box. Rift Skystone quality, silver category, material details, contains a trace of spatial power, can be used to make spatial props. The stone was indeed the Rift Skystone. Suchen put it in his backpack and then picked up the small box, opening it. Inside was a dark purple, round object that looked like some kind of elixir. Dark purple, with a constantly flowing light on its surface. Just as Suchen picked up this thing, ready to check its information, he felt a surge of demonic power in his body. It was as if he had an urge to devour this elixir. What the heck? Suchen was puzzled, then checked the information. Advanced elixir quality, silver category, consumable details, a rare elixir usually used by monsters to advance their own life levels. Wow, so this boss was planning to advance to silver rank but I intercepted it? Feeling the demonic power in his body eager, Suchen didn't hesitate much. He raised his hand and consumed the advanced elixir. As the elixir entered his stomach, it quickly turned into a warm flow, filling his whole body. Ding! You have gained 1 skill advancement point, please choose the skill you want to advance. A system prompt sounded in his ears. Being able to advance skills was quite interesting. Suchen opened the skill panel, all his active or passive skills showed a plus sign, indicating they could be upgraded. After some thought, Suchen chose the heart-cutting blade, the skill he used most frequently. Ding! Mysterious power infused into your body, your skill heart-cutting blade level +1. Suchen opened the skill panel. Heart-cutting blade level, LV2 cost, 300 demonic power cooldown, 50 seconds damage, normal attack asterisk 1000% details, burst out the demonic power within, dealing a critical hit to the enemy, 100% chance of critical strike, 30% chance of fatal damage, 1% chance of instant death. The LV1 heart-cutting blade had a skill damage of normal attack asterisk 500%, a cooldown of 60 seconds, and a 20% chance of fatal damage. This LV2 heart-cutting blade had a terrifying improvement. By leveling up the skill, the damage doubled directly. Great, this mission was worth taking. Suchin closed the skill information, then turned and walked out of the turbulent jungle. Once outside, he mounted his horse and headed back to the city. The mission target had been refreshed, at a shop location not far from the south gate of the city. Shortly after, Suchen arrived. This was a special shop that sold various spatial items, such as spatial rings, backpacks, which could expand the player's inventory. There were also short-range teleportation arrays, town return scrolls, and the like. If it weren't for this mission, Suchen wouldn't have had this shop information on his map. Boss, completing the mission. Suchen placed the Rift Skystone on the counter with a clatter and said to the boss behind the counter. The boss first carefully examined the stone, then nodded, well done, just what I needed. After that, he handed the mission reward to Suchen. Apart from other things, Suchen cared most about the fixed-point teleportation scroll. Fixed-point teleportation scroll quality, rare category, consumable details, constructs a spatial channel, teleporting a distance, with a maximum of 50 miles. Note, the destination to be teleported must have a teleportation array. It's a bit tricky. Suchen felt a bit of a headache. Although he could teleport, with 3 fixed-point teleportation scrolls, he could teleport to the Sunset Rift Valley. The problem was that this teleportation scroll required a teleportation array at the destination. While Suchen could see the location of the Sunset Rift Valley on the map, the information about the route in between was invisible, so there was no way to know the teleportation array map. Boss, I want to go to a place 100 miles away. I only have the location. Is there anything that can take me there? Suchen asked. Since this was a shop selling spatial items, there should be something, right? Yes. The boss nodded affirmatively, but before Suchen could get excited, he heard the boss continue. Designated ultra-distance teleportation array disk. Just knowing the location can activate a one-time teleportation array, priced at 1,000 gold coins. Considering you have 2,000 reputation in the city, I'll deduct 100 gold coins for you, deal? Goodbye. Suchen clasped his hands and turned to leave. 900 gold coins. Although he had some money, it was only a few dozen gold coins. My head hurts. Forget it, let's not rush. Let's go to the spirit tomb and harvest all the essence of life from the corpse monsters before deciding. Suchen could only temporarily put aside the Sunset Rift Valley. Coincidentally, the monsters in the spirit tomb had not all respawned. There were still 100 or 200 corpse monsters that could drop essence of life essence. So, Suchen left the city and returned to the spirit tomb. It was late at night, and there were no players here. Good, peaceful. Walking in here would definitely alert the surrounding corpse monsters, but since the outer monsters had already respawned, Suchen didn't want to respawn them again. After some thought, he circled the area, looking for a way to enter from behind. Before long, Suchen found it. However, it was a high cliff. I shouldn't die from falling. Suchen thought and started climbing the mountain. When he reached the top of the spirit tomb, looking at the ground 30 meters below, Suchen leaped down. Minus 38,435, not bad, no big problem. Suchen stamped his slightly numb feet. The ground in front of him kept undulating, emitting a foul smell. The corpse monsters were about to come out. So, let's start respawning monsters. The monotonous respawning time, there's not much to say. After about an hour, Suchen had walked through the areas he hadn't been to before. He killed nearly 200 corpse monsters and obtained 83 essence of life essence. In total, there were 220 pieces. Yes, he could increase his health by 20,000. Hot tired, logging off. The high intensity and monotonous respawning made Suchen a bit tired. He yawned. Looking around, he went to the clock tower in the tomb and chose to log off there. One was to see if he could meet Mumu tomorrow. The other was to wait for the dungeon to refresh tomorrow. He wanted to try again and see if he could get the last piece of the unforgiving resentment. Taking off the game helmet, going to sleep. Next day. Got up, washed up. Xia had already prepared breakfast, and the two of them ate. They both went back to their rooms to prepare to log into the game. Yesterday, Suchen thought that his small treasury had accumulated quite a bit, and he wanted to buy a house and change his environment. He searched online and found a villa with excellent environment and complete facilities, starting at 50 million. Still a bit short. No rush, at this rate, it won't be long before it's complete. Without further ado, log in. Swish Su-Chen arrived at the clock tower in the spirit tomb. Then, he froze. Not far in front of him, there was a person wearing a gray linen cloak standing there. Above his head was a name, Mysterious Merchant No. 7 Mysterious Merchant. These words seemed familiar. Su-Chen's thoughts raced like lightning, quickly recalling where he had seen them. Wasn't this the mysterious merchant mentioned in the yellow spirit coin introduction? Young man, do you desire to become stronger? Lost in thought, Su-Chen heard the mysterious merchant speak up and ask, to which he instinctively replied, "No, I crave milk." Cough, 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 what did you say? Su-Chen cleared his throat, trying to remain composed. I said, do you crave to become stronger? The mysterious merchant repeated, his voice dry. Feeling like there was a catch but unsure how to respond, Su-Chen thought to himself, how do I even begin to comment on this? Then he asked, what do you mean? And who are you? Unable to see any information about this person, Su-Chen assumed they were powerful or had some sort of information shield. Who I am is not important. What matters is that you possess something I need, the mysterious merchant stood calmly, stating, and I have what you desire and crave. Oh, Su-Chen raised an eyebrow, is it this? He said, taking out a Huangling coin and holding it in his hand. Correct. The mysterious merchant, number 7, seemed somewhat excited at the sight of the Huangling coin, even raising his voice a bit. So, what do you have? Su-Chen inquired. Schwa. Number 7 didn't reply but instead opened his personal shop directly. Su-Chen's gaze shifted upwards and he couldn't look away. Godly World Full Map, *1 quality, silver category, consumable details, upon use, unlocks all information on cities, towns, villages, and famous locations in the Godly World. Price, 3 Huangling coins, returning origin flower extract, *1 quality, silver category, consumable details, upon use, increases all 4 attributes by 50. Price, 3 Huangling coins, void breaking talisman, quality, silver category, consumable details, upon use, instantly teleports to any location within 100 miles. Price, 3 Huangling coins, charm badge, quality, silver category, consumable details, when worn, increases charm by 10. Price, 3 Huangling coins. The items were indeed few, but undeniably powerful. Is this all? Su-Chen felt impressed but also dissatisfied. It seemed too little. I sense only the aura of 3 Huangling coins on you, hence I'm showing you what 3 coins can buy, explained number 7. So, there are even more powerful items available? Can you show me? Su-Chen asked calmly. His bug progress bar was already full. So, money moves the heart, and with his striking features, today he was going to make a big move. Number 7 fell silent for a moment before nodding slowly, I can. Schwa. Several more items were refreshed. And this time, they were even more powerful. Thunder Elemental Heart, quality, legendary category, magic element effect, unknown details, an energy cluster formed by a massive amount of thunder elements. The usage is unknown. Legend has it that someone once refined the Thunder Elemental Heart to create their own elemental sea, only to be struck to ashes by the thunder energy. Price, 10,000 Tianling coins, rebirth pill of 1 calamity, level, LV 100 quality, legendary category, consumable effect, upon use, increases all 4 attributes by 900 details, contains a vast amount of original power, capable of compensating for the loss of a large amount of origin due to rebirth. Price, 10,000 Tianling coins, reverse scale dragon blood, level, LV 100 quality, legendary category, consumable effect, upon use, there is a 1% chance of the physique evolving into a true dragon, and a 99% chance of bursting the body, resetting the character's values. Details, the reverse scale of a true dragon, touch it and die. However, this drop of blood is genuine reverse scale dragon blood. Price, 10,000 Tianling coins common, fine, excellent, rare, silver, gold, perfect. These 7 grades are the quality classification of all items in the current game. However, this mysterious number 7 merchant had just displayed 3 items of legendary quality. Legendary. Just from these 2 words alone, it was clear they were extraordinary items. Looking at the information presented by the merchant, it was evident that these were items of an unparalleled level. Pong pong pang. Su-Chen's heart raced as he quietly touched the progress bar of the bug on his left hand. He couldn't afford to buy things. He only had 3 yellow spirit coins now. Those things like the blood of the reverse scale dragon cost 10,000 celestial coins he had never seen or heard of. So, current energy is sufficient, can create bug. Su-Chen silently thought, give me an unlimited amount of celestial coins. No data. Darn. 1 million celestial coins? Plural data, insufficient energy. Crack. Su-chen thought for a moment, decided to go for robbery instead. Knock out mysterious merchant no. 7 and transfer all the items in his shop to my backpack. Plural data, insufficient energy. Got it. Stuck with bugs, really stuck with bugs this time. 2 actions won't work. Su-chen thought again and silently said, transfer all the items in mysterious merchant no. 7 shop to my backpack. A mysterious force enveloped mysterious merchant no. 7, and he was completely unaware. Creation successful. When this interface appeared, mysterious merchant froze. He saw that everything he had displayed had disappeared. It's you. You're looking for death. He didn't know how Su-chen did it, but he could sense the information of his items in Su-chen's backpack. Boom boom boom. Clang clang. A powerful and terrifying killing intent burst out, turning into almost tangible killing intent. It blew the dust and sand on the ground into the air, countless debris hitting the walls of the clock tower, making a loud impact sound. He reached out and grabbed Su-chen fiercely. Who? Just reaching out made the air emit a sharp, piercing whistle. Bang! With a bang, the air burst, but he grabbed nothing. The place was empty, with only him there. Su-chen had disappeared. In the air, only traces of spatial energy dissipated. Hiss! Who? Who? The gray-robed merchant stood quietly in place, appearing calm on the surface, but his hand hidden under the robe clenched tightly, his breath blowing out a whistling sound, the cloak fluttering. He stood there for a long time, trying to determine Su-chen's position based on the remaining spatial energy. However, the spatial energy was extremely chaotic, randomly teleporting, making it impossible to determine the direction. Chasing geese all day, today pecked by the geese. Hateful. With an angry shout, the anger in his heart was hard to contain. Other things were fine, but the thunder spirit element heart, the one robbery rebirth pill, and the reverse scale dragon blood, these 3 items stolen by Su-chen, made his heart bleed. Amidst the anger, he felt a sense of relief. His goods were always kept in the void, only temporarily taken out when needed to be displayed. If they had all been displayed earlier, they would probably have been all gone. Who? Taking a deep breath, he barely calmed down. Then, his body vaporized and disappeared from the place. Creation successful. After this interface appeared, Su-chen quickly opened his backpack. Several items appeared in the backpack, but Su-chen didn't have time to look closely at them now. He had to run quickly. This NPC was definitely strong. If he didn't run, the things in his backpack might be shaken out again. With a glance, he quickly saw an illusory talisman, the space-breaking talisman. Use it. Bang! The space exploded, and the chaotic spatial energy enveloped Su-chen, making him disappear instantly from the place. Wrapped in spatial energy, Su-chen felt the space around him change instantly. Like teleportation. Where is this place? Su-chen wondered when he could see clearly around him. It was pitch black, and he couldn't see anything. Moreover, Su-chen felt like he was falling rapidly. 1 second. 10 seconds. 1 minute. The fall didn't stop, and only heaven knew how deep Su-chen had fallen. Forget it, let's see what just got stuck. Su-chen shrugged, not caring that he was still falling, and opened his backpack. At worst, he would just fall to his death, but he had 3 chances to resurrect anyway. There weren't many things in his backpack that were messed up by bugs. God's World Full Map, *1, Returning Origin Flower Liquid, *1, Charm Badge, *1, Thunder Spirit Elemental Heart, *1, Rebirth Pill of 1 Calamity, *1, Reverse Scale Dragon Blood, *1, including the 7 space-breaking talismans he used when he ran away before. It just happened to be 7. Also, it just happened to be the things displayed by that mysterious merchant. Oh, I thought there would be more. Su-chen smacked his lips, feeling a bit regretful. Next, he checked these few items. The charm badge was a silver badge that was 2 fingers wide and half a finger long. There was an exquisite relief on it, depicting a handsome back view. This thing could be worn directly around the neck, so Su-chen put it on. Returning Origin Flower Liquid. This thing added 4 attributes and could be used in reality to make a man with an extremely long standby time. Let's talk about the map later. First, let's talk about those legendary items. Reverse Scale Dragon Blood. Rebirth Pill of 1 Calamity. Sounds tempting, right? But, both of these are level 100 items. Su-chen was only level 20, so he couldn't use them at all. Only the Thunder Spirit Elemental Heart was not marked with a level, which meant there was no level restriction on its use. But, he couldn't figure out how to use it, so he could only put it aside for now. The Thunder Spirit Elemental Heart is a magical item. Should I find an opportunity to ask the magic transfer master at the transfer hall? That's what I'll do. Su-chen made up his mind, and then it was time for the full map of the God's world. Using it. Instantly, his system map interface spontaneously expanded. Only the twin cities of the other shore were much brighter on it, while everything else was shrouded in black mist. At this moment, as if a beam of light shone down, patches of black mist were dispersed, making the entire map clear and bright. Wow! So it's a kingdom, a region. Su-chan saw many regions on the map. There were the Great Xia Continent, the Neon Continent, the English Continent, the Goryeo Continent, the Fran Continent, and so on and so forth. However, there were quite distant seas between these continents. The seas were marked with crimson danger skulls, obviously not good places. Su-chan zoomed in on the map to look at the Great Xia Continent. Wow, what a huge world map! Su-chan was shocked. The map displayed now was simply too vast. The entire Great Xia Continent was divided into 3 power range areas. 1. The Feiyin Dynasty. 2. The Divine Realm Heaven. 3. The Four Symbols Temple. And the twin cities of the other shore where Su-chan was located fell within the power range of the Feiyin Dynasty. Isn't the twin cities of the other shore big enough? The Feiyin Dynasty had 5 main cities like the twin cities of the other shore. Such a vast world. It's truly terrifying. If a world of this level were to be established using modern binary methods, it's hard to imagine how much data it would generate. Is this really a game? Su-chan doubted life. In fact, such thoughts had long existed. However, it was all baseless speculation. Thinking too much was useless, so Su-chan generally didn't dwell on it. Oh well, thinking too much won't help. Su-chan shook his head, no longer dwelling on it. Instead, he located his position to see where he was. Soon, Su-chan found his position. It was in the north of the left half of the twin cities of the other shore, about 80 miles away. The information displayed, Undead Abyss. A skull was marked here, indicating it was a dangerous area. The map also roughly indicated, a deep abyss that has existed since ancient times, and no one knows why it appeared. The abyss is 1,000 feet wide, making it impassable for flying birds. The depth of the abyss is unknown, and those who have ventured in have never returned, presumably dead. Interesting, I want to see what's here. Su-chan was skilled and bold, not at all flustered. He closed the map and waited to land. However, an ominous thing happened again. As Su-chan descended, he felt as if he had broken through something. And at this moment, his descent speed seemed to be pulled, becoming extremely fast. The sound of the wind was extremely piercing, causing pain all over his body. Moreover, his life began to plummet wildly. 10,000 10,000 10,000 10,000, decreasing by 10,000 points per second. In just a few seconds, Su-chan's health reached rock bottom. Soon, the goddess of life's protective buff was triggered. First, the indomitable passive skill kicked in, bringing his health back from 1% to 20%, and a life energy shield appeared, ignoring all damage for 10 seconds. 10 seconds later, Su-chan was still dropping. 20% health, which is 40,000 health points. After enduring for 5 seconds, the second indomitable was triggered. Another 10 seconds passed, and the energy shield disappeared. 4 seconds later, the third indomitable was triggered. 10, 9, 8, 1. In the last second, the energy shield disappeared. 4 seconds later, Su-chan's life was depleted, but he still didn't fall. The Requiem effect of life was triggered. Gentle and familiar life energy flowed from his heart, instantly replenishing his health to full, without any deterioration in his condition. 20 seconds later, the second trigger. Just as it was triggered, just as his health was restored, before any damage could be inflicted. Bang! Su-chan crashed through a layer of light and landed heavily on the ground as hard as iron. Even though the ground was extremely hard, he still created an extremely deep human-shaped pit. 123383480, this number is quite terrifying. Falling down, 100 million health points would be lost. However, so what? Su-chan was reborn for the third time. Climbing out of the deep pit of several meters, Su-chan calmly brushed off the dirt on his body. As soon as he passed through the light shield, he no longer lost health, probably because whatever was causing him to lose health was shielded by the light shield. Su-chan surveyed the area. It wasn't big, just the size of a room, illuminated by light. The light, like the light shield he passed through earlier, emanated from a huge crystal. The crystal was irregular in shape, completely transparent, with a somewhat rounded surface. It looked like it had been melted and formed by high temperatures. Of course, that wasn't the focus. The focus was on a small cat inside the crystal. The cat was about the size of an ordinary few-month-old kitten, with pure white fur that shimmered brightly. Its body was bent, with a fist imprint on its soft belly, as if it had been punched by someone and then sealed inside the crystal. What's going on? Su-chan was puzzled, so he cast an eagle eye. As expected, nothing could be seen. Hesitating, he tentatively touched the crystal. As soon as he touched it, Suchin was surprised, because the little cat opened its eyes. Its eyes were like deep blue seawater, shiny and clear. Its gaze was hazy and curious. Then it quickly turned into a coquettish and friendly look. Meow at the same time, a soft meow sounded in Suchin's mind. The voice was weak and feeble. In the current situation, Suchin was really at a loss. Clueless, he didn't know what to do. Meow? And it seemed that seeing Suchin's lack of response, the little cat meowed softly again. Both its voice and gaze clearly conveyed a sense of confusion, very spiritual. After thinking for a moment, Suchin asked straightforwardly, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" He didn't know if the little cat could hear or understand him. Meow. The little cat's voice came, as if she could hear and understand. In her voice, Suchin sensed a sense of bewilderment. In simple terms, the little cat didn't know why she was there, nor what she was. In other words, the little cat's current state was that of a naive newborn kitten. Perhaps, she mistook Suchin, whom she saw at first glance, for a family member. Meow. Just as Suchin was guessing in his mind, another meow sounded in his head. The voice was pitiful, and the eyes looked at Suchin with a pleading look. The voice conveyed a sense of frustration and helplessness from being trapped. "Do you want to come out?" So, Suchin asked tentatively. Meow. The voice this time was firm and certain, with blinking eyes, looking very excited. Suchin frowned in thought. This little cat seemed to be a bit prettier, quite ordinary. But appearing in a place like this, it was hard to believe it was just an ordinary cat. Meow. 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 While Suchin contemplated, the little cat pitifully meowed. The voice was weak, soft, and milky. In the crystal, its eyes, as deep blue as the sea, pleaded with Suchin, filled with longing. "Forget it, I have nothing to fear anyway." Suchin shook his head, preparing to figure out how to release the cat. He asked, "You want me to release you, but how do I break this crystal?" Meow meow meow. Hearing that Suchin was willing, the little cat immediately started excitedly shouting. It made Suchin imagine her lively appearance. He. Suchin couldn't help but smile and said, "Stop meowing, how do I release you?" Meow. Suchin carefully pondered and felt like the cat was referring to something in his backpack. "Are you talking about something in my backpack?" Meow. The cat confirmed with its voice. Suchin opened his backpack and asked, "Which one?" Meow. The cat meowed and looked at something in Suchin's backpack, analyzing calmly. Suchin felt like the cat was referring to that round, golden glowing thing. And that thing was a rebirth pill. "Are you talking about this?" Suchin took out a rebirth pill and held it out to her. Meow 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 meow. The cat's voice was very excited, its eyes blinking rapidly, indicating that it wanted that. Meow. It meowed again, looking at Suchin with clear eyes full of longing and pleading emotions. It begged Suchin to give her the rebirth pill and let her out. This kind of rescue method is similar to some hidden plots, hidden quests. With such strict rescue conditions, the rewards must be good. Suchin contemplated. Although this item added 900 to all attributes, he was far from level 100. If using it now could unlock the cat's hidden plot, it would be worth it. "Don't disappoint me," Suchin silently muttered, glanced at the cat, and then pressed the rebirth pill against the crystal wall. Crack! The rebirth pill cracked shortly after being pressed against it. Hiss! It turned into gas, quickly seeping into the crystal and entering the cat's body, seemingly absorbed by her. A white light began to shine from her body, growing stronger. Crack 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 crack. A series of cracks spread from the inside out of the crystal. Suchin took a few steps back. Bomm. A loud explosion, and the crystal shattered. Meow. A clear and joyful cat's meow rang out, this time heard by Suchin's ears, not just in his mind. Then, Suchin felt a flash of white before a small, soft thing leaped into his arms. Looking closely, it was indeed the little cat. Meow 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 meow. At this moment, she was lying on Suchin's chest, her small paws trying to grip his armor. She kept meowing at Suchin, her round blue eyes watery and adorable. Squeak squeak squeak. However, her paws were too small and fleshy to hold onto Suchin's armor. Making squeaking sounds, she gradually slipped down. Suchin instinctively caught her. Meow meow meow. The cat became even more active, playfully moving in Suchin's hands, rubbing her head against his hand. After absorbing the rebirth pill, she was no longer as weak as before. Hee, you're so cute. The cat was truly adorable, and Suchin couldn't help but smile, gently stroking her soft head. The touch was excellent, smooth as silk. Purr purr. The little cat's mouth curved up, almost as if it were smiling. With its eyes closed, it purred softly, looking comfortable and content. Petting the cat was addictive. Suchin couldn't stop himself after a while, The feeling was amazing. Finally, he paused, cradling the kitten in his palm, facing him. Meow? Suchen stopped petting, and the kitten opened its eyes, meowing softly with a hint of attachment and reluctance, as if cherishing the gentle touch of Suchen's hand. Suchen almost started petting her again. Meow. Before Suchen could react, the kitten meowed again. Just as he was about to understand, a system prompt sounded. Ding. Unknown kitten wants to acknowledge you as its master, forming an eternal covenant. Do you agree? Suchen was surprised that the little cat wanted to acknowledge him as its master. Agree. After a brief thought, Suchen agreed. The kitten had an extraordinary background, so it was a good deal. Even if the kitten wasn't powerful, it would just occupy a pet slot. Ding. Unknown kitten has formed an eternal covenant with you. Through thick and thin, life and death, never to betray. As this system prompt appeared, another prompt followed. Ding. Server-wide announcement. Great Xia player Bai Yi has entered the main city and obtained a legendary grade pet, prompting the activation of the pet ranking system because of him. His name will be forever recorded in the history of the Divine Land. This announcement is made 10 times, proclaiming it to the world. Ding. Server-wide announcement. Ding. Shortly after, the announcement was repeated 10 times. Although there were players with pets now, they were mostly low-grade. The ranking system required players to enter the main city and possess items of a certain high grade to be activated. For example, the equipment ranking was activated because Suchen entered the main city and had silver grade equipment. Now, because of Suchen, the system activated the pet ranking. Damn! Bai Yi, the god, it's really him. What grade? Legendary? Never heard of it? Damn! This must be beyond perfect grade. Damn! I was just raising my fine grade little rabbit slowly, and he's already legendary? Crap! He's really something, opening all kinds of rankings. I truly admire him. Damn, I've never seen a pet above rare grade, and you got a legendary one. F***K. Unbelievable. Can we stop hearing this great Xia person's name? I haven't even left the newbie village yet. This shock was even more intense, because this legendary grade appeared for the first time in front of players worldwide. They couldn't help but be amazed. They were still wearing ordinary fine grade, at most rare and outstanding equipment, and here Suchen brought out a legendary one. How could they not be shocked? On Suchen's side, he pondered that now the kitten belonged to him, he should be able to check its information, right? So, he checked the kitten's attributes. Name, unnamed, owner, Bai Yi level, LV1 grade, legendary life, 1000 magic, 10,000 talent, holy light spirit skill, light of revival, winged blessing, battle in details, a kitten of unknown origin, possessing extremely strong innate life force, but sealed for too long, resulting in a significant drop in grade and power. Damn, its legendary grade and still dropped significantly? Suchen was shocked at the end of the details. What would it have been like at its peak? TSK. A legendary pet for a legendary pill, a trade that might have resulted in an even higher grade pet. This was a real win. Simply profitable. Meow, mastered. Just as Suchen was delighted, a childish voice suddenly rang in his mind, sounding like a few years old girl. This. Suchen was taken aback, then quickly realized the little cat in his hand. Are you calling me? Can you speak? Is this considered speaking? I don't know, meow. I just wanted to call my owner, so it came naturally, meow. The little cat nodded, and Suchen heard the voice of the little cat in his mind. I see. Suchen nodded and asked, what's your name? The little cat tilted its head and said, Master hasn't given me a name yet, meow. Okay, then I'll give you one, let me think. Suchen frowned and thought, but alas, his naming ability was questionable. Forget it, he didn't feel like bothering too much, Suchen said. How about Xiao Shui? It sounds friendly and smooth. The little cat's fur was pure white, like snow. It could also be called Xiao Bai, but Suchen's name already had Bai in it, so Xiao Bai wouldn't do. He. The little cat grinned and exclaimed, okay, meow, master can give me any name, meow. Suchen nodded and continued to look at the talents and skills information he hadn't finished reading. Holy Light Spirit Body, Talent Ability Effect 1, Power of the Holy Light Details, Xiao Shui can draw strength from the light, recovering 5% of health and mana per second while in the light. Effect 2, Protection of the Holy Light Details, Xiao Shui can use the power of the surrounding light to negate magical damage when in the light. Light magic is reduced by 50%, other magic by 30%. Effect 3, Indestructibility of the Holy Light. Number of uses, 1/1 Details, light will save Xiao Shui's life, resurrecting without damage once after death, with a cooldown of 5 hours. Light of Resurgence, level, LV1 cost, 3000 mana cooldown, 30 seconds details, upon use, resurrects a designated target with no reduction in status, but with only 50% health, a single target can be resurrected up to 3 times within 10 minutes. Blessing of Light Wings, level, LV1 cost, 5000 mana cooldown, 60 seconds effect, for 30 seconds, increases attack speed by 30%, movement speed by 30%, and casting speed by 30%. Details, Xiao Shui bestows the holy light on a designated target, forming a pair of light wings that greatly enhance the target's speed. Battle Hymn of the Holy Light, level, LV1 cost, 5000 mana cooldown, 120 seconds effect, for 50 seconds, physical/magical attack power plus 20%, strength/intelligence plus 100 details. Xiao Shui bestows the holy light on a designated target, enhancing its status. It seems like an auxiliary-type pet. After reading the information, Su Chen concluded. Currently, all of Xiao Shui's skills were supportive, without any attack skills. Generally, after becoming a player's pet, their attributes would be slightly weakened by the system to prevent them from being too powerful and disrupting game balance. But Xiao Shui didn't feel any weakening on her. She was too strong, with several powerful skills and short cooldowns. Truly of legendary quality. So strong. Meow, master? Xiao Shui didn't know Su Chen was checking her attributes. She thought he was daydreaming and called out to him. What's up? Xiao Shui blinked her round eyes cutely and said, nothing, I just wanted to call my master. I really like you, meow. Good girl, master likes you too. Su Chen indulgently smiled and patted her little head. After patting her, Su Chen thought it was time to leave. So, he opened his backpack and took out a teleportation scroll. The fastest way to leave here was naturally to teleport away. The furthest distance the fixed point scroll could teleport was 50 miles, with 1 mile being 500 meters, in all directions. Within 25,000 meters, if there was a receiving teleportation array, it could be used for teleportation. Looking at the map, Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Not far from the banks of the Undying Abyss, there was a teleportation array on each side. Perhaps, they were used by NPCs to cross the Undying Abyss. After all, the Undying Abyss was 1,000 zhang wide, so having a teleportation array on both sides was normal. Meow, master, are you planning to leave here? Just then, Xiao Shui suddenly asked Su Chen. Su Chen nodded and asked, what's wrong? I don't know what's going on, I just feel. Xiao Shui shook her head in confusion, looking outside the light shield. I just feel like there's a very unpleasant aura out there. Su Chen pondered for a moment, then asked, Xiao Shui, is this light shield supported by the power within you? He asked this because after the crystal exploded, the light shield did not disappear. Since Xiao Shui mentioned the unpleasant aura outside, Su Chen naturally intended to go and see. Yes, I really dislike that aura, so I don't want them to get close to me. Xiao Shui nodded, blinking her eyes cutely. Alright then, let's go and see this unpleasant aura you mentioned. Su Chen nodded and walked towards the direction Xiao Shui had looked at earlier. Sure enough, the light shield moved with them, firmly protecting them within. Not far away, just a few dozen meters, Su Chen stopped. On the ground, a dark mist the size of a human head kept billowing and swirling. Its shape was indistinct, indescribable. Sometimes it transformed into thousands of tentacles, sometimes it formed grotesque and twisted faces of agony. Seeing this thing, Xiao Shui and Su Chen's arms bristled instantly. Hiss hiss. She bared her teeth, making a hissing sound, slightly arching her body, emitting a signal that she was about to attack. It's okay, be good, it's not alive. Su Chen gently stroked Xiao Shui, who gradually calmed down. Su Chen was also startled when he first saw this eerie thing. However, he quickly realized that this thing seemed not to be a living creature. It was just a pure form of energy gathered together. Due to the nature of energy, it spontaneously transformed into various bizarre shapes. Su Chen speculated that this should be the result of a very powerful monster's death, its body worn away by time but its power enduring and gathering together. Condensed evil qi, mysterious evil qi from an unknown source, gathering without dispersing, constantly emitting a dark aura. This was the information seen by the hawk eye. Meow. Master, I really hate this thing. Just then, Xiao Shui suddenly said indignantly, I want to destroy it. Go ahead, can you do it? Su Chen nodded and asked. Of course. Xiao Shui said decisively, then she opened her mouth, and a brilliant light burst forth. It was so dazzling and intense, but bathing in the light, Su Chen did not feel uncomfortable, not even his eyes. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. The evil aura reacted differently, being quickly burned and purified by the light. In a few seconds, the light emitted by Xiao Shui's mouth condensed into a substantial energy sphere. Whoosh! She spat out, the sphere of light like a rainbow, piercing into the evil aura. Stab stab stab. Like water in boiling oil, the evil aura began to fluctuate violently, being purified by the white light. The evil aura was large, and the two forces were temporarily entangled. No problem, judging from the situation, the white light emitted by Xiaoshuai could purify this evil aura. After spitting out the energy sphere, Xiaoshuai's body began to burst with waves of light, shooting out in all directions. The pervasive evil aura in the air was being purified by her. Soon, there were gradually more and more bright lights here. Xiaoshuai also stopped emitting light. Feeling exhausted, she slumped in Suchen's arms, panting heavily. Huff! Meow, Xiaoshuai is so tired, master, Xiaoshuai wants to rest. Snore snore. Before she finished speaking, Xiaoshuai fell asleep. Suchen looked at her, seeing Xiaoshuai in a weakened state. She must have overexerted herself for a moment, but she would be fine after resting for a while. Thinking this, Suchen placed Xiaoshuai into the pet space. After waiting a few seconds, the white light and evil aura disappeared together. All clear. At this moment, a sudden system prompt sounded, ding. Due to your pet little snow purifying the demonic energy in the world, you have received the following rewards. Heavenly Luck plus 100, Dark Spirit Elemental Heart *1, Reputation of the Twin Cities of the Other Shore plus 3000, Experience plus 10,000. As the system's voice just fell, a colorful pillar of light descended from the sky and enveloped Suchun with a thunderous boom. The pillar of light connected heaven and earth, shining with colorful brilliance that illuminated the entire sky. Within the pillar of light, there were constantly appearing visions of flying dragons, phoenixes, cheelants, white tigers, and other fantastical creatures. Extremely dazzling, extremely dreamlike. Wow! What is that? Oh my gosh! So awe-inspiring. What's going on? Is this something the players did? Speaking of players, I suddenly thought of the great god Bai Yi. Could this be his doing again? You know, it's very likely. If it's not an NPC or part of some plot, without a doubt, it's the work of Bai Yi. Not to mention my daily livestream of industrial violent fans. There were many players in the twin cities of the other shore. Although the pillar of light was far away, 80 miles distant, it was too dazzling. The players here all saw it, marveling and discussing in astonishment. Meanwhile, in the Lord's mansion of the twin cities of the other shore, on the tall rooftop of the mansion, a figure suddenly appeared. It was the Lady Lord dressed in black. She looked at the pillar of light, her pupils contracting sharply. The face behind the veil could not maintain its composure. Her red lips parted, filled with a look of shock and disbelief. Heavenly blessings! How is this possible? Although the historical records mention heavenly blessings, there has never been a real event that could withstand scrutiny. What on earth is happening? She couldn't contain her excitement and curiosity, eager to go and explore. But she couldn't leave the city. Sigh. With a soft sigh, a thought quietly emerged in the Lady Lord's mind. The beneficiary of heavenly blessings, if it's a human, perhaps, could help lift the thousands of years of yin and yang isolation in our city? In the abyssal chasm. Suchen was enveloped in the dreamlike colorful light, feeling comfortable, as if in a fairyland. Moreover, he felt that something about himself had changed. Opening the panel, he discovered a new special attribute. Special attribute, Charm 18, Luck 109, which was previously non-existent and not displayed. Now, with the charm badge worn by Suchen and infused with the heavenly lucky colorful light, these two hidden attributes were revealed. Oh wow! This is a significant increase. 10-fold higher. I'm curious, how high is my drop rate now? Suchen's eyes lit up, instantly feeling excited. He couldn't wait to go and hunt some monsters right away. However, the pillar of light had not dissipated yet. Something fell from the light pillar, and Suchen had to suppress his excitement. What fell down was a mass of energy. Extremely dark, as if it could devour the surrounding light, as if it were the purest darkness between heaven and earth. Suchen caught it in his hand and checked the information. Dark Spirit Elemental Heart Quality, Legendary Category, Magic Element Effect, Unknown Details, a massive amount of dark elements gathered into an energy mass, usage and purpose unknown. It was indeed the Dark Spirit Elemental Heart mentioned in the system announcement earlier. Come to think of it, I now have 2 elemental hearts. Suchen opened his backpack, placed the Dark Spirit Elemental Heart inside, and looked at the Thunder Spirit Elemental Heart placed side by side. What's the use of these things? Thunder Spirit, Dark Spirit, are there also Light Spirit, Fire Spirit, Gold Spirit, Water Spirit, and the like? Feels like collecting Dragon Balls. Who knows what will happen if I collect them all? Suchen's thoughts drifted off for a moment, shaking his head with a smile. Closing the backpack, the colorful light pillar disappeared after Suchen received the Dark Spirit Elemental Heart. Okay, it's time to go out. Suchen took out a teleportation scroll, set the teleportation location at the teleportation array on the shore of the abyssal chasm, and crushed the scroll. Boom! the power of space erupted, and he disappeared from that place in an instant. In the abyssal chasm, there was a small teleportation array, and Su-chin appeared at its center. Suck! Su-chin took a deep breath of fresh air, finally back under the bright sky, much more comfortable than the abyss where daylight never reached. Opening the map and taking a look, Su-chin thought for a moment before taking out a teleportation scroll. Although little snow was strong, what he really yearned for was a flying pet or mount. Otherwise, with this vast map, his legs would be worn out from all the running. So, Su-chin decided to try his luck at the Sunset Rift Valley. The Sunset Rift Valley was not far from the Undying Abyss, as both were located in the northern part of the left half of the city. And not far from the Sunset Rift Valley, there was a small village with a teleportation array. So, Su-chin planned to go and take a look. Click! Bang! Crushing the scroll, Su-chin disappeared from the spot. In a few seconds, he appeared in a small village. There were 100 or 200 households here, no players, very quiet. Outside the village, in the terraced fields layer by layer, many NPCs were toiling away. What a beautiful scenery! Su-chin exclaimed, then opened the map to confirm the direction and headed towards the Sunset Rift Valley. Warrior? Are you an adventurer? Before leaving the village, Su-chin was suddenly called out. Turning around, he saw an old man with the ID, Li Jinnan Sanxia village chief, his hair white, his face full of worry, as if he had something on his mind. Yes, what's the matter? Su-chin nodded and asked. Speculating in his heart, he guessed there might be a quest. If it was on the way, he would accept it. If not, then there was nothing he could do. Great! The old man was overjoyed and quickly said, "It's like this, my son went to the Sunset Rift Valley a few days ago and hasn't returned for days. I'm very worried about him. But with my old bones, I can't go to the rugged and dangerous valley to search, and the laborers in the village are all busy with farming. So, I was wondering if the warrior could help find my son and bring him back?" After the old man finished speaking, a quest window popped up in front of Su-chin. When will you return? Difficulty, C requirement, go to the Sunset Rift Valley and bring back the son of the Sanxia village chief. Progress, not accepted reward, unknown. Quite interesting. Generally, for quests with unknown rewards, there's a high chance of very good rewards. Alright, I will help you. Su-chin nodded and accepted the quest. Thank you, warrior. The old man beamed with joy, thanking Su-chin profusely and said, when he left, he was wearing a gray-white linen robe, and he had an iron bracelet I made for him on his wrist, with the word Safe Journey engraved on it. At the same time, he headed towards the canyon. The village chief explained some details. Okay, I understand, I'm setting off. Su-chin nodded and headed towards the Sunset Rift Valley. Warrior, be careful. The old village chief waved his hand, watching Su-chin from afar with a relieved expression. Turning around slowly, he walked back, sitting on a vine chair under a big tree, his expression gradually becoming somewhat dull, obscure, lifeless, and desolate. Alas! Alas! Not far away, many village women saw the old village chief and shook their heads with sighs. Hello, warrior. As Su-chin was about to leave Sanxia village, another person stopped him. This person was very ordinary, middle-aged, with a dark complexion, a villager from the village. What's the matter? Su-chin looked at him in confusion. The man fell silent for a moment, then said, Warrior, even if you see a corpse, please bring it back. The village chief. Well, forget it, warrior, be careful. He shook his head halfway through his words, then left after a word of caution. Su-chin frowned and thought. The words of the villager just now seemed to have another layer of meaning. He straightforwardly said to bring back the corpse upon seeing it. It seemed like he believed there was no chance of the village chief's son surviving. Forget it, let's go. Su-chin shook his head, no longer thinking about it, and headed towards the Sunset Rift Valley. Sanxia village was very close to the Sunset Rift Valley, just a mountain away, and once he crossed the mountain, he would arrive. With a strong physique supporting him, Su-chin walked the mountain road as if on flat ground, moving at a rapid pace. Before long, he stood at the mountaintop. TSK. Su-chin clicked his tongue, quite impressed. On this half of the mountain, it seemed as if something had collided and cut through, forming a rocky cliff with a near vertical curvature. Simultaneously, the opposite mountain wall was the same. Between the two mountain ranges, a wide chasm extended out. Looking along the direction of the chasm, Su-chin estimated that it was at least 2 to 3 kilometers long. The width. The distance between the two mountains should be at least 5 to 600 meters. As for the depth of the valley, it varied, but even at its shallowest point, it was several hundred meters deep. Inside, there were only large boulders, indicating that the soil had been washed away by water flow. If one were to fall down there, it would be certain death. It's fortunate that there's a rough location for such a large chasm. Su-chin felt lucky. The village chief had mentioned a general area before, which was marked on Suchen's map. He had come to this position when he climbed the mountain. The spot where he stood now was the path the village chief's son had once taken. Suchen casually glanced around, looking at the mountain beneath his feet, the cliff, and the valley. It was truly just a casual glance. However, as if by a stroke of luck, he caught sight of something out of the corner of his eye. In the valley, something reflected light and happened to catch his eye. He squinted to see, but it was too far down, at least 500 to 600 meters. Let's go down and take a look. Suchen didn't hesitate, climbing down along the cliff. The rock wall was steep, almost vertical. For an ordinary person, it would be extremely difficult, with the risk of slipping and falling into the deep valley. But with Suchen's strength exceeding 900, climbing this rock wall wasn't difficult at all. Before long, Suchen easily reached the valley floor and headed towards the spot where he had seen something earlier. As he got closer, Suchen indeed saw something. It was a small dark cave made up of several stones. Beside it, a stone pressed down on a deformed iron wristband. Suchen raised an eyebrow, picked up the wristband, and upon inspection, saw the deformed character's piece on the outer side. Wow, what sharp eyesight do I have! What luck! This wristband was even pressed down by a stone, yet I managed to see it in such a tricky situation. Suchen was amazed. The crucial feature of the mission target was found so easily by him. Suchen stroked his chin, thinking of a reason. Could it be because of my luck value? It reduced the tedious search process. It's not impossible. How delightful. Suchen smiled. Then, he shifted his position slightly and peered into the dark cave. After all, since the wristband was here, there might be more discoveries inside. However, upon seeing clearly, Suchen's expression changed slightly. There was something inside the cave, but it was a skeleton. Bleached bones, devoid of flesh, appearing to have been dead for decades. It didn't look like someone who had gone missing just a few days ago. However, according to the village chief's description, his son had gone out wearing gray-white linen clothes. And now, on this skeleton, there were some fragmented and oxidized gray-white linen pieces covering it. Without a doubt, this should be the village chief's son. Let's take it back first. Suchen shook his head, randomly pulling out a large cloth armor from his backpack to wrap up the remains on the ground. Then, he returned to Yueshia village. Before long, Suchen was back in the village. Seeing Suchen entering with a package in hand, many villagers couldn't help but focus their gaze on him. Warrior, why have you returned? The village chief, an old man, also came over, curiously looking at Suchen. He saw the package in Suchen's hand, his eyes trembling, but he didn't ask. Village chief. Suchen hesitated, finding it difficult to tell this harsh truth to the elderly NPC who seemed so real. After a moment of silence, Suchen finally said, Village chief, I found your son's wristband. And I also saw a skeleton, with some torn linen on it. Feeling, it should be. Suchen didn't finish his sentence, but the village chief already understood what he meant. Suddenly, his whole body stiffened, his face quickly turned pale. Trembling, he became weak and almost fell down. Fortunately, there were many villagers who had followed him and caught him. Village chief, are you okay, village chief? Grandpa village chief. Suddenly, these people bombarded him with questions. Their faces were full of worry, clearly showing the village chief's good reputation. I'm fine. The village chief struggled to wave his hand, looking at Suchen. Warrior, give me that. Naturally, he was referring to the corpse that Suchen was holding. Suchen nodded and handed it over. The village chief squatted down with difficulty, placed the package on the ground, and tremblingly opened it. When he saw the bones inside, the bracelet, the tattered cloth, his eyes turned red. My son! His voice was trembling, tears streaming down his face, a heart-wrenching sight for those who witnessed it. It's indeed the village chief's son. I remember he had injured his arm, and you can still see the marks on the hand bones. Well, it's good in a way. The village chief's son has been missing for over 20 years, and the village chief has become somewhat mentally unstable. Yes, it's better this way. It's better than hoping day after day, only to be disappointed. Oh, what a tragedy. Many villagers surrounded the village chief, whispering softly, making Suchen suddenly understand. No wonder the villagers who spoke to me before didn't have any hope that the village chief's son was still alive. It turns out he has been missing for so long. The village chief hasn't seen his son's body, so he refused to believe it, always waiting and hoping for his son's return. He even became mentally unstable, always thinking his son had only been missing for a few days. The love of parents. Suchen also felt a bit melancholic, sighed softly, and fell silent. After a while, the village chief slowly calmed down. You can all disperse now, farming is important, he said to the people around him. The The villagers present were afraid of upsetting the old man, so they comforted him briefly and dispersed. At that moment, the village chief gently wrapped up the corpse, then turned to Suchen and said, "Warrior, thank you for your help. Follow me, I have a earth-shattering secret to tell you." With that, he turned and walked shakily towards a house. Suchen silently followed. Once inside the house, the village chief placed the corpse on the table. He then fell into a daze again, probably overwhelmed by emotions. Suchen didn't rush him, waiting quietly. After a while, the village chief came back to his senses and said to Suchen, "Warrior, are you here looking for something?" "Oh, how did you know?" Suchen was somewhat surprised that the village chief would ask that. "Many people have come here in the past looking for something." The village chief reminisced slowly. Legend has it that a long time ago, a radiant light fell from the sky, within which there was a huge beastly shadow. After that, a rumor persisted, saying, "In the Sunset Rift, there is a powerful spirit beast, still in a state of extreme weakness." So, many people came here seeking to capture that beast as a pet spirit beast. And you, warrior, are here for the same reason, right? "Yes, I did come for that." Suchen nodded in agreement, nothing to hide. "Well, I know of a special location. Although I can't be certain, I did see it." The village chief told Suchen about his experience. It was a few years ago when he was chopping wood on the mountain. As the sky darkened a bit, he saw a brilliant flame in a certain area at the bottom of the rift. Even from a distance, the light made him feel hot, sacred, and awe-inspiring. Although he hadn't seen that mysterious flame again in the following years, that one time left a deep impression on him, and he still remembered the location. "And now, I offer you this location as a reward, warrior." The village chief carefully told Suchen the location. Suchen marked it on the map. "Thank you, village chief, for letting me know. Goodbye, take care." Suchen expressed his gratitude and turned to leave. The village chief remained silent and sorrowful, picking up a shovel and slowly making his way up the mountain. He was preparing to bury his son. The location the village chief had seen was a bit far, considered to be the end of the Sunset Rift area. Suchen descended to the valley floor and then swiftly ran towards that spot. Bang! 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 He leaped rapidly on the rocks at the valley floor, the stones making a loud thud as he landed. Moving at great speed, within about 10 minutes, he had crossed the several kilometers of the rift and reached its end. Consulting his map, he arrived at the edge of a massive deep pit. The pit was bowl-shaped, as if it had been struck by a meteorite. Over 100 meters wide and dozens of meters deep, its inner walls were made of glass crystals formed from melted sand. Suchen stood at the edge of the pit, scanning its emptiness. There was nothing inside. Furrowing his brow, Suchen leaped down, sliding down the slope of the deep pit, eager to explore further. Boom! Just as he was about to reach the bottom, a thunderous sound erupted in the sky. A dazzling white light struck directly in front of Suchen. Oh my god! Although he was unharmed, Suchen was nearly scared out of his wits. Before he could react, the place where the lightning struck suddenly exploded, revealing a portal to another space. Whoosh! Suchen slid into it. Whoosh! Passing through the sudden portal, Suchen found himself in a new space. Ding! You have entered the hidden realm, the morning of Vermilion Bird. You can stay in this realm for 60 minutes. Before Suchen could fully grasp his surroundings, he heard the system notification sound. I actually entered like this. Suchen was a bit dazed, and after a few seconds, he came to his senses. That lightning just now was probably due to luck, right? If not, it would be too coincidental. He happened to slide to that spot, the thunder happened to strike, and it happened to hit the entrance to the realm? Wow! How thrilling! Suchen sighed contentedly, then surveyed his surroundings. All he could see was a crimson hue, the air dry and scorching. The ground beneath his feet cracked, the heat making his soles feel like they were burning. Some areas had even turned into magma, emitting steam and limiting visibility. 100 meters away, the air was distorted by high temperatures and mist, obscuring the view beyond. The system said this is a realm, not a realm copy, so there should be more to it than just the name. This seems to be a special realm, like a small world. Suchen pondered. The area seemed vast but lacked any clear indications. Suchen was unsure of what to do. Just then, the sky suddenly turned a deeper shade of red, becoming even brighter. Although the sky had been red before, it was now even redder. Suchen instinctively looked up and saw a pair of enormous pupils. They were composed of burning flames, spanning the sky. It was like the eye of the heavens. Fortunately, although the eyes were huge, their expression was calm and serene. So, Suchen did not feel terrified or uncomfortable. Human! A female voice echoed in the space. Hello, Suchen calmly greeted. Human, how did you come to this place? The voice inquired, devoid of any discernible tone of goodwill or malice. I came in accidentally. A thunderbolt struck in front of me, and then I walked in here. Su-chan replied truthfully, but the owner of those eyes seemed skeptical. How dare you? You dare to deceive. The voice rose, about to erupt in anger, but suddenly stopped. The giant eyes in the sky contracted intensely, staring fixedly at Su-chan. Although she hadn't noticed before, just now, she suddenly sensed a peculiar aura emanating from Su-chan. As a divine beast, she knew what kind of aura Su-chan possessed. It was the favor of the heavens, the blessing of celestial energy. You. The voice was filled with astonishment and uncertainty, words hanging unspoken. How could this be possible? How could a human possess celestial energy? Su-chan? After a moment of silence, the voice continued, have you received the blessing of the heavens? Su-chan replied, if you're referring to a rainbow pillar of light, then yes. The enormous pupils trembled, flames within the eyes flickering wildly, the owner of the eyes engulfed in utter shock. Shortly after, phew! A burst of flames swept in. Before Su-chan could react, he was enveloped by the flames. He was unharmed, as the flames merely carried him away to somewhere else. When the flames dissipated, Su-chan found himself in a new place. The ground, sky, and surroundings were similar to before, but here stood a towering tree. Truly towering, without exaggeration. It was immense, reaching unimaginable heights. Standing at the base of the tree, Su-chan couldn't accurately determine, but the trunk alone was at least several hundred meters wide, its height extending beyond sight. Branches flourished like a giant umbrella, covering a vast expanse of the sky. However, this tree lacked vitality. Completely withered, bare, with only a few leaves remaining. The leaves were fiery red, but on the brink of withering. And not far from Su-chan, under the tree, a huge beast lay there. Is this the vermilion bird? Su-chan raised an eyebrow, recognizing the creature as a divine beast, the vermilion bird. However, its current condition was extremely poor. Its fiery red feathers were dull, lacking luster. Its head rested on the ground, appearing listless, emitting an aura of lifelessness all over. Were you the one speaking to me just now? Su-chan couldn't help but ask. It was me. The vermilion bird didn't speak, but the voice still appeared, answering Su-chan's question. Su-chan pondered for a moment and asked, why did you bring me here? You seem unwell, do you need my help with something? He. The vermilion bird chuckled softly, saying, regarding myself, there's nothing you can do to help. However, there is indeed something I'd like to ask for your assistance with. I brought you here to take her away. After saying this, the vermilion bird opened its mouth and spat out a huge egg. The egg was half the height of a person, as thick as two people hugging, with a crimson shell entwined with 3 golden threads on the outside. Vermilion bird egg, quality, legendary details, an egg spontaneously produced by the divine beast vermilion bird, information unknown. Quite rudimentary information. Su-chan internally commented, then asked, this is? She is my child. The vermilion bird sighed softly, saying, in a battle long ago, I suffered severe injuries, resting for countless years without recovery. During the battle, she was also affected, and all these years, I'd been nurturing her with all my might. Her vital signs have gradually stabilized, but she has been unable to be born. Su-chan scratched his head, shrugged, you're a divine beast, if you can't solve it, what can I do? Not so. The vermilion bird's voice was resolute, as if she believed in Su-chan wholeheartedly, you have received the blessing of the heavens, far beyond an ordinary human. Your future is unimaginable, immeasurable. With you by her side, she may be able to be born smoothly, relying on the celestial energy within you. I see. Su-chan nodded thoughtfully. What do you propose? The vermilion bird asked him, continuing, of course, I won't just take advantage of your celestial energy. Humans have always liked to have powerful spirit beasts as companions, and my vermilion bird clan is esteemed as divine beasts. Throughout the ages, very few humans have been acknowledged by the vermilion bird clan as battle companions. Now, if you are willing to keep my child by your side, then I am willing to have my child enter into an equal contract with you, becoming your battle companion. An equal contract. It is a contract that 99.9% of players sign when obtaining a pet. Literally, it implies equality between both parties, forming a partnership rather than a soul attachment like Little Snow. This contract makes it difficult to ensure the pet's loyalty. Due to minor issues, a pet's affection towards its owner might decrease. If affection drops, it might not put effort into battles, and there's a possibility it might run away sneakily one day. Su-chan was not very pleased. He came to find a flying pet, a mount, not a companion. Besides, who knows when Vermilion Bird will emerge? Don't worry, I know what you're concerned about. Vermilion Bird noticed Su-chan's reluctance and continued, this is just one of the rewards for me asking you to keep my daughter by your side. I have something else to give you. With that, she spat out 2 items, floating in the air. Without Su Chen needing to check the information, she displayed it herself. Vermilion Feather Illusion Wing, level, no level quality, legendary type, special equipment / aura equipment attribute, fire attribute enhancement plus 200 defense, physical defense plus 1251 / magic defense plus 2264 special edition. When attacking, adds fire attribute attack special resistance, neutralizes 30% of fire attribute damage skills. Wings of Incineration, Divine Fire Feather suffix, naturally possesses this divine power without any forging or carving. Wings of Incineration, level, LV1 cooldown, 300 seconds effect, within 120 seconds, fiery wings form on the back details, ignites the Vermilion Bird's fire within the Vermilion Feather Illusion Wing, forming wings composed of flames, increasing movement speed by 100%, capable of flying. Divine Fire Feather, level, LV1 cooldown, 600 seconds damage, 100,000 details, ignites the Vermilion Bird's fire within the Vermilion Feather Illusion Wing, dealing 100,000 fixed damage to the target enemy. This damage cannot receive any form of bonus. Just after seeing the first item, Su Chen was moved. Wings. Wings that can transform into flames. They can increase his movement speed by 100% for 2 minutes and allow him to fly. Flying. Under the influence of the ancient Xia immortal cultivation culture, who wouldn't yearn to fly? It would be best to have a flying sword. Stepping on the sword, hair tied up, white clothes like snow. Although this isn't a flying sword, it can still fly. Who? Su Chen took a deep breath, steadying himself for now, and looked at the other item. Nirvana Flame, quality, legendary times, 3/3 effect. After use, it remains as a fire seed in the abdominal elixir field. When dying, it bursts out, rebirthing in flames. Seeing this, Su Chen was somewhat disappointed. He could be reborn too many times. Including Little Snow's 3 resurrections, he could resurrect 6 times. With his health of over 200,000, who could kill him 6 times in a row? So, this thing was a bit of a letdown for him. Oh, Vermilion Bird was surprised and suspicious. She noticed Su Chen's disappointment and said unexpectedly, the Nirvana Flame, even a Vermilion Bird would find it hard to condense 1 or 2 in a few thousand years, but you seem not to care? Yeah. Su Chen nodded and said, this thing, for me, is really not very useful. Vermilion Bird fell silent, seeming to hesitate and ponder something in her huge eyes. After a while, she sighed lightly, well, forget it, I won't live long anyway, why bother about this bit of effort? Su Chen? Vermilion Bird's words were cryptic, and Su Chen naturally didn't understand. Human. Just as Su Chen was puzzled, Vermilion Bird looked at him and continued, if you agree to keep my daughter by your side, she will never leave unless she chooses to, and you will never abandon her. If you agree, I will condense my heart's blood, which can make you much stronger. The heart's blood of the divine beast Vermilion Bird sounded powerful and precious at first listen. Okay, I agree. Su Chen promised. Good. I trust you won't betray our agreement. After Vermilion Bird finished speaking, she looked at the huge wing she had previously displayed. Egg, with fiery eyes, said, now, you will make your index finger bleed and press it at the center of the array. At this moment, a contract array appeared on the eggshell, precisely an equal contract. Su Chen nodded, took the dark flame blade and made a cut on his index finger. Crimson blood oozed out, and Su Chen pressed his finger at the center of the array on the eggshell. The blood spontaneously moved along the array lines. 3 seconds later, Su Chen didn't hear any system prompt. Normally, the contract should have been completed in 3 seconds. Zhu Kei was also puzzled and made a strange sound of acknowledgement. Just then, Su Chen felt as if he perceived a yearning thought. Su Chen instinctively responded. Suddenly, the array on the eggshell changed. The life energy in Su Chen's heart was also stirred up and flowed into the Zhu Kei egg through the wound on his finger. Hiss. Beside him, Zhu Kei was shocked and looked at Su Chen in disbelief. She could feel that this energy was life energy. This. A mortal, possessing the blessings of the heavens, with such a vast amount of life essence. This level of life energy is extremely high. Very strong. How is this possible? Such great changes, all residing in one person. Zhu Kei was dumbfounded, her eyes losing focus. She didn't even notice that the equal contract had been altered. In about 3 to 5 seconds, the life energy from Su Chen's heart stopped flowing out. At that moment, Su Chen heard a system prompt, ding. You have signed an eternal covenant with a young Zhu Kei. Through thick and thin, in life and death, never to betray. This. How did it turn into an eternal covenant? Su Chen was a bit bewildered. How could the contract change like that? Crack, crack, crack. Su Chen and Zhu Kei didn't stay stunned for long because the egg, which had absorbed a large amount of life energy, started cracking. Zhu Kei lifted her weak and feeble body, staring intently. Her eyes were restless, with glimmers of tears appearing. She sensed the change in the contract. As a noble and sacred member of the Zhu Kei clan, her offspring would now forever be attached to a human. This was something she had never considered before. But now, she didn't care. An eternal covenant could not be broken, and at this point, there was no use in resisting. Before her death, being able to see her daughter with her own eyes was enough. It was satisfying. Crack! Soon, the cracking sound accelerated. In 1 or 2 seconds, the entire eggshell shattered. Inside the eggshell, a small Zhu Kei was there, about knee-high to Su Chen, with a slender body. Its wings were full, its feathers all fiery red and shiny, with long tail feathers spread out, very beautiful. At that moment, the little Zhu Kei groggily opened its eyes, as if waking from a deep slumber. Child! My child! Zhu Chua's voice trembled, tears rolling in her eyes. She struggled to stand up, spreading her huge wings, ready to embrace the little Zhu Kei. However, the first thing the little Zhu Kei saw when it opened its eyes was Su Chen, and its eyes lit up. Dad! Daddy! It uttered in a tender voice, then staggered to its feet and ran towards Su Chen. Despite being a bit unsteady, it was quite fast. In 3 or 2 steps, it reached Su Chen's side and hugged his leg. It rubbed its head against Su Chen's leg happily. Su Chen! Zhu Kei! Zhu Kei was feeling a bit on the verge of collapse right now. She had nurtured you for who knows how long with so much effort, and as soon as you were born, you ignored your mother? Zhu Kei felt a pang in her heart, suddenly feeling jealous. Fortunately, after the little Zhu Kei snuggled against Su Chen's leg for a few moments, it seemed to realize something and turned to look at Zhu Kei. Tilting its head, it seemed a bit confused. Soon, the little Zhu Chua's eyes curved, and it called out in a childish voice, Mom! Mommy! Su Chen! Zhu Kei! Although she was finally recognized by the little one, being called Mommy at that moment felt a bit strange to her. This thought flashed through Zhu Chua's mind briefly, quickly dispersed by the joy and excitement welling up within her. Child! Zhu Kei spread her wings, cradling the little Zhu Kei carefully in her arms. Giggling. Mama! The little Zhu Kei couldn't understand these emotions, just laughing happily. After rubbing against Zhu Kei, she turned her head to Su Chen. Dada, come! It seemed she wanted Su Chen to hold her too. Ahem! Su Chen cleared his throat, ignoring the strange-looking Zhu Chua's eyes as if he hadn't heard her. Woo! Unexpectedly, the little Zhu Kei started whimpering instead, tears welling up in her eyes, saying, Dada, come here. Zhu Kei sighed, calling Su Chen over, feeling quite frustrated. What was going on? Her daughter had just been born, and she was already accepting a father? Even though she indeed had no father, it couldn't be this straightforward, could it? Su Chen could only shuffle over and hold the little Zhu Kei next to Zhu Kei. The atmosphere, though somewhat heartwarming, felt a bit strange. Fortunately, it didn't last long before the little Zhu Kei fell asleep, with Zhu Kei being the one to lull her to sleep. After all, what was to come next shouldn't be witnessed by the little Zhu Kei. It wouldn't do to let her see her mother die before her eyes. In Zhu Chua's complex gaze, Su Chen placed the little Zhu Kei into the pet space. Sigh. Zhu Kei let out a long sigh, no longer bothering to pursue anything. However, she was still somewhat curious. Human, the extremely high-level life energy you just released, where did it come from? Su Chen hesitated for a moment before saying, this is the energy of the goddess of life. As for the reasons behind it, forgive me for not being able to say. What? What did you say? Unexpectedly, Zhu Chua's reaction was particularly intense, her eyes lighting up as she looked excitedly at Su Chen, her previous look of resignation completely gone. Excitedly, she said, You might be able to help me. Oh, how so? Su Chen's spirits lifted instantly. If possible, Su Chen didn't mind saving her. The injuries I've sustained are from a strange demonic energy that continues to consume my life force. Zhu Kei briefly explained, continuing, and the life energy of the goddess of life within you is extremely high level. If it could be transferred into my body, it would undoubtedly save me. Su Chen's expression faltered, realizing that his buff couldn't be stripped away by any means. It simply couldn't be transferred. What? You're unwilling? Seeing Su Chen lost in thought, Zhu Kei thought he was willing. If you are, I can offer you many rewards. Many. She was eager. If she could avoid death, she was willing to pay any price. Her injuries were not acquired in vain, they were clearly inflicted by enemies. While her enemies thrived, she lay dying in this space, struggling for thousands of years without ever recovering. And now, with a glimmer of hope to survive, how could she give up? It's not that I'm unwilling. Su Chen shrugged helplessly, saying, I simply can't transfer this in any way. This. Zhu Kei was taken aback, then quickly remembered that her daughter had been able to absorb it before. So she immediately asked, but didn't you release life energy before? I don't know what that was about. Suchin shrugged, then asked, besides, even if signing a contract could work, are you suggesting we sign a lifelong agreement? Juke was speechless, torn between not wanting to die and not wanting to become someone else's subordinate due to her status as a divine beast. After a long silence, she finally spoke up with difficulty, I agree. What did you say? Suchin was shocked, looking at Juke in disbelief. Juke took a deep breath and said, I agree to sign a lifelong agreement with you. This could be heard very clearly, not a word missed. It was precisely this that surprised Suchen even more. She actually agreed? This unfolding was truly mesmerizing. Let's begin, Juke said, and a formation appeared in front of her. Since the decision had been made, since she was unwilling to die, she no longer hesitated or wavered. All right. Since the other party had agreed, Suchen naturally had no more hesitations. She pricked her finger and touched the formation. Ding! Juke, Luoling has signed an eternal covenant with you. Through thick and thin, in life and death, never to betray. The system prompt came a bit quickly. Suchen withdrew her hand blankly, the life energy in her heart showing no fluctuations. However, the contract had already been signed. How could this be? Juchua's pupils trembled violently, lost and unable to accept this outcome. She was already Suchen's pet, but she hadn't recovered, hadn't received any life energy. Wasn't this a waste? Suchen awkwardly touched her nose, feeling helpless as well. Unable to save Juke, it was all in vain for Suchen. Luoling was now very confused. She was at her wit's end, feeling extremely restless. If signing the contract could cure herself, that would have been acceptable. But now, it seemed like a loss on all fronts. Why is it like this? Luoling muttered in despair. Seeing Suchen feeling a bit uncomfortable, she wanted to comfort her, but couldn't find the right words. Sniff. After being absent-minded for a moment, Luoling suddenly sniffed. Just as she regained her senses, she caught a whiff of a sweet and tangy fragrance. It seemed to contain life energy? She had smelled this scent before, but she didn't know that Suchen harbored the power of the goddess of life. And now, she turned her head abruptly, looking at Suchen's finger. The wound had already healed, but there were still traces of blood on it. So, Luoling extended her tongue and licked Suchen's finger. Suchen? Suchen was puzzled, while Luoling's eyes sparkled. There is life energy in your blood. She looked at Suchen with fiery eyes. Suchen twitched at the corner of her mouth and cautiously said, You're too big, even if I give you all my blood, I probably won't be able to save you. Besides, if I die again, I'll be teleported away. His resurrection chance was still on cooldown, and the little cat was resting in the pet space. No! I didn't say I wanted your blood. Luoling rolled her eyes, her body emitting a fiery red light, starting to shrink. Then what do you mean? Besides blood, what else? Suchen's speech was smooth at first, but as Luoling shrank, his voice gradually slowed down. When it formed a human shape, the speech became even slower. As the firelight dissipated from the human form, Suchen fell silent. Before him stood an extraordinarily beautiful woman. Her face was extremely beautiful, her eyes crimson like red crystals, her fiery long hair casually scattered. Clad in a red leather armor, her figure was slender and fiery. Her shoulders were slim, her collarbones clear and deep. Her waist was slender, almost graspable with one hand, but as it continued downward, it suddenly widened. Wrapped in tight leather armor, she was extremely alluring. Although she looked tired, with a pale complexion and colorless lips, it did not diminish her overall beauty. Her temperament was also very distinctive, very attractive. Like a ball of fire, exuding a hot and fiery allure. However, her slender arched eyebrows, rarely seen in women, and the calm solemnity on her face made her seem untouchable, unprofanable. Suchen was a bit dazed, partly because of Luoling's beauty, and partly out of confusion. Why transform? Being stared at blankly by Suchen, Luoling, realizing something, blushed from her pale face. Her eyes, like red crystals, glanced away, unable to meet Suchen's gaze. You don't have to say it. I know that with just your vitality, you can't save me. Luoling lowered her head, speaking softly, I have a way. Through fusion, it should be able to stir the life energy within you. At the same time, your, whatever it is naturally higher than that in your blood. Her words were intermittent, her face blushing deepening continuously. Suchen looked at the blush on Luoling's face, feeling a strangely strong sense of déjà vu. This blush, this shyness, this awkwardness, this entanglement. Seems like, where have I seen it before? Who was it? Suchen's eyes widened. Suddenly, he remembered the expression on the face of the goddess of life in the novice village, which seemed similar to this vermilion Luoling. You want. Su-Chen stared, looking at Luoling in bewilderment. Yes, just as you think. Luoling nodded, softly saying, I have made a lifelong covenant with you. In this life, even in death, we still have an unbreakable connection. So, what does this little matter? Luoling spoke lightly, but the blush on her face not only did not diminish, but increased. Even her earlobes were turning red, and wisps of white smoke were rising from her head. Say no more. Su-Chen was about to speak but was interrupted by Luoling. She began to undress while walking towards Su-Chen. Let's begin. I only know that the fusion of yin and yang is feasible, but I don't know how to do it. You teach me. Su-Chen asked cautiously. You have no experience. Where did the little vermilion come from? For some reasons. That's not important. It's been a long time. Let's get started quickly. Luoling urged, not finishing her sentence. If you don't let me recover a bit, this secret realm won't let you stay for too long. You'll be expelled soon. Do you really want me to teach you? Su-Chen asked carefully. It's not that he's being verbose, but this matter is a bit hard to accept and implement. Nonsense. Hurry up. Luoling rolled her eyes, coquettishly. Then, lie down. Oh, Luoling's expression changed for a moment, but she obediently lay down. Wait. She suddenly reached out to stop Su-Chen, then took out a piece of cloth and placed it underneath her. Come on. After saying this, Luoling's expression became somewhat trance-like. Mist filled her crimson eyes as she stared straight at Su-Chen, as if she wanted to engrave his appearance completely in her heart. Ah! With a cry of pain, Luoling knew that she belonged to Su-Chen forever. I don't even know your name. I'm Bei. Well, I'm Luoling. I know. Call me Luoling. An hour passed, but Su-Chen was not forcibly expelled from this secret realm, because Luoling had recovered somewhat and could temporarily control this secret realm. The two continued. The mysterious power within Luoling's body was deeply rooted and not something that could be resolved with just a bit of life essence. 2 hours. 3 hours. The twin cities of the other shore. Respawn point in the left half of the city. Players kept respawning here, and players kept coming from the novice village. And at this moment, a beautiful figure descended here. She was very young, very cute, exuding a lively and quirky youthful vitality all over her body. Wow! Beauty! Wow, a rare cute and lively beauty. Wow! She gives off the feeling of a beautiful girl stepping out of an animation. What are you looking at? Am I not your girlfriend? If you look at her again, I'll gouge your eyes out. Xiacha's appearance caused quite a stir. Surrounded by onlookers, Xiacha remained calm. She was used to it. Finally out of the novice village, I wonder what level my brother is now. She smiled, took out her communication system, and prepared to call Su-Chen. She didn't even know Su-Chen's ID, but fortunately, she could dial a real phone number in the game. Brother Stinky, still selling mysteries. Wrinkling her little nose, Xiacha pouted, looking angry. This immediately caught the attention of many players who were sneaking glances. Pout. Pouting for a while, but her brother didn't answer. Xiacha furrowed her brows in confusion. Miss, want to team up? Beauty, want to level up together? I'm level 12, I can help you dominate the field. Beauty, how about forming a team? At this moment, many players' eyes lit up as they gathered around, wanting to team up with Xiacha. No teaming up. I'm waiting for my brother. Xiacha waved her hand, her expression cold. Gone was her playful demeanor from before. Oh, what a pity, such a beautiful girl. Fine. Helplessly, the rejected players sighed and dispersed. Wow, such a pretty girl. Boss, look, that girl. Whoa, let's go talk to her. Meanwhile, on the outskirts, a few people witnessed the commotion. When they saw Xiacha's appearance, their eyes lit up, and they hurried over. Little sister, leveling up? The 5 of them approached, surrounding Xiacha. The leader, a young man named Shanyane Bao, said with a smirk, do you want us to take you to fight in the wild? How about that? Who do you think you are fooling? Xiacha gave them a cold glance and bluntly said, get lost, brothers? You think you're worthy? Xiacha was not one to mince words. She was fierce. Only in front of Su-Chen did she show her mischievous and cute side. Xiacha had encountered many ruffians like these guys since she was young. She couldn't be bothered to be polite. Wow. I can't believe it. This girl is a bit fierce. Initially, seeing the 5 smug individuals approaching, many players were excited, thinking of playing the hero. However, after witnessing Xiacha's reaction, they were stunned and speechless. The players who wanted to play the hero were left dumbfounded and dispersed. Little sister, what do you mean by this? Shanyane Bao's face darkened, trying to intimidate Xiacha and apologize. Surprisingly, with his questionable appearance that needed a makeover, he did have a certain oppressive aura. At least, Xiaocha took a step back in disgust, looking at him with disdain. Xiao Nianbao thought it was his charm that impressed the pretty girl, not realizing she was repulsed by him. Apologize to us quickly, Xiao Nianbao said, signaling his 4 companions. Xiao Nianjia, that's right, little sister, we just wanted to help you level up. Xiao Nianani, humph. Little sister, isn't that going too far? Xiao Nianhao, miss, we meant well Xiao Nianade, yeah, come on, it's no big deal, let's move on, little sister, level up together. One had a red face, one had a black face, one was mediating, and one was trying to smooth things over. For girls with gentle and timid personalities, they might have followed along unknowingly to fight monsters. The game had privacy protection for both genders. Touching certain areas deemed inappropriate, especially intentionally, would trigger a thunderstorm. Those struck by lightning would lose 3 levels and have all attributes reduced by 20 points. However, in the wilderness, the system's judgment was more lenient. After all, in the chaos of battle, who could guarantee intent? And once you got familiar with each other. Oops. Sorry, I didn't mean to, my foot suddenly twisted. There were quite a few trashy people who took advantage like this. But in the main city, no one dared to play like that. Although these young frontline players surrounded Xiaocha, they didn't dare to make any inappropriate moves. They just wanted to coax Xiaocha out, somewhat forcefully. And Xiaocha will go out with them? Xiaocha is a weak girl? Get lost. Xiaocha extended her slender fingers, pointing directly at the young Abao's face. Don't use your filthy eyes to look at me, disgusting. Your little tricks, do you think I can't see through them? They don't work on me. I advise you not to embarrass yourself in front of me, disgusting. Pah! Trash! Xiaocha's outburst left many players dumbfounded. For a few seconds, everything was quiet here. And then, there was a sudden explosion. Damn! The sister is awesome. Sister is so strong. 666, 666, 6666 amazing. Well cursed. I've long found them unpleasant, not playing the game properly, just hovering around a beauty when they see one. Sister, don't be afraid, we've got your back. Amidst the commotion, many players gathered around, both male and female, looking quite indignant. In just a few moments, they dispersed the companions of those few young Abaos. If the main city hadn't been put on alert, they would have at least spent a few hours in jail, but now it was time for action. This, boss? Damn it! Retreat! #UN hashtag. Provoking the crowd, being scolded like that, young Abao's face turned ugly. But he dared not continue, so he and his companions had to slink away. TCH. Phew. Trash. Get lost. Ha ha ha. I'm laughing my head off, a bunch of losers. Seeing them retreat dejectedly, the crowd jeered and burst into laughter. Damn it. Damn it. They've really pissed me off. Damn. Young Abao's face twisted in anger, his eyes blazing. They glared fiercely at Xiaocha for a moment, then slunk away. Thanks to all the brothers and sisters for helping, thank you. Xiaocha looked much better, turning to the players beside her, smiling and thanking them. Oh, you're welcome, it's nothing. It's a small matter, girl, do you want to level up with us? We're heading to the level 15 area, we'll get you there quickly. Sister, don't mind them, they're just real-life losers who come here to fail again. By the way, girl, do you want to level up with us, sisters? The crowd started discussing animatedly. Xiaocha shook her head and said, thank you, big brothers, for your help, but I only want to play with my brother, not with anyone else. Then, how about leveling up with us, sister? A girl asked. I can't, I'm waiting for my brother. Xiaocha helplessly shrugged. The phone kept ringing, but Suchen still hadn't answered. This made Xiaocha very angry. When my brother comes, he must compensate me well. Xiaocha thought to herself. Alright, brother complex. Damn it, why don't I have such a good sister? Ah, the country owes me a sister. Wake up, the two-child policy has been in place for a long time. The country doesn't owe you anything. Nonsense, what's the use of having a sister? I have a sister, and she treats me like an enemy ATM every day. Really? Helplessly, the players could only envy Xiaocha's brother and disperse. Xiaocha found a secluded and dark place, repeatedly calling Su Chen. Hello? Hey, who's this? Finally connected, the familiar voice of her brother came from the phone. Xiaocha coquettishly said, it's me, brother, what are you doing? I've been calling you for so long and you didn't answer. I'm running. Xiaocha rolled her eyes, scolding, stinky brother, I'm at the twin cities of the other shore, when are you coming over? Wait, let me ask. Su Chen's voice came from the phone, making Xiaocha tilt her head. Ask? What does that mean? Need to ask someone? Before she could figure out what was going on, Su Chen's voice came from the phone again, almost there. Probably in about an hour. If you can't wait, you can wander around. Xiacha pouted in frustration, but there was nothing she could do. She said, all right then. Hurry up, big brother. Okay. I'll be quick. Well then, I'll hang up now, big brother, I love you, bye. Xiacha blew a kiss to Su Chen on the other end of the phone and then hung up. Where should I go? Xiacha tilted her head, pondered for a moment, and started wandering aimlessly. She had been leveling up diligently just to have fun with Su Chen in the main city. Now that Su Chen was not around, she didn't feel like leveling up much. After wandering around for about half an hour, her brother still hadn't called. As she walked, Xiacha was drawn to the scenery outside the city and couldn't help but leave the city to explore. She was planning to check out the wilderness. At this moment, not far away, near a wall, a few shady figures appeared. The leader had a horse face, ID, young Master Bao, the sleazy man who had clashed with Xiacha before, along with his companions. Let's go. Keep up. Little girl, can't handle us yet? Hee hee, you'll be begging for mercy soon. These people had sinister looks and malicious intentions. Ha ha. Xiacha, however, was oblivious, humming a tune and enjoying the beautiful scenery. After all, these people were dozens of meters behind her, and Xiacha didn't have eyes in the back of her head. The scene rewinds to when Su Chen just hung up the phone. Secret realm, under the giant tree in the morning of vermilion bird. Su Chen's life energy kept releasing, the fresh and vibrant life energy blending with Luo Ling's fiery vermilion bird divine fire. Who is she? Just after hanging up with Xiacha, Su Chen was met with Luo Ling's question. Su Chen replied, my sister. Really? Your blood sister? Luo Ling looked skeptical, not quite believing it. She had good hearing and overheard the conversation between Xiacha and Su Chen. It was too intimate, not like a sibling relationship at all. Is she really your blood sister? Luo Ling pressed on, even slowing down the absorption of life energy. She didn't know why she asked this question. By the time she realized it, the question had already slipped out. Su Chen smiled awkwardly, no. Luo Ling suddenly snorted coldly, her expression turning chilly. She turned away, no longer looking at Su Chen. Hee. Su Chen chuckled, not dwelling on this issue. Luo Ling's physical issue had not been resolved yet. The strange energy within her had been entangled for thousands of years. It was not easy to eradicate it so quickly. However, after 3 hours, it was almost done. Just one final push. Luo Ling also knew that after sulking for a while, her jade hands changed, forming a unique gesture, taking a deep breath. Su Chen's body stiffened, and at the same time, a large amount of life energy from his heart poured into Luo Ling's body. Boom! The vermilion bird divine fire boiled fiercely as if it had taken a stimulant. At the same time, the green light on Su Chen's body became even more intense. The two energies intertwined, assisting and merging with each other. Gradually, strands of black energy were forced out of Luo Ling's body by the energies of Su Chen and Luo Ling. Now, it was the perfect time for Su Chen's life energy in his heart to be massively released, which caught the attention of a certain existence, in a distant, unknown territory. Here, there were grand palaces one after another, towering over 10,000 feet, shining in gold and jade brilliance. Rainbow bridges rose, white clouds lingered. It was both solemn and elegant, exuding a fairy-like aura. In front of the largest and tallest palace, a woman dressed in a green flowing skirt, with an extraordinary grace, stood there. She gazed at the distant clouds rolling, but her pupils seemed somewhat unfocused. She was the goddess of life. Fu Qingqiu, White Knight. Fu Qingqiu absent-mindedly muttered this name. Then, she was startled and quickly covered her mouth. Luckily, sister isn't here. Glancing around, Fu Qingqiu breathed a sigh of relief. After relaxing, her pupils became unfocused again, lost in thought. After a moment of distraction, she sighed. Sitting on the steps, her slender hands rested on her knees, supporting her face. At this moment, she lacked the aura and majesty of a goddess, resembling more a young girl lost in romantic thoughts. In fact, that was not far from the truth. Since returning to the temple, she often drifted off, frequently thinking of a man named Bai Yi. Remembering how he would furrow his brows in embarrassment when accused unjustly, a blush would creep onto his fair cheeks. Recalling his flustered state when she was angry, his lips would curve up, eyes shining like stars and moons. Fu Qingqiu had never experienced such feelings before. Conflicted, nostalgic, sweet, bitter, angry, longing, curious. A jumble of emotions intertwined, causing turmoil in her heart. Despite trying to suppress these thoughts, Su Chen's face lingered in her mind and heart. Sometimes, she would also remember those things. Fu Qingqiu had been in this temple since she could remember. Although the temple was vast, besides her sisters and some maids, there was no one else. The maids treated her cautiously. The temple was too vast and cold. Yet, Fu Qingqiu had grown accustomed to it, her demeanor increasingly indifferent. She had rarely left the temple since childhood. The last time she did, it was because of Su Chen. Naturally, he had left an indelible impression on her heart. Lost in thought, Fu Qingqiu suddenly froze. She had just sensed a massive release of life energy. The issue was not the energy itself but the fact that she was familiar with it. It was her power. It must be him. Fu Qingqiu stood up abruptly, her gaze sharpening. Why would he suddenly release so much? Has he encountered some crisis? Could something be wrong? Unconsciously, a hint of worry crept onto Fu Qingqiu's face. She shifted her feet, as if considering checking on him, but stopped herself. It's none of my business. I told him to forget about it. We have nothing to do with each other. After all, he's an outsider, he can be resurrected, just with slightly reduced attributes. Muttering to herself, she reassured her. Yet, sensing the continuous release of energy, Fu Qingqiu's delicate brows furrowed even more. Phew! The wind howled as she vanished from the spot. No, there's too much being released, I need to go help shield him. Fu Qingqiu soared through the air, as fast as light, thinking, I'm just afraid that sister will find out about him. After all, he did save me, I can't let her kill him. Yes, that's it. As if convincing herself, Fu Qingqiu breathed a sigh of relief. While her brows still furrowed with worry, a hint of anticipation shone in her starry eyes. Soon, she descended. She arrived at the end of the sunset rift, sensing Su Chen's presence. A secret realm? Raising an eyebrow, Fu Qingqiu effortlessly tore open the entrance to the secret realm and stepped inside. In a flash, she appeared by the giant tree. Hovering in the air, she naturally spotted Su Chen and Luo Ling on the ground. They were just reaching the final stage, not yet finished. Luo Ling was close to completely erasing the strange power within her. You too! Seeing this scene, Fu Qingqiu's pupils narrowed to pinpoints as she shouted in shock. Her delicate brows furrowed, eyes blazing with anger, unable to contain her fury. Fu Qingqiu didn't understand why she was so enraged, even involuntarily shouting out. She just felt like her heart was being squeezed tightly and aching at the sight of Su Chen entangled with that woman. It was as if a piece of her had been taken away, leaving her hollow. You too! On the ground, Su Chen and Luo Ling both heard the clear and furious shout. Luo Ling trembled, almost losing her breath in fright. Fortunately, she quickly regained her composure. Su Chen was startled and looked in the direction of the sound. Then, he was dumbfounded. Completely dumbfounded. Damn! Looking at Fu Qingqiu's angry face in the sky, Su Chen blurted out in shock. Who? Fu Qingqiu's chest heaved as she continued to breathe heavily. She was still very angry but remained silent. The outburst just now was instinctive, but after the words were spoken, she suddenly came to her senses. What am I doing? I have nothing to do with him, so why speak like that? Therefore, she didn't know what to say. But that didn't mean Fu Qingqiu's anger had dissipated. On the contrary, it seemed to be escalating uncontrollably. Hiss! Su Chen gasped in shock. His mind was blank at the moment, never having experienced anything like this in his life. This is terrible. What should I do? Su Chen's mind raced, but he couldn't think of a way to handle the situation. Luo Ling's face was flushed red. She didn't know what relationship Su Chen had with this woman, but judging from the woman's expression, did she steal someone else's husband? Embarrassed to death, her face was burning hot. So, Luo Ling decided to play ostrich. She closed her eyes, focusing on treating her own injuries as if she knew nothing. For a moment, there was a temporary calm here. Well, not entirely calm, after all. Ahem. The dead silence was unbearable for Su Chen, so he coughed and asked, Why? Why are you here? By now, Fu Qingqiu's anger had subsided, and she put on a cold expression, seemingly indicating that she didn't care about Su Chen. If I didn't come, how could I see you having a great time? Fu Qingqiu retorted coldly, her mouth moving. When Su Chen asked like that, Fu Qingqiu intended to give some reasons. At least, she couldn't let Su Chen know she was worried about him. However, the words that came out of her mouth went against what she thought, filled with jealousy. Upon hearing this, Su Chen was stunned, staring blankly at Fu Qingqiu. This expression. Why does it feel like jealousy? Su Chen pondered this thought. Well, Su Chen hesitated for a long time before finally saying, She's injured and needs the life energy from within me to heal. It would have been better left unsaid, as Fu Qingqiu's eyes filled with even more anger upon hearing this. Fu Qingqiu said, So, you just casually gave her the power I gave you? Su Chen scratched the back of his head, unsure of what to say. At this moment, hearing Fu Qingqiu's words, Luo Ling opened her eyes. She looked at Su Chen and then at Fu Qingqiu in disbelief. She said the power of the White Knight was given by her. So, she's actually the goddess of life? Luo Ling was stunned by this thought. It was unbelievable. She had thought this woman was someone related to Su Chen, like a girlfriend. Who would have thought? She turned out to be the freaking goddess of life? But why is the goddess of life so concerned about the White Knight's appearance? Is she jealous? Yes, she's definitely jealous. With these thoughts racing through her mind, Luo Ling felt a sense of absurdity. It was unbelievable. This was too absurd, too ridiculous, too terrifying. A true goddess, superior to all, with unparalleled strength and beauty, actually falling for a mortal, and even getting jealous for this mortal. Luo Ling now felt like her worldview was shattered. She stared blankly at Su Chen, unable to say anything, just relying on her instincts to continue treating her own injuries. The two of them continued, which only made Fu Qingqiu more and more annoyed. She was almost fuming. "Are you not going to stop?" she shouted in anger. However, as she spoke, she cast a barrier. The life energy from Su Chen's heart had been erupting massively, and if this aura wasn't concealed, there would be trouble. Although Fu Qingqiu was angry, she didn't want Su Chen to die. Su Chen hesitated, stammering, "Her injuries haven't healed yet." Absorb. Fu Qingqiu took a deep breath, her eyebrows twitching, her face so cold it could freeze someone. With a wave of her hand, a brilliant greenish-blue aura surged out and poured into Luo Ling's body. With only a trace of strange power left in Luo Ling's body, it was now completely gone. The injuries were healed. Although weakened after thousands of years, with time and resources, she could quickly recover her strength. Despite feeling a strange sense of regret and reluctance, Luo Ling quickly pushed Su Chen away. Then, she put on her leather armor in a few swift movements. Ahem! Su Chen also put on his armor. On the ground, there was a piece of cloth with a bloodstain on it. Luo Ling blushed deeply, her face boiling hot, quickly picked up the cloth and put it away. Standing aside, she remained silent, observing her thoughts. It was too awkward to say anything in this situation. Ah ha ha. If everything's fine, then I'll leave, my sister is looking for me. Feeling the eerie atmosphere, Su Chen wanted to slip away. Luo Ling, wait. Fu Qingqiu, stop. Unexpectedly, both women called out to Su Chen to halt. Then, they exchanged a glance. Luo Ling awkwardly averted her gaze, while the goddess let out a cold hum. Unable to do anything, Su Chen stopped. Have you made a lifelong commitment to her? Is she your pet now? Fu Qingqiu asked Su Chen. Yes. Fu Qingqiu frowned, feeling a pang in her heart. From now on, she is not allowed to follow you. Su Chen. Luo Ling. Although Fu Qingqiu's face was icy, not revealing anything, her actions upon arrival, coupled with her words now, made it clear. Even the most obtuse person could understand. Su Chen felt strange, finding it hard to believe. Could it be that she? Su Chen thought to himself, looking at Fu Qingqiu with a peculiar gaze. Luo Ling felt the same. When looking at Fu Qingqiu, their gazes were peculiar. Even now, she still felt a sense of confusion, unreality, and illusion. What are you looking at? Fu Qingqiu felt strange being stared at by them. Then suddenly, she realized that her previous words seemed a bit off. It seemed like she was acting out of spite and jealousy, not allowing Luo Ling to follow Su Chen. So, with a cold expression, she said, "She's too powerful. It will disrupt the balance and affect your training and advancement. With her around, you lack real combat experience, you won't be able to truly become strong." What Fu Qingqiu said made sense. The leveling process was too easy, lacking battle experience. Su Chen indeed couldn't become strong. But more importantly, Fu Qingqiu didn't want to see Luo Ling by Su Chen's side. With their intimate relationship, something like that would surely happen in the future. No way. I should be the first. It should have been me first. The first kiss, and everything else. It should have been me first. Why can you two be together, while I can only appear as an outsider? Oh, okay. While lost in her thoughts, Su Chen nodded with a smile, agreeing. Although missing a great help, it wasn't a big problem. Humph. Feeling a bit uncomfortable with Su Chen's strange smile, Fu Qingqiu coldly snorted and disappeared. She had only come to check on things, and since this little rascal was fine, she didn't want to stay any longer. Otherwise, would she let the little rascal think she was worried about him? Phew. Fu Qingqiu left. Luo Ling breathed a sigh of relief, sitting down on the ground, feeling completely drained. Ha? Are you okay? Weren't you healed? Su Chen thought something was wrong again and quickly asked. Luo Ling rolled her eyes, feeling annoyed. How long have you been tormenting me? My back and legs are sore. Ah hee hee. Su Chen was taken aback, then chuckled. Luo Ling blushed at his laughter, giving him a shy glare. She was different from Fu Qingqiu's restraint. She was a bit more How should I put it? Anyway, Luoling has now accepted that Su Chen will be her lifelong companion. So, in front of Su Chen, she didn't feel awkward, she was open. Quite good. After resting for a while, Luoling said, actually, even if she didn't say it, I can't stay by your side now. Oh? Su Chen raised an eyebrow and asked, why? Very simple. Luoling's face was calm, but her eyes were icy. My enemy is not dead, I am better now, I want to seek revenge. So urgent? Of course. Although some people like to say that revenge is never too late for a gentleman, that's not my style. Moreover, I have already been late for many tens of years. Su Chen looked at her somewhat worriedly and said, but you have bound yourself to me for eternity. In order to synchronize with the master, your strength has dropped to LV20. Can you do it? That's not a big problem. Luoling shook her head and explained, my strength has already decreased significantly. Even if I didn't bind myself to you for eternity, after this consumption, I would have dropped to this level anyway. And the eternal covenant is just a soul attachment. There is no restriction on the level realm, it won't limit me from surpassing your level, I will be able to improve quickly. I see. Su Chen pondered silently, holding his chin. Luoling looked at him, waiting for Su Chen's approval. She knew Su Chen was worried about her, which warmed her heart, but she couldn't let go of the grudge in her heart as long as her enemy was alive. Alright, be careful. Finally, Su Chen nodded in agreement. Even though Luoling's strength would decrease by binding herself to him as a player, she would still revive in Su Chen's pet space upon death. So Su Chen wasn't too worried. I will. Luoling said softly, her eyes gentle as water. Looking at her with those tender eyes, Su Chen felt his heart melting. Walking up to her, in Luoling's puzzled eyes, he leaned down and kissed her. Luoling was slightly surprised, then closed her eyes silently, her face blushing. Her arms slowly lifted and wrapped around Su Chen's neck. Doot. Just at this tender moment, Su Chen's phone rang again. Helplessly, the two separated. Luoling gave Su Chen a charming look, with a hint of reproach in her eyes. He. Su Chen smiled, then answered the phone. Hello? Brother. Xiacha's voice came from the phone, sounding a bit panicked and indignant. Brother, I'm wandering outside the city, and a few people are chasing me. They seem to want to kill me. Su Chen's mouth twitched, his face instantly turning cold. Cha, don't worry. I'm coming right away. Okay, brother. Su Chen comforted her, then immediately hung up the phone. Phew. Before Su Chen could say anything, flames burst from Luoling's body, and a few seconds later, she transformed back into her vermilion bird form. However, she was a few sizes smaller than before. Obviously, even with Su Chen's help to expel and erase those auras, it still consumed too much of her. But she was in a much better state now. Her feathers were shining brightly, burning with a crimson flame. Extraordinary, divine. Come up. Luoling crouched down, saying softly, before we leave, let me help you. Okay. Su Chen didn't say much either, leaping onto Luoling's back. Their souls merged, so the flames on Luoling's body naturally wouldn't harm him. Bang! Luoling controlled the secret realm, and the exit appeared. Phew! With a pair of flaming wings, Luoling flew out. Roar finally leaving that secret realm, Luoling couldn't help but let out a long sigh, feeling relieved in her heart. The flames on her body burned even more brightly, illuminating the sky in a deep red hue. Boom! Luoling accelerated, creating a huge sonic boom. In the sky, a string of disappearing flames was left behind. Oh my god! What? What is that? Hiss! The people of Luoxia village were startled by the loud noise, trembling as they watched the speeding shadow in the sky. Naturally, they couldn't see clearly. Is that the warrior? Elder of Luoxia village squinted, guessing in his heart. Outskirts of the twin cities of the other shore. Huff! Huff! Xiacha panted, feeling a bit lost. Behind her, 5 players were chasing her, with fierce expressions, as if ready to kill. Xiacha believed that when they caught up, she would probably be brutally killed, because she could tell that these few people were the players she had clashed with before. 1 against 5, a huge gap in strength. Xiacha wasn't good at playing games, and NPCs had been guiding her in the newbie village. Moreover, the moral character of these people was obviously questionable. They might resort to some disgusting and nasty means to deal with her. Xiacha was not stupid, but she had to confront them head-on. I can't believe this, what a bunch of trash. Running, Xiacha was furious. Just because I didn't level up with you, you want to come and kill me? As she ran, Xiacha's eyes lit up. In the distance, there was a low-level training area with many players leveling up. Xiacha immediately ran towards that direction. She didn't expect these people to intervene, just to delay them a bit. Wait for my brother to come, he'll reset you to level 0. Xiaocha wrinkled her nose and fiercely waved her small fists at the people behind her. And it was this moment of distraction that she accidentally stepped on a rock. Ah! Xiaocha exclaimed and fell down. Huff! Huff! Damn it! You're quite the runner. Tired. Exhausted. I'll make you regret it, damn it. Already close on her heels, Xiaocha's fall made it easy for them to catch up. Humph! Xiaocha snorted, showing no signs of fear on her face. Xiaocha wasn't afraid of them to begin with, she just didn't want to be disgusted by them. Wait for my brother to come, you'll be reset to level 0. Xiaocha sat on the ground, glaring fiercely at the group. TSK. Ha ha, little girl, do you think your brother is invincible? Let me tell you, when your brother arrives, we'll still defeat him. The group laughed, taunting and insulting one after another. Having caught up with her, they weren't in a hurry to kill Xiaocha. They wanted to have some fun first, to vent the frustration they had experienced before. Hey, what are you guys doing? Bullying a little girl? Ha! What's going on? Ah! The commotion here was noticed by players leveling up in the distance, and someone immediately spoke out against the injustice. After speaking out, it attracted even more attention, and everyone looked over. None of your business. Yamabeo blared and shouted loudly, full of momentum. Then, his little brother followed suit. Go away, go level up. Stop babbling, what's it got to do with you guys? Want to fight? A bunch of level 10 noobs. Want to challenge us? They were arrogant, displaying their stats. Level 13, equipped with fine gear, they were decently strong. At least stronger than the level 10 players leveling up here. Many people were left speechless. A few players with a strong sense of justice were about to speak. Roar! Just then, a loud and long roar suddenly rang out. Oh my god! What's that sound? That sound is a bit scary. Feels like it's coming from some huge flying creature. Oh my god, look at that! Look at what? Damn! What is that? Damn! Such incredible speed. All the players on the ground heard the roar and followed the sound. Then, they all turned pale with shock. In the sky, a huge divine bird was soaring, surrounded by swirling crimson flames. As it flew across the sky, it left behind a dazzling trail of flames. Damn! That's so cool! Damn, I'm definitely getting a pet like this in the future. Wow! It's so cool! If I could stand on the back of this giant beast and soar through the sky, that would be absolutely awesome. Hey! Why does it seem like it's coming this way? Oh my god! Why is it coming towards us? Holy crap! Look, is there a person on top of it? Damn! There really is! Is it an NPC? Boom! Amid the exclamations of numerous players, Luoling descended with Suchin with a bang, landing squarely behind Xiaocha. Huff, huff, sizzle, sizzle. Luoling stood on the ground, wings retracted, the strong wind causing the grass and flowers to bow low. The blazing divine fire on her burned incessantly, boiling and dancing, scorching the air, crackling, the temperature here rapidly rising. Silence, a deathly silence. Looking at this enormous, awe-inspiring vermilion bird before them, everyone was shocked into speechlessness. Snap! Suchin jumped down and stood in front of Xiaocha, who was wide-eyed and gaping in astonishment. You! Xiaocha looked at Suchin in a daze, her eyes filled with suspicion. She felt like she knew this person somehow. Even though the lower half of his face was covered, those eyebrows, those eyes, were so familiar. Hiss! Suddenly, Xiaocha recognized him, unbelievably exclaiming, Brother? Holy crap! Brother? Oh my god, is this for real? Just now, it seemed like this girl was waiting for her brother to come, and now you're telling me this is her brother? If you say this is Bei, I might believe it. Isn't this an NPC? How can it be a player? Upon hearing Xiaocha's exclamation, the dumbfounded players shuddered and immediately came to their senses. First, they were startled by Xiaocha's words, then they simply couldn't believe it. There was no way this mysterious figure's appearance was terrifying, handsome, and powerful. But no matter how you looked at it, he didn't seem like a player at all. It's me. Seeing that Xiaocha was fine, Suchin relaxed a bit. He smiled, removed the mask from his face, revealing his true appearance. Suddenly, Xiaocha screamed and leaped up from the ground. Her face was flushed with excitement, and she threw herself into Suchin's arms. Wow, brother, you're so handsome, so handsome, so handsome. You're incredibly handsome. She was too excited. With stars in her eyes, she looked at Suchin with immense admiration, hugging his waist and bouncing non-stop. Hiss! I can't believe it. Oh my god. I don't know how to express my shock. Is this really the little beauty's brother? Damn! After taking off the mask, you can see the information. Quick, look at his ID. Damn, 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 damn. It's Bei. It's the great god Bei. I don't know what to say. Today is truly my lucky day. I actually met my idol. No wonder. Only Bei, the top player, has the ability to tame divine beasts like this. The players, upon seeing Suchen's information, were like a stone causing 1,000 waves, the place boiling with excitement. Many people looked at Suchen with excitement and admiration. As for those players who had threatened Xiaocha before, gulp. Young Mabeo swallowed hard, his legs feeling weak. Big brother. One of his little brothers, looking at Suchen standing in front of the vermilion bird, couldn't speak smoothly. Big brother, what do we do? We've actually provoked him. The other little brother was equally terrified, his heart pounding. Damn! What else can we do? Let's run! Young Mabeo cursed under his breath, and so, they planned to make a run for it. Stop! At that moment, Suchen shouted. Simultaneously, Luoling spat out divine fire, and a wall of fire suddenly appeared in front of them as they ran. The young Bao and his companions froze in place, forced to stop. Boss. It's a misunderstanding. A big misunderstanding. This is really a misunderstanding. They laughed awkwardly, trying to explain, but couldn't come up with a decent excuse. Suchen, after stopping them, didn't even glance at them. He gently patted Xiaocha's slender back and asked softly, Xiaocha, who bullied you just now? Hearing Suchen's question, Xiaocha immediately eased from her fervent admiration for her brother. Instead of leaving Suchen's embrace, she blushed and continued to hold onto his waist. Brother, it was them who bullied me. Xiaocha looked at young Bao and his friends, indignant. They even tried to use tricks in the city before to make me level up with them. I refused, and now they've come to kill me. After speaking, Xiaocha looked up at Suchen with a pitiful look. Brother, I was so scared just now. You have to avenge me. Of course. Seeing Xiaocha still trying to act cute, Suchen playfully flicked her nose. How do you want me to deal with them? Of course, kill them back to level 0. Let's see if they dare to act arrogantly in the future. Xiaocha punched fiercely, then remembered something and continued. They also said that even if you come, they can defeat you and sing conquer. Based on them? Suchen smiled indifferently, releasing Xiaocha. Alright, let's satisfy them, bring them back to level 0, and then let them sing conquer. In just a few words, they had already determined the fate of those few people. As they listened to Suchen and Xiaocha's conversation, the expressions of young Bao and his friends changed constantly. Initially worried and scared, it turned into embarrassment, then escalated into extreme anger. So many players were watching, yet they were being disregarded. Suchen spoke of killing them so casually, treating them like ants. This was too humiliating. You've gone too far. Young Bao's anger surged, unable to hold back his shout. Oh, Suchen raised an eyebrow, looking at him indifferently. I've gone too far. What can you do about it? Young Bao was furious, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot, but he couldn't retort. His companions were the same, with mocking gazes from the players around, making them feel ashamed and angry. Suchen reached behind and drew the dark flame soul-slashing blade. The long blade gleamed with a cold light, burning with a faint blue flame. Sinister and cool. What a handsome and cool blade. Watching Suchen with the blade in hand, all the players present couldn't help but admire and envy him. However, young Bao and his friends didn't feel the same. Watching Suchen, full of killing intent with the blade, their legs trembled. They were filled with anger and regret. Anger at Suchen for looking down on them so much. Regret for provoking this little troublemaker. See you at the resurrection point. In their days, Suchen's eyes turned cold, and he took a step forward. In an instant, he was in front of young Bao. 191125 Fatal. CHK. A throat-slitting strike. Swift, precise, ruthless. Without stopping, Suchen's figure moved swiftly. Young Bao's companions had no time to react, being swiftly slaughtered by Suchen. One by one, Suchen slit their throats with a single strike, instant kills. Let's go, back to the city. Suchen embraced Xiaocha, leaped onto the back of Zhuke Luoling. Although Luoling was surrounded by divine flames, she was well controlled and wouldn't harm Xiaocha. Phew! Spreading its wings heavily, the wind howled as Luoling carried them swiftly towards the resurrection point in the twin cities across the river. As they flew away, the players in the area finally came to their senses. Oh my goodness! The damage from Bei Boss is so terrifying. Damn it! My current damage is just a few hundred. Can you believe it? Are you planning to really kill back to level 0? I don't think so. Killing people in the city will land you in jail for hours. I think, based on Bei's style, he's probably going to kill those people back to level 0 for real. I think so too. Let's go back to the city to watch the show. How do we go back? It's so far. I bought a teleport scroll back to the city. It's a bit expensive, but worth it to see Bay Boss, the central resurrection point of the twin cities of the other shore. At this moment, it's very lively and crowded with many players. After all, the server has been running for so long. 5 seconds later. Swoosh! Beside the crystal, the young boy Bao and his companions resurrected here. Damn it! Is it him again? Abao's face twisted in anger, cursing loudly, not caring about the strange looks from other players around. Frustrated, too frustrated. He couldn't help but be angry. So, boss, what should we do now? One of his henchmen asked. What else can we do? Abao rolled his eyes impatiently, resentful. Wait a while and then leave the city to level up again. Boss, that guy said he's going to kill us back to level 0. Yeah, boss, that guy is too ruthless. Maybe we should log out first. The henchmen all tried to persuade. TSK. However, Abao was dismissive. Scared of what? He dares to kill in the main city? Dares to go red? The henchmen looked worried, but also thought Abao was right. Going red in the main city indeed had serious consequences. However, had they scared Su Chen's cute little sister, would Su Chen just kill once and be done with it? Who? Just then, a piercing wind howled, a fierce wind blowing. In the sky, a sudden shadow fell, a scorching breath rushing over. An extremely indifferent voice sounded, "Oh? What am I afraid of?" This familiar voice made Abao and his companions look up involuntarily. And because of the sudden gust of wind, all the players here looked up in confusion. And then, they were even more confused. Roar Siete! What the hell is this? This. Is this Shuke? Damn. This person's ID. It's Bei. Damn. After seeing him, I checked the pet rankings. He actually has 2 Shuke pets, both legendary quality, and also a legendary pet cat of unknown race. Damn. He's so handsome. Too handsome. Oh my god. Bei is so handsome. I'm in love. Wow. So handsome. Because Su Chen had taken off his mask when meeting Xia Cha, he hadn't put it back on. So, players could see Su Chen's information, and they were shocked and speechless. Gulp. Abao swallowed hard, but being in the main city, he had some confidence. You dare to kill me? Aren't you afraid of going to jail? Su Chen didn't even respond to him, placing the dark flame blade into his shadow artifact basket behind him. Then, he took out the cloud-piercing wind-splitting bow. Buzz. With a strong pull, crimson energy arrows appeared. Abao's eyes widened in shock and anger. He couldn't believe it. Bei actually dared to go red in the city. Damn. Cursing angrily, Abao quickly brought up the system panel to log out. However, swish, the arrow broke through the air. Minus 2,968 even without triggering any bonus damage mechanisms, it was still an instant kill. And it wasn't over yet. Swish. Su Chen continuously drew the bow, arrows raining down like a storm. In an instant, Abao's henchmen were also killed. After going red, Su Chen was marked. A blood-stained skull appeared above his head, indicating that the city guards were to apprehend Su Chen. Su Chen knew, but he didn't care. Anyway, with Juke Luoling here, leaving this city is no big deal. Is it? Turning red? Oh my god, move aside. Wow, last time it was fine in the newbie village, but they dare to turn red in the main city? Incredible. Regardless of Bei's outcome, this move is impressive. Alright, here come the guards. Players clamored, stepping back one after another. In the center, there were only 5 youths led by Abao. In just a few seconds, the guards arrived. This was a respawn point, guarded on the outskirts. Many players, even Abao and his friends, thought Su Chen was going to be apprehended. However, when the guards saw Zuke, their eyes widened. Greetings, Lord Zuke. Greetings, Lord Zuke. Greetings, Lord Zuke. The guards bowed respectfully, trembling with excitement and admiration. It seemed that this divine beast Zuke held great power and prestige among mortals. Luoling uttered a faint sound of agreement, not saying much, as it was Su Chen's arena now. The guards calmed down a bit. After all, they were here to apprehend a murderer. However, as they looked around and found no marked player, their gaze settled on Su Chen standing next to Zuke. Gasp! At hashtag $% hashtag at hashtag. The guards' jaws almost dropped, their eyes bulging. The murderer was standing on Lord Zuke? Moreover, this murderer had a reputation as high as 5,000? After staring dumbfounded for a while, the leader of the guards respectfully asked, "Great hero, fighting is not allowed in the city. What is this? Didn't you just beat up anyone who turned red without a word?" This? Everyone was stunned. During this period, there had been incidents of red players committing murder due to conflicts. However, the guards had always been ruthless. If they caught someone killing in the city, they would immediately strike them down, drag them to the prison, and keep them there for a few hours. But now, they were so polite. Little did they know, Su Chen's reputation was incredibly high. 5,000. Only someone who had made significant contributions to the twin cities across the river could have such a reputation. The guards had to tread carefully, afraid of offending Su Chen. Wow! Brother, why are they so respectful to you? In Su Chen's arms, Xiacha held on, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Su Chen. It's probably because of my reputation. Su Chen smiled, patted Xiacha's head, and then said to the guards, I'll resolve this quickly. The guards frowned, feeling troubled and helpless. This esteemed hero had an incredibly high reputation and was standing on Juke. This was too difficult to handle. Moreover, they couldn't violate the rule against fighting in the city. You may withdraw. At that moment, a clear voice rang out. Everyone turned to look. On the rooftop of a nearby tavern, a woman dressed in black with a veil over her face stood gracefully on the eaves. When the wind blew, her clothes fluttered elegantly. Yes, my lady. The guards respectfully saluted and slowly backed away. It was then that everyone realized this woman was actually the city lord. It was their first time seeing the city lord, and they looked at her with curiosity. The city lord stood silently, observing the scene without a word. Thank you, my lady, Su Chen thanked her, not in the mood to inquire about why the city lord acted this way, but continued to draw his bow. Swish! In despair, a bow died again, losing a level. Swish! 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 Under 4 arrows, his companions also fell. 5 seconds later, all 5 revived. Swish! Swish! Death! Revive! Death! Revive! Death! Just like what he did in the newbie village, Su Chen coldly drew his bow, harvesting their life points one by one. A massacre repeated over and over again. Do not let them leave the battle state. Do not give them a chance to log off. Do not stop until they are back to level 0. Soon, in just over a minute, these 5 people's levels dropped to LV0. Have you had enough? Young De Bao's eyes were bloodshot and congested, staring fiercely at Su Chen. This gaze, similar to the madness and coolness when Su Chen was killed in the newbie village before. Both had eyes filled with anger almost to the point of losing their minds. TSK. Too ruthless. This look. Seems like they'd been pushed to psychological breakdown. Too terrifying. I don't understand. How can anyone still dare to provoke Brother Bai Yi? I know why. These few people offended Brother Bai Yi's sister. Ha ha ha. Probably driven by lust. Shame. Tisk. You can be a big shot now, but wait a day or two, when the leaders of those big guilds, the young masters of the major clans catch up, then it might be a different story. That's true, once the guild establishment order is issued, a guild with thousands of people. Who can stand against a whole guild alone? Players chattered, watching Su Chen's cold behavior, unable to help but feel a chill in their hearts. This Bai Yi is too ruthless. Once you provoke him, it's either a light punishment or being killed back to level 0, starting over from scratch. Had enough? Didn't you say you wanted to kill me while singing Conquer? Su Chen drew his bow, arrow knocked but not released, and said lightly, well, now I'm quite interested in hearing how you guys sing Conquer. These words shocked the people present even more. Hiss. Damn. Killing intent to the core. This is too ruthless. Once Conquer is sung, with the reputation of Brother Bai Yi, these few people might become famous. Just embarrassing fame. TSK. Watching the show, it's really exciting. Players couldn't move their feet from watching the show, not wanting to go level up. And young A Bao. It can be said that he was furious to the extreme, gritting his teeth, eyes wide with anger. Don't want to? Su Chen smiled faintly, loosening his finger. Swish. -14548 fatal. Young A Bao died again. Experience points have reached the lowest. Then, Su Chen shot 4 arrows in a row, killing his little brother too. I have plenty of time, I can kill you thousands of times here. Su Chen drew his bow, aiming at the resurrected young A Bao. No. I'll sing. Before young A Bao could speak, his little brother couldn't take it anymore. This is too unbearable. Being killed dozens of times, unable to escape. Still being tortured in front of so many players, continuing to be killed by others? It's better to just sing and get it over with. Start your performance. Su Chen said lightly with a smile. The little brother's face turned red with shame and indignation. Although he said he would sing, he still hesitated a bit. After a few seconds of hesitation, seeing Su Chen raising his bow again, he trembled and quickly said, Just be conquered by you like this. Since his companion had spoken, there was no need to hesitate anymore. So, the other little brothers followed suit, singing together, cut off all retreats, my mood is firm. Not very good. After all, when singing, there was a bit of a sob that couldn't be sung well. Swish! At this moment, Su-chen shot an arrow. My decision is confused, just be conquered by you like this. The little brothers singing conquer shivered all over, the lyrics were hanging by a thread. However, this was not directed at them. It was aimed at killing young A Bao, because he didn't sing. 5 seconds later, young A Bao resurrected. Huff, huff. He gasped like a broken bellows, his eyes bloodshot, releasing extreme anger and hatred without concealment. 3. Su-chen counted down, the arrow aimed at young A Bao's forehead. The meaning was simple: if you don't sing now, be prepared to die again. 2. Another word counted. And at this moment, young A Bao gritted his teeth fiercely and spoke, just be conquered by you like this. Cut off all retreats. My mood is firm. My decision is confused. He raised his voice almost shouting, with a hint of self-abandonment. Half a minute later. Swoosh 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 swoosh. Su-chen once again shot 5 arrows in a row, killing him again. Ha! Isn't this a song? The players were suddenly puzzled. Some players quickly reacted. They should be about to exit the battle state. Yeah, probably. It seems like Bai Yi is determined to let them finish singing this conquering song. 5 seconds later. The 5 players revived. Without Su-chen urging them, they started singing directly. Right now, they just wanted to get out quickly. Being conquered by you like this, drinking the poison you hid. My story has ended, my love and hate have been buried. My decision is confused, being conquered by you like this. Being conquered by you like this. Finally, the song ended. Clap clap clap. Su-chen slung his bow on his back, applauding for them. Not bad, although the tone is not good, but under the cover of the chorus, it's still acceptable. Especially the resentment in your voices, expressed very well. I am very satisfied. Ah, so lively and fiery. This cracks me up. So venomous. He, interesting, very interesting. Upon hearing Su-chen's words, laughter erupted in the area. Swish 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 swish. At this moment, the few who had exited the battle state remained silent and all logged off. How about it? Feeling relieved. Su-chen looked at Xia Cha beside him and asked. He, of course. I let out a big sigh of relief fiercely. Xia Cha giggled, looking up at Su-chen with shining eyes. There was much admiration, much adoration, much tenderness. Big brother, you're so amazing. I love you so much. Xia Cha looked at Su-chen, saying affectionately, "Humph." Before Su-chen could respond, he suddenly heard Luo Ling coldly snort under his feet. Ahem. With a dry cough, Su-chen prepared to leave. There were too many people here. Warrior. At this moment, a voice sounded. Su-chen looked in the direction of the sound and saw the city lord. Is there something you need, city lord? Su-chen asked. The city lord inquired, have you returned from the north of the city? She was impressed when she saw Su-chen riding the Vermilion Bird because she knew the noble lineage of the Vermilion Bird clan, which never submitted to any race, including humans. But that was not the most surprising part. What shocked her even more was that she sensed an extraordinary aura emanating from Su-chen. This aura seemed very similar to the previous heavenly blessing. That's why she asked. Su-chen nodded. Yes, what's the matter? The city lord's eyes were turbulent, her emotions intense and hard to calm. It must be him. He had received the heavenly blessing. This was unbelievable. It had not been seen for thousands or tens of thousands of years, and now it was obtained by an outsider from a foreign domain. Phew! She took a deep breath, and the city lord slowly said, It's nothing, I just have a task I want to entrust to you. Oh? Su-chen raised an eyebrow, becoming interested. What task? It's useless to say now. Come to the mansion and find me after you reach level 30. I see. I will go. Su-chen nodded, indicating his understanding. Well, take this. The city lord nodded and then waved her hand. With a swoosh, something flew over and landed neatly in Su-chen's hand. The city lord left and returned to the mansion. Su-chen looked down at the object in his hand. Beyond any command token, category, token details, with this token, you can move freely within the twin cities of the beyond. And when killing in the city, show the token to avoid punishment. Interesting. It seems the city lord is giving me free rein. Su-chen smiled and put the token in his backpack. This was a good thing, making him even less afraid of anything when committing murder in this city in the future. Alright, let's leave. Su-chen said to Luo Ling. Phew! Luo Ling spread her wings, a strong wind whistled, and she shot out into the sky. It's over, truly satisfying. What task did the lord of the city assign to the White Knight God? Who the hell knows, but if it's personally handed out by the lord, it's definitely extremely difficult with high rewards. Let's go level up. Work hard and strive to be like the White Knight God. The White Knight God is really handsome. Just now, standing above the vermilion bird, looking down on me, makes me feel. I can't take it. Brother, you're not right. So handsome, sob. If only I could have a leg up with the White Knight god. Man, these girls. I envy the White Knight boss so much. In the wilderness, Su-chen and the others arrived at a secluded place. Thud. Su-chen hugged Xia-cha as they landed. Looking at the majestic vermilion bird in front of him, he really didn't want to leave so soon. This speed was just too convenient. Luo Ling saw Su-chen's reluctance and also noticed Xia-cha in his embrace. With a turn of her eyes, she had an idea. Who? Vigorous flames surrounded her, and Luo Ling's figure changed, once again turning into human form. This? Xia-cha's small mouth formed a perfect circle as she stared blankly at Luo Ling. At this moment, Luo Ling gracefully approached, taking cat-like steps, swaying elegantly. In 3 or 2 steps, she arrived in front of Su-chen, and then, she squeezed into Su-chen's embrace, swaying her waist, directly pushing Xia-cha aside. Don't worry, our child will follow you anyway, Luo Ling said, her face blushing, her eyes affectionately touching Su-chen's face. She can act on my behalf. With her around, you won't be lonely. These 2 sentences almost stunned Xia-cha's little mind. What the heck? Our child? Xia-cha stared, looking bewildered. Su-chen. He was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Luo Ling's eyes were well disguised, but still revealed a teasing meaning. Su-chen understood that she was jealous and teasing Xia-cha. However, although Su-chen knew Luo Ling was teasing Xia-cha, he hesitated to let go of the slender waist he held. Luo Ling smiled charmingly, her palm opened, revealing a feather. Here, this is what I promised you before, now it's yours. As for the effort I originally intended to give you. At this point, Luo Ling looked a bit resentful. Now that I'm all yours, you can have the effort too. That's not necessary. Effort, this thing couldn't be accepted now. If accepted, it would definitely greatly affect Luo Ling's state. At least you, little rascal, have a conscience. Luo Ling extended her jade finger, tapping Su-chen's forehead, her gesture alluring and enticing. Well then, I'll leave now, think of me, okay? Swoosh. After saying that, she kissed Su-chen's cheek. At this moment, Xia-cha finally snapped out of her daze, exclaiming as she reached out to pull Luo Ling away. What are you doing? Brother is mine. Xia-cha shouted, hugging Su-chen's waist, glaring fiercely at Luo Ling. Luo Ling smiled charmingly, not saying a word, not arguing back. She just looked at Su-chen with a seductive gaze. In Xia-cha's eyes, this was flirting between her and her brother. Too much. Who? However, before Xia-cha could say anything, Luo Ling transformed back into the vermilion bird form. With a flap of her wings, she flew off into the distance. Why did I show that seductive look? In the air, Luo Ling was screaming frantically. She didn't know what came over her just now, wanting to tease Xia-cha, and then, naturally made those never-before-done moves. Now thinking back, it was really embarrassing. Oh well. Forget it. Luo Ling shook her head, forcibly wiping away the embarrassment in her heart, and smiled somewhat happily. Let that little troublemaker worry and suffer. Brother. Luo Ling left. Xia-cha glared at Su-chen with a sullen face. Su-chen shrugged, looking bewildered. What's wrong, TT? Humph. Xia-cha snorted, pounced into Su-chen's arms, and punched his chest with her small fists. You're bad, and you still ask knowingly. She just said our child. What does that mean? Also, she said she already belongs to you. What does that mean? Ahem. Su-chen cleared his throat and said, that's her child, I've adopted it as a pet. She's just teasing you. Really? Xia-cha stopped hitting Su-chen's chest, looked up and asked. Her small hands quietly wrapped around Su-chen's waist, taking advantage of the opportunity. She was a bit angry just now, but it quickly faded. Xia-cha was unique under the sky for Su-chen, a sister as beautiful as a flower, unparalleled in beauty. The person just now was just a character in the game. Although she felt a bit jealous, it soon disappeared. Now, it's just taking advantage of the situation. Of course it's true. Su-chen tickled Xia-cha's upturned little nose and smiled indulgently. Xia-cha wrinkled her nose, then smiled brightly. I knew it, brother loves me the most. Yes, I love TT the most. Su-chen went along with her words. Anyway, let's just get past this topic first. The events of these few hours today have been quite eventful. First, Fu Qingqiu saw what happened between Ni and Luo Ling. Then, Luo Ling provoked Xia-cha. I hope there won't be another one later. Su-chen complained in his heart, patting Xia-cha's back. Alright, don't cling to me. Woo, just one more hug. Xia-cha didn't let go, looking at Su-chen pitifully. Brother, you don't know, I was chased by those people before, I was so scared. I called you, but you didn't come for so long. now let me hug you to ease my fear. Woo woo woo. With that, she covered her eyes with her hands and started crying. Suchen rolled his eyes, naturally seeing through Xiacha's fake crying, and said impatiently, alright, stop pretending, I know you too well. Are you still afraid of them? If you want a hug, then hug, let me check something first, and then I'll take you to level up. Hee. Hearing his agreement, Xiacha suddenly giggled happily, resting her head on Suchen's chest. There was no trace of sadness or grievance. Instead, she was secretly delighted. She thought about whether she should run around in the future. If someone had any ill intentions towards her, she would call her brother to deal with them, then pretend to be scared again, and he. By the way, after snuggling in Suchen's arms for a while, Xiacha suddenly exclaimed, bad brother. You actually deceived me. Ha? Suchen was puzzled, scratching his head. What are you talking about? How did I deceive you? Humph. Xiacha snorted, showing her cute teeth to Suchen. I asked you who Bai Yi was before, and you said you knew him, that he was your friend. And then? You actually deceived me. Clearly, you are Bai Yi. And you deliberately didn't tell me. Humph. You're so mean. After saying that, Xiacha pouted, looking angry. So that's what this is about. He. Suchen smirked and said, I was just teasing you. Bad brother. Xiacha huffed, hugging him tighter. No, you have to make it up to me. I want to hug you a little longer, absorb more of your energy, brother. Alright. Suchen chuckled, gently stroking Xiacha's soft and smooth hair. He. Xiacha giggled happily, squinting her eyes, her expression resembling a cat being petted. Suchen smiled lightly, looking at the item Luo Ling had just given him, the Vermilion Phoenix Feather Illusion Feather. Vermilion Phoenix Feather Level, None Equipment Quality, Legendary Category, Special Equipment/Aura Equipment Attributes, Fire Attribute Enhancement plus 200 Defense, Physical Defense plus 1251/Magic Defense plus 2264 Special Edition. When attacking, adds Fire Attribute Attack Special Resistance, nullifies 30% of Fire Attribute damage skills, Wings of Incineration, Divine Fire Feather Suffix, crafted and engraved with nothing, naturally possessing this divine power. The method of equipping this thing is quite interesting. It is an aura equipment. When Suchen placed it in the aura slot, this feather immediately began to dance, swirling around Suchen. While dancing, it burned with a bright red flame. Extremely cool. Wings of Incineration. Suchen silently recited, wanting to see how this skill looked. Whoosh! Suddenly, the swirling feathers fell towards Suchen's back, and with a whoosh, flames burst out. In the blink of an eye, a pair of wings made of flames appeared behind Suchen. With a wingspan of over 3 meters, the flames boiled, occasionally dropping embers. How can one word describe this special effect other than handsome? Ah! Naturally, Xiacha exclaimed. She widened her eyes, staring blankly at the wings of fire behind her brother. Wow! Xiacha exclaimed, brother, what skill is this? So cool! How is it, cool or not? Suchen asked with a smile. Cool. Xiacha nodded vigorously. Big brother, you look so cool. It's too awesome. He. Suchen smirked, hugging Xiacha tightly around the waist. There's even cooler stuff. With that, he had a thought. Whoosh! The wings of fire behind him flapped heavily, and in an instant, Suchen and Xiacha flew into the sky. Wow! Xiacha exclaimed in shock, quickly clinging to Suchen. Previously, on the Vermilion Phoenix, she felt stable and not afraid. But Suchen, cough! This experience of flying by oneself was truly a first. Flying crookedly. Fortunately, the area was spacious, so they didn't hit any obstacles after flying into the sky. Whoosh whoosh! However, Suchen quickly regained control of his balance. Although a bit difficult to control, it was manageable, and he didn't feel dizzy. Whoa! After calming down, Xiacha shouted in excitement. The feeling of freely soaring in the air was truly exhilarating. The two of them flew freely in the sky for 2 minutes before the time of the Wings of Incineration was up. They landed. Wow! Brother! These wings are so cool. The feeling is amazing too. Xiacha's face was flushed with excitement. Do you want them too? Suchen asked. If so, these feathers couldn't be given to Xiacha for now. However, in the future, he could pay more attention to these things. I don't really mind. Xiacha smiled. I can't fly anyway, having my brother take me flying is good enough. You little girl. Suchen scolded with a smile, then said, let's go, we've wasted a lot of time. It's time to level up. Okay. Oh wait. Xiacha nodded, then suddenly called out to Suchen, brother, didn't you say you wanted to check my profession earlier? I also feel like my situation is a bit strange. Oh? Suchen raised an eyebrow, somewhat puzzled, then display your panel for me to see. Okay. Xiacha nodded, then displayed her personal information panel. ID, Bye Loves T level, LV10 profession, blood spirit health, 10,000 vitality, 1,000 defense, physical defense 15/magic defense 8 talents, blood demon spirit skills, blood chi lingering, blood spirit fusion passives, companion of the non-heaven, bloodthirst, blood chi overload equipment, initial novice upper garment, initial novice lower garment. Such a strange data panel. Su Chen muttered. Xiacha's panel had none of the 4 major attributes. There were no damage attributes either. However, she had quite a few skills and passives, and even talents. Only at level 10, he already has 1 talent, 2 active skills, and 3 passive skills. What's so strange about that, brother? Also, what is Shura? Xiacha asked innocently and curiously. Ha? Su Chen raised an eyebrow, asking strangely, why are you asking about Shura? Xiacha said, my skills and passives seem to be related to Shura in the details. Oh, is that so? Let me see the skills. Su Chen curiously opened Xiacha's skill talent details. Let's talk about talents. Blood Demon Spirit Body, Talent Ability Effect 1, Iterative Details, Blood Spirit level upgrades do not gain attribute points, but for each level up, plus 1000 HP, plus 100 Blood Chi. If Shura is nearby, the level upgrade blessing remains unchanged, but Shura can gain an additional 5 free attribute points. Effect 2, Undying Details, when the blood spirit is emptied of HP, if there are living beings within 100 meters, the blood spirit can extract the blood chi of the living beings. After being reborn in this way, no attributes will be lost. If Shura is nearby, can absorb 10% of Shura's blood chi, be reborn with 30% HP intact, no cooldown time. Unlimited uses. Effect 3, Dance Together Details, when Shura is nearby, the blood spirit's blood chi boils, reducing the cooldown time of self blood spirit and Shura skills by 30%. Blood Chi Lingering Luo, level, LV1 cooldown, none cost, 100 Blood Chi effect, adds 1 layer of Shura's greedy Blood Chi to Shura details, the blood spirit boils its own Blood Chi, adding greedy Blood Chi to Shura. Blood Spirit Fusion, level, LV1 cooldown, 300 seconds cost, 1000 Blood Chi effect, amplifies Shura's all attributes by 10% for 120 seconds details, transform into a Blood Demon Spirit form, merging with Shura to significantly increase Shura's overall attributes. Companion of the Non-Heaven, passive skill level, LV1 attribute, amplifies Shura's all attributes by 10% details. When together with Shura, the blood spirit's blood chi will boil, connecting to Shura and amplifying Shura's all attributes. Bloodthirst, passive skill level, LV1 attribute, absorbs 10% of the damage Shura deals to enemies, converting it into its own HP. Details, when Shura damages enemies, the blood spirit can absorb the splashed HP. This passive allows the blood spirit to absorb HP exceeding its own limit, up to 150% of its own HP. Blood Chi Overload, passive skill level, LV1 attribute, amplifies Shura's all attributes by 10% details. When the HP absorbed by Bloodthirst exceeds 150% of its own HP limit, it triggers an overload, amplifying Shura's all attributes. Note, after overloading, lose 1% HP per second. When falling below the overload limit, the blessing disappears. After reading the attributes, Su Chen was truly amazed. These skills are all related to Shura. Each one is incredibly strong. That talent only requires Su Chen and Xiacha to level up together. For every level Xiacha gains, he gets 5 free attribute points. At the same time, all Shura-related skills have their cooldown times reduced by 30%. Isn't that awesome? Also, Blood Chi Lingering Luo allows Su Chen to start with 10 layers of greedy blood chi before fighting. Blood Spirit Fusion is even stronger. It actually amplifies all attributes by 10%. What kind of concept is this? It means that Su Chen's HP, 4 dimensions, physical attack, defense, and so on, all increase by 10%. When you add it up, it's a significant boost. And those 3 passives. Companion of the Non-Heaven, Bloodthirst, Blood Chi Overload. If all triggered, Su Chen can gain an additional 20% of all attributes. With all skills triggered, a total of 30 all attributes can be blessed. This is only a level 1 skill, and it's not marked as unupgradable, so it can be upgraded in the future. Oh my goodness, Cha-Cha, where did you get this hidden profession? Su Chen exclaimed, amazed, you're like a humanoid super buff. I didn't go to get a hidden profession. Xiacha blinked her shiny big eyes innocently, my profession and these skills appeared when I reached level 10. After saying that, Xiacha tilted her head, looking confused. By the way, brother, what exactly is Azura? Is it a profession? I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. It's simple. Azura is Su Chen's profession, but this little girl didn't know that Bai Yi was Su Chen before, so she didn't pay much attention. I am Azura, Su Chen said, then showed his panel to her. Wow! Xiaocha scanned up and down, her mouth wide open in amazement. Brother, your panel is too terrifying. Ha, it's okay, Suchen smiled and closed his panel. Thinking of something, Xiaocha pouted. It's good that brother is Azura. I wouldn't want to level up with anyone else. Hee, Cha-Cha is really good. Suchen felt relieved and reached out to pat Xiaocha's head. Hee. Xiaocha giggled. After a while, Suchen said, alright, it's time to level up. Okay, let's go fight monsters. Xiaocha nodded, and the two set off. They didn't go elsewhere but headed towards the spirit tomb as usual. The reason for choosing this location was that Su Chen's set of the unyielding resentment gear was missing one piece. Now, Su Chen wanted to see if his luck value of over 109 points could trigger it in one go. Before long, the two arrived at the spirit tomb. So far, there was still only one secret dungeon. At least, the underworld Twin City only had this one unyielding tomb dungeon. Therefore, players here were always abundant. There were even a few level 17 players leveling up here. Quite fast, Su Chen was somewhat surprised as he checked the level rankings. Level rankings, no. 1. Bai Yi, level, LV20 profession, Azura no. 2. I'm really not a green-haired turtle, level, LV18 profession, fearless assassin no. 3. Snowdance, level, 17 profession, fearless warrior. No. 10. 3-5 bottles, level, 16 profession, fearless mage. After entering the main city, some players with financial capabilities were really leveling up fast. They were catching up to Su Chen, closely behind. It seems that hidden professions are really rare. Except for me, there is no hidden profession in the top 10, Su Chen speculated, then opened other rankings to take a look. Equipment rankings, no. 1. Vermilion Feather Illusion Wing, level, no level quality, legendary owner, Bai Yi. No. 8. Unyielding Resentment Leg Armor, level, LV20 quality, silver owner, Bai Yi. The top 8 were directly monopolized by Su Chen, and then a few silver pieces appeared. However, they were also obtained by Su Chen. He just sold them to the friend mentioned by Snowdance. Pet rankings, no. 1. Little Snow, grade, legendary owner, Bai Yi no. 2. Vermilion Sparrow Luoling, grade, legendary owner, Bai Yi no. 3. Young Vermilion Sparrow, unnamed, grade, legendary owner, Bai Yi. After that, there were no more. Pets below the silver grade couldn't make it to the rankings. Level, equipment, pets, all three major rankings were dominated by Su Chen. Ha ha. Su Chen smiled, closed the rankings. I haven't checked the information about the little Vermilion Sparrow yet, nor have I named her. After looking at the pet rankings, Su Chen remembered this matter. But there was no rush. The little Vermilion Sparrow was still asleep. It wouldn't be too late to name her when she woke up. Su Chen and Xiaocha walked into the spirit tomb area together. Wow, that person's equipment is so cool. Oh my god. Bai Yi. We actually ran into Bai Yi, the big shot. Is he here to run this dungeon? Probably. I really want to ask him to take me. The girl next to Bai Yi is so pretty. Su Chen walked in here, attracting too much attention. Clad in heavy armor exuding a dark aura, a 2-meter-long blade on his back flickered with a deep blue flame. The swirling vermilion phoenix feathers radiated crimson divine fire, making it impossible not to attract attention. Su Chen and Xiaocha were together, with Xiaocha refusing to cover his face, so he didn't wear a mask. The players immediately recognized Su Chen. However, their discussions did not affect Su Chen and Xiaocha. Brother, are we here to level up? Xiaocha curiously looked around the desolate and gloomy graveyard. Yes, but we won't level up here, Su Chen said, tightening Xiaocha's hand. We'll head straight to the instance. The monsters here are not challenging, and the experience is not great. Ready, let's run towards that clock tower. Oh, Xiaocha nodded, and the two rushed towards the clock tower at a fast pace. Ah, roar! By the time the zombies emerged from the ground, they had already run past. Damn! Retreat quickly! Oh my god! Su Chen and Xiaocha ran past, just like before, attracting the attention of thousands of undead creatures. Instantly, the players struggling to level up here widened their eyes in astonishment. With faces full of panic, they hurriedly left the graveyard. Fortunately, the undead creatures' hatred was focused on Su Chen, and they all safely exited. Damn! This White Knight expert is really crazy. Is he not afraid of being surrounded by thousands of monsters? Scared me to death. Luckily we weren't surrounded. Standing outside the graveyard, the players leveling up sighed in amazement. Meanwhile, Su Chen and Xiaocha had already arrived at the foot of the clock tower. There's no entrance on the first floor. We need to enter from the top floor. Let's go up to the top floor. I'll carry you, Su Chen said, squatting down. Ah ha ha. Xiaocha's eyes lit up, and she quickly clung to Su Chen like an octopus. With one hand supporting her, Su Chen began to climb. It was easy, and in less than a minute, Su-chen reached the eaves of the clock tower. Then, as Su-chen peeked his head out, he met a pair of dark eyes. Mumu was squatting there, as if waiting specifically for Su-chen to come up. Ah, he was fine, but Xia-cha was startled and exclaimed, it's okay, she knows me, Su-chen reassured, then climbed up to the top floor. After setting Xia-cha down, Su-chen helplessly said, little Mumu, why are you squatting here again? What if you fall? He was also quite scared just now. Mumu tilted her head, looking at the still shaken Xia-cha and asked, brother, who is this? Ha? Brother? Xia-cha repeated Mumu's address to Su-chen, then pouted, stinky brother, why is she calling you brother? Su-chen. He was now in quite a predicament. Not long ago, he hoped not to encounter this kind of situation again. But he came to the spirit cemetery and forgot that Mumu might be here. Now, Xia-cha, this little jealous jar, had a confrontation with Mumu. Mumu looked at Xia-cha pouting, a hint of amusement flickering in her eyes. Then, she raised an innocent smile and walked over to Su-chen. Tugging at the edge of Su-chen's armor, she looked up at him and said innocently, brother, I want to eat lollipops. You promised to give me lollipops last time. Lollipops. Xia-cha gasped, momentarily forgetting her jealousy, her eyes suddenly filled with curiosity. Brother, you. She started slowly, as if finding it hard to speak. The way she looked at Su-chen was like looking at a creepy kidnapper offering lollipops to a little girl. Bang! Su-chen unceremoniously flicked Xia-cha's forehead, his face dark. What are you thinking with that little brain of yours? She's Mumu. I found that graveyard last time because of her, so I promised to bring her some candy. Wu Xia-cha covered her forehead, tears welling up in her eyes. Okay, why hit me? I'll become stupid. Su-chen rolled his eyes, too lazy to bother with her. Instead, he took out a bunch of candies from his backpack. Here, Xiaomu, these are the candies that Big Brother promised you. Mumu. She was just teasing Xia-cha on purpose. However, it seemed that this young lady completely misunderstood the intention. Didn't manage to tease her. Well, never mind. Having candies is good. Usually, Grandma doesn't let Mumu eat them, so finally, there's a chance. Hee, thank you, Big Brother. Mumu giggled, picked a lollipop from the pile of candies. Just one? Don't you want to take more? Su-chen asked. Mumu quickly unwrapped the candy, satisfied, and said, slurp slurp this one is enough, the rest can be kept with Big Brother for now. Alright, that's fine. Su-chen nodded, put the candies back in his backpack, and asked, Xiaomu, we're getting ready to go to the Clock Tower's dungeon, do you want to come? With Mumu around, monster grinding would definitely be faster. Mumu tilted her head, seemingly pondering, then said after a while, sure, Mumu has nothing else to do anyway. That's great. Let's go. Su-chen nodded happily, leading the way. Mumu followed on Su-chen's left, while Xia-cha followed on his right. After the previous interruption, Xia-cha, with her straightforward nature, seemed to have overlooked Mumu calling Su-chen Big Brother. Before long, the three arrived on the first floor together. Su-chen lifted the cover, and the dungeon had already refreshed. Alright, Big Brother, take this medicine. At that moment, Mumu said, producing 3 pills in her small hand. They were Clear Mind and Solidify pills. Thank you, Mumu. Although feeling a bit embarrassed, Su-chen still took one, making a mental note to give Mumu more candies or similar things in the future. Hee. Mumu giggled, extending her hand towards Xia-cha. Miss, this is for you. While not necessary in this place, having this pill will make you feel better. Xia-cha blushed, feeling a bit embarrassed as she accepted. Thank you, Mumu. Just a moment ago, she was feeling jealous, and now she was truly embarrassed. Alright, let's go in. Su-chen said, jumping in first. Ding! You have entered the LV-20 Secret Realm, Tomb of Lament. Challenge begins, please kill the Secret Realm boss within 180 minutes. The familiar system notification sounded. The trio ventured deeper into the dungeon. Before long, they reached the first checkpoint. There were over 100 undead monsters and a crypt guardian. No time for chit-chat, let the battle begin. Cha-cha, give me 10 layers of Azura's Greed. Su-chen instructed, then turned to Mumu. Mumu? Okay, I'll buff Big Brother. Mumu slowly enjoyed her lollipop, nodding. Thank you, Mumu. Su-chen nodded, unsheathed the dark flame soul-cutting blade, and entered the fray. Blood chi entwining. Xia-cha softly exclaimed, consuming 1,000 blood energy to transform into 10 blood chi strands, swirling around Su-chen. 10 layers of Azura's Greed stacked up. Cold breath. At the same time, Mumu buffed Su-chen, increasing damage to undead in corpse races by 20%. Su-chen felt his current state was excellent, extremely powerful. He targeted an undead dog and struck. minus 4023 normal attack damage exceeded 4000. Okay, let's see the heart-cutting blade damage. Minus 141,153 lethal. TSK TSK TSK. After triggering a lethal strike, the damage was terrifying, over 140,000. Minus 4056 minus 8123 critical minus 8116 critical minus 8130 critical minus 20,718 lethal. When Su Chen was at level 13, it was so difficult. The damage was so low. But now, at level 20, his speed had increased significantly. Also, perhaps due to luck, his critical hit rate was very high. As long as you aim at the approximate weak points of the corpse monsters, there's an 80% chance of landing a critical hit with every 10 strikes. You might even inflict a fatal blow. That's why it took Su Chen over an hour to clear the first level initially. But now, with all the damage and status enhancements, it took less than 20 minutes to clear out all the monsters on the first level. After killing them, Xiaocha successfully reached level 12. With that talent, her level up granted Su Chen an additional 10 free attribute points. Strength and intelligence both increased by 5 points, slightly boosting his attack. As for the drops, it's worth mentioning, because not a single piece of ordinary equipment dropped from the small monsters. All the drops were fine, with a few exceptional ones. Out of over 100 small monsters, nearly 20 pieces of equipment dropped. In addition, Su Chen picked up almost 500 silver coins, while the boss dropped 7 exceptional items, 3 rare ones, and over 100 silver coins. The drop rate. It's so satisfying. Brother, how come the drop rate here is so high? Xiaocha couldn't help but ask, looking at the loot. Hee, it's not that the drop rate is high. Su Chen chuckled and said, it's because of my high luck value. I'm a man with 109 luck. Xiaocha was amazed, her mouth wide open. Brother, how did you manage to have such a high luck value? Well, I saved a little cat, Su Chen explained, then shook his slightly sore hand. Anyway, that's not important. Let's go, we continue. Oh, okay. Xiaocha nodded and followed Su Chen. Mumu took a step back, looking at Su Chen with a somewhat strange expression. She hadn't noticed before, but after Xiaocha mentioned it, she realized something was off. This drop rate shouldn't be like this. And, he seems to have a mysterious and inexplicable feeling about him. Mumu speculated in her mind, but didn't dwell on it. Her life was already tiring enough, so being able to relax here was rare, and she didn't want to overthink it. Slurp. Mumu contentedly licked her candy, following behind. The candies in Yangjian City are so delicious, but unfortunately, they're too painful to eat much. Su Chen and Xiaocha didn't notice that when Mumu was eating candy, her body would occasionally tremble slightly, and her eyebrows would furrow lightly. It was as if she was enduring pain. Soon, the three of them reached the second level. Previously, they had triggered the instant kill of the boss with the heart-cutting blade. Their luck was truly extraordinary, but this time it wasn't as fortunate. However, it didn't take much longer, just over 20 minutes, to effortlessly clear the entire level. They obtained 21 fine items, 8 exceptional items, 4 rare items, and 700 silver coins. At the same time, Xiaocha leveled up by 2 more levels, reaching LV 14. Su Chen gained another 10 free attribute points, splitting 5 points each between strength and intelligence. Su Chen's group entered the third level. They encountered the Headless Knight once again. However, this time was slightly different from the last. Previously, the level was LV 25, but now it had dropped to LV 20. Moreover, he no longer wore the fierce and menacing armor exuding black aura like before. Instead, he had changed his attire. At the same time, the current Headless Knight seemed somewhat dull-witted. The previous Headless Knight and his warhorse had a sense of agility and consciousness. Now, they seemed like replicas. Of course, all this was unimportant. What mattered was killing the boss. Loot drops. Both girls buffed Su Chen with their statuses, while Mumu debuffed the boss with slow and defense reduction. Su Chen dashed out, incredibly fast. In just a few moves, he reached the side of the Headless Knight and delivered a decisive blow with the heart-cutting blade. 112735 fatal. A fatal blow was triggered right from the start, with a staggering value of 110,000 appearing, terrifying. 3221-6457 critical hit 6449 critical hit. Killing the Headless Knight for Su Chen now was way too easy. It could be likened to cutting vegetables. With Xiaocha around, the LV2 heart-cutting blade only has a cooldown of 35 seconds. In other words, this boss hasn't even lasted a minute under Su Chen's command. I give up. The Headless Knight let out a miserable cry and fell to the ground. Then, many things burst out from the corpse. Although there was only a dazzling silver light, it looked like a pair of shoes no matter how you looked at it. Without further ado, Suchin picked up the silver item. Boots of Unyielding Resentment, level, LV20 quality, silver type, heavy armor/boots attributes, strength plus 118/constitution plus 72 defense, physical defense plus 557/magic defense plus 401 prefix, breath of resentment, surging and unyielding. Nice! It's really dropped. Su Chen's heart surged with excitement. Without hesitation, he put on the boots. Immediately, the set effect appeared. Set effect activated. Attributes: strength plus 150/constitution plus 150 defense, physical defense plus 500/magic defense plus 500 blessing. When attacking, the lingering resentment of the armor will weaken the enemy's strength and constitution attributes by 3%. Triggered attribute: when attacked, there is a 5% chance to rebound the breath of resentment on the armor, causing the attacker the same amount of damage. Cooldown time of 10 seconds. Excited, Suchin opened his own panel to check his current attributes. ID, by Yi level, LV20 profession, Azura title, the fastest man in the world life, 206410 Azura power, 6629 strength, 1201 constitution, 812 intelligence, 361 spirit, 147 special attributes, charm 18, luck 109 damage, physical attack 3672/magic attack 1469 defense, physical defense 5870/magic defense 6312 skills, bloodthirsty fury of Azura, tyrant of blood, heart-cutting blade, blood shadow instant kill. Passive, Azura's palm soldiers, Azura's armor, and so on. Omitted. Azura's greed. Equipment, dark flame soul-cutting knife, breastplate of unyielding resentment. Omitted. Black bone ring. Strength successfully exceeded 1000. Reached over 1200. TSK. So powerful. Suchen marveled, finally completing a set of silver armor, feeling a great sense of satisfaction. Closing the panel, Suchen began to count the items on the ground. Although there was only this one silver item, there were plenty of other things. 11 outstanding asterisk items, 7 rare asterisk items, 10 gold coins. There were also a bunch of miscellaneous items, like blood vials and mana potions, quite a haul. Xiacha's level also rose to 16. Su Chen also gained 10 free attribute points, adding 5 points each to strength and intelligence. Moreover, after killing the Headless Knight, Su Chen finally leveled up. LV21 now. 15 free attribute points, all added to strength this time. Next time he levels up, he'll add to intelligence. Brother, what's in this treasure chest? Xiacha, standing nearby, pointed to a chest after Su Chen finished picking up the equipment. The previous chest was silver, a silver chest. Now it downgraded to red, a rare chest. This is the dungeon completion chest, Suchen said, then walked over to the chest. Click. He reached out to open it. Buzz. It emitted a red light, revealing a rare cloth armor inside. Nothing much to say, anything below silver doesn't have much value. No need for introductions. They're basically items to sell, or can be temporarily used by Xiao Cha once she reaches level 20. Alright, let's head back. Suchen said. Okay, got it. Both girls nodded. The three of them returned. Before long, they were back on the first floor of the clock tower. Brother, where are we going now? Xiacha asked Suchen. Suchen raised an eyebrow, pondered for a moment, and said, the level 20 monster area is easy to kill and has low experience points. Let's switch to a higher level area. Listening to their conversation, Mumu asked softly, Big brother, are you all leaving here? Yes. Suchen nodded, looking gently at Mumu. Little Mumu, where did you come from after all? Brother may be very busy in the future, and may not even come here often. In that case, it will be very difficult to meet you. Me. Mumu fell silent for a moment and said softly, I came from the right half of the city to sunbathe here. She hadn't told Su Chen about this before, but now, she did. The right half of the city. Su Chen muttered, frowning. After this period of understanding, Su Chen knew that players transported to the twin cities of the other shore all landed in the left half of the city. No player arrived in the right half of the city, and it was impassable. In the left half of the city, the teleportation point to the right half of the city was not open to any player. There were some who were foolish and bored, wanting to swim across the several kilometers wide river. But weren't there monsters in the river? Entering the river meant a quicker death. Su Chen used the map from the mysterious merchant, but information about the right half of the city was scarce. It mainly showed the buildings, various directions, and mountain ranges of the right half of the city. Obviously, this right half of the city was extraordinary, with a significant plot behind it. Then, Su Chen snapped out of his thoughts and asked, Mumu, can't you go somewhere else? If possible, we can arrange to meet at another location. No. Mumu shook her head, her eyes like black crystals dimming slightly. I can only sunbathe here. Why is that? Su-chan asked in confusion. Mumu remained silent for a while and shook her head. This is something Mumu can't tell brother. Oh, okay. Su-chan nodded regretfully. It seemed that something was still missing to trigger the plot. He could only come back and check next time. He. Mumu suddenly giggled in silence, her smile bright and innocent. Goodbye, brother. Mumu is going to the rooftop to sunbathe. Well, thank you for Mumu's elixirs and help. Su-chan nodded, waved his hand. Goodbye, brother will come to find you again. Okay, big brother must keep his promise. Mumu looked expectantly at Su-chan. I will. Su-chan nodded firmly. Mumu giggled and skipped towards the corridor, heading to the rooftop. Brother, what now? Xiacha held Su-chan's hand, blinking cutely at him. Let me check the map. Su-chan opened the map, which contained information on various regions. At least, he could find a suitable leveling area. As he looked, a sudden thought flashed through Su-chan's mind, reminding him of something he had forgotten to do. The Thunder Spirit Element Heart, the Dark Spirit Element Heart. He had obtained these two legendary items but had no idea how to use them. Initially, he had planned to go to the job change hall to ask the magic class job change instructor. But then, a bunch of things happened, and he completely forgot. Forget it, let's go back to the city first. Su-chan thought to himself. He was genuinely curious about these two legendary items. Legends. Who knows how many levels above perfect they were. They must be powerful. If he didn't figure out how to use them, it would be a waste to leave them lying around, right? So, Su-chan said to Xiacha, let's not rush, let's go back to the city first, there's something I need to do. Oh, okay. Xiacha nodded. It didn't matter where they went, as long as she was with her brother. Su-chan looked around outside and surprisingly found the horse he had tied up in the jungle before. Great, they didn't have to walk back to the city. Yay! Happy. Seeing only this one horse, Xiacha's eyes lit up, cheering in her heart. The two got on the horse. Xiacha sat in front of Su-chan, and he put his arm around her to prevent her from falling. Xiacha, with her eyes curved in a smile, leaned contentedly against Su-chan's chest. Hold on tight, let's go. Su-chan urged the horse towards the main city. In no time, they arrived. To avoid causing another disturbance and blocking the road, Su-chan put on the mask. However, wow. This gear. I know it. It's White Knight, the big shot. Rubbish. Just a couple of hours ago, Lord Bei was wreaking havoc in the city. Who doesn't recognize this armor? So cool. So handsome. If only I could have such a domineering boyfriend, I would wake up laughing from my dreams. By the way, I just checked the equipment ranking list, it's terrifying. Lord Bei has a complete set of silver armor. Is that all? Look at the first place, legendary gear with no level requirement. It's also his. Damn it. I'm still wearing a set of fine and ordinary white gear. I really suspect he's cheating. Be careful, you can eat shit, but watch your words. However, Su-chan's equipment was too distinctive. As soon as he entered the city, many players recognized him. He. It's useless, brother, you're too famous. Xiacha smirked mischievously, turned to look at the mask on Su-chan's face. Brother, take off the mask. I want to see your face, not the mask. Fine. Since it wasn't serving its purpose of concealment, he might as well take it off. Fortunately, although many players stopped to watch, no one dared to block Su-chan's path. Even the players standing in front would step aside. Soon, Su-chan and Xiacha arrived at the professional transfer hall. Dismount, enter. There were many players in the hall ready to transfer. It was very lively. Players were queuing up for the transfer, with guards maintaining order, so it was relatively orderly. Glancing around, Su-chan led Xiacha towards the NPC wearing the title of Magic Class Professional Transfer Instructor Chen-lin above her head. He couldn't be bothered to wait in line. Even if the transfer instructor took a few seconds per person, it would still take forever to get through that long line. The guards glanced at Su-chan, then looked away, pretending not to see him. The players, on the other hand, were in a commotion. Since Su-chan wasn't wearing a mask, they naturally recognized him. There were discussions all around, filled with shock, curiosity, admiration, envy, jealousy, and hatred, among others. Su-chan and Xiacha approached the magic class transfer instructor. The instructor was a woman in her 40s, dressed in a dark blue instructor uniform. Before Su-chan could speak, two system prompts appeared above the instructor's head. Affection plus 50, affection plus 10, system prompt. Your reputation in the twin cities of the other shore has reached 5,000 points. Magic class professional transfer instructor Chen-lin, has an affection increase of plus 50 towards you. System prompt: your charisma is outstanding. With a charisma value of 18 points, Magic Class Professional Transfer Instructor Chen Lin has an affection increase of plus 10 towards you. The current attitude towards you has changed from indifferent to highly commendable. Not bad. With a better attitude, maybe he could get some information out of her. Suchen nodded to himself, then asked the instructor, "Instructor, I have something to ask you." "Oh?" The instructor responded with a smile, "Warrior, go ahead. If I know, I will tell you everything." Perhaps it was because of the large number of players and the noise before, this instructor seemed quite irritable, but her attitude now was quite friendly. "I want to know, how are these two items used? What are they for?" Suchen said, taking out the Thunder Spirit and Dark Spirit elemental hearts from his backpack. Suddenly, the entire hall was filled with dazzling silver lightning and dark black rays. The magic instructor was stunned when she saw these two elemental hearts. She couldn't believe her eyes. Heavens! Heavens! Oh my god! What am I seeing? Hiss! Elemental hearts. Two of them. At the same time, the other players waiting for their transfer instructors were also drawn to the light. When they looked over, their eyes widened, and they exclaimed in amazement. Then, in a rush, they all gathered around Suchen. Of course, their affection levels all increased by plus 50, plus an additional plus 10, but that goes without saying. The career transition mentor ran away, leaving behind the players who were originally full of joy waiting for their career change, looking bewildered. At this moment, they were also drawn to what Su Chen held in his hands. Unable to resist, they checked the attributes. Originally not hopeful, but the elemental hearts have no level. They all saw the information. Holy crap! Legendary! What the heck? How is this possible? How did he get so many legendary items? Damn! This is too terrifying. This progress is too advanced. 99% of players haven't even seen silver, but he has a bunch of legendaries. Damn! Are legendaries like cabbages? How does he have so many legendaries? This commotion also woke up the magic mentor. She asked tremblingly, "Brave warrior, how did you get these things?" She was so shocked that she couldn't help but ask this question. Coincidence? Suchen smiled slightly, not wanting to explain anything, but instead asked, "Mentor, what are these two things for?" Hiss, the mentor took a deep breath, apologizing, "I was abrupt, there are many people here, let's talk in the back." After that, she gestured for Su Chen to enter the small room behind her. Su Chen nodded and walked in. The magic mentor followed. Then, those various mentors who were eagerly watching, also followed in. In the vast career transition hall, there was not a single career transition mentor left. Only the players waiting for their career change remained, looking at each other. "Ah, this. Your grandma. The career transition mentors have all run away. What's going on here?" Tsk, it seems those two things are extremely terrifying. No need to say, these are legendaries. Just hearing the name tells you they're extraordinary, right? Shocking. A female mentor from the twin cities of the other shore brought several mentors and a male player into a closed room, and the reason turned out to be, "Okay, post it, I suggest you post it on the forum, and when it gets popular, I'll light incense for you." Tisk. Just post it. Surprisingly, some players actually recorded the process and posted it on the forum. Of course, the title was not as vulgar. Divine Land World Forum, shocking. White Knight Master enters the career transition hall, holding two legendary items, Thunder Spirit and Dark Spirit elemental hearts. Soon, this post caught fire. With thousands of players already in the process of transitioning careers here, it was easy to make this post go viral. Second floor, first to comment. Didn't read, but White Knight Master is awesome. Third floor, second to comment. Didn't read, but White Knight Master is the best in the world. Fourth floor, read it, and now I'm questioning my life choices. Is there something wrong with this White Knight? How come all the good stuff is his? In my opinion, jealousy is not good, but I also feel that this is just too much. I haven't even seen anything rare, and he's got a bunch of legendaries for me. I'm going to report. Wait, where do you report in this game? I can't even find the report button, because there's no reporting mechanism at all. I really want to buy, but I can't contact him at all. He probably turned off adding strangers and searching. Can you afford legendary items? Exactly, at this stage, if legendaries appear, it's simply, the price is inestimable. Who can't afford it? I'll offer $1 billion. If he doesn't sell, just pretend I didn't say it. If he does, I can add more. This matter was getting a bit out of hand. Previously, Su Chen's legendary pets and equipment were still manageable. After all, pets were bound, and the legendary equipment on Su Chen was probably not easy to snatch or buy. But now, these legendary elemental hearts, there were 2 of them. One person couldn't possibly use so many, right? It had to be said, this time many people were tempted. Whether out of goodwill, wanting to buy, wanting to establish a relationship with White Knight, preferably to profit from it. Or maybe, the first of the 6 major main cities of the Feiyan Empire, Chengjiang Sea area, in a leveling area at LV20 along the coastal edge. Here are more than 300 players leveling up and grinding monsters, all with the prefix death in their IDs. They are divided into dozens of small teams, rehearsing and coordinating quite orderly. Obviously, this is not an ordinary noob guild, but a truly organized and powerful one. In the far outskirts, many players watch angrily. They were originally here to level up, but they were driven away by these players with the death prefix. They say this place is booked by the Death Guild, and that bystanders should scram. Outrageous. Arrogant. Do these monsters belong to you now? However, they dare not say anything, because some players who jumped out to accuse before, their bodies have just disappeared. At the edge of the monster spawning area, a young man in a dazzling red armor is not grinding monsters but gaining experience on the side. His ID is Deathlord, the leader of this death guild, who is actually a young master of a super enterprise in reality. Otherwise, it would be impossible to build and support such a large guild. White Knight. So many legendary items, interesting. Truly interesting. He looks at the forum post, murmuring softly. He says it's interesting, but his expression doesn't look good. He has invested a lot of money and time in this game, all to establish the #1 guild in Disya. However, despite the server being open for so long, he hasn't made a name for himself or issued a server-wide announcement. Everything has been snatched by this player called White Knight. The Death Lord is truly unwilling. And now, seeing so many good things in White Knight's hands again, he is tempted. Regardless of the effect, legendary items cannot be weak, if he can get them. Although he is in the Chengjiang Sea area and temporarily unable to go to the twin cities on the other side, there is still a way. Lao Li. The Death Lord called out to Lao Li. Young master, I'm here. Beside him, a middle-aged man wearing heavy armor and holding a shield immediately responded. Find the real deal, assassinate White Knight, and loot his good stuff. The Death Lord said lightly, his eyes cold. Yes. Lao Li didn't ask any questions, just nodded lightly. Then he made a call and contacted someone. After a while, he came over and said, Young master, he wants to talk to you. Transfer it to me. The call was transferred to the Death Lord, and soon a cold voice rang out, Shaudasha, as far as we know, White Knight's health points are at least 100,000. You must be aware of that, right? Yes, so what? So, it's difficult. And the items are precious. I want 30 million, and you must pay a deposit of 5 million first. The Death Lord remained silent for a moment, then nodded, fine, success is all I allow, failure is not an option. Otherwise, he. A sinister laugh, the cold voice becoming more arrogant, Shaudasha, rest assured. Even if I can't do anything to him in the game. In reality, the Death Lord furrowed his brow, his tone indifferent, I don't care how you handle it, but if it involves me, you will bear the consequences. Ha ha ha, Shao young master, rest assured. I have been in this business for many years, how could I not understand this little bit? The Death Lord remained non-committal, saying lightly, the money has been sent to you by someone, in cash. Get to work as soon as possible. Alright, thank you for taking care of the business, Shaudasha. Wait for my good news. The call ended. For Symbol's Temple, one of the 8 main cities, North Ice City. In the Icy Plains, a leveling area for level 20 players. Here, there are hundreds of people with the prefix War God in their IDs. They are also dominating this leveling area. It's a pity we're in the 4 Symbols Temple area. And now, there is no teleportation array between the 3 major areas, we can't go over, otherwise. Otherwise, can these legends still be on White Knight? Divine Realm Heaven. One of the 7 main cities, Sansi Ancient City. The Floating Tower Guild. Its ID, named Floating Tower Annihilation of the World, is the leader of this guild. He is also looking at that forum post. Legendary items, it's really exciting. As far as I know, there are also many strong guild organizations in several major main cities of the Feiyan Empire. His reputation is well known among global players, but I think he will fall soon and become a stepping stone for some guild. It's almost time, most guilds are catching up in levels, just lacking some equipped armaments. Across the Twin Cities, inside a small house behind the job change hall, the mage instructor looked at the other job change instructors with a speechless expression. I say, this has nothing to do with you at all, why did you come over? Just joining in the fun. Don't be so stingy, this kind of thing has always been only in legends, How many people have actually seen it? Exactly, this kind of opportunity, even though it has nothing to do with us, it's still great to just take a look. Several instructors chuckled, looking like they were just here for the show. The mage instructor rolled his eyes and couldn't be bothered with them. He looked at the two elemental hearts in Su Chen's hands with a complex expression. Shock, amazement, envy, all showed on their faces. Phew. The instructor exhaled deeply, calmed himself down, and then slowly said, elemental hearts, extremely rare treasures of heaven and earth. They usually condense in a group of elements with extremely high energy levels and concentrations. For example, with the thunder spirit elemental heart in your hand, it gathers all the thunder energy struck down by the thunderclouds in the entire divine world within 100 years, then undergoes 1,000 years of brewing before it can possibly condense. In the world, at the same time, with the same attributes, there will never be a second elemental heart. They will resonate with each other, then merge and devour into one. In other words, the two elemental hearts in your hands are both unique in the world, absolutely impossible to find a second one. Legends are indeed extraordinary. The conditions for their birth are truly harsh. After listening to the mage instructor's explanation, Su Chen understood. Then he felt a burst of satisfaction. He effortlessly obtained both of these. Su Chen nodded, I understand the origin, so, instructor, what are the uses and purposes of this thing? Uses. The mage instructor shrugged helplessly, the energy inside the elemental hearts is too great, and no one has been able to develop a real use for it. Because if you forcefully develop it, there's a possibility that the energy of the elemental hearts will fluctuate violently, and it might explode. The simplest and easiest way is to carry it with you. For example, if you change to a thunder mage, it can help supplement some of your magic consumption. But this supplement is not significant, you could even say it's a bit small. Because the elemental hearts will concentrate their own power and prevent it from dissipating. Su Chen. He scratched his head, feeling very frustrated. It's so uncomfortable. Holding a treasure trove but unable to excavate it. It's really frustrating. Just then, among the instructors watching the show, a muscular warrior instructor spoke up. Hey, you can't say that. In ancient records, wasn't there a genius who tried a path? Oh, Su Chen immediately perked up, looking at the warrior instructor, waiting for him to continue. Before the combat instructor could speak, the mage instructor interjected, that can't be considered good, right? In the records, he had no clue at all, and just directly swallowed the elemental spirit, and the whole person exploded into ashes. It's really a pity. The records say that person was a 1 in a billion genius in magic. Hearing this, the mage instructor also looked regretful. Su Chen felt a sense of déjà vu. It seemed familiar. Thinking about it, wasn't that detail mentioned in the Thunder Spirit Elemental Heart's description, about the genius who swallowed the elemental heart? It turns out it was true. It's quite impressive, daring to directly swallow such a huge energy-gathering body. Despite the emotions, this incident also made Su Chen more disappointed. Does this mean that the elemental hearts are truly unusable? Looking at the disappointment on Su Chen's face, the magic instructor felt a pang of sympathy. After a moment of hesitation, she said, Warrior, there's no need to be so disheartened. Although that genius didn't discover the true usage, there have been rumors circulating that his path and method were not wrong, just a bit off track. Perhaps you can go to the remnants of his demise, you might find something valuable. What do you mean? Su Chen asked. He turned to ashes, not even a trace left behind. What could possibly be discovered? The magic instructor explained, there are rumors that whenever there is a thunderstorm, the burial place of that genius echoes with mournful cries of resentment. So, he might have lingered in the world in a spiritual form. Although no one has truly encountered him, with your possession of the thunder spirit element, you might be able to make him manifest. I see. Su Chen nodded, saying, Alright, I will go take a look. Where is it located? It's very far, beyond the territory of the Flying Cloud Empire. The magic instructor sighed. According to ancient records, he was buried in the area of the Four Symbols Temple, in a place called Thundercloud Gorge. The Four Symbols Temple. In the game, the Great Xia continent is divided into 3 kingdoms, the Flying Cloud Empire, the Four Symbols Temple, and the Divine Realm Kingdom. The Flying Cloud Empire has the smallest land area, but still covers over 10 million square kilometers. The Four Symbols Temple comes next, with over 20 million square kilometers. The Divine Realm Kingdom is the largest, spanning over 30 million square kilometers. Su Chen was in the twin cities of the Flying Cloud Empire. In short, quite a distance from the Four Symbols Temple. Well, thank you for the information. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Su Chen stood up to express his gratitude, preparing to depart. With such a long distance, he could only wait for the major kingdoms to open their teleportation arrays to travel there. Go ahead. The magic instructor nodded gently. As Su-chen left, these class-changing instructors continued to watch his departing figure eagerly. The magic instructor looked at them and said lightly, "I advise you to wake up, don't forget our responsibilities, don't forget who appointed us. Anyone can have evil intentions, but we cannot." "Hey, what are you talking about? We're just envious, no ulterior motives." "Exactly, is it wrong to be a little envious? Speaking of which, he has elemental attributes, and I didn't even notice. What about you guys?" "Me neither." "Same here." The magic instructor pondered for a moment, then said softly, "I feel like there's something on him that cleverly makes us overlook it, as if protecting him." Now that you mention it, it does seem to be the case." "Indeed. This young man from a foreign land has brought us such immense shock. Not long ago, the rainbow pillar of the heavenly Tao appeared in the north. Could it be related to this young man? It all makes sense now. Wow. This can't be possible. Who knows, I actually think it's quite likely." Xiaochalar Su-chen asked, "Brother, what are we going to do now?" Su-chen shrugged helplessly and said, "Since we can't go to the Four Symbols Temple, let's level up first." "Oh, okay." Xiaocha naturally nodded in agreement. Su-chen opened the map to see where it would be best to level up. If he could reach level 30 early, maybe the lord of the city would have a way to send him to the Four Symbols Temple. After looking around, Su-chen found an area marked with a skull symbol on the eastern side of the left half of the city, near the edge of a great river. The map information displayed, Octopus Shoal. Details, octopuses in the river have been corrupted by dark energy, mutating and crawling onto the riverbank, craving the taste of blood. Note, this area is populated by level 25 to level 35 monsters. Okay, let's go here. Su-chen decided to go to the Octopus Shoal to level up. "Let's go, Cha-Cha," Su-chen said, and Xiao-Cha naturally followed. The two mounted their horses and headed towards the Octopus Shoal. Between the Octopus Shoal and the jungle, there was a vast expanse of land. Outside the jungle, a group of players stood guard. These players all had the prefix Furious Wind above their heads, belonging to the Furious Wind Guild. Furious Wind Guild is leveling up here. All outsiders should leave immediately. This jungle area is only level 15, naturally attracting many players to come and level up. However, they were all blocked outside, their faces filled with anger. Damn it! These guild guys just know how to claim territory. So annoying. Trying to level up, searching for monsters everywhere is one thing, but when you finally find one, you get blocked. Damn it! So frustrating. Ugh! The players cursed angrily. Clippity-clop. At this moment, the sound of hooves hitting the ground like a downpour, Su-chen rode in. What the hell? His equipment was too eye-catching. Even from a distance, the Furious Wind Guild players guarding the perimeter noticed him. Their faces tensed, feeling alarmed. Oh no! How did he come to this low-level area? Quick! Inform the guild leader, ask about the situation. So, a few players quickly spoke in the guild channel. Boss, how's the boss doing? Bai Yi is here. In the middle of the jungle, over 100 players were besieging a boss. This boss is a golden boss. They were originally leveling up here when suddenly a giant octopus shimmering with gold all over appeared. Their eyes lit up. A golden boss. If they could be the first to kill the golden boss, the chances of dropping the guild establishment token were very high. Then, they could become the first guild to establish in Dixia. Currently, everyone was in a guild form, just a form of organization. They couldn't be considered a proper guild. But if they could be the first to establish one, their prestige would soar. Maybe they could take advantage of this momentum and rise to become the first faction in Dixia. Among them, the one with the ID Furious Wind Rampage was the leader of the guild. Hearing his subordinates' voices, he was taken aback. Furious Wind Rampage quickly asked, "What? How did he come here?" The subordinate guarding outside immediately replied, "I don't know. He just suddenly came over. He's here, he's almost here." The subordinate's voice became nervous. "Boss, if he intends to come in, do we stop him?" "Damn it! How do we stop him?" Furious Wind Rampage cursed angrily, feeling irritated. "Even if I ask you to stop him, can you?" The subordinates remained silent collectively. This was too realistic. However, they didn't stay silent for long. Urgent voices rang out, "Boss, he's here." Furious Wind Rampage paced back and forth in annoyance, then said, "Let's not conflict with him for now. I'll go out and negotiate with him." All right, hurry up." Outside the jungle, Su-chen had arrived. Seeing the players blocked outside, looking angry and frustrated. Observing the players with the Furious Wind prefix guarding the forest perimeter, Su-chen understood. This was a case of a major guild monopolizing the area, not allowing solo players in. This behavior was truly despicable. The monsters on the map didn't belong to anyone, so why block others from grinding? But Su-chen wasn't that kind-hearted to help others for free. It was none of his business. He was in a hurry to level up. Therefore, Su-chen simply said, "Move aside, I need to pass." The subordinate was sweating nervously, wiping his forehead, and said, "Boss Bai, our Furious Wind Guild is leveling up here. Our leader knows you're here, he's on his way, can you wait a bit?" What was there to see with such a leader? No time. Su-chen drew the long knife from his back, ready to fight. "You're wasting my time. If you don't move, I won't be polite." These people saw Su-chen draw his sword, swallowed hard, feeling the urge to run away. "Boss Bai, please wait." At this moment, a voice rang out, relieving their tension. The leader had arrived. "There's nothing to wait for." Su-chen furrowed his brows, growing more impatient. "Move aside, I'm in a hurry." The raging wind made his brows twitch. Being so belittled, he felt quite unhappy. But he endured it, not showing it, just forced a smile and said, "Hee, Big Brother Bay, this is just a low-level area, you don't need to compete with our small guild for space, right?" He said this without blushing. He himself was taking up space, not letting others level up, yet he had the nerve to say that. "I'll repeat myself one last time." Su-chen's face turned cold, raising his long blade. "I want to pass. Where you guys are leveling up is none of my business." He really didn't want to waste time talking to these players. If it weren't for the fear that killing these players would delay him, he would have wanted to kill them directly. The raging wind's face changed for a while. Seeing Su-chen's completely cold face, he knew he really couldn't say anything more. Either let them go, or, it's time to fight. Damn it! Why is this person so domineering? Why doesn't he listen to reason at all? Not giving any face? He felt damn uncomfortable. But, he could only frown and wave his hand. "Step aside." He ordered the members guarding outside to step aside. At the same time, he immediately said on the guild channel, "Brothers, try to lure the boss to the right side of the jungle." Right now, he only hoped that Su-chen wouldn't find that boss. If he did, then they could only try to see if they could surround and kill Su-chen. "Oh, okay. It's a bit difficult. Why do we have to do this? I guess. Forget it, let's not talk about it." The players in his guild were first puzzled, then some quickly realized. More or less, they all felt quite aggrieved. As a guild of over 100 people, strong in strength, they had to make way for a solo player. However you looked at it, it was a very humiliating and embarrassing thing. Outside the jungle, those players who were originally angry, seeing the raging wind making way for Su-chen, suddenly felt relieved. It was as comfortable as drinking a bottle of happy water in the middle of summer, their faces filled with mocking smiles. Hee, ridiculous, only bullying weaker players. Exactly, when they see Big Brother Bay, don't they just obediently make way? Hee, too bad, I've already secretly recorded a video. Bro, post it and tag me, I'll support you. Such guilds are not uncommon, they deserve to be scolded. Exactly. Just because they have some money? Just because they recruited some players? What, do they think they're kings by drawing lines on the ground? Not treating ordinary players as human beings? Mocking in low voices, making the raging wind's face even uglier. His face was burning, as if he had been slapped dozens of times. No matter what they did, Su-chen had already ridden into the jungle. Seeing Su-chen enter, the raging wind's face completely fell. "Kill them!" With a cold smile, the raging wind waved his hand and took the initiative to attack. As a guild, in terms of strength, equipment, and supplies, they were all stronger than solo players. Before long, the players here were killed by the guild of the raging wind, with over a dozen casualties. Especially the players who made sarcastic remarks were given special attention. The remaining players all ran away. Solo players couldn't unite. It wasn't very realistic to let them face a powerful guild at the risk of losing levels. Phew! Letting out a long sigh, the raging wind felt much better. If there weren't so many players, if there wasn't a boss to kill. The raging wind really wanted to kill all these people, to relieve the pent-up frustration in his heart. In the jungle. Hee, brother, many people seem to be afraid of you. In Su-chen's arms, Xia-cha giggled, a bit mischievously. "Brother, it seems like you've attracted a lot of hatred." "Doesn't matter, if I've attracted it, then so be it." Su-chen shrugged indifferently. He had the ability to bring game items into reality, so he wasn't afraid at all. In his backpack, there was a bottle of Return to Origin flower liquid obtained from a mysterious merchant, with the effect of increasing all attributes by 50 points. There were about 4 hours left, and the bug bar was almost full, ready to be brought into reality. By then, if all went well, his physique would be more than 5 times that of an ordinary person. This was truly becoming a superhuman. What was there to fear? No need to fear at all. It was advised not to enter the game for a lifetime, as one might end up bumping into a hot-tempered person even while walking down the street just by making eye contact. He, brother is the best. Xiacha didn't know what Su Chen relied on, but it didn't stop her from admiring him. Good girl. Su Chen patted her hair, smiled, focused on riding his horse, and headed towards the octopus shoal. Chirp, ping, clang, shield, quick, heal. As Su Chen ran, he heard a commotion. Despite the jungle trees blocking his view, Su Chen still heard it. Su Chen raised his eyebrows slightly, thinking about the strange expressions on the faces of the players from the Gale Guild outside, as well as the worried looks on their faces as the gale raged. Interesting. Su Chen turned his horse towards the source of the sound. Encountering powerful bosses was worth the time. After all, killing bosses yielded much more experience than ordinary monsters. Far behind, the Gale Guild's Gale was left feeling black-faced when he saw Su Chen change direction, especially heading towards the boss. Damn it! He muttered angrily, his mind racing. What should he do now? He was the highest level player in the guild, but he was only level 17. The others, 70%, were hovering around level 15, and 30% around level 13. This was already impressive, as he had snatched many leveling spots, spent a lot of money on equipment and resources. How can I give up on this? The Gale's face twisted with a fierce expression. A golden boss. It was very likely the first golden boss on the server. The rewards from killing it would be immense. The temptation was right in front of him, making it impossible for him to give up. Huff, huff. Gasping for breath, the Gale said in the guild channel, Bai Yi is coming. Get ready, adjust your status. Don't engage with him, step back. Wait for me to come and deal with him. We can wait until he and the boss have worn each other down. Then we can surround and kill him. As he spoke, the Gale's eyes lit up even more. He suddenly realized. This was a great opportunity. No matter how strong Bai Yi was, this was a golden boss. It would surely be a challenge, right? There would be damage, right? In the end, over 100 well-equipped players with full status would swarm in. Kill the boss. Most importantly, kill Bai Yi. With Bai Yi's current power, if they really managed to kill him, he, Gale, and the Gale Guild would become famous. Huff, 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 huff. Just the thought of it got the Gale excited. His eyes bloodshot, heart racing. While the Gale was making arrangements, Su Chen had already arrived at the battlefield. Wow! Such a huge octopus! Xiacha exclaimed as she looked at the giant octopus in the field. It was indeed massive. Its body was the size of a house, shining golden all over, with a layer of bone armor on the outside. It had dozens of tentacles, each over 10 meters long. Catastrophe Octopus, Level, LV30 Category, Golden Boss Health, 1000000 damage, Water Magic Attack 10672 / Physical Attack 3472 Skills, Catastrophic Water Arrow, Rampant Whip, Abdominal Shield Details, a Calamity Octopus corrupted by dense magic, craving blood, emerging from the octopus shoal to devour living beings. Catastrophic Water Arrow Level, LV3 Cooldown, 150 seconds damage, Normal Magic Damage * 1200% Details. The catastrophic octopus forcefully spits out the water from its body, forming high-speed water arrows that cause great damage to the target. Rampant Whip of Madness Level, LV2 Cooldown, 180 seconds damage, Normal Physical Damage * 230% * 23 times Details. The catastrophic octopus wildly swings all its tentacles, unleashing chaotic rampaging whips around itself. Hydro Shield Level, LV3 Cooldown, 60 seconds effect, for 20 seconds, reduces physical attacks by 20% and water magic attacks by 30% Details. The catastrophic octopus spits out the water from its belly, creating a continuous water shield for 20 seconds around itself. TSK. Su Chen chuckled after reading the information. A level 30 golden boss, and none of these players are even close to level 20, yet they dare to engage. However, perhaps they are unaware of the boss's level. After all, players' ordinary scouting skills can only detect things up to 5 levels higher than themselves. At this moment, the players from the Galewind Guild noticed Su Chen. The atmosphere here became somewhat eerie and silent. The speed of attacking the octopus began to slow down, with many starting to feel around and quietly retreat. After all, they received the order to let the Galewind Guild dominate. And now, Galewind Dominator also emerged from the woods. Seeing Su Chen, his expression changed. Boss Bei, what's this about? He disguised it well, looking suspicious as if Su Chen was going to steal the boss, showing a feigned angry appearance. According to Galewind Dominator's plan, he was supposed to show up, indicating that he was the first to discover the boss. Then, Boss Bei would surely draw his sword, claiming that he wanted the boss. Forced by circumstances, forced by Su Chen's power and might, he would retreat, giving up the boss. That would be reasonable. Otherwise, if they gave up the boss as soon as Boss Bay arrived, it would raise suspicions. Suspicions that they might be planning to take advantage. However, Galewind Dominator's mental theater played out well, but Suchen didn't follow the script at all. Swish! Before Galewind Dominator's words could finish, Suchen had already equipped the cloud-cutting wind-splitting bow. A crimson arrow had been released. 2643 critical hit immediately. Galewind Dominator was struck in the forehead by an arrow. His health plummeted, but he didn't die, still having half of his health. Quite resilient. Suchen remarked lightly, pulling the bowstring again. Priest, heal. Galewind Dominator roared, his face a mix of panic and anger. He never expected Boss Bay to attack directly without any nonsense. In fact, if Suchen hadn't rushed to level up earlier, not wanting to waste time on trivial matters, he wouldn't have bothered with them. And now, with the golden boss here, does Suchen really need to chat with them? Kill them first, then the boss. 97113124. Although the amount of health restored wasn't much, with many priests, Galewind Dominator's health was quickly brought back to 70%. Attack! Attack them all! Galewind Dominator stepped back, his face fierce, showing a hint of madness and desperation. Shield bearers, block the arrows, ranged attackers, focus fire. Also, melee fighters, try to lure the boss towards him. Right. Ranged attackers, concentrate your fire on that woman beside him. As the last sentence was spoken, Suchen's expression turned cold. He put on the Starlight Tearstain mask and activated its equipment skill, Starlight Illusion. Suddenly, a surging starlight emanated from Suchen's mask, enveloping the area in chaos. In their line of sight, the players from the Galewind Guild naturally lost sight of Suchen. Phew! At that moment, Suchen's back erupted with huge fiery wings, carrying Xia as they flew away in an instant. Whoosh! Hiss! ####. At the same time, the ranged attacks from the Galewind Guild swept over where Suchen had been standing. Suchen had already flown high into the sky, placing Xia on a tree. Xia was very passive but poorly equipped, with extremely low defense. She needed to be in a safe position. Brother, go for it, beat them. Xia obediently crouched between the branches of the tree, waving her little fists. Suchen twisted his neck and summoned the wings of incineration. With the soul-cutting blade of dark flames in hand, Suchen flew straight into the raging wind. In an instant, Suchen was beside them, delivering a fierce blow. 9557 critical hit instant kill. The health bar of the raging wind was emptied. With so many shield guards around, what did it matter? Killing them was as easy as pie. At the moment of death, the raging wind still looked bewildered, not yet realizing what had happened. It was too fast. Just at the beginning, under the protection of so many guards, they were killed so quickly. However, this was just the beginning. 11134 critical hit 11272 critical hit 12994 critical hit 10234 critical hit 51857 fatal. Next, Suchen's blade rose and fell. From east to north, from front to back, from head to tail. Just normal attacks, but each strike took down a player. No exceptions. As long as the weak points were targeted, critical hits, even fatal ones, were guaranteed. Over 100 players, what was the result? Even with the boss's harassment, they didn't last 2 minutes before Suchen wiped them all out clean. They were all sent back to the city by Suchen. With the riffraff cleared out, it was time to start killing the boss. Suchen said to Xia on the tree, Xia, while your blood is overloaded, quickly use the blood spirit fusion skill. Let's quickly kill this golden boss. These people were not useless at all. Xiacha's passive ability, Bloodthirst, would absorb a portion of the blood energy caused by Suchen's damage. When overloaded, it would enhance Suchen's overall attributes by 10%. Now was the best time for enhancement. By using the active skill, Blood Spirit Fusion, another 10% increase in overall attributes was achieved. Coupled with the passive, Companion of the Non-Heaven, adding another 10% to overall attributes, a total of 30% increase was achieved. Good. Xia nodded and silently said, Blood Spirit Fusion. Suddenly, ripples like water waves floated around Xiacha's body. In an instant, her form changed. Although she still looked like Xia on the outside, she was no longer human. Her whole body had transformed into a humanoid form made of blood-colored liquid. Xia was amazed by her transformation, wanting to ask something but unable to speak. The skill had been activated, turning her into a mass of blood, enveloping Suchen. The dense crimson blood clung to Suchen's body and merged into him. Suchen felt as if a missing piece had been filled, a powerful sensation overwhelming him. In the blink of an eye, Suchen opened his own panel. Without looking at anything else, he focused on strength and physical attack. Strength, 1561 damage, physical attack 6043. This was terrifying. Initially, Suchen's strength was 1201, and his physical attack was 3672. But now, with a 30% increase in overall attributes, coupled with his Azura's passive ability, his physical attack had surpassed 6000. Xia was truly a humanoid super buff. Okay, let's begin. Suchen closed the panel, his eyes filled with surging battle intent. The wings of incineration had not yet disappeared, with about half a minute left. So, who? Suchen fiercely flapped his fire wings, his figure swiftly moving to the blood eye of the Calamity Octopus. The eyes must be a fatal area, right? Heart-piercing blade. The long blade swirled with crimson bloodlight, ruthlessly piercing into the red eye of the Calamity Octopus. 72420 critical hit damage jumped out from the head of the Calamity Octopus. 72,000. Not low, but still not fully utilizing Suchen's attack power. TSK. The level suppression is huge. Suchen roughly estimated that this level suppression almost halved his output. But it's still manageable, not a big issue. With Xiacha by his side, the heart-cutting blade only has a 35-second cooldown. Half a minute to strike the Calamity Octopus, followed by normal attacks. It won't take long to kill this boss. Roar! At this moment, the agonized Calamity Octopus let out a roar, and its tentacles all over its body suddenly went into a frenzy. Boom 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 boom. Dozens of tentacles wildly thrashed towards him. And at this moment, Suchen's diligent practice of deflecting attacks paid off. Hiss! The tentacles were fast, but Suchen reacted in time. With a swift flick of his long blade, he accurately struck one of the tentacles. Minus 3,592 damage, indeed reduced nearly half. After cutting off that tentacle, Suchen aimed at the bloodshot eyes of the octopus and used Blood Shadow instant kill. Instantly, Suchen turned into a crimson bloodline, moving at a speed that seemed to tear through space. The blade was like blood, fiercely stabbing into the bloodshot eye. Moreover, Suchen aimed directly at the previous wound. 126735 fatal. Because it triggered a fatal strike, the damage this time was terrifying. A whopping 120,000 damage. With two skills at the start, the Calamity Octopus's health decreased by 200,000, dropping by 1/5. Gee howl! The Calamity Octopus roared furiously, the intense pain in its eyes, the sharp drop in its life, all making it extremely irritable. Its mouth swelled, obviously about to spit something out. Hiss! As expected, after a second or two of charging, a large water jet spewed out from the octopus's mouth, aiming straight at Suchen. If Suchen didn't have the wings of incineration on his back, he really couldn't dodge this hit and would have to take it head-on. However, swoosh! Suchen flapped his wings, easily dodging it. Bang! The water jet pierced through, hitting a huge tree, creating a transparent hole from front to back. Whoo! Flapping his fire wings, Suchen once again arrived at the octopus's eye, still fiercely slashing at that wound. 3568-7123 critical 7134 critical 3578. Suchen went crazy with his attacks, and Xiacha's presence boosted his speed. His attack speed was fast, basically being able to strike 3 to 4 times in a second. In other words, in a good output environment without being pushed back by the octopus's tentacles, he could inflict at least 12,000 damage per second. Of course, with so many tentacles from the octopus, Suchen was hit a few times. 1437-1494-7538-7861. The damage was quite fierce indeed, especially when the octopus spat out water droplets, hitting Suchen, instantly reducing his health by over 7,000. But Suchen's current health was over 260,000, and the Goddess of Life's protection buff had already cooled down. What was there to fear? Just go for it. Half a minute later, the wings of incineration disappeared, and the heart-cutting blade had cooled down. Needless to say, Suchen fiercely stabbed into the wound he had inflicted. 181050 fatal. With this strike, the fatal damage bonus was triggered. A terrifying 180,000 damage, and the Calamity Octopus's life dropped by 50%. Puff! At this moment, the Calamity Octopus's body swelled, emitting a stream of water. The water formed a water shield around the octopus. It was its skill, floating water shield. Minus 2,853 when Suchen struck. The damage was significantly lower. Roar! Puff! Another minute or so passed, the octopus roared in anger and spewed out a jet of water. Without the wings of incineration, Suchen couldn't avoid it. Minus 91,044. This hit was very painful. A whopping drop of over 90,000 in health, but Suchen could withstand it. Heart-cutting blade. 73145 critical. The octopus's life was now less than 200,000. However, at this moment, Xiacha's blood-spirit fusion was also ready. She separated from Su Chen and returned to her normal state. Cha-cha, move aside and be careful. Su Chen pushed away the octopus's tentacles for Xiacha and asked her to go to the side. Xiacha's face was somewhat pale. The transformation just now really scared her. Cha-cha? Su Chen saw her not moving and asked again. Oh, okay. Go for it, big brother. Xiacha snapped out of it, nodded quickly, and then hurriedly ran off. 1245-2487 critical hit. 2455 critical hit. Without Xiacha's significant boost, Su Chen's damage decreased sharply. The next 200,000 health points could only be slowly whittled down. But it didn't take long. Su Chen was too agile. Those tentacles couldn't hit him if they didn't attack all at once. The octopus's ordinary water-spitting attacks were ineffective, and Su Chen's Goddess of Life's protection buff had already cooled down. So, apart from guarding against the octopus's big skill, Su Chen just stood there and attacked. Finally, when the heart-piercing blade cooled down again, 12755 fatal. The fatal mechanism was triggered again. Roar! The octopus, which had already lost a huge amount of blood, died with a resentful scream. Splash! A dazzling light suddenly appeared, and many things burst out of the Calamity Octopus. At the same time, a system prompt sounded, ding! You have killed the Golden Boss, Calamity Octopus. As the first player in the entire server to kill the Golden Boss, you will receive the following rewards: 20 free attribute points, 3 golden draw boxes, 20 gold coins, and plus 1000 reputation in Daxia continent. At the prompt, golden light shone on Su Chen. Killing a golden boss of this level naturally meant leveling up. And he leveled up a lot. Directly from LV21 to LV24. A 3-level jump, with the experience bar exceeding 30%. As for Xiacha, her progress was even more brutal, jumping from LV16 to LV21. From the bottom of the rankings, she quickly surpassed to second place. This change was noticed by many players. Before they could even speculate, they heard, ding! Server-wide announcement, Daxia player Bei has just killed the Golden Boss, Calamity Octopus. As the first player in the entire server to kill the Golden Boss, he will receive 20 free attribute points, 3 golden draw boxes, 20 gold coins, and plus 1000 reputation in Daxia continent. His name will be forever recorded in the history of the Divine Land. This announcement is made 10 times, proclaiming it to the world. Ding! Server-wide announcement, Daxia player Bei. Ding! Server-wide announcement. Soon, the 10 server-wide announcements were completed. There's nothing more to say, nothing more to feel. I'll just say one thing. Bei is the best in the world. Yes, Bei is the best in the world. Damn! The experience given by the Golden Boss is too much, right? He jumped 3 levels in a row. He's level 24 now. He'll be sitting comfortably in first place for a while. By the way, who is this Bei who loves tea so much? How did he suddenly jump to level 21? Second place? I don't know, it's really strange. Could it be related to Bei being the best in the world? Damn it! Everything is being snatched away by these Daxia people. I'm really not happy about it. Are there no people left in our country? Are they all dead? Players were talking noisily. Meanwhile, Su Chen was allocating attribute points. Xiacha's 5-level increase brought Su Chen 25 free attributes. The first kill of the Golden Boss brought another 20 points. His own 3-level increase added 45 points. Altogether, he had a terrifying 90 free attribute points. Great! Su Chen was delighted and distributed these 90 points evenly between strength and intelligence. After the battle, Xiacha approached, Big brother, this skill is so strange, and it's so scary. Her little face was still somewhat pale. Anyone who saw themselves turn into a human-shaped object made of congealed blood would panic. Su Chen gently patted her small hand and comforted her. It's okay, it's just a game after all, just special effects in the game. He knew better than anyone that this game was probably not simple. But he couldn't tell Xiacha the truth, so he could only comfort her by saying, it's just a game. Oh, okay. Xiacha nodded slowly, gradually recovering. Well, let's go see what dropped. Su Chen said, leading Xiacha to the side of the Calamity Octopus. As Su Chen approached and saw the dropped items, he was a bit surprised by what he found. There were only 4 items, but despite their scarcity, their quality was exceptional. They all shimmered with a golden light. Quite interesting, to think I got 4 golden quality items at once. Su Chen chuckled, picking one up to examine its information. Calamity Bone Leggings, level 30 quality, golden type, light armor/leggings attributes, strength plus 217/intelligence plus 209 defense, physical defense plus 1012 / magic defense plus 1018 enchantment, movement speed plus 10% / attack speed plus 7% prefix. Wear it, and you'll be one step ahead. Yes, I'm talking about that aspect. It's a pity, it's still a few levels short. Suchin sighed, storing the equipment in his backpack. Then, he picked up the next item. Before even looking, Suchin froze. In his hand was something steaming hot. It looked a lot like put. Xiaocha beside him chuckled, covering her mouth as she said, "Brother, this thing, isn't it takoyaki? Takoyaki, level, no level quality, golden type, consumable effect, constitution plus 30 details. Why is there takoyaki on a dead octopus? Because the weapon that killed the octopus had flames, roasting it into takoyaki. It really is takoyaki. Although it's cringeworthy, it's not bad, at least there's something I can use right away." Suchen nodded in satisfaction. Without further ado, he ate it. Constitution plus 30. It tasted decent. Moving on, he checked the properties of the next item. Water repelling bead, level, LV30 quality, golden type, material / special mission item effect. After forging and wearing it, when submerged in water, the water repelling bead will repel the surrounding water flow, allowing you to breathe air and gain strength. Ha! Suchen uttered softly after reading this. The information on this item was somewhat peculiar. In the category, it unexpectedly marked special mission item. Is this a required item for a certain mission? It's interesting, I haven't even received a mission yet, but I already have the mission item. Suchun chuckled and shook his head, stowing the water-repelling bead in his backpack. Now, on to the last item. It was a palm-sized gold token. Guild establishment token, level, no level quality, golden type, consumable details. Holding this token allows you to apply for a base in any main city and establish a guild. It's actually a guild establishment token. Suchen was somewhat surprised, but it made sense. As the first golden boss, it was indeed normal to drop a guild establishment token. This thing isn't of much use to me. Suchen weighed the token in his hand. It was rare, but he wasn't particularly interested. He had no interest in forming a guild, he was used to being alone. Besides, managing such a large guild would leave him with no time for leisurely play. As the only guild establishment token for now, this thing, I could probably sell it for a high price. Suchen propped his chin, his eyes gleaming. Since I don't like forming guilds, I'll auction it off when the opportunity arises. Many players were currently in the main city, and an auction would definitely bring in a hefty profit, perhaps enough to buy a villa. Speaking of these items, the best one was indeed this guild establishment token. The water-repelling bead's purpose was unknown, and Suchen didn't lack constitution. After all, his health was already high, so constitution didn't matter much. And that piece of equipment was really good, but it was level 30, which Suchen couldn't use at the moment. Headache, I wonder if there's a way to forcefully wear equipment above my own level. Suchen looked at the equipment in his backpack, feeling regretful. Using bugs was one way. However, bugs were only a one-time creation. It could be understood that current bugs could only exploit a one-time effect, unable to exploit a lasting effect. In other words, even if Suchen managed to wear level 30 equipment, once he took it off, he wouldn't be able to equip it again. This is a bit of a waste. It's better to focus on leveling up. After collecting the items, Suchen was about to go level up when he remembered there were 3 golden treasure chests in his backpack. However, after taking a look, Suchen closed the backpack again. There was no way, the chests were level 30. They couldn't be opened now. Alright, let's go level up, Suchen said, walking towards the octopus shoal with Xiaocha. Yes, they were walking. The horse, in the melee, was killed by the octopus tentacles. Fortunately, the octopus shoal was not far from here. Otherwise, the calamity octopus wouldn't have wandered here. Soon, the two arrived at the shoal. It was quite large, resembling many aspects of a real beach. There were many octopuses flapping on the sandy beach, each with different colors. There were blood red ones, deep blue ones, pitch black ones. Xiaocha equipped Suchen with the Greed of the Azura at 10 levels, and Suchen started monster hunting. 3142-6254 critical hit 3158-63280 critical hit. It was quite easy, after all, ordinary monsters didn't suppress Suchen as much as the golden bosses did, and the damage was considerable. Next was the monotonous but also interesting monster hunting time. 4 hours slowly passed. Suchen reached level 26. Xiaocha reached level 23 and added 10 free attribute points to Suchen, a total of 40 points, with 20 each in strength and intelligence. After allocating them, Suchen planned to log out. 1. He was hungry. 2. The bug progress bar was full. This time's bug. Suchin planned to bring the returning origin flower liquid from his backpack into reality. Cha-cha, it's almost time, log out, it's time to eat, Suchin said. Xia-cha yawned and nodded in agreement. Okay, I'm a bit hungry and tired too. Suchin said, you log out first, I'll tidy up. Okay, brother, see you in reality. Xia-cha nodded, turned into white light, disappeared, and logged out. Seeing her log out, Suchin opened his backpack. He touched the progress bar on his arm, and when the window popped up, he silently said, extract the returning origin flower liquid into reality. Then came the familiar and strange process. The returning origin flower liquid kept solidifying and becoming more real. When it reached a certain level, the returning origin flower liquid suddenly disappeared into Suchen's backpack. Extraction successful. Success! Suchen was also somewhat excited. He pulled up the system interface and logged out. He was also eager to try out the effects of this thing. In the room, Suchen took off the virtual helmet. There was indeed a small bottle in his hand. Inside the bottle was a translucent light amber liquid, like flower nectar. Click. Suchen closed the door to prevent any anomalies in being noticed by Xia-cha later. He sat on the chair and then uncorked the bottle. Hiss! Such a nice fragrance. A burst of fragrance instantly filled the room, and in an instant, the room was filled with a fresh floral scent. Rich but not cloying, refreshing all over. But smelling this scent, Suchen felt his body craving to drink it down. Here we go. Suchen didn't wait any longer, he tilted his head back and drank the bottle of flower liquid. The taste was sweet and clear, like the purest and cleanest spring water under the sky, refreshing the heart and lungs. After entering the stomach, it felt warm. But soon, the surging and intense power burst forth. Ugh! Suchen stiffened all over, biting down hard on his teeth. This power was too immense, too intense. A more than five-fold increase in all four dimensions at once. The effect was simply earth-shattering. Suchen's body was undergoing rapid changes from the inside out. Blood surged, the heart beat faster. The muscle fibers inside were breaking, reshaping, becoming stronger. His skin undulated and quickly became solid yet tender. The impurities in his body were rapidly expelled, and soon, a layer of foul black impurities appeared on his body. Ah! So comfortable, Suchen hummed comfortably. At first, it was a bit painful. After all, the change was too significant, too intense. After a brief adjustment period, Suchen felt full of energy, in an incredibly good state. His whole body was warm and comfortable. After about a minute, Suchen felt the changes in his body coming to an end. The warmth inside him gradually faded, and the sensation of rapidly increasing strength disappeared. It should be over now. Suchen opened his eyes and immediately noticed the black impurities on his body. The smell was unpleasant. The room was filled with a strange odor. Suchen hurried to the window, reaching out to open it. However, as soon as his hand touched the window handle and exerted a little force, crack, Suchen. Staring at the twisted iron handle that had been directly torn off in his hand, Suchen was stunned. Oh my! Has my strength increased that much? Suchen quickly realized, looking at the distorted handle in his hand, feeling excited. After some thought, Suchen tightened his grip on the handle and exerted force. Squeak squeak squeak. The iron handle made creaking sounds as it twisted, and when Suchen opened his hand again, the handle was completely deformed and even broken into pieces. Wow! 5 times the strength of a human, truly amazing. Suchen was overjoyed. Setting aside the broken pieces, he carefully pushed open the window with conscious control. Phew! Suchen breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, with this sudden surge in strength, it seems I'll need some time to adapt. Suchen picked up his clothes again, walked to the door, opened it carefully, and prepared to take a shower. However, even with such caution, the doorknob had slightly deformed, leaving a faint handprint. Xia-cha was cooking in the kitchen. That's good, or else she would see him covered in dirt, which would be hard to explain. Seizing the opportunity, Suchen quickly slipped into the bathroom to take a shower. Before long, he finished washing up. Suchen stood in front of the mirror, looking at his reflection, feeling extremely shocked. At this moment, he had washed away the dirt, shining like gold and jade. His eyes were bright and clear, like shining stars. His face, even his skin all over his body, was as smooth as milk, white as jade. Many women couldn't match Suchen's current skin quality. However, looking at the delicate whiteness and the appearance of weakness, when Suchen exerted a little force, chunks of muscles instantly tightened and appeared. Just by looking at those muscles, one could sense that within Suchen's body, there seemed to be a hidden beast, containing terrifying power. So white. So perfect. I look handsome again. How can I be this handsome? Do other men even stand a chance? Suchen chuckled, running his hand over his body. Now, there was not a single flaw, scar, or pigment deposit on his entire body. You see, Suchen used to be quite mischievous as a child. Getting injured was a common occurrence. There would always be some scars, flaws, and pigment deposits on his body. But now, they had completely disappeared. "Brother, it's time to eat." Xiacha's voice came from outside. "Oh, coming," Suchen replied, quickly getting up and getting dressed. At the dining table, Xiacha had already served the food for Suchen, while she was busy eating herself. When Suchen sat down, Xiacha raised her head and said, "Brother, you." Asterisk clatter. Asterisk just as she spoke, Xiacha looked up at Suchen, stunned. The chopsticks in her hand slipped and fell on the table. Then, her eyes quickly turned into heart shapes, staring foolishly at Suchen. Suchen knew she had noticed his external changes, his expression unchanged. He reached out and waved his hand in front of Xiacha. "Hey, what are you staring at?" He. Xiacha was being teased by Suchen, but she hadn't snapped out of it yet, giggling foolishly. "Brother, how did you suddenly become so handsome?" Suchen rolled his eyes, saying, "I was already very handsome to begin with." That was the truth. His skin and physique had improved, becoming extremely strong, but his appearance hadn't changed much. He was still the same old Suchen. It could only be said that the previous Suchen had been slightly obscured by those imperfections. Now, he shone like a dazzling diamond, completely unable to hide his radiance. "Wow!" Xiacha chuckled for a while, then as if discovering a new continent, she exclaimed excitedly, "Brother, how did your skin suddenly become so good? Even better than mine, I'm jealous." With that, she extended her arm to compare with Suchen's. Upon comparison, although Xiacha's skin was also very good, fair and smooth, upon closer inspection, Suchen's skin was indeed better. Xiacha pouted, her face full of defeat. Yours is really better than mine. I'm so envious." Ahem. Suchen cleared his throat and said, "Alright, stop kidding around, let's eat. I probably cultivated this at home without going out, and since you're on vacation too, you can cultivate with me." The reason was weak, but Xiacha believed it. "Okay." Xiacha nodded earnestly, clenching her small fist. "I won't go out anymore." Suchen sweated on his forehead. "Oh well, forget it, let's eat." Suchen reached out, carefully picked up the chopsticks. Click. A slight sound. Squinting, he saw that the part of the chopsticks he held had dented. Tricky. Suchen had to be even more careful, slowly picking up the food, slowly eating. "Ha?" Xiacha looked at Suchen suspiciously and asked, "Brother, what's wrong with your hand? Is it uncomfortable?" A little. Numb." Suchen casually made up an excuse. Suddenly, Xiacha's eyes lit up. Clattering, she sat next to Suchen, eagerly looking at him. "Brother, shall I feed you?" Suchen frowned, thought for a moment, and nodded helplessly. Okay. He needed some time to adapt to the changes in his body. At least he hadn't fully mastered it yet, couldn't help it. He. Xiacha was delighted, her eyes curved with a smile. She quickly picked up a piece of vegetable, handed it to Suchen's mouth, and said, "Don't say I'll open my mouth." Feeling a bit embarrassed for some reason. He. "Brother, don't be shy." Xiacha looked at her brother, who blushed slightly, and got more excited, feeding him and saying, It took half an hour to finish the meal. Afterward, Xiacha watched TV because Suchen said he would play games later, and she had nothing to do, so she watched TV. Meanwhile, Suchen was in his room, trying to adapt to the changes in his body. Fortunately, it didn't take long. Although his overall physique had greatly improved, his adaptability had naturally increased as well. After about half an hour of adaptation training, Suchen could control his strength very well. At least, he wouldn't crush a piece of paper when picking it up. Looking at the time, it was around 8 in the evening. Still early, he could play games again. Besides, there weren't many other entertainment options. Suchen left the room and said to Xiacha, "Cha-cha, I'm going to play a game, do you want to join?" Of course. Xiacha jumped up from the sofa and ran into her bedroom to go online. Suchen also returned to his room. He put on his gaming headset and logged in. In the game world, Suchen and Xiacha descended once again, still on the edge of the octopus shoal. "Brother, are we still leveling up here?" Xiacha pouted, "It feels so boring." Indeed, just grinding monsters was really boring, especially now that Suchen needed a lot of experience points to level up. Without any quests, relying solely on monster grinding for experience was a bit tight. So, Suchen nodded and said, "Alright, let's go back to the city, organize our things, and see if we can get some quests." With that, Suchen took out 2 scrolls from his backpack. One was the town portal scroll he obtained in the newbie village. The other was a teleportation scroll he received from a previous quest. "This one is for you, crush it to teleport back to the city." Suchen handed the town portal scroll to Xiacha. Oh, okay. Xia nodded, taking the town portal scroll. Let's go. Su Chen set the respawn point in the city and then crushed the teleportation scroll. Xia also crushed the scroll to return to the city. The two of them descended into the city together. Instantly, chaos erupted once again. Even though Su Chen hadn't taken off his mask, his equipment was too distinctive. Of course, he didn't care about others' gazes. Su Chen just opened his backpack, looking at the array of items inside. His head ached. With so many things, he didn't know when he would finish selling them slowly. However, his ability to sell equipment was too strong, and after one trip, his backpack would soon be full again. Forget it, let's go to the auction house and auction off all these rare and above items. Su Chen closed his backpack, opened the map, confirmed the location of the auction house, and then walked towards it with Xia. There was a lively atmosphere in front of the auction house. Not far from the entrance, two female players were waiting. One was extremely beautiful, with a cold and elegant demeanor, giving off an icy goddess vibe. The other was completely different. She was dressed very conservatively, very closed off. Wearing a mask that only revealed her eyes, only her slender and delicate jade hands were visible from head to toe. Nothing else could be seen. But even so, male players couldn't help but swallow when they looked at her. This girl had an explosive figure. Moreover, her posture, every subtle movement, naturally exuded a strong seductive charm. She was a natural beauty. Although she didn't do anything, her entire aura, every move, was extremely captivating. These two vastly different girls standing there naturally attracted the attention of many players. Not just men, but also many women. Looking at the charming female player, their faces would turn red. One of these players was an acquaintance of Su Chen, Shui Wu. She was being scrutinized by many players, her eyebrows slightly furrowed as she looked at the woman beside her and whispered, "And do we really need to wait for him here? Wouldn't it be better to contact him directly?" "No, we can't." The player known as Ni shook her head and softly said, "You were too bothersome before, bothering him too many times. Contacting him again might irritate him. After all, your relationship isn't that deep. Let's wait a little longer, there's no rush." This Ni had a very distinctive voice. How should I put it? Some voices, just by listening to them, felt like a soft feather gently teasing the heart. In an instant, the heartbeat would accelerate, and one would feel weak. Gurgling. Hiss. Such a seductive voice. Damn, this voice, I'm done for. Oh my god, this voice, why do I think of unspeakable things as soon as I hear it? The voice wasn't loud, but it was so distinctive, so recognizable. The players around were all amazed. Many of them were infatuated, with a look of being enchanted. Some players even blushed and covered their stomachs, then hurriedly slipped away. Shui Wu frowned in disgust, her expression turning even colder. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. She saw, in the crowd, a tall man wearing dark armor exuding a heavy aura of resentment, with a star-like mask. Ni, he's here. Shui Wu's face blushed slightly, grabbing Ni's hand and swinging it non-stop. "He really came, you're amazing. You actually guessed it. Hee, let's go, talk to him, see if we can seize the opportunity." Ni smiled slightly and walked towards the man. Gurgling. Such a soft waist. I can't take it anymore. I need to log off and do some crafting to calm down. When this Ni moved, more players stared at her. She walked with a standard catwalk. Her waist swayed gracefully, lightly like a snake. Coupled with her impressive bust, compared to her broad shoulders and hips. How seductive was that? Many players logged off on the spot, taking a moment to calm down. Yet many players eagerly watched as she walked away. They wanted to see who the formidable person was, able to earn the favor and attention of this charming goddess. Across the wilds of the twin cities of the other shore, by the city wall, an ordinary man leaned against it. He seemed to be waiting for something. His stature was small and frail, his equipment lacked any dazzling effects, and his face was plain, with very little presence. Many players came and went from the city wall, but none noticed him. Swish, swish, swish. Bored, the man took out a small dagger and twirled it on his fingertips. His fingers were slender and agile. The dagger danced on his fingertips, its blade flashing, moving at incredible speed, yet never harming his hand. By ye! How did he pass a level 10 challenge at level 20, and kill a golden boss at level 20? How did he do it? Interesting. It's only fun to kill someone like him. He muttered softly, his voice chilling. Zhang 11. That was his name. After killing dozens of prominent figures, he rose from Zhang 37 to Zhang 11. He didn't come to play the game to retire. Instead, there were business opportunities in the game. After all, if two players with vastly different strengths clashed and the weaker one wanted to save face, his business would thrive, right? And so, not long after starting to play, a big deal came his way. The young master of the Shao family wanted him to assassinate Bai Yi. 30 million. What a fat sheep to slaughter. He. Zhang 11 chuckled coldly, thinking about the imminent 30 million in his hands, feeling a burning excitement. In the assassin's line of work, one either loves money, loves killing, or is just plain crazy. Zhang 11 loved money. Who wouldn't want more money? It could make a goddess call him daddy, or if he wanted a granddaughter, call him grandpa. It could make the author crossdress and pole dance. It could make ghosts grind. Without having to search for Bai Yi himself, he could just sprinkle some water and have plenty of ghosts find him. And now, a ghost had arrived. Zhang 11 raised an eyebrow, seeing a player looking around at the city gate. When he saw him, his face lit up, and he quickly approached. Bro, we've got news. The player came to Zhang 11, excited. Speak. Zhang 11's expression remained unchanged, but the speed of the knife in his hand suddenly increased. We just received news that Bai Yi is at the resurrection point. He just teleported there. Excellent. Zhang 11 licked his lips, his eyes fierce and bloodthirsty. The eerie look in his eyes made the player shiver all over. Boss, should I get the money now? He asked nervously, just wanting to take the money and run. Ha! Zhang 11 narrowed his eyes and made a move. The speed was so fast, almost like a phantom. The phantom retracted, as if nothing had happened. Zhang 11 calmly took out a teleportation scroll, crushed it, and teleported away. And the player who had come to inform him of Bai Yi's location collapsed, clutching his neck. Su Chen held Xia Cha's hand as they walked towards the auction house. Initially, it was quite lively around them. Especially in the direction of the auction house, there were surprisingly many people gathered. But as they walked, inexplicably, everything gradually quieted down. Su Chen was puzzled, but then he saw the players in front of him voluntarily making way. Soon after, a familiar figure approached. Beside her was a woman whose face couldn't be seen, but her figure exuded a seductive and charming aura. Watching these two girls approach, Xia Cha's expression tightened, focusing first on Shui Wu. She felt that the seemingly cold woman looked very familiar. After glancing between Su Chen and Shui Wu a couple of times, a sudden realization struck Xia Cha. Isn't this the woman my brother saved in the newbie village before? The video had circulated widely, and Xia Cha had seen it too. Instantly, Xia Cha's eyes became alert. Pouting her lips, she wrapped her arms around Su Chen's arm. When she saw the woman next to Shui Wu, her face stiffened, and she looked down at her chest. Frustration. This was probably the difference between being able to grasp something and being able to suffocate someone. This is too much. My skin was defeated by my brother, and now this. Xia Cha's face was bitter, looking quite distressed. Su Chen glanced strangely at Xia Cha, noticing her subtle movements and despondent expression, finding it amusing. Of course, his smile was hidden behind a mask, unseen by Xia Cha. Otherwise, she might have whined, "Whoa, brother, you're bad, you bully me, I want a hug for comfort." The story is long, and Shui Wu and her friend had already approached. Coming in front of Su Chen, Shui Wu spoke first. "Hello, boss, this is my friend, Enai Chang." Enai Chang smiled, nodded at Su Chen, and softly said, "Hello, boss Bai Yi." Su Chen was stunned. Enai Chang's voice was quite unique. It was melodious and gentle, like a tender cry at some point, very seductive. Of course, Su Chen had been graced by two extremely beautiful women, quickly regaining his composure. "Hello," Su Chen nodded, then said, "What's the matter with me? Get straight to the point, I'm short on time. This is not the right place for a conversation, shall we go to the nearby tavern to talk?" Enai Chang earnestly requested, "It's a very serious and important matter, can Boss Bai Yi spare some time?" "Yes, can you?" Shui Wu also chimed in. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, saying, "Tell me what it is first." "All right." Enai Chang nodded helplessly, then said, "Boss Bai Yi must have come to auction things, and I want to do business with you. I can help you with the items you want to auction. If possible, we might be able to cooperate long term. After all, I believe that Boss Bai Yi would need someone to help with these things." She was right. Just earlier, Su Chen had been troubled by equipment and materials that he couldn't sell. So, Su Chen became interested. Interesting. Su Chen smiled, nodded, "Let's go, discuss in detail at the tavern." "Okay, please." Enai Chang breathed a sigh of relief, extended her slender hand, slightly bent over, gesturing for him to lead the way. This slight bend accentuated her already exquisite figure, momentarily revealed beneath her clothes. Su Chen's eyes couldn't help but linger on Enai Chang's body for a moment. "Brother!" Xia Cha had been watching vigilantly from the side, and when she saw Su Chen's gaze, she immediately became unhappy. She tugged at Su Chen's hand, pouted disapprovingly at him. Ahem. Let's go. Su-chen acted as if nothing had happened, calmly walking towards the nearby tavern. Bad brother. Xiaocha followed, still firmly holding onto Su-chen's arm, whispering softly, why are you looking at her? She's not a child, and I'm still growing. Xue Wu and Ni Chang followed behind. Xue Wu's face showed a hint of envy. Your charm is really something. This Bai Yi didn't show any signs of losing composure when facing me. He. Ni Chang smiled faintly, casting a seductive glance at Xue Wu. What's wrong? Little girl feeling lovesick? Are you eager to see Bai Yi lose his composure in front of you? Xue Wu blushed at her teasing words, glaring at Ni Chang in silence. The group slowly entered the tavern. Outside, the players watched Ni Chang and Xue Wu follow Su-chen in, many sighing in disappointment. Their faces were desolate, looking like they had lost their souls. I'm in love. It seems like I've been greened by Boss Bai Yi. I'm heartbroken. My goddess. Damn it. Why is everything good related to Bai Yi? I haven't even seen what he looks like. It's just the first meeting, and he's already a goddess? Put. You don't understand, this figure, this voice. She might look like Feng Jia, but I'm still going to call her a goddess. Well, that's true. Sigh, it's related to Bai Yi again. My heart is pounding. I'm so envious. You all saw it, that goddess just now making a humble request to Bai Yi. I'm truly envious and jealous. Why isn't it me? Hey, I'm calm now, I'm online. Where's that girl? She left, went to the tavern with Bai Yi. What? Tavern? Damn it. Bai Yi dares to steal my thunder? Inside the tavern. A private room on the second floor by the window. Su-chen and Xiaocha sat on one side, Ni Chang and Xue Wu on the other. Xiaocha always held onto Su-chen's arm tightly, her face tense, glaring fiercely at the two girls opposite, especially focusing her gaze on Ni Chang. Of course, her eyes would occasionally shift downward, and then Xiaocha would pout, showing a hint of frustration. He. Ni Chang found it amusing, couldn't help but chuckle softly. Little sister, what are you looking at? Humph. Xiaocha snorted, didn't say anything, but felt a bit embarrassed, so she turned her head away. Alright, let's get to the point. Su-chen looked on, feeling amused and helpless, had to redirect everyone's attention to the matter at hand. What method are you talking about? Talking about business, Ni Chang also adjusted her tone, speaking seriously. You can hand over all the items you want to sell to me. I'll help you auction them off or sell them at a fixed price, all for in-game currency or real money. And in this process, I won't take any fee from you. Ni Chang's tone was sincere and earnest. It didn't sound like a lie. But isn't this strange? Isn't this like working for yourself for free? Su-chen asked in confusion after hearing it. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? No. Ni Chang's voice was firm and resolute. Su-chen pondered for a moment, then understood. I see, you intend to become a big merchant in the game, but there are too many merchants and fierce competition. But my reputation is even greater. The equipment and items I've obtained so far are the best on the server. What you aim for is this reputation. It's not hard to guess. If not material gain, then seek something else. Reputation, outreach, visibility, these are all important things that merchants value. Yes. Ni Chang nodded, saying, for some reasons, I need to build a career in this game. I plan to establish a shop selling equipment and items, and later expand it into a chain throughout the entire Daxia continent. This game is so advanced, so realistic. Many merchants have this plan, but they lack many things. Like reputation, like high quality and rare equipment. And Bai Yi, you have all these things in abundance. At this point, Ni Chang looked directly into Su-chen's eyes, speaking sincerely. Actually, I have another way. That is, by selling only on your behalf. With your rare and precious items, I can also rise quickly. But, I don't choose that method. I hope we can establish a good cooperative relationship beforehand, hoping that we can truly become intimate business partners. I understand your meaning. Su-chen nodded, looking at Ni Chang somewhat strangely. If you simply help me sell equipment, you won't be restricted in any way, and once you grow big, you can easily leave me behind. But by leveraging my reputation, it's different. You'll be essentially tied to me. If we fall out, you'll be at a disadvantage. Yes, that's right. Ni Chang nodded. The downside of this approach lies here. The initiative is in Su-chen's hands. He can stop at any time, leaving Ni Chang helpless. And if Ni Chang has any ulterior motives, Su-chen can easily destroy the business reputation she has worked hard to build. This is sincerity. A great show of sincerity. Enough to move Su-chen's heart. But Su-chen was also puzzled. A merchant choosing such a beneficial way for himself was quite strange. It felt like a last resort, a desperate gamble. I understand your confusion. Nishang saw Su-chen's doubt and said in a restrained voice, I can't explain the reasons, I can only say, I truly have no ulterior motives. I just want to make a significant achievement. I want your support. For this, we can sign a non-violation agreement between us. Non-violation agreement. As the name suggests, it is a kind of contract that ensures that the other party will not violate certain rules or agreements. Generally, it is something signed between NPCs. Many players have never heard of such a contract. Even if they have, they might not sign it. People's hearts are complex. Many people swear by something as simple as drinking water. In the morning they swear they will come at 5 in the evening, but end up chickening out. Some swear they will swim in a cesspool, swear by a 5-speed electric fan. How can they fulfill these vows? But let's get back to the point. After signing this agreement, Nishan would truly be unable to make any underhanded moves. This was sincerity, full of sincerity. But there was still one question. Suchen asked, how can you guarantee that you will definitely make money? And not just end up losing everything? Of course, this had to be asked. Suchen didn't know her capabilities. Was he supposed to just hand over equipment to her at random? Nishan fell silent for a moment, as if contemplating. But soon, she made up her mind and slowly said, I, in reality, am named Shangwan Xingshang. Suchen furrowed his brows, trying to recall why that name sounded familiar. But it felt like a distant memory, and he couldn't quite place it. Shangwan Xingshang. At this moment, Xia-Cha turned around and softly repeated the name, a look of reminiscence on her face. Cha-Cha, do you know? Suchen was about to ask if she recognized her, but Xia-Cha suddenly widened her eyes and exclaimed, you are Shangwan Xingshang? The one who suddenly emerged 3 years ago, became a sensation in just half a year, and then mysteriously disappeared, Shangwan Xingshang? And then, 2 years ago, she quietly joined Ichi Investments. In just 2 years, she turned a heavily indebted, almost bankrupt company into the thriving powerhouse that Ichi Investments is today, Shangwan Xingshang? Xia-Cha recounted all this as if reciting a treasure trove of information, leaving Suchen dumbfounded. However, he also remembered now. Shangwan Xingshang was indeed a formidable figure. She was extremely beautiful, with a natural allure, a foxy charm. This foxy charm was not derogatory, but rather commendable. She was so charming, with her eyes, lips, and smile exuding a seductive allure. It could only be described as the enchanting charm of a legendary fox spirit. Moreover, her background was extraordinary. She had excellent resources right from the start of her career. One hit drama made her an overnight sensation, a top-tier star within 6 months, known to all. But it only lasted for half a year. Half a year later, for some unknown reason, she vanished from the entertainment industry. There were rumors in the industry that Shangwan Xingshang had been disfigured by someone, which was why she stopped acting. But that was a bit far-fetched. More likely, it was said that Shangwan Xingshang's family disapproved and didn't want her to be in the limelight. But it was intriguing. She was out of the limelight, yet her legend persisted. Paparazzi had always wanted to dig into Shangwan Xingshang's story. And they did. Shangwan Xingshang joined a company on the brink of collapse, and in less than 2 years, she rose to prominence, unstoppable. Now, she was a force to be reckoned with. If it was really her, then there was absolutely no flaw. He. Shangwan Xingshang was not surprised by the reactions of the two. She smiled lightly and said, those are all things of the past. Now, I am just Shangwan Xingshang. I mentioned this name only to prove my abilities. Nah. Xia-Cha was excited, no longer looking gloomy as before. Xingshang's sister, can you take off your mask and let us see you? Shangwan Xingshang was slightly silent, with a hint of complex emotions in her eyes. There seemed to be a mix of pain, dimness, hatred, and other emotions. After a while, Shangwan Xingshang shook her head slightly and said, I'm sorry, my face is still injured and not presentable. This is my binding information, enough to prove it's me. With that, Shangwan Xingshang displayed a panel showing a woman and identity information. The name and appearance indeed matched Shangwan Xingshang from Suchen's memory. The game helmet binds information, one person, one account. Therefore, this information is absolutely true. Brother, just agree to her. Before Suchen could speak, Xia-Cha held Suchen's hand and requested. It turned out Xia-Cha was a fan of Shangwan Xingshang. Thank you, little sister. Shangwan Xingshang smiled and thanked Xia-Cha. It's nothing, you are my idol after all. Xia-Cha waved her hand, chuckling. All right, I agree. Since that was the case, Suchen didn't hesitate much and nodded in agreement. He needed a way to sell his items. Otherwise, how could he manage with such a full backpack? Sell everything at the game auction house? Consider the 30% commission fee? Shangwan Xingshang breathed a sigh of relief and said excitedly, well, let's finalize the contract terms. Okay, Suchen nodded. The two began to discuss. After some time, they finalized some rules. There wasn't much to say, in short. the contract was very favorable to Su Chen. Shangguan Xingshang couldn't let Su Chen suffer any loss. Ding! You and player, Shangguan Xingshang, have signed a non-violation contract. The system prompted. The contract was signed. Okay. In that case, you can take all these things, Su Chen said, displaying his backpack. Instantly, the dazzling array of items illuminated the room. Shangguan Xingshang was stunned, her eyes widening slightly. Xuewu was also shocked. Su Chen's backpack was incredibly luxurious. After battling at Octopus Shoal for 4 hours, with the blessing of high luck, his backpack was full. 100 slots filled with various items. High-quality consumables that were hard to find in regular stores, expensive crafting materials for weapons and equipment. Mostly equipment, about 70 to 80 pieces. Even the lowest quality was excellent, and some were even gold tier. There were many rare items. Besides equipment, Shangguan Xingshang also received something extremely powerful. Essence of Life Aggregation. Permanently increases maximum health by plus 100. There were over 180 of them. And a guild establishment token. A guild establishment token. Probably the only one in the entire server. Shangguan Xingshang's heart was racing. She expected Su Chen to have many good items, but she never imagined there would be so many. This was too terrifying. How did Bai Yi manage to acquire all this? He had more equipment than dozens of players combined. After calming her emotions, Shangguan Xingshang asked, "How do you want to sell these items?" Su Chen shrugged, "You don't need to ask me, you're the expert, you handle it." Good. Shangguan Xingshang nodded firmly. So, Su Chen transferred all the equipment and materials from his backpack to her. Xiacha had already been given new equipment by Su Chen, so these were all leftovers. They were all useless. Feels good. So much space. Su Chen looked at his backpack, sighing contentedly. Now, besides some supplies, the important items in his backpack were Thunder Spirit Elemental Heart *1, Dark Spirit Elemental Heart *1, Golden Lottery Chest *3, Golden Spirit Coins *3, Anti-Scale Dragon Blood *1, Azura Luminous Heart *1, Catastrophe Bone Armor Leggings *1, Water Repelling Bead *1, and Abyssal Command Token *1. Refreshing. Alright, I'm leaving. Su Chen stood up, ready to depart. Originally, he was just cleaning up his backpack, so now he naturally had nothing to do. It was time to go pick up quests and level up. Wait. At this moment, Shangguan Xingshang called out to Su Chen, "There's one more thing. I received a quest that offers a reward for a very good plot of land." Oh? Su Chen responded, asking, "What quest is it? Where is the land? Do you need help?" "Here is the quest information," Shangguan Xingshang said, displaying the detailed quest. Hard cold, difficulty, B requirement. Head to the southwest Abyssal Gorge and find the missing husband of the Art Food Tower's landlady. Progress, target not found reward, experience points *15,000, silver coins *20, unknown. After reading it, Su Chen asked in confusion, "Although there's an unknown factor in this quest, how can you be sure to get the land?" Shangguan Xingshang explained, "This game is really similar to reality, and that food tower is already dilapidated, with no guests coming in. Considering the quest's name, along with the meager reward of silver coins, I can deduce that the landlady of the food tower is broke. Coupled with her husband's disappearance, she must be disheartened and unwilling to continue, so it's highly likely she will sell the food tower." Interesting. This is the kind of hidden storyline in games that can be explored. Very clever and attentive to detail to figure this out. After explaining, Shangguan Xingshang continued, "The plot of land is just outside the city's respawn point, in a very good location visible as soon as players respawn. As for help, I'm very weak and basically don't know how to play games," implying that she needed help. Su Chen nodded, saying, "Alright, I'll go with you." Since he had no tasks at hand, this B-level quest wasn't bad. "Thank you," Shangguan Xingshang expressed her gratitude. Su Chen shook his head, indicating it was unnecessary, then asked Xuewu, "Are you coming too?" Since she had been following along without mentioning leaving. Can I come to assist?" Xuewu asked tentatively. "It's up to you," Su Chen shrugged indifferently. Since he wasn't familiar with Shangguan Xingshang, having Xuewu, who was somewhat acquainted, would lighten the atmosphere. "Let's go buy a few horses, or we'll take ages on foot." Su Chen planned to buy some horses. However, Shangguan Xingshang hesitated for a moment. "What's wrong?" Su Chen turned to ask her. "Never mind, it's nothing." Shangguan Xingshang shook her head, while boosting her confidence internally. "It's just riding a horse, how hard could it be?" Not long after, Su Chen led the 3 girls back to where they had bought the horses before. Shangguan Xingshang paid for 3 horses. Xuewu got 1, Shangguan Xingshang got 1, and Su Chen and Xiaocha shared one. The four formed a team. Su Chen checked the map, confirming the location of the Abyssal Gorge, between two large mountains in the southwest direction. Alright, let's go, I know the exact location, Su Chen said, riding ahead to leave the city quickly. Clip-clop. Although Xue Wu was a bit flustered and unaccustomed, she managed to keep up. As for Shangwan Xingshang, after Su Chen and Xue Wu had run a distance, they noticed that Shangwan Xingshang hadn't followed at all, so they returned. They found Shangwan Xingshang fumbling by the horse's side. She didn't know how to ride a horse. This was a problem. The game world was vast, and walking would take forever, not to mention the possibility of encountering monsters on the way. That would be a huge waste of time. Seeing Su Chen frown, Shangwan Xingshang lightly bit her lip and finally said, "How about, Bei, you take me? With that armor covering her, it should be fine." "Right. Ha? Sure. Before Su Chen could respond, Xiaocha agreed. This girl, how come he didn't know she was so fond of Shangwan Xingshang? Oh well, it doesn't matter. Su Chen nodded, saying, "Alright then." With that, Su Chen dismounted and helped Shangwan Xingshang onto the horse. "Step on the stirrup first, then push up with force to get on," Su Chen said, while gesturing for Xiatu to move back a bit. "Xiaxia, move back a bit and let her sit in front of you." "Oh." Shangwan Xingshang nodded, feeling quite fond of Su Chen's gentlemanly gesture. Then, following Su Chen's instructions, she attempted to leap and mount the horse. However, Su Chen felt like this girl had no strength at all. It was so simple, yet she still couldn't jump up and ended up falling down. Yes, Shangwan Xingshang didn't make it up, she fell down instead. Su Chen quickly stepped forward to catch her. Thud. Shangwan Xingshang fell into Su Chen's arms, their eyes met. Previously obscured by the mask's white light, now the distance was too close, very clear. Although she couldn't see the lower half of his face, she saw Su Chen's eyes, clear and bright like stars, as if they were shining. For a moment, she was captivated. There was no movement for a while. "Hey, are you okay?" It was only when Su Chen laid her down and asked that she snapped out of it. Shangwan Xingshang quickly said, I'm fine." Her face hidden behind the mask was a bit flushed. "Let me help you." Since she couldn't do it herself, Su Chen could only offer. "No need, I can do it." Shangwan Xingshang stubbornly replied. "Alright then." Su Chen shrugged. Perhaps with one experience, this time, still ended in failure. She fell again, and Su Chen caught her once more. This time, Su Chen didn't bother asking her. Before she could react, Su Chen's arm circled her slender waist, and with a push, Shangwan Xingshang landed on the saddle. Shangwan Xingshang. Her body felt a bit weak. Partly from the slight scare and partly from being touched by Su Chen, her waist felt a bit sore. It wasn't because of any domineering aura or springtime feelings, but a woman's waist was naturally sensitive. Su Chen didn't care about all that, he leaped onto the horse. "Let's go!" The urgent sound of horse hooves echoed as Su Chen headed towards the West City Gate. Shangwan Xingshang felt tense all over. She had never ridden a horse before, in any sense of the word, so it was natural for her to feel nervous. However, with a good mindset and some composure, she managed to calm down. Before long, they left the city. Just outside the West City Gate, Su Chen glanced back curiously. He felt like someone was watching him just now, but when he looked back, he didn't see anything unusual. Was it just my imagination? Su Chen wondered and focused on writing. Interesting, he could actually sense my gaze. Zhang 11 changed his clothes and followed from afar. He had almost been discovered by Su Chen just now, which startled him. Looks like I need to be more careful and find the perfect opportunity. Zhang 11 steadied his mind and continued to follow. When Su Chen and the others entered a valley with rough road conditions, Zhang 11's eyes lit up as he stared intently. The opportunity has come. With a glint in his eyes, he suddenly dashed out with a trail of illusionary light surrounding him, enhancing his speed and concealing his figure. Su Chen had just arrived at the precipice path. The road conditions here were poor, scattered with rubble, forcing them to slow down. As they walked, Su Chen's horse seemed to stumble and get startled. Hoo! Ah! Oh no! Its front hooves lifted suddenly, causing both Shangwan Xingshang and Xiatu to be shocked and unable to help but scream. Then, Xiatu turned around to hold Su Chen. However, Shangwan Xingshang also quickly turned around and hugged Su Chen tightly. Then, Su Chen felt like the sky darkened, like he had just washed his face with milk. Swish! In the midst of chaos, Su Chen heard an unusual sound. It was like something cutting through the air towards him. Son! Without hesitation, Su Chen drew the long knife from his back and swiftly swung it towards the source of the sound. It was a purely instinctive move, fast and smooth. But, he actually hit something. Clang! A loud sound of metal clashing echoed out. Damn! Zhang 11 widened his eyes in disbelief as he looked at his blocked dagger. Damn! What kind of reaction speed is this? Can the game enhance even this? Thoughts raced through his mind, but he quickly turned and retreated, because Su Chen's next strike was coming down. Swish! Zhang 11 dodged, and the strike naturally hit empty air. Phew! Su Chen let out a muffled sigh as his horse gradually stabilized, under his control. Boss, what was that just now? Shui Wu asked, puzzled. It wasn't until now that Shangwan Xingshang realized that Su Chen's head was still buried in her chest. She shuddered all over, quickly releasing Su Chen. Her face flushed hot. Luckily she had a mask on, so no one could see. Su Chen remained silent, not responding, nor did he care that Shangwan Xingshang had taken advantage of him. He felt that as soon as he let his guard down, something in the darkness would come again. The silence lingered for a while, with no unusual signs around. This made Su Chen doubt whether the thing had retreated. Until a minute passed, although Su Chen still frowned, there was nothing he could do, because he really didn't find anything. It's really strange. What exactly attacked just now? Su Chen pondered with a furrowed brow. Of course, there was no way to figure it out. Frustrated, he shook his head and said, "Forget it, let's go, we're almost at the mission location." "Brother, what was it just now?" Xia Cha, in Su Chen's arms, asked curiously. "I don't know. Suddenly something attacked," Su Chen said helplessly. "Maybe it's the monsters here?" Shui Wu speculated from the side. "Maybe," Su Chen replied. The group continued deeper. Meanwhile, where Su Chen had left, a figure suddenly appeared. A good thing. Although it costs 1,000 gold coins and is a one-time consumable, being able to turn invisible for 2 minutes in the light is indeed good. Zhang 11 threw away a burnt piece of paper in his hand. Then, he calmly continued in the direction Su Chen had gone. He remained indifferent, very calm, as if Su Chen was in the palm of his hand, letting him decide his fate. This was just one failure, one underestimation. When he saw Su Chen and the others enter a deep and long corridor, Zhang 11 smiled. "This is a good place, no need for me to wait for an opportunity." Thoughts settled in his mind. Taking out another piece of paper, he lit it, enveloping himself in an illusionary light once again. Then, Zhang 11 pursed his lips, using his hand to assist, and blew hard. Roar! A deep, heavy roar sounded, like the cry of a giant beast, echoing in the space, stirring up reverberations. The sudden loud noise naturally distracted Su Chen and his group. At the same time, the echo masked Zhang 11's footsteps and the sound of his swift movements. Swish! Hidden within the echoing sounds, there was a very faint sound of breaking wind. A strong killing intent suddenly exploded, like a cold wind cutting through. It was Zhang 11 in action. However, Su Chen's ears twitched. He heard it, still sensed that something was wrong. In fact, after being attacked earlier, Su Chen had been on high alert. The vivid roar of a beast did startle him. But when the sound of wind came, he instantly snapped back to attention. This feeling, this speed of reaction was quick. Very quick. Su Chen had never experienced it before. It was very likely due to the enhancement of his physical abilities in reality. "I don't care who you are. You're dead meat." Su Chen's eyes turned cold as he fiercely slashed towards the source of the wind. Clang! Another crisp and loud sound of metal clashing. Su Chen's long blade accurately hit Zhang 11's short dagger. Damn! How is this possible? How did he react so quickly? With another defeat, Zhang 11's face darkened, a burning anger ignited within him due to the setback. He was really annoyed. With his abilities, he should have been able to kill a player with some luck, yet he couldn't even touch the hem of their clothes twice. This was too embarrassing. However, he didn't have the mind to think about it anymore, because Su Chen took the initiative to attack. Stepping on the ground, he lunged forward. Targeting the direction the short knife was coming from, he swung down his blade. Swish! Despite having some skills, Zhang 11's reaction speed was not slow. He sidestepped, dodging Su Chen's long knife. Watching his hair fall down, Zhang 11's face turned dark and angry. He was almost injured by an ordinary person. Snap! Su Chen landed steadily, his face cold, and he swung his blade horizontally. The blade was aimed right at where Zhang 11 was standing. Su Chen concentrated intensely. Zhang 11's evasive maneuvers were agile, leaving almost no room for breath. But Su Chen still heard the faint sound of gravel when Zhang 11 moved his feet. Damn it! Zhang 11 cursed inwardly, quickly meeting Su Chen's long knife with his short knife. He didn't understand the blocking mechanism, only knowing that in reality, one could block another's weapon with their own. He had tried it in the game, and it worked. Boom! A loud explosion rang out, but it wasn't over yet. Su Chen carefully distinguished the sounds, his long knife still slashing fiercely. Boom! 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 The continuous banging sounds filled the air. Zhang 11 was completely suppressed by Su Chen, continuously forced back by the attacks. Although pushed back, he couldn't seize the opportunity to retreat. Su Chen kept close. Zhang 11's illusions were almost useless. As long as there was a slight sound, Su Chen could detect it and strike down with his blade. If Zhang 11 wasn't strong, he would have been killed by Su Chen's strikes long ago. In fact, he was the only one who could hold out against Su Chen's attacks for so long. What's happening? Brother is so amazing. By the way, why can't I see anything? What is brother fighting against? This. On the side, the three women were all puzzled. They really had no idea, completely unaware of what Su Chen was battling against. So, wasn't this too incredible? Not being able to see the opponent, yet still pushing them back. Absolutely extraordinary. He's so powerful. He's truly exceptional. Shangguan Xingshang thought to herself, her heart surging, I didn't make a mistake, I didn't choose the wrong person. With his help, I can truly make a comeback. I'll fiercely slap those old things in the face. Brother is so cool. Xiacha held her hands, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Su Chen. So strong. Too strong. Xuewu was shocked, murmuring unconsciously, unable to see the target, yet so dominant, the opponent has no power to fight back. The thoughts of the several girls were all different. As for Zhang 11, at this moment, he was starting to doubt his life. Being relentlessly pressed and attacked by Su Chen, he wondered if he was a fake assassin. He doubted if all the training he had undergone from childhood to adulthood was completely fake. Boom! 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 Su Chen continued his fierce attacks, like a storm. He seemed determined to not stop until he killed his enemy. However, as the attacks grew faster, when he swung his blade next time, Su Chen's momentum was still fierce, but in midair, the blade suddenly slowed down. Zhang 11's short knife had already been sent out by inertia, but it naturally didn't collide with Su Chen's long knife. His pupils contracted, keenly sensing Su Chen's intentions. However, having become accustomed to quickly responding to Su Chen's attacks during his previous violent assaults, he had already fully committed to the move and couldn't retract it. You're not dead yet? Su Chen sneered, slightly tilting his long knife, a crimson aura swirling around it, then suddenly accelerating for a slash. Blade of Heart Extraction. 7513 for the critical blade ruthlessly cut into Zhang 11's chest, a massive amount of crimson damage bursting out of thin air. His health points were instantly depleted, leaving him no choice but to collapse on the ground in frustration and anger. As the illusion dissipated, his lifeless body came into view of everyone. Although he had concealed his identity with something, the hidden template revealed that he was a player. He's actually a player. Su Chen furrowed his brows, initially thinking he was some kind of special monster. The girls also noticed. Xiacha curiously asked, Brother, who is this person? When did you have a conflict with him? Xuewu and Shangguan Xingshang also looked on with curiosity. This player had held his own under the White Knight boss for so long, seeming quite formidable. So, the White Knight boss should know him, right? However, Su Chen shook his head and said, I have no idea. I've killed too many people to remember. With that, he shrugged indifferently, turned and walked towards them, saying, Whoever he is, if he dares to come again, I'll kill him again. He. Brother is the best. Brother is the strongest. Brother is mighty and domineering. Xiacha listened, her eyes sparkling as she cheered with clenched fists. Xuewu, Shangguan Xingshang. These two sisters remained silent, their eyes filled with admiration. They also felt that Su Chen exuded an unrivaled and domineering aura. Looking at the heavy and fierce armor on Su Chen, he seemed like a war god stepping out of an ancient battlefield. Truly mighty and domineering. Twin cities of the other shore, left half city respawn point. Zhangxi respawned here. Phew. He took a long breath, trying to calm down, but his hands remained clenched tightly. This defeat made him furious, losing all face. He died in such a humiliating way, completely played by Su Chen in the end. Especially, before he was resurrected and teleported, he saw and heard Su Chen's disdain and contempt. Kill me again? Zhangxi squinted his eyes, a surge of murderous intent churning in his heart. Very well. Just wait. Wait until I take everything from you in the game. In reality, once I find your location, I want to see if you can still be so arrogant, so majestic, so domineering. Filled with impotent rage, after spewing a series of harsh words, Zhangxi left to find someone. He was going to buy some powerful items. This humiliation must be avenged. He refused to believe he couldn't kill the White Knight. Abyssal Twin Cities, left half city respawn point. Su Chen sheathed his sword, approached his horse, and mounted it. Let's go, no more flies around. Let's do the mission and find that innkeeper's husband. With that, Su Chen spurred his horse. Not fast, slowly moving along the Abyssal Gorge Road. The Abyssal Gorge Road was a passage in the middle of a mountain. It was not spacious, only about 2 zhang wide. But it was long, winding and twisting, with no end in sight. It seemed like a passage carved out of a once intact mountain. Brother, it doesn't seem very peaceful here. Xiacha nestled in Su Chen's arms, feeling a bit scared. Inside this passage, there were many scattered bones on the sides and even in the middle of the road. The mountain walls on both sides also bore many marks of swords and fists. There were many dark traces, like the color left behind after blood had settled. It seemed quite turbulent here. There must be monsters here, otherwise that NPC wouldn't have disappeared. Su Chen thought to himself and said so. Be careful, everyone. With a word of caution, Su Chen also became alert, being careful and vigilant. The group slowly ventured deeper. Whoosh, whoosh. When they reached a corner halfway through, Su Chen suddenly heard the sound of footsteps. Then, at the corner ahead, emerged about 20 to 30 figures. These people were all burly, exuding a bandit-like aura. Wearing red headscarves, they carried large knives or wolf-tooth clubs. The names above their heads all read, XXX Bandit of the Robbers Road. Their levels were all LV 25. Leading them was a person named Gozhou, Bandit 3rd in command, a LV 25 Lord Boss. No need to panic, no problem. Hey! At this moment, Jagazhou shouted loudly, saying, this road was opened by me. This tree was planted by me. If you want to pass through here, leave some money as toll. Such a historical slogan of the bandits. Su Chen scanned the surroundings of the barren rocks where not even a blade of grass grew, then looked at the third leader of the bandits with a mocking expression and said slowly, where are the trees here? Where did you plant them? Xia Cha, pft, Shui Wu, Shangguan Qingshan. Xia Cha chuckled, her smile charming. Shui Wu and Shangguan Qingshan, on the other hand, were shocked by Su Chen's words. So many humanoid monsters that even they couldn't see, and you still have the mood to joke around. Perhaps. This is what a big shot is like. The bandits. These bandits were dumbfounded by Su Chen's words. Then, they reacted and glared angrily. Beside the third leader of the bandits, a silly-looking man said, Third leader, this brat is mocking you. Smack. Then, he received a slap on his head. Are you blabbering? Can't I hear it? Damn it. Kid, you've got some guts. The third leader glared with his one eye, pointing his machete at Su Chen, daring to tease our Guyi. Are you tired of living? Son. Su Chen didn't reply but drew out the dark flame soul-slashing blade from behind. Hiss. What a good blade. Damn. This brat, surrounded by so many beauties, and still has such a good blade. Get him. Snatch the blade and take the beauties back for the second and third leaders to enjoy. Seeing Su Chen's blade, the bandits' eyes lit up instantly. They breathed heavily, readying themselves. Go, everyone. Attack. The third leader of the bandits didn't hesitate, swinging his blade. Also, pay attention. I see this brat has tender skin. Don't kill him, the boss might be interested. Alright, charge. The bandits were instantly excited, rushing towards Su Chen and the others. Ha ha ha. It was clearly a tense and serious atmosphere, about to turn violent, but Xia Cha burst into laughter. Her laughter was very unladylike, tears even welled up in her eyes. She gasped for breath, saying, Brother, they want to capture you, the boss is interested in you. Put. Shangguan Qingshan blushed, laughing along with Xia Cha. Feeling embarrassed, she quickly stifled her laughter but still wanted to laugh, her body trembling with suppressed laughter. Cough cough cough. Shui Wu was choked by Xia Cha's words, her eyes and lips slightly curved, coughing to cover up her smile. Su Chen. Su Chen had a black line on his forehead. You little brat. What's so funny? Before he could say anything, the third leader said arrogantly, later, all of you will be taken by me, to be our leader's concubines. Burp. Xia Cha's laughter stopped abruptly, her expression turning grim. Her small face twisted, and she said fiercely, Brother, you've been provoked, go ahead. Deal with them. As she spoke, a surge of blood energy overflowed from her body, wrapping around Su Chen. The greed and plunder passive skill stacked up to 10 levels. Stay back. Su Chen didn't need her to say more. He was about to start because the bandits were charging towards them. Dismount. Kill. Clang clang. Just a group of level 25 monsters, nothing more than a piece of cake. After a while, the ground was littered with bandit corpses. Give back my men's lives. The third leader raised his machete and charged at Su Chen. Clang. Su Chen easily blocked it, sending his machete flying. Swish, the long blade cut through the air, stopping precisely at the third leader's neck. At this point, he was barely holding on. At least, he couldn't withstand a single blow from Su Chen. Thud. Faced with the chilling long blade at his neck, the third leader, with great dignity, very decisively, knelt on the ground. With a face full of sorrow and misery, he cried out, "Young hero, spare my life. I had no choice but to do this kind of thing. That damn bandit leader forced himself on others, insulted them. They say when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Since I was young, my mother taught me to be obedient and virtuous. I have to follow the rules of a woman. I really am a good person." Su Chen. Listening to the defense of the third leader, Su Chen felt a sharp pain in his trigeminal nerve. "Damn it! You, a grown man, what rules of a woman are you following?" And falling into temptation. His mouth twitched, Su Chen said fiercely, "Stop the nonsense, I have a question for you." The third leader of the bandits nodded quickly, bowing respectfully. "Hero, please ask, I will tell you everything." Ning Shang. Su Chen called for Ning Shang to come over. She had a portrait on her, otherwise describing the target wouldn't be easy. Ning Shang had already dismounted and now approached gracefully. Gulp! The third leader's eyes widened, swallowing hard. He hadn't noticed much when she was on horseback. Now, looking at this woman, the third leader felt a burning sensation in his heart. If it weren't for the cold blade around his neck, he would have pounced on her. "Here, this is the portrait of the target." Ning Shang handed the portrait to Su Chen. "Who is this person, do you know?" Su Chen asked as he unfolded the portrait. The bandit leader struggled to move his gaze away, focusing on the portrait. After a brief look, his face went blank, then quickly turned strange. It seemed like he recognized the person. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, pressed the blade closer to his neck, and coldly demanded, "Do you know him or not? Please, please, I don't want to die." With the blade against his neck, the bandit leader cried out in pain. "Shut up!" Su Chen shouted, and the bandit leader immediately fell silent. "Who is this person?" he repeated impatiently. The bandit leader's expression changed a few times, stammering, He's someone we captured in the village a few days ago. Our leader thought he looked good, had a mature uncle vibe. So, the target of this mission might have been. Cough. Poor guy. Hero, I've told you everything, can you?" The bandit leader looked at Su Chen hopefully, cautiously asking, "Can you please let me go?" Su Chen coldly said, "Stop talking. Get up and lead the way." Seeing is believing, and he hadn't seen the target yet. The bandit leader's eyes lit up. Is this person really walking into a trap willingly? This is fantastic. Yes, I'll lead the way, hero. He quickly got up from the ground, eager to guide them. "Let's go, no more talking," Su Chen said indifferently. He could see through the bandit's intentions, but he didn't care. Fearless, the bandit leader walked ahead, Su Chen's blade resting firmly on his shoulder. Xiacha and the three women picked up the fallen items, led the horses, and followed Su Chen. After walking for about 10 minutes, Su Chen heard some commotion again. Faintly, he could hear some voices. The third leader went to rob a road. Why hasn't he returned for so long? Damn! Did the third leader stumble upon something good again and started enjoying it first? It's possible. Let's go, we can't let the third leader have it all to himself. At $##%. At. The conversation became clearer, and soon, after another turn, about 20 to 30 people emerged. Similarly, they were all burly, exuding a rough aura. Their names above their heads read, XXX Road Robber Bandit. Their attire and appearance were similar to the bandits encountered earlier, and their levels were the same. Among them, the leader was called, Weigai Bandit Second in Command. He was also a level 25 boss. Standing at 2 meters tall, covered in greasy fat all over, shining as if a lump of meat mountain, Weigai finally noticed the third leader being held by Su Chen. Instantly, he roared, "You brat! How dare you hurt my third brother? What a brat! How dare you? What a brat! What?" This guy's voice is damn loud. It echoed like a broken gong, reverberating in the air. Su Chen was momentarily stunned by the volume. Whoosh! At that moment, the third leader held by Su Chen, as if prepared in advance, bolted. He was fast and seemed experienced in escaping. Consequently, he managed to flee successfully. Humph, haha. Back with his gang, the third leader laughed heartily with hands on his hips. "Brat, you thought you could hold Grandpa Gu hostage?" Saying this, he exchanged a glance with the second leader, the Meat Mountain, and both shouted, "Stop! This road is mine. This tree is planted by me. If you want to pass here, leave some money." Su Chen felt like there were pound signs popping up on his forehead. Leave some money? Leave some money? I'll be damned if I leave you any money. Su Chen remained silent, unsheathed his knife, and charged towards the bandits. Oh, quite fierce. Young man, today, we'll teach you a lesson on what it means to be outmatched. Kill. At $$. The bandits also started to grin ferociously, facing Su Chen. Soon, the two groups clashed in a fierce battle. Xiacha, after stacking the greedy and passive, pulled the two women back. They watched from the sidelines. The two girls were not worried. Xuewu had witnessed Su Chen's abilities before, and Shangwan Qingshan had just seen it. At this moment, they both had confidence in Su Chen, quietly enjoying his slaughter show. Before long, the ground was littered with bandit corpses. Those boastful bandits were swiftly dealt with by Su Chen. Meanwhile, the second and third leaders were left with just a sliver of health. Thud! Seeing the situation turning against him, the third leader Guzhou knelt down decisively. Bang bang bang! He knocked his head repeatedly, pleading, "Young hero, spare me. I was momentarily blinded by greed. Please let me go like a fart." On the side, the second leader Guaigai, witnessing this scene, with great integrity, also knelt down resolutely. Thud! He slammed onto the ground, making a deep buzzing sound. After kneeling, he too started wailing, "Young hero, spare me. I am a good person, forced to resort to banditry. My elderly mother is 80 and senile, my wife is bedridden, and my 3-year-old child needs care. If I don't do this, I won't survive." Su Chen, watching the two men in front of him kowtowing, wailing with snot and tears, portraying themselves as victims of hardship, Su Chen twitched at the corner of his eye, utterly speechless. Bizarre. Truly bizarre. Like father, like son. Both the second and third leaders were of the same ilk. After a moment of silence, Su Chen bellowed, "Shut up! Keep wailing, and I'll chop you both up immediately." Instantly, the two men fell silent. "Get up, lead me to your main camp," Su Chen instructed, just as he had with the third leader Guzhou earlier. Simultaneously, the two bandit leaders exchanged a glance, understanding the joy in each other's eyes. They obediently led the way. Xia Cha and the others collected the dropped items and followed Su Chen. Common monsters naturally had nothing valuable, so there was no need to mention it. As they walked, Su Chen and his group arrived at a fork in the road. It wasn't exactly a fork but rather a tunnel where someone had dug out a cave. The two bandit leaders guided Su Chen towards the cave entrance. "Ha? Who? What? Second leader, third leader. What are you doing? Damn it! Inform the boss, someone is causing trouble." Many bandits were stationed at the entrance and naturally noticed Su Chen and his group, causing a commotion. Su Chen stood still, pressing the blade against the bodies of two mountain bandits, waiting quietly for the so-called leader to show up. After all, if possible, it was better to take the mission target alive. Before long, in the dim cave, a slightly petite figure, surrounded by over 30 mountain bandits, slowly emerged. As he stepped completely out of the cave and into the sunlight, Su Chen could see his appearance clearly. Short, about 5 feet 6 inches. Thin and weak, like a bamboo pole. Effeminate, with powdered face and delicate gestures. Disgusting, deliberately exposing a large part of his chest and abdomen with his clothing. He was a level 25 silver boss named Kai Jailan, leader of the mountain bandits. At least he was a silver boss, so it was necessary to briefly mention his attributes. Kai Jailan, leader of the mountain bandits, level 25 category, silver boss health points, 450,000 damage, 76-73 skills, enchanting song, jump shot, tactical shoulder slide details, a bandit who likes to seduce married men. Enchanting Song, level 2 cooldown, 30 seconds effect, boosts allies' morale, increasing attack power by 15% for 30 seconds details. Kai Jailan uses his singing voice to boost his allies' morale. Jump Shot, level 1 cooldown, 60 seconds effect, normal damage asterisk 477% details. Kai Jailan jumps into the air and smashes a metal ball-like weapon towards the target, causing significant damage. Tactical Shoulder Slide, level 2 cooldown, 180 seconds effect, 10% chance to seduce enemies, temporarily making them his subordinates details. Kai Jailan intentionally slides his clothing off his shoulder to seduce his enemies. He. As Kai Jailan appeared, he giggled, covering his mouth coquettishly. Su Chen shuddered all over, feeling goosebumps. That voice was truly nauseating. Just thinking about a man with a deep voice deliberately pinching his throat to produce a feminine laugh was revolting. "Oh, dear brother, why are you holding on to my little brother like that?" Kai Jailan said in a sweet voice, a hint of chilling grievance on his face. "You're making my little brother very uncomfortable. Pressing him so tightly, look at him, how pitiful. Loosen up on him, let him be comfortable for a bit." Su Chen. Why did these words sound so strange? Regardless, he didn't care about the meaning behind them. Just hearing that voice made Su Chen's stomach churn. He swore that once he safely rescued the mission target, he would cleanse this place. Not wanting to engage in further nonsense, Su Chen unfolded a scroll and said, "Enough talk, hand over this person." Kai Jailan smiled flirtatiously, glancing at the scroll. Then, he chuckled and said, "Oh, dear brother, it's not that I'm not letting him go, it's that he doesn't want to leave on his own. Suchen didn't believe his nonsense, and said coldly, "Stop the nonsense, bring him out." With that, he pressed the long knife against the necks of the two bandit leaders. "Ah! I'm going to die, I'm going to die, I'm going to die." The sharp blade cut into their skin, and crimson blood flowed out instantly. The two men began to howl in pain. It wasn't a big deal, just a bit of bleeding, but it was terrifying enough to make them unable to bear the pain. Suchen's actions made Kai Jailan's eyes slightly cold, and his flirtatious smile softened. After a few seconds of silence, he waved his hand and said, "Brothers, bring that person out. Let our heroic brother see if he refuses to leave on his own or if I'm forcing him." "Yes, boss." Immediately, some bandit lackeys entered the cave and took the person out. After a while, the bandits brought out a person. Before Suchen could take a good look, he saw. As soon as this person saw Kai Jailan, his eyes lit up. "Ha ha!" He ran towards Kai Jailan, and halfway there, he suddenly knelt down and slid on his knees. With a slap, he hugged Kai Jailan's leg. His face was full of excitement, his voice urgent, "Please, please, give me a chance. Su Chen, Xia Cha, Shui Wu, Shang Wan Qing Shan." This scene was exactly like an emoji pack Su Chen had seen before. Su Chen was a bit dumbfounded. He carefully compared the figure on the scroll with the person in front of him. After confirming several times, Su Chen realized, yes, this was the husband the boss lady was looking for. But now, what was going on? How could a man who at least looked dignified and had a charming wife be fond of Kai Jailan, this disgusting and affected person? He. Kai Jailan resumed her coquettish smile and said softly, "Hey, young man, you see, I didn't do anything, he's the one refusing to leave. Of course, I also like him staying here." Kai Jailan cupped her face with both hands, looking shy. Gurgle. Ugh. Suchen felt his stomach churn, a strong urge to vomit and kill rising within him. "In that case, so be it," Suchen said coldly, no longer suppressing his murderous intent. He was utterly disgusted. Humph. With a swift slash of his long sword, the heads of Guogai, the second in command, and Guzhou, the third in command, flew into the air. "You!" Kai Jailan was shocked, completely unprepared for Suchen's ruthlessness. He didn't care at all about the lives of the targets. Crack! Crack! Suchen cracked his neck, turned to the three women, and said, "You three, step back. Cha-cha, buff up." "Okay, brother." Xia-cha nodded, pumped her fist to cheer Suchen on. "Go. Kill that disgusting guy." After buffing up Suchen, the three women stepped back. Kai Jailan's expression turned cold. With his two important men dead before his eyes, he could no longer maintain his affected demeanor and his eyes were filled with angry killing intent. "Get lost." With a heavy kick, the man clinging to his leg was sent flying several meters. He hit the ground without a sound, knocked unconscious. At this moment, Kai Jailan shouted angrily, "You guys, attack. Kill him, avenge the second and third in command. Kill him. Kill. Avenge the second and third in command. How dare they come here and act recklessly, they're dead." The bandits roared, their faces red, their expressions fierce as they charged towards Suchen. There were quite a few of them. In a matter of seconds, more than 30 people rushed out. They all closed in on Suchen because they knew he was the real threat. Once he was dealt with, the other women would be easy targets. Who? Suchen then activated the wings of incineration. The swirling vermilion feathers danced around him, settling on his back and transforming into massive fiery wings that spread out. Ah! Oh my god! What kind of sorcery is this? The bandits were all shocked, their steps hesitating slightly. Suchen, with his wings of fire, soared into the air. And then, blood shadow instant kill. He turned into a streak of blood, crossing 10 meters in an instant, and his long blade viciously pierced Kai Jailan's chest. -124187 fatal. Lucky strike. Dealt a fatal blow right from the start. Ah! Under immense pain, Kai Jailan finally reacted. Howling in agony, he staggered back, his body drifting backward. "Trying to run? Disgusting me and now you want to run?" Suchen sneered, his fiery wings catching up to Kai Jailan's retreating body in an instant. Heart-piercing blade. -70964 critical hit didn't deal a fatal blow, but the damage was still considerable, a whopping 70,000. At this point, Kai Jailan's health was just over half. How can he be this strong? Being pursued, Kai Jailan couldn't snap out of his shock. This random young man was terrifying. Just 2 attacks and he was severely injured. If he faced a few more attacks of the same intensity, he might meet the king of hell. Humph. -7134 It was at this moment that he felt a sharp pain in his chest. The pain brought him back to his senses. Woo la la oh la la. He sang as he stepped back, trying to inspire his men to come to his rescue. However, his awkward singing voice was simply unbearable. Hearing this, Su Chen's anger flared up, and with a curse, he swung his blade towards Kai Jailan's big mouth. Damn! Kai Jailan angrily shouted and fell silent. He quickly dodged Su Chen's attack, stepping back rapidly in an attempt to create some distance. But Su Chen was too fast. With the wings of incineration, Kai Jailan couldn't keep his distance. Not to mention the other bandits, who couldn't catch up with Su Chen at all. Even the few rare long-range attacking bandits couldn't reach Su Chen. In short, no one could intervene in Su Chen's battle to kill Kai Jailan. 7149 critical hit 3548 3586 7188 critical hit. Bang! After being frustrated by several slashes, Kai Jailan stomped the ground fiercely, propelling himself slightly into the air. Then, reaching behind his back, just below his lumbar spine, he pulled out a sphere. Swish! He swung it heavily towards Su Chen. Su Chen didn't even need to look, he just swung his blade. Clang! Sparks flew as the sphere was chopped away. Swish swish swish! Clang clang clang! It wasn't just one iron ball, Kai Jailan kept pulling out iron balls from behind him, hurling them at Su Chen. Of course, each one was deftly chopped away by Su Chen. What a smooth feeling! Despite feeling disgusted by this person, Su Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of delight. His reaction speed and precision in wielding the blade were simply exquisite. It was as if he could hit wherever he wanted with ease. Swish! Clang! After the final slash, Kai Jailan was at a loss. He had completely exhausted his supply of specially crafted iron balls. Meanwhile, Su Chen's heart-piercing blade had cooled down. Heart-piercing blade. 177410 fatal. The damage inflicted this time caused Kai Jailan's health points to plummet drastically. He was left with just a sliver of health. He was in dire straits. Kai Jailan's face hardened as he made up his mind. He leaped high into the air and then knelt down. Thud! A loud thud echoed as Kai Jailan's knee slammed heavily onto the rocky ground. Hiss! What? What? The boss actually knelt down. What do we do now? His subordinates, who had been closing in on them, were now at a loss after seeing Kai Jailan kneel before Su Chen. Their hearts and minds were in turmoil. They instinctively stopped, waiting to see what would happen next. Have mercy, noble hero. At this moment, Kai Jailan began to cry, his eyes turning red. I didn't want this. I was forced into this situation. I suffered hardships from a young age, lost my parents before I was even born. At just a few years old, I was abducted by a cruel landlord and used as a plaything. After many hardships, I ended up here. It may seem like I'm their leader, but in reality, sob sob sob, I'm just their toy. Sob sob sob. This is truly a family of scoundrels. Su Chen's eyebrows twitched uncontrollably. Stepping towards Kai Jailan, he was about to strike. However, at that moment, Kai Jailan sensed something amiss. The hero seemed unperturbed and unaffected by his pleas. I can only use my final move. Kai Jailan thought to himself, then softly and weakly spoke, Noble hero, I beg you to spare my life. I am willing to serve you for the rest of my days, willing to do anything. As he spoke, he seemed as if he was about to kowtow, leaning his body forward. Cunning and sly. His clothes slipped off, revealing his skin. This is Kai Jailan's skill, the tactical shoulder slide. Gurgle gurgle. Su Chen's stomach churned again, feeling nauseous. He kept a cold face, not wanting to say a word more, and swung his sword heavily. Obviously, the temptation failed. 7167 critical hit you. Kai Jailan's words couldn't be spoken, as Su Chen beheaded him with a single stroke. Clatter, something exploded. Who? But Su Chen didn't look. Instead, he sprouted a wing of fire and flew towards the bandits who were still dazed. He began to slaughter. Before long, all the bandits were killed by Su Chen. Su Chen arrived next to Kai Jailan to check the items that exploded. There were 3 items emitting a silver glow, 8 rare items with a crimson glow. After that, there were some items of inferior quality, not worth mentioning. Overall, the loot was decent. That's how he felt, but Snowdance and Shangguan Xingshang, who were watching from the side, both gasped in shock. Oh my! What kind of drop rate is this? Wasn't it not this intense before? The 2 girls were all amazed. They had seen lucky drops before, but never this lucky. Just casually defeating a boss in the wilderness and getting 3 silver items. Envious. Su Chen began to check the information of the items. Picking up a silver item, his eyes lit up. It was a ring. Fragrant wood ring, level, LV25 quality, silver type, jewelry/ring attributes, intelligence plus 156/Shura power plus 846 defense, magic defense plus 879 suffix. Why did you give me to him? Is it because you like someone else's wife? Jewelry items were indeed rare. Su Chen was still using the black bone ring he picked up in the newbie village. He hadn't found a suitable replacement, so he had been using it all along. This ring came just in time, and he could wear it right away. So, Su-chen took off the black bone ring in his hand and put on the fragrant wood ring. Next, Second Brother's inflatable buddy, level, LV25 quality, silver type, weapon/club attributes, strength plus 161/intelligence minus 76 damage, physical attack plus 942/magic attack minus 372 special damage. When hitting a target and causing an open wound, there is a 5% chance to enlarge the wound, causing a deduction of 50 health points per second for 8 seconds suffix. This thing is actually a weapon. But it can inflate. It seems like it was a gift from Second Master Guigai to Kai Jilin for fun. What a weird name. And this color, a stick, does it have to be so pink and fluffy? Su-chen commented, then tossed it over to Shangwan Qingshan to handle. Anyway, even if Su-chen died, he wouldn't be carrying a pink stick to kill people. Okay, let's look at the third silver item. This one is a jade bottle with 2 pills inside. Love Eternal, level, no level item quality, silver type, consumable effect, used to induce. After use, the person induced will remember and be infatuated with the person they had. Isn't this just a love potion? The name sounds quite artistic and pleasant. Su-chen commented, putting it in his backpack. Ahem. Don't get it wrong, he didn't intend to use it. It's just not good to sell such a thing. What if a player uses it for something bad? Speaking of which, judging by the effect of this potion, this guy, he probably got forced to take a Love Eternal pill by that Kai Jilin. Tisk tsk, I wonder if he can be saved. That's really unfortunate. Su-chen shook his head, not thinking about it anymore. After checking the silver items, he casually glanced at the rare ones. Not worth mentioning, let Shangwan Qingshan take them to sell. However, among them, there was something that caught Su-chen's attention. 5 diamond-shaped, fist-sized, yellow, transparent crystal coins. That's right. They were yellow spirit coins. Yellow spirit coins, quality, rare type, currency details. Legend has it that a surge of energy once descended on the Divine Land, where many energies gathered and condensed into blocks, forming this item. Rumors also have it that a mysterious merchant has been collecting this item. This thing wasn't dropped when we killed the golden boss before. If everything goes as expected, it should be a random drop. Su-chen collected the yellow spirit coins into his backpack. Standing up, he approached the mission target and checked for breathing. Luckily, there was breathing. The target should only be unconscious. Su-chen pulled him up and said, the mission target is still alive, let's go back. All right. The 3 nodded, and they were ready. So, the 3 of them headed back. Fortunately, they had bought 3 horses. Su-chen, Xiacha, and Shangwan Qingshan rode together on one horse, while Shuiwu rode another. The empty horse followed along. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to take the mission target back. After about 10 to 20 minutes, the group arrived and entered the Yishilu. This building was quite large indeed. It had 3 floors, and estimating from the outside, it should cover about 4,000 to 5,000 square meters. Despite its size, it was deserted, with hardly anyone around. Although the shop door was open, the tables and chairs inside were not arranged properly. It was closed. The landlady sat behind the counter, lost in worry. Landlady, we found him, Shangwan Qingshan announced upon entering. The landlady woke up instantly and hurriedly looked outside. Sure enough, she saw her familiar husband on the horse. Husband, she cried out, rushing out. She nudged the man, but he wouldn't wake up. Anxiously, she asked, what happened to my husband? Well, Shangwan Qingshan explained the whole situation to the landlady. What? Love Eternal Memory. It's such a vile poison? The landlady exclaimed, her face pale with shock. However, upon hearing that Su-chen had killed the man, she relaxed a bit. Phew. Thank goodness. Wiping the cold sweat off her forehead, the landlady looked relieved and said, thank you, brave warrior, for killing him. Otherwise, my husband would have been beyond saving. Oh, is the poison really that strong? Su-chen asked curiously. Yes. The effects of that thing are so peculiar. The landlady explained as she moved her husband aside, continuing to talk to Su-chen. She said that this Love Eternal Memory, although only a silver quality item, had incredibly magical and stubborn effects. After taking it, the person would remember the other party after engaging in intimate activities. Even if their mind was unwilling, their body would long for that person uncontrollably. As the body remembered, the thoughts would gradually change. After all, the body and mind were not separate entities, they were one. Just like when the body felt good, the mood would be uplifted. Feeling low, the body would feel weak and tired, lacking motivation. Moreover, this poison was difficult to cure. The antidotes were highly treasured items. Fortunately, there were other methods available. One was for one of the parties to die. If both parties died, no matter how much they remembered, there would be no solution. Or they could be separated by a great distance, preventing them from meeting. If they couldn't see each other, the memories would fade over time. In general, this thing was quite powerful. TSK TSK TSK. Su-chan couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. Thank you all for your help, this is what you deserve. After explaining, the landlady distributed the rewards, plus 15,000 experience points, plus 20 silver coins. Then, the main event arrived. Only the last unknown reward was left. At this moment, the landlady seemed somewhat embarrassed and hesitant as she said, I apologize for offering such a meager reward for such a dangerous mission. However, the landlady glanced fondly at the restaurant before continuing, I plan to sell this restaurant. Once I sell it, I will provide you with some financial compensation. Just as expected. Unveiling a hidden plotline. Shangwan Xingshang felt excited and smiled. Landlady, how will you sell the restaurant? You. The landlady looked at her in confusion. Shangwan Xingshang lightly said, I want to buy this restaurant. The restaurant landlady was slightly stunned, then excitedly said, that's great. Considering you saved my husband, I can give you a 30% discount. Phew. Guessed right, not in vain. Shangwan Xingshang breathed a sigh of relief. Next, Shangwan Xingshang and the landlady negotiated the price. The location of this building is excellent, right next to the resurrection point. The daily player traffic is simply terrifying. Therefore, even though the landlady gave a 30% discount, the price was still not low. 500,000 gold coins. 500,000 gold coins. Calculated at the current rate of 1 gold coin equals 100 yuan, this building would cost 50 million RMB. Expensive. However, even though it's expensive, even Su-chan, who doesn't pay much attention to business, understands. This 50 million is a great deal. Players can't go to the Imperial City now, they can only stay in the major cities. Who knows when they can go, but it's unlikely in the short term. Probably have to wait for updates or something. During this time, the potential earnings that tens of millions of players can create and bring are immense. And at this time, seizing the opportunity is crucial. The early bird catches the worm, those who come late will only get the soup, and they might not even get that, just a waste of time. Alright, 500,000 gold coins then. Give me an hour. Su-chan understood, Shangwan Xingshang understood even better, so naturally, she agreed. However, it also required some time to collect the gold coins. Okay, I'll wait for you, the landlady nodded. The four of them left the Yishalu. Well, I have to go collect the gold coins, Shangwan Xingshang said. Su-chan nodded. Shangwan Xingshang turned to Shuawu and said, Shue, I have to go busy, you keep playing. Okay, you go, good luck. Shuawu nodded. She was originally leveling up at this time, if her best friend didn't want to see Su-chan, she wouldn't be here either. Shangwan Xingshang left to collect the gold coins. Goodbye, Su-chan said to Shuawu, pulling Xia-cha, ready to leave. Wait a minute. Shuawu called out. She didn't know why she called Su-chan, just before she could react, she unconsciously called out. What? Is there something else? Su-chan looked at her in confusion. Shuawu blushed a bit, quickly said, no, nothing, goodbye. Su-chan left with Xia-cha. Shuawu stood there, a bit absent-mindedly watching Su-chan's back. She couldn't say what it was, but anyway, she felt a bit strange in her heart, a bit melancholic. As she watched, Su-chan walked to a corner, turned around normally, but it looked like he was looking back. Shuawu was suddenly startled, quickly turned her head, and hurried away. She thought Su-chan didn't see it, but Su-chan did see it, feeling like, has Shuawu become his little fangirl? Well, whatever. Originally, Su-chan was planning to go to the mission hall to see if there were any suitable tasks to take. But as he walked, Xia-cha yawned, then mumbled, brother, I'm tired, let's log off and sleep. Su-chan looked at the time, it was almost 10 o'clock at night. Today's game time had been long enough, over 10 hours. Although Su-chan was in excellent physical condition now, he didn't feel tired at all. But after fighting monsters all day, he was indeed a bit fed up. So, Su-chan nodded and said, okay, you log off and rest, I'll replenish some things and then log off too. Okay, hurry up. Xia-cha nodded, opened the system interface, and logged off. Su-chan then opened the map, confirmed the direction, and walked towards a shop. This shop was discovered when he took the task to find the Rift Space Stone. It sells game items related to space and teleportation. And now, Su-chan was going to replenish things like return scrolls. He had used up all of these items. Not long after, Su-chan arrived. Upon entering, there were some players selecting and purchasing items inside. With a large number of players entering the main city, even if your shop is remote and secluded, players will always find their way to you. Therefore, having players here was not surprising. It would be strange if there were none. When Su Chen entered, he naturally caught the attention of these players. Various gazes were cast his way, filled with envy, jealousy, admiration, and awe. Su Chen accepted it calmly. He browsed the shelves displaying items, looking for what he needed. At that moment, the shop owner sitting behind the counter suddenly looked up and gazed at Su Chen. Li Pu remembered Su Chen. After all, arriving in the main city on the first day with such high prestige as a foreigner, it was quite remarkable for this young man alone. And now, Li Pu's impression of Su Chen became even more profound. This foreigner actually had a reputation of 5,000 in the twin cities of the other shore. This made him feel even more favorable towards Su Chen. Coincidentally, Li Pu was currently puzzled about something. So, he thought. Li Pu called out loudly, "Hey, warrior, could you come here for a moment?" Su Chen followed the voice and saw the shop owner gesturing towards him. Confirming that he was being called, Su Chen walked over to him. When he got closer, Su Chen asked, "Boss, what can I do for you?" "Warrior, you've become stronger again. Your progress is really fast." Li Pu didn't immediately reveal the truth but praised him first. "It's okay." Su Chen modestly replied, then asked, "Boss, what do you need me to do? Yesterday, didn't you go to the chaotic flow jungle and help me get that rift skystone?" After seeing Su Chen nod, Li Pu continued, "The chaos in that place is very strange. The winds never stop blowing. I'm very curious. Do you have time to help me investigate and find out the reason?" After Li Pu finished speaking, a mission information box appeared beside him. Mystery of the chaotic flow, difficulty, B requirement, go to the chaotic flow jungle, investigate the source of the chaos, and solve the boss's confusion. Progress, not accepted reward, unknown, accept/decline. It was unexpected that just coming to buy something could trigger a hidden mission. Alright, I'll accept it. Su Chen naturally accepted it. Any task with the word unknown in the reward was worth accepting. "Thank you, warrior." Li Pu smiled in gratitude. After a moment of thought, he continued, "Thank you for your help, and for your contribution to our twin cities of the other shore. This item is for you." With that, he took out something and handed it to Su Chen. "Oh my gosh. Wow. NPC giving out free stuff? This. Bai Yi is really awesome to this extent. What? There's such an operation? 666666666. The players who were curiously peeking nearby were suddenly shocked. An NPC actually giving out free items to players actively, this was too amazing. Not to mention them, even Su Chen himself was surprised. Then, he remembered what Li Pu said, "Thanks for your contribution to the twin cities of the other shore." Su Chen guessed that it should refer to his reputation. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain. After a brief thought, Su Chen looked at the item in the boss's hand. Gate of the Void replica, level, no level item quality, rare category, consumable number of uses, 5 out of 5 details, confirm a location, use this item, and a gate of space will open, allowing you to traverse space and reach your destination. Note, the target location must have been visited in person. Great item. It was a great item. It could save a lot of travel time. Thank you, boss. Su Chen thanked him and took the item. He did indeed need this thing, so he didn't make a fuss about it. "Oh, no need to be polite." Li Pu waved his hand, looking indifferent. Su Chen bought 20 teleport scrolls, each priced at 1 gold coin, not too expensive nor too cheap. And that was already with a discount. Because Su Chen's reputation was high, the boss gave a 30% discount, or else it would have been more expensive. After making the purchase, Su Chen left the shop. Although he had accepted the task, he was too lazy to do it today. It's not a time-limited task anyway. No rush. Today, his liver was tired, so he decided to leave it for tomorrow. Bringing up the system interface, Su Chen logged off, brushed up, played on his phone, went to sleep. And at this time, a major hot topic was brewing. Shangguan Xingshang had spent a lot of effort and time, finally receiving 500,000 game coins. The deed to that building was finally in her hands. It was already late, past 11 o'clock. But she had no intention of sleeping yet. She quickly arranged the building and then put up a huge poster outside. On the poster, with weapons as the background, the most prominent part in the center was a huge, intricately detailed token-shaped object. Above it were 3 big characters, Guild Establishment Token. With such a large poster, players basically just needed to resurrect or teleport here to see it. This naturally attracted many players' attention, and more players gathered around. What is this? Is this the Guild Establishment Token? Are the NPCs selling Guild Establishment Tokens? No way. Isn't this thing only dropped by boss monsters? Is it for real? Even at 11 o'clock, there were still many players. They gathered here, discussing animatedly. And at this moment, a message from the Dasha server popped up. Hello, players. Tomorrow at 8 p.m. At the central respawn point of the left half of the twin cities of the other shore, I will hold an auction, with the guild establishment token as the finale. Attached image. JPG. This message from the Dasha server could be seen by all players within Dasha. The price was steep. One word, 10 gold coins. Literally a word worth 1,000 in gold, not something ordinary players could afford. And now, Shangwan Xingshan, to build momentum, chose this method. And she posted the specific information image of the guild establishment token. Thus, the result was obvious. This notice was like a nuclear explosion. It went viral. Exploded. One post after another appeared on the game forum. Damn! A player actually set up a shop in the game. Thanks for the invite, I'm in the twin cities of the other shore, it's true. That shop is huge. Seeing is believing. Taking you to see the first player shop in the entire server. The first guild establishment token. Damn! The guild establishment token is out. Shocking. The first guild establishment token has finally appeared and will be auctioned off. These posts, like thunderbolts, quickly went viral, coupled with word of mouth among players. Before long, except for those sleeping, almost all Dasha players knew about it. Oh my god, the guild establishment token came out so quickly. Who got it? Why is there no news at all? What do you mean no news? Have you forgotten? Bay Boss killed the golden boss not long ago. Oh, that's right, it's probably Bay Boss who got it. By the way, isn't Bay Boss planning to establish a guild? I still want to get close to my idol. You're daydreaming. So sudden. I wonder if I can gather enough money. No resources at home. Wait, if you don't live in a mine, forget about it. This first guild establishment token will be auctioned off. The price is absolutely outrageous. Heartbreaking. Watching the players' discussions, Shangwan Xingshan nodded in satisfaction. She logged off. There was nothing more for her to do. Just let this matter ferment. When she woke up, all Dasha players would know. And indeed, it was the case. Even faster than expected. Ordinary players were just spectators, but those big families in major guilds knew about it right away. Even while sleeping, they were awakened by their subordinates and informed. Naturally, they were extremely moved and excited. The guild establishment token came out so quickly. I must have this first guild establishment token. In the twin cities of the other shore. Can't miss it. No way. Even if I have to let others buy it, I must get this guild establishment token. Damn it. This is getting tricky. The competition is fierce. But, come on, I'm bound to succeed. Ha ha ha, easy. Find someone, see who's in the twin cities across the river. Completing the task of buying the guild establishment order will be handsomely rewarded. As expected, this guild establishment order is probably related to that white knight again. This person is truly unique. Keep an eye on him, see if we can recruit him into our guild. It was late at night, but the atmosphere was restless, filled with turmoil. Many people were making significant moves. Everyone was determined to get their hands on the guild establishment order. And among them, one person needs to be highlighted. Feiyan Dynasty, one of the 6 major main cities, in the Changjiang Sea area. Here, the leader of a large guild was also scheming. His ID was Deathlord, referred to as Xiao Dasho by Zhang 11. He was still leveling up, currently at level 22. It was quite fast, almost obsessively leveling up. However, even so, every time Deathlord checked the level rankings and saw White Knight at level 26, he felt extremely uncomfortable. He naturally saw the information from the Dia district sent by Shangwan Xingshan. It must be him again. What on earth is he relying on? Deathlord muttered angrily, feeling very dissatisfied. He invested a lot of time and money, yet couldn't even catch up to a solo player. His mindset was crumbling, feeling off balance. Lao Li, how are things going with that matter? After feeling dissatisfied for a while, he asked. Lao Li replied, Young master, there's no news yet. So slow. Deathlord frowned in dissatisfaction, but he didn't dwell on this matter. The most important thing now was to acquire that guild establishment order. I can't go to the twin cities across the river, so how can I buy it? Who should I entrust to handle this? Deathlord furrowed his brows, pondering on finding the right person. After much thought, he couldn't find a suitable candidate. He was narrow-minded and suspicious, and for such a big matter, he couldn't trust anyone who wasn't an absolute confidant. Young master, why not let that assassin handle it? Lao Li suggested beside him. Hand it over to him? Deathlord replied in a questioning tone, he's just an assassin, why would I entrust him with such a task? As he spoke, his eyes gradually lit up. Surprisingly, entrusting this assassin was indeed a very good choice. Assassins, although cold and bloodthirsty, still valued their reputation as a profession for money. No one would want to deal with someone who was untrustworthy and unreliable, especially in a profession like assassins, which was high-priced and clandestine. Moreover, if the money wasn't enough or the price was too high, it wouldn't be cost-effective. In that case, there was another way to obtain the guild establishment order. That is, to let Jean 11 assassinate the person who successfully auctioned the guild establishment order. Of course, this was a last resort. After all, it wasn't guaranteed that the guild establishment order would drop after the kill. But overall, choosing Zhang 11 was indeed an excellent choice. Couldn't be more suitable. Good. Deathlord immediately agreed, saying, "It's him, contact him." "Yes, young master." Lao Li went to handle it. Twin cities across the river. Zhang 11 was feeling troubled. He had just bought some precious and useful items. But now, he couldn't find White Knight. Someone told him that White Knight had logged off. Well, he had planned to go level up. However, young Master Shao called him again. He actually wanted him, an assassin, to buy the guild establishment order. If it weren't for the fact that this fat sheep was offering a high reward, he wouldn't bother with such matters. He didn't care about this at all. What did an assassin need a guild establishment order for? But, that fat sheep Shao said that this guild establishment order is very likely to be from White Knight. Since he's auctioning it, he's bound to be there, right? With a cold smile, Zhang 11 had an idea. Twin cities across the river, because of the appearance of a guild establishment order, the undercurrents were surging. The next day, a little after 7 o'clock, Su Chen woke up early. With a great constitution, even my sleep has improved. When I wake up, I feel extremely refreshed and full of energy, as if I have endless strength. Xia Cha, on the other hand, is still asleep. After washing up, Su Chen went to cook. Pata pata. While cooking noodles, Su Chen heard footsteps approaching. Then, he felt a tightness around his waist, and a pair of small hands embraced him. His back softened as something pressed against it. Turning his head, he saw that Xia Cha had hugged him from behind. Her hair was messy, her small face pressed against his back, eyes still closed as if sleepwalking. Obviously, Xia Cha was still in a sleepy state from just waking up. Still sleepy? Go brush your teeth and wash your face. Su Chen nudged her forehead. Xia Cha buried her head in Su Chen's back, rubbing against him, mumbling, "So tired, let me sleep a little longer." Su Chen impatiently said, "If you want to sleep, go back to bed." "I'm cooking." "No." Xia Cha softly protested, her voice dreamy. "Brother smells so nice, so warm, so comfortable." Su Chen. He didn't notice any fragrance on himself. But in fact, with his improved constitution and the flower liquid he took, although it sounded a bit girly, there was indeed a faint floral scent on Su Chen. After lingering on Su Chen's back for a while, Xia Cha became more awake, her drowsiness fading. Brother, why do you smell like flowers?" Xia Cha giggled, curiously sniffing Su Chen. All right. Su Chen playfully pushed her away, urging, "Go wash your face, brush your teeth, the noodles are almost ready." "Okay." Xia Cha pouted, then hurried off to brush her teeth and wash her face. During the meal, Su Chen held his phone and browsed the forums. Naturally, he saw the heated discussions about the guild token. Quite fast. Su Chen smiled, very satisfied. In such matters, timing is crucial. Otherwise, if delayed, a golden boss might appear, and another guild token would be issued. The first and second tokens held vastly different meanings. Currently, everyone knew Su Chen was the first to enter the main city, but no one knew who was the second. After the meal, without delay, the two of them went online. After a night's rest, they were both full of energy. And the bug progress bar was also full. So, what bug should they exploit next? It's worth mentioning a few things here. After these few instances of exploiting bugs, Su Chen had figured out the general rules. Firstly, bug exploitation was a one-time thing. It could only exploit one action, one thing. The mysterious merchant was an exception, probably because his items were considered as one thing. For example, the merchant's items were stored in a spatial ring, and Su Chen exploited the ring. What should I do next? Su Chen entered the game, pondering with a furrowed brow after seeing the progress bar full. Xia Cha blinked, watching Su Chen lost in thought without interrupting. She just quietly observed him. Max out the level? Su Chen tried, but it didn't work. Displayed, data unlimited, unable to create. Wow, is there no level limit in this game? Su Chen was slightly surprised. The highest level he had seen so far was LV 100. He thought 100 was the maximum level. Either there was no level limit in the game, or there was a unique leveling system that allowed players to continuously improve, hence the display of unlimited data. I kind of want to adjust the level of that reverse scale dragon blood to the level I can currently use. Su Chen looked at the dragon blood in his backpack, which he couldn't use yet. It was a level 100 item. It looked tempting. However, it was a bit dangerous. Only a 1% chance to evolve his constitution into a true dragon body. But there is a 99% chance that it will burst the body, and all the character's data will be wiped clean. The consequences of this are really hard to bear. Even though Su Chen has extremely high luck, he doesn't dare to bet on that 1% chance. If he's going to do it, he will make sure to raise the success rate of the reverse scale dragon blood to 100%. Should I do it this way? Su Chen pondered, thinking it should be doable. However, achieving 100% success rate and reducing the level of usage are two separate actions. It requires exploiting the bug twice to succeed. Well, anyway, I don't have much on hand right now. Let's do it, Su Chen thought, making up his mind. Looking at the reverse scale dragon blood in his backpack, Su Chen silently recited, "Raise the success rate of the reverse scale dragon blood to 100%. Then, Su Chen saw a change in the reverse scale dragon blood in his backpack. The already radiant dragon blood, emitting a brilliant orange glow, became even more intense. After a while, a pop-up box appeared. Creation successful. Su Chen read the information again. Reverse scale dragon blood, level, LV100 tier, legendary type, consumable effect, after use, evolves physique into a true dragon. Details, true dragon reverse scale, touch it and die. However, this drop of blood is indeed the real reverse scale dragon blood. Nice. Success. The probability has become 100%. Su Chen felt a surge of excitement. Just need to wait another 10 hours, and he can use this coveted reverse scale dragon blood. By the way, looking at the reverse scale dragon blood, Su Chen had another idea. What if I bring this dragon blood out into reality? If it can really turn into a dragon, that would be so cool, so awesome. The more he thought about it, the more Su Chen was tempted, his heart pounding. Stay calm, it's still a long way to the next bug creation, no need to rush. Su Chen calmed his mind. Looking beside him, Xia Cha was staring blankly at him. Su Chen said, "Xia Cha, I received a mission, let's go together." "Oh, okay." Xia Cha nodded. The two set off to the stable to get their horses. Along the way, Su Chen and Xia Cha noticed that there were many more players in the city. Many of them were excited, engaging in intense discussions. The topic of discussion naturally revolved around the player-run shops in the city. Do you think that shop is owned by Bai Yi? I think so, even if it's not, it must have some connection to Bai Yi. I think the same, that first building permit was definitely issued by Bai Yi. By the way, why doesn't the shop have a name yet? Shouldn't they hurry up and make a name for themselves to become famous? Wow! Bai Yi. Speak of the devil and he shall appear. It's such a coincidence to run into Bai Yi. So cool. Bai Yi, I wanna have your babies. At $$. Listening to the players' discussions as they walked, Su Chen felt a bit strange. How come, after all this time, Shangwan Xingshang still hasn't chosen a name? Ding ding, just then, a message came from his friend. Opening it, it was from Shangwan Xingshang. Since they had established a cooperative relationship yesterday, they naturally added each other as friends. Nishang, boss, what do you think would be a good name for the shop? It was then that Su Chen understood why she hadn't named it yet. She wanted to ask for his opinion. It had to be said, Su Chen was touched. She was truly an excellent partner, even giving up the naming rights for the store. Regardless of what happens in the future, right now, there couldn't be a more suitable partner than Shangwan Xingshang. This made Su Chen quite curious. What exactly made Shangwan Xingshang so eager to establish an industry in the game? Is it really just for money? With her abilities, it shouldn't be necessary for her to compromise to this extent. After pondering for a moment, Su Chen shook his head and stopped thinking about it. It's her business, not his concern. After some thought, he sent a message back. It's up to you, I don't mind. He really didn't mind. Su Chen only cared about whether his things sold or not, nothing else mattered to him. Then, after a few seconds of pause, Shangwan Xingshang said, how about calling her Knight Luo? This name was still centered around Su Chen. It was derived from the last letter of Su Chen's ID and profession. Su Chen sent a message, it's fine. Okay, let's call her Knight Luo then, Shangwan Xingshang said. The name was settled. Thus, in the Divine Land world, the first shop opened by players was born. As for how far it would shine in the future with Su Chen's reputation and help, that remained unknown, left to time. Shortly after, Su Chen and Xia Cha arrived at the horse stable. The two of them rode on a horse together, galloping towards the chaotic flow jungle in the wilderness. Baba. In the middle of the journey, Su Chen suddenly felt a soft and tender call. Opening the pet space, he saw that the little vermilion bird had woken up. curiously wandering in the space, occasionally glancing at the still sleeping little Snow. Sensing Su-chen looking at the space, the little vermilion bird immediately turned her head and looked at Su-chen. Baba. Giggle. Hug. She smiled, flapped her wings, wanting Su-chen to hug her. Such a cute little thing. Su-chen smiled and summoned her out of the pet space. Suddenly, a burst of light radiated in front of him. In the light, wings, body, and flames condensed. The little vermilion bird appeared in the air, then, plop. As soon as she appeared, she plopped down from the air to the ground. She fell down cutely. The little vermilion bird was stunned for a moment, then tears welled up in her eyes quickly. Woo-woo. The little vermilion bird staggered to her feet. With a teary voice, she said, Baba, it hurts. Wow. Xiaocha looked at the adorable little vermilion bird and exclaimed, Brother, what is this? So cute. She's the child of the big vermilion bird, Su-chen explained, then dismounted. The little vermilion bird rushed over and hugged Su-chen's leg. Looking up at Su-chen, she tearfully said, Baba, it hurts. Seeing her pitiful appearance, Su-chen felt a pang of heartache. He quickly bent down and picked her up. It doesn't hurt, it doesn't hurt. Su-chen gently patted the little vermilion bird, comforting her. The little vermilion bird was not big, about the size of an adult fat orange cat, with soft feathers all over, feeling good to hold. Being held by Su-chen, the little vermilion bird stopped crying. Nestled in Su-chen's arms, her eyes curved, clearly very happy. Wow! Brother, she's so cute. Xiaocha also dismounted, admiring the little vermilion bird with shining eyes, showing great affection. Startled by her enthusiastic gaze, the little vermilion bird shrank into Su-chen's arms. Then, in a soft voice, she asked, Baba, who is she? Su-chen introduced, She's my sister Xiaocha, you can call her. Call her sister. Oh, sister. The little vermilion bird nodded cutely, then looked at Xiaocha, cautiously calling her sister. Hey, so obedient. Xiaocha responded, full of affection, wishing to snatch the little vermilion bird into her arms. But afraid of scaring her, Xiaocha just watched from the side. After calling her sister, the little vermilion bird looked at Su-chen again. Baba, where's Mama? Su-chen pondered for a moment and simply said, she's temporarily gone, she'll be back in a while. Oh, okay. The little vermilion bird nodded blankly, showing no signs of sadness. Perhaps, she didn't feel much about it. This made Su-chen breathe a sigh of relief. Brother, what's her name? At this moment, Xiaocha asked beside them. She doesn't have a name yet. Su-chen shook his head. Before Luoling left, she didn't mention a name for the little vermilion bird. Probably, she hadn't named the little vermilion bird yet. Xiaocha's eyes lit up, excitedly saying, then let's help her pick one. Yes, indeed, we should give her one. Her mother's surname is Luo, what name would be good? Su-chen said, starting to think. Ing-ake? Xiao Zhuke watched Baba and his sister lost in thought, tilting her head curiously and chirping twice. Upon hearing this sound, Xiaocha suddenly had an inspiration. Xiaocha said, brother, how about calling her Luoing? Like the cherry blossoms? Luoing? Su-chen muttered, feeling quite good about it. Not bad, sounds nice. So, Su-chen patted Xiao Zhuchua's head and said to her, Xiao Zhuke, from now on, your name will be Luoing. Chirp chirp. Okay, Baba. Xiao Zhuke. No, Xiao Luoing was instantly overjoyed, excitedly nudging Su-chen's chest with her little head. Xiaocha looked on with envy. She also wished she could nudge her brother's chest like that. No, she also wished to be adored by the cute little Luoing. He. Su-chen smiled slightly. The little thing was truly adorable. After naming her, Su-chen checked Luoying's attributes. Luoying, owner, by Yi level, LV1 tier, legendary race, vermilion bird life, 10,000 fire distance, 5,000 damage, fire attribute attack 172 talent, fire distance skills, fire bath nirvana, flame sky, fire wing details, a vermilion bird born using secret methods, different from ordinary vermilion birds, currently in a juvenile state. Before checking the talents and skills, Su-chen noticed something amiss. That is, in Xiao Luoying's panel, there was a column for race, while Xiao Shui's did not have one. Why doesn't Xiao Shui's have it? Su-chen pondered, thinking and thinking, coming up with only one explanation. Xiao Shui's origin was too extraordinary. In Xiao Shui's information panel, there was a sentence, a little cat of unknown origin, with an extremely strong original life level, but sealed for too long, resulting in a significant drop in tier and strength. Xiao Shui is now a legend, but this is after the drop. Before that, she was probably very strong, part of a strong group. Although the system does not show Xiao Shui's race, it's a bit absurd and out of place. But considering that this is not an ordinary game, Su-chen had no problem accepting it. Forget it, race and such, not important. Su Chen shook his head, no longer dwelling on it. He looked at Luo Ying's talents and skills. Fire distance, talent ability effect 1, fire gua details, Luo Ying can control, manipulate, use, withstand, contain, absorb 99% of all things of the sun, fire attribute between heaven and earth. Effect 2, unquenchable details, the flames on Luo Ying's body never extinguish, offsetting external damage. Fire attacks are offset by 50%, other attacks by 20%. Effect 3, slaughter details, Luo Ying is in charge of killing, each attack can additionally inflict 20% fire attribute damage. Fire Bath Nirvana, level, LV1 cost, 5000 fire distance cooldown, 280 minutes details, Luo Ying burns the fire within her body, reborn and scathed in the flames, with a 200% increase in status, lasting 10 seconds. Note, even if the fire distance is insufficient, rebirth is still possible. However, depending on the percentage of missing fire distance, life and fire values will be reduced, and status cannot be enhanced. Flame Sky, level, LV1 cost, 200 fire distance / per second cooldown, 50 seconds damage, normal attack * 330% details, Luo Ying spits out the fire within her, causing burning damage to enemies within a certain range, 10 meters around her. Note, targets burned by the fire have a 30% chance to trigger the burning state, lasting 5 seconds, causing normal attack * 10% fire attribute damage per second. During the burning period, the enemy's fire resistance is reduced by 30%. Fire Wing of Fire Distance, level, LV1 cost, 500 fire distance / fire wing cooldown, 100 seconds damage, normal attack * 470% * 110 times details, Luo Ying condenses 500 fire distance into a fire wing, causing massive damage to the target enemy, can target a single target, or area attack. Source text, Fire Feather attack range, 10 meters around the body. Note, targets attacked by the fire feather have a 30% chance to trigger the burning state, lasting 5 seconds, dealing fire attribute damage equal to 10% of normal attack damage per second. During the burning state, the enemy's fire resistance is reduced by 30%. Legendary quality is just awesome. Even if it's just a level 1 panel, it's super luxurious. Su Chen looked at Xiao Luo Ying, feeling very pleased. Now, he has 2 pets, Xiao Shui for healing and Xiao Luo Ying for attacking. All set. I wonder when Xiao Luo Ying will be able to carry someone and fly. Su Chen touched Xiao Luo Ying's head, recalling the exhilarating feeling when Luo Ling carried him flying before. Nostalgic for a moment, Su Chen said to Xiao Cha, "Let's go, Cha Cha, let's do the mission." Okay. Xiao Cha got on the horse, then looked at Xiao Luo Ying in Su Chen's arms and said, "Brother, I'll sit in front of you. It's not convenient for you to hold her, let me do it." Xiao Ying, what do you think? Su Chen looked at Xiao Luo Ying in his arms. Xiao Luo Ying blinked her eyes and softly said, "I want daddy to hold me." Xia Cha, that's quite a blow. Ha! Su Chen lifted Xiao Luo Ying onto the horse and galloped towards the turbulent jungle. About 10 minutes later, they arrived. They found a place to tie up the horse. As for whether the horse will be alive or dead when they come back, that's up to fate. They entered the turbulent jungle. The jungle was vast, but fortunately, the boss gave a rough location, saying that's where the turbulence is most severe. Su Chen opened the map and saw that the location was quite far. Although it's a jungle, in reality, it consists of relatively low, gently undulating mountain ranges. The location given by the boss was at the foot of the mountains. Let's go. Su Chen and Xiao Chai headed towards the target location. Along the way, they naturally encountered monsters, mostly ranging from level 20 to level 30. Previously, Su Chen would have definitely skipped killing them out of laziness. But now, to level up Xiao Luo Ying, Su Chen killed every monster he encountered. Level up sooner, fly sooner. They encountered several lord bosses along the way. Of course, they were just lord bosses, easy peasy, no need for much talk. Leveling up by challenging higher level monsters is fast. Before long, Xiao Luo Ying soared to level 10. "Daddy!" she mumbled, then jumped out of Su Chen's arms on her own. Boom! Landing on the ground, the flames on her body suddenly surged. After about 10 seconds, the flames receded, leaving only a burning sensation on Xiao Luo Ying's body. It seemed like she had evolved, her body had grown much larger. Previously comparable to a chubby orange cat, now she could be compared to the size of an adult tiger. "Daddy!" Xiao Zhuke hopped over and hugged Su Chen's leg. It seemed like Su Chen had to carry her. Su Chen patted her head, helplessly saying, "Xiao Ying, you've grown bigger now, I can't carry you." Ah! Xiao Luo Ying seemed to understand, nodding slightly dejectedly. "Alright, let's go." Su Chen patted her head. Xiao Luo Ying flapped her wings and flew into the air. But she didn't fly too high, staying close to Su Chen, following him closely. About 3 to 4 hours passed. It wasn't surprising that it took so long with all the monster killing along the way. Of course, the results were evident. Xiao Luoying had reached level 19. And after Su Chen killed a bird monster, she leveled up again. Level 20. Boom! Similarly, Xiao Luoying landed on the ground, surrounded by burning flames that surged. In the flames, her body rapidly grew. After half a minute, the flames gradually receded. Xiaoying had grown much larger again, completely different from her previous appearance. To put it more vividly, the current Luoying was as big as 2 cars parked side by side. When the wings spread out, they are nearly 10 meters long. It can be considered a colossal beast. At this point, it's time to check the information. Luoying, owner, by Yi level, LV20 rank, legendary race, Vermilion bird life, 100,000 fire, 9,750 damage, fire attribute attack 2,580 talent, fire separation skills, bathing in fire rebirth, flames covering the sky, fire wing feathers, details, a vermilion bird born using secret methods, different from ordinary vermilion birds, currently in a juvenile state. Su Chen clicked on the skills again. He found that besides the skill of bathing in fire rebirth, all the other skills had been upgraded to LV3. Increased damage percentage, reduced cooldown. Although only a few skills were upgraded, it didn't matter. I wonder if it can fly. Su Chen muttered as he looked at little Luoying. It seemed like little Luoying sensed Su Chen's thoughts and turned her head to look at Su Chen, saying, "Ing Ing, take daddy flying." With that, little Ing came to Su Chen's side, crouched down, obviously indicating for Su Chen to get on. Can it be done? Su Chen couldn't help but feel a bit worried. "It's okay, I can do it, Daddy," little Luoying said. Perhaps due to the level increase, she now spoke much more clearly and distinctly. "All right." Su Chen nodded and climbed onto Luoying's back. Can I come too, little Ing?" Xia Cha asked from the side. She also wanted to fly, but she was worried that Luoying couldn't handle it. Luoying nodded and cutely said, "Okay, sister can come too." "Thank you, little Ing." Xia Cha thanked her and then climbed up. Whoosh! Luoying flapped her wings heavily, the wind howled, and they took off. Although there was a bit of shaking at the beginning, probably because she wasn't used to it or wasn't proficient yet, little Luoying quickly gained control. Carrying Su Chen and Xia Cha, they flew towards their destination. Comfortable. So comfortable. Finally, I can fly again. Su Chen sighed with relief. Finally, he felt the sensation of flying again. Not like before, where it was either riding a horse or riding a horse. Running around was exhausting, and the speed wasn't fast. Little Luoying was much faster than riding a horse, and the feeling of flying was even more exhilarating. Enough digression. Soon, Su Chen arrived at the approximate area marked by the boss for the mission. Huff, 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 z, 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 z. Just as he arrived, Su Chen heard the piercing sound of the wind. There were indeed more turbulent flows here than in other places, and they were more intense and fierce. The piercing sound of the wind continued without stopping, and even space seemed to be torn apart. "Little Ing, let's land." Su Chen was worried that little Luoying would collide with the turbulent flow, so he asked her to land. "Okay, Daddy." Little Luoying obediently descended. The 2 humans and 1 beast stood on the ground, surveying the area. Here, it was the junction of 2 mountain ranges. Low peaks converged here, forming a V-shaped terrain. The turbulent flows seemed to appear out of nowhere. "Brother, how do we complete this mission?" Xia Cha curiously asked. She shared Su Chen's mission and naturally knew the details of the mission. But, coming here and not noticing anything unusual, how were they supposed to complete the mission? "I have no idea either." Su Chen shook his head and walked carefully. "Let's not rush, let's look around here, maybe we can find something." "Oh, okay." Xia Cha nodded. So, they started wandering around here. If an ordinary person came, they might just be walking into a trap and be swept away by the turbulent flows. But Su Chen, who was blessed by extraordinary luck. Under the influence of extremely high luck, Su Chen, Xia Cha, and little Luoying just happened to avoid any turbulent flows. And as they walked, Su Chen suddenly stepped into nothingness, and his whole person disappeared. Just like before when he entered the vermilion bird's sorrowful secret realm. In a whoosh, he suddenly disappeared. Of course, not disappeared, but entered a secret realm. "Ah, brother?" Xia Cha exclaimed in shock, quickly walking to where Su Chen was standing before, and in a whoosh, she disappeared too. Xiao Luoying was the same, following along and disappearing. In the secret realm, system prompts began to sound in Su Chen's ear. "Ding! You have discovered LV30 Secret Realm Instance, Void Earthfall, Rewards, Experience plus 10,000, Abyss Twin City Reputation plus 500, Gold Coins plus 20. Ding! You have entered LV30 Secret Realm Instance, Void Earthfall. The challenge begins. Please kill the Secret Realm boss within 180 minutes. Ding! Announcement for the Great Xia server. Player Bai discovered the LV30 Secret Realm Instance, Void Earthfall, in the wilderness of the Abyss Twin City. The location information of this secret realm is now open to the public. All players can challenge it. The first to clear it will receive a large reward. Ding! Announcement for the Great Xia server. The long-lost system announcements. Oh my! It's Bai again, not much of a surprise. Bai is amazing. Another secret realm. I haven't even found one here. So what if you found it? Can you pass it? It's useless if you can't. True. I once tried the secret realm instance of the Tomb of the Dark Abyss, and ended up being killed by over 100 corpse monsters. The strong keep getting stronger. Is Bai going to stay ahead of us forever? What? You got a problem? Go challenge him then. No. If someone else had discovered this, it wouldn't have caused such a stir. But because it was related to Su Chen, many players were discussing and arguing fervently. Standing in the secret realm, a flash of light appeared twice, and Xia Cha and Luoing also entered. Phew! Seeing that his brother was fine, Xia Cha patted his chest, relieved. Daddy, scared. Luoing, on the other hand, anxiously said, hugging Su Chen. She was now bigger than Su Chen, so she had to be the one hugging him. It's okay. Daddy is fine. Su Chen patted her, comforting her with a doting expression. Xia Cha looked enviously at them, wishing he could also be comforted like that by his brother. After Luoing calmed down, Su Chen came out of her embrace and surveyed the area. It was a desolate place. Not a blade of grass grew, no hint of green. The ground was finely ground powder, and the air was filled with constant whistling winds. The sky was a deep black, like a void, with turbulent flows constantly surging. It looked like being on land in outer space. Where is this? Xia Cha asked curiously. I don't know, the map has no information. Su Chen shook his head and started walking aimlessly. Let's walk around and see if we can find anything. This place was not like the levels in the Tomb of the Dark Abyss. It was barren all around, but no monsters were found. It was unclear where the monsters were. Roar! Just as they were wondering where the monsters were, a roar suddenly sounded out of nowhere. Then, some monsters jumped out from the sand and void ahead. These monsters looked like bugs, about the size of adult sows. Su Chen checked the information. Void Black Insect, level, LV30 category, rare monster HP, 412,000 damage, 7,665 details, monsters living in the void, devouring spatial energy and the vitality of living beings, with elusive and mysterious movements. A rare LV30 monster. Their HP is a bit low, easy to defeat. Cha, buff. Su Chen said. Xia Cha immediately waved his hand, and 10 strands of vitality instantly surrounded Su Chen. Azura's Greed passive was fully stacked. Attack! Minus 3,573 normal attack damage. Minus 71,460 critical strike heart-cutting blade damage. They were not difficult to defeat, as these monsters seemed to have low defense. Shu Kei also joined the battle, opening its mouth and spewing out a brilliant flame, causing a large area of damage. 2546-2487-2583. Luo Ying's level was not low now, and her damage was good. She was a great help, making it much easier for Su Chen to grind monsters. In less than 10 minutes, Su Chen had dealt with this wave of monsters. He continued to venture deeper. As he walked, waves of monsters kept popping up, only to be swiftly dealt with by Su Chen. Killing monsters. After a while, Su Chen grew tired of all the killing. Finally, after defeating a wave of monsters, boom! The void exploded, revealing a huge and pitch-black monster with fluctuating spatial distortions and howling winds. Its shape was peculiar, round and covered in tendrils. Ghost Moth, level, LV30 category, Golden Boss health points, 800,000 damage, 13,175 skills, Ghost Flash, Soul-Shattering Void, Space Pursuit details, a moth-like creature that roams the void, with a tiny original body and the power to traverse space. Ghost Flash, level, LV2 cooldown, 30 seconds details. The Ghost Moth uses spatial power to instantly teleport. Range, 20 meters. Soul-Shattering Void, level, LV1 cooldown, 100 seconds damage, normal attack asterisk 344% asterisk 8 times details. The Ghost Moth unleashes spatial power, shattering the space around the target, causing massive damage. Space Pursuit, level, LV2 cooldown, 300 seconds details. the ghost moth remembers the enemy's aura, allowing it to pursue the enemy regardless of the distance. Quite formidable. Quite rare. It turned out to be a creature wielding spatial power, explaining the chaotic spatial fluctuations everywhere. Hiss. Just as he finished reading the information, the ghost moth roared and lunged towards Su Chen. It was fast, moving in a flickering manner. TSK. Su Chen clicked his tongue, getting serious. Although this monster didn't have thick blood, its movements were too agile, requiring caution. Blood Shadow Instant Kill. Seizing the moment when the ghost moth flashed, Su Chen used Blood Shadow Instant Kill. Instantly, he moved faster than the ghost moth, turning into a blood rainbow, piercing the ghost moth's body with his sword. Minus 43,344 critical damage, not bad. Chirp. In pain, the ghost moth howled and released a dark energy mass from its body. This was its skill, Soul-Shattering Void. Whoo! Su Chen immediately spread his wings of incineration, swiftly evading. Cha-cha, Blood Spirit Fusion. Su Chen shouted. The high speed of the wings of incineration couldn't be wasted, it was crucial to maximize output. Got it, Xia-cha responded, transforming back into the blood humanoid form seen before. Turning into bloodstreams, she intertwined and merged with Su Chen. Su Chen then activated the flowing clouds and water of his cloak. He hadn't used this skill in a long time, as it was rarely needed. With these states stacking up, Su Chen's speed surpassed the ghost moth's. The flickering ghost moth was now matched by Su Chen. Heart-cutting blade. Minus 243,350 fatal. It felt great. After the fatal blow, the ghost moth's health was down to around 500,000. Chirp, the ghost moth howled in pain, quickly retreating to avoid Su Chen. Swish, a dark and void light emanated from its body, instantly retreating 20 meters. Then, from a distance, it spat energy balls to attack Su Chen. Whoo! Su Chen swiftly spread his wings of incineration, closing the distance in half a breath's time, and was once again close to the ghost moth. With a slash, the flames on the dark flame blade burst open. Weapon skill, Dark Flame Burst minus 19,504 critical minus 9,734 critical minus 4,865 minus 9,698 critical. Su Chen's speed was too fast, the ghost moth couldn't escape at all. In a second, Su Chen could deliver 2 or 3 strikes. That was at least around 14,000 damage per hit, not counting Xia Luoying's output. In other words, in just a few minutes, this golden boss was defeated. It was like a race to the finish. Ding! You have successfully cleared the LV30 Secret Realm instance, Void Fall. As the first player to clear this instance, you receive the following rewards: 10 free attribute points, 3 golden draw chests, 1,000 reputation for the Twin Cities of the Beyond, and 20 gold coins. Since the monsters are defeated, it's time for the long-awaited rewards. Let's talk about levels first. Su Chen has leveled up by 1.5 levels, reaching level 28. Xia Cha has gained 2 levels, now at level 24. Xia Luoying is at level 22, with her experience bar more than halfway filled. With the level increase and the first clear reward, Su Chen has obtained a total of 60 free attribute points. Following the usual routine, 30 points each were added to strength and intelligence. After sorting this out, Su Chen looked at the golden draw chests, which can only be opened at level 30, so he decided to save them for later. With that done, it was time to check the loot. Su Chen looked towards the boss and was delighted. Truly worthy of being a boss in a secret realm. There were 4 items emitting a golden glow, 3 in silver, and 7 to 8 rare items. Comfortable. Su Chen walked over to these items. He picked up a golden one and checked its information. Phantom Mirage Boots, level, LV30 quality, gold type, light armor / boots attributes, strength plus 215 / intelligence plus 199 defense, physical defense plus 998 / magic defense plus 987 enchantment, movement speed plus 10% prefix. What makes me so confident? Is it handsomeness? Is it elegance? No, it's speed. Can you keep up with my thoughts? A good piece of equipment. Items that enhance movement speed are rare. He put it in his backpack, ready to use it at level 30. Space Pursuit Skill Sealstone, level, LV30 quality, gold type, consumable details, select a target, release the spatial power within the stone, traverse space, and arrive next to the target. This thing is quite interesting. If he needs to chase someone in the future and that person runs far away, he can use it to catch up. Su Chen stored it in his backpack and looked at the next item. Concealed Arrow Phantom Bow, level, LV30 quality, gold type, weapon / bow attributes, strength plus 67 / intelligence plus 121 damage, physical attack plus 424 / magic attack plus 976 weapon skill, bursting arrow prefix, you can't see me, you can't see me, you can't see me. Sneak attack. Bursting arrow, level, LV1 cooldown, 130 seconds cost, 500 Azura power damage, normal attack asterisk 327% plus normal attack asterisk 24% asterisk 5 times details, charge for 1 second, shoot out a powerful arrow capable of detonating space, causing massive damage to enemies. Upon hitting an enemy, the arrow will detonate space, causing 5 subsequent spatial explosion damages. Wow! Pretty lucky! Seeing this bow, Suchen was pleasantly surprised. His current bow was only a silver one at level 10, indeed falling behind. Similarly, he stored it in his backpack for use at level 30. Moving on, he picked up the last golden item. Space Crystal, level, LV30 quality, gold type, consumable effect, backpack capacity plus 1000 details. A crystal formed from a large amount of spatial power in the void, capable of expanding the backpack space. Damn! What a great item! Suchen wished he could use it right now. Although he currently has 100 backpack slots, it's still not enough. His luck is too good. If he picks up every piece of equipment, it would only take killing a few dozen monsters to fill up. Too bad, I'm still a bit short of 1 level. These equipment items really make me impatient. Suchen stored the space crystal in his backpack. He glanced at the silver items, but something seemed off. It can only be said that once you have gold, you no longer want to wear silver. So, there wasn't anything particularly good. They were all some niche weapons, leather and cloth armors. Suchen tossed them into his backpack, planning to sell them. As for the rare items, there was no need to even look at them, just put them in the bag. And then, it was time for the final item in the instance, the clear chest for completing the secret realm instance. Suchen approached the treasure chest and opened the gleaming golden box. Buzz! Inside the chest, a radiant golden light shone. As expected, he had acquired another piece of golden treasure. After the light faded, just as Suchen had anticipated, there lay a piece of golden equipment inside. Checking the information, hardened titanium alloy dog eye, level, LV30 quality, gold type, jewelry/necklace attributes, constitution plus 167/health plus 1057 defense, magic defense plus 1053 enchantment. Every attack has a 3% chance to emit a bright light, blinding the opponent's eyes and causing blindness for 10 seconds. Suffix, why are you so ugly? Truly dazzling with the 24K anti-nuclear explosion light-emitting diode transistor global positioning infrared tracking thermal effect ion reaction mirror reflection rocket-propelled titanium alloy dog eye. This thing really is a dog's eye. And it's truly hardened. I'll give you credit for being unique. Suchen stored it in his backpack. Okay, let's go, Suchen said. After they defeated the ghost mayflies, a spatial rift appeared here. Presumably, it was the exit. Xiaocha nodded. Xiao Luoying didn't care and followed Suchen. Bang! Passing through the spatial rift, the 2 humans and 1 beast reappeared in the turbulent jungle. However, the turbulence here had significantly weakened. It was estimated that after a while, when the secret realm respawned bosses, the turbulence would strengthen again. But that didn't matter. Okay, let's head back to the city, Suchen said, jumping onto Xiao Luoying, with Xiaocha following suit. They flew towards the city. As for that horse, forget it, fate will decide its destiny. Flying in the sky is faster than on the ground. In less than 10 minutes, Suchen returned to the city. Wow! What's that in the sky? Wow, so cool! That swirling flame bird. Why does it look so much like White Knight's mount? What do you mean look like? It is White Knight's, right? Upon entering the city, the huge and mysterious vermilion bird soaring in the sky sparked many discussions. Suchen landed outside a shop. Instantly, the players here were all eyes. Even though many had seen Suchen's vermilion bird mount before, witnessing its majesty in person was truly awe-inspiring. Suchen and Xiaocha entered the shop, while Luoying, being too large, waited outside. Oh! As Suchen entered, the shopkeeper looked up and exclaimed, "The hero returns. Have you found what you were looking for, or do you need to replenish something?" "I found it," Suchen nodded and said, "in the area you indicated, I discovered the entrance to a secret realm dungeon. Upon entering, I encountered many monsters wielding spatial powers, likely causing the perpetual turbulence there." The shopkeeper nodded in realization and said, "So that's what happened. Very well, thank you for solving the mystery, hero." The shopkeeper turned around, rummaged through the counter, and took out 2 items. "Here, this is your reward." Suchen looked over and saw the information: teleportation array of 1,000 miles, level, no level item quality, gold type, consumable details, unfolds a teleportation map with a maximum range of 1,000 miles, becomes unusable after 1 use. Note, the destination must be known and have a receiving teleportation array. A great item. With this 1,000-mile teleportation map, he might be able to reach other main cities. Of course, it might be a bit difficult to go to other imperial regions. Proxy signing law scroll, level, no level item quality, gold type, consumable effect. When signing a covenant with others not exceeding the strength of a second level, this scroll can sign on behalf of the user. If the covenant is violated, the scroll will burn, but the user will not suffer any negative effects. Note, first level covenant includes pledging to heal critical physical injuries through self-spiritual practice. Second level covenant includes pledging to save a life in a critical situation through divine intervention. Third level oath, for the perilous souls, swearing by the myriad of gods. This generation's signing method is quite interesting, quite powerful, and quite amusing. It allows for one breach of contract. However, it seems unnecessary at the moment. Of course, Suchin still needs to keep it, who knows when it might come in handy. Thanks, boss, Suchin said as he took it. The boss waved his hand, saying, "You're welcome, it's only right. Farewell, brave one." Suchen nodded in acknowledgement and walked out with Xia. Xiao Luoying was waiting quietly outside, her body blazing with heat, raising the temperature of the area significantly. "Daddy!" Xiao Luoying called out happily as Suchen emerged. This address immediately stunned the players around who were looking on with envy. Suchen and Xia stepped onto Xiao Luoying's back. "Xiaoying, let's go, to. Well, let's go to the chaotic flowing forest." He was only 2 levels away from reaching level 30. He didn't feel like running around everywhere, so he decided to level up in the chaotic flowing forest. It was a vast place with many monsters and few players, making it a good leveling spot. "Hoo!" Xiaoying flapped her crimson wings, a strong wind howling as she carried Su Chen and Xia into the sky, leaving the players on the ground gazing enviously at the vermilion bird. "Cool. So cool. Ah, this vermilion bird is really cool. I envy it so much. I want a pet like that too. Who wouldn't want one? I'd rather be single for 10 years to have a pet like that. I'd damn well be single for life." In the air, Su Chen checked the progress bar of the bug on his hand. Currently, it was over 50%. There was about 5 hours left before he could create another bug. Su Chen glanced at the time, it was already past noon. Although Su Chen wasn't hungry, Xia needed to eat. So, after arriving at the chaotic flowing forest, Su Chen and Xia went offline together to have a meal. After eating, they logged back in. Without much ado, they started monster hunting right away. C1, kill 1, C100, kill 100. 3578-3586-3605-7210 critical hit. Leveling up. Although he was just killing some ordinary monsters, Suchen was full of energy. Once he reached level 30, he could use a bunch of items in his backpack. However, the experience he needed to level up now was quite high. Killing a level 30 ordinary monster only gave less than 2,000 experience points. And this less than 2,000 experience points didn't even increase the experience bar by 0.5%. Long hours of monster hunting. Over 2 hours later, Suchen leveled up. Level 29. He gained 15 free attribute points. Of course, during this time, Xia also leveled up. However, she gained less experience from eating, only leveling up by 1, reaching over level 25. In total, she gained 20 attribute points, with plus 10 in strength and intelligence each. Xiao Luoying reached level 24, making her attack stronger. She was on the sidelines, helping Su Chen level up faster. Another 2 hours passed. Finally, after killing a level 30 elite monster, Su Chen leveled up. Level 30. At the same time, Su Chen felt the power of the Azura within him boiling once again. When he reached level 19 to 20, he comprehended a skill. And now, he comprehended another skill as he reached level 30. Ding! As your level has reached level 30, your Azura power is boiling, and you have comprehended an exclusive Azura skill, Blood Arc /. Check the information. Blood Arc / level, LV1 cooldown, 100 seconds cost, 700 Azura power damage, normal attack * 800% * 1 3 times details, condense Azura power into a blood arc, wildly slashing at the enemy. Currently, up to 3 blood arcs can be slashed, each consuming 700 Azura power. Note, the blood arc can detach from the weapon and fly out, with a maximum distance of 10 meters. Not bad. Azura skills are indeed powerful, with such high damage percentages. Su Chen closed the skill information contentedly. Following what was said before, let's check the current data. Su Chen had reached level 30. Xiao Luo's level is 26. Xia, on the other hand, is between levels 25 and 27, accumulating 10 attribute points for Su Chen. In total, there are 25 attribute points, with strength plus 10 points and intelligence plus 15 points. With the attribute points sorted out, it was finally time to reap the rewards. Su-chen, filled with excitement, first took out the spatial crystal and used it. Instantly, his backpack expanded significantly. Now it has a total of 1,100 slots. From now on, he won't have to struggle to fit things in anymore. Su-chen didn't rush to put on the equipment in his backpack immediately. Instead, he took out the 6 golden treasure chests. 3 of them came from the first kill of a golden boss, while the other 3 were rewards for clearing the secret dungeon Void Earth Fall for the first time. With my current luck, I'm sure I can get some good stuff, right? Su-chen thought, and opened all 6 treasure chests at once. Full throttle. Clang 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 buzz. As the chests opened, the place was instantly illuminated by a brilliant golden light. Wow! Xia-cha exclaimed, unable to help but cover her eyes. The light was too dazzling, almost blinding. Inside the 6 golden treasure chests, everything emitted a golden glow. 6 gold items. So satisfying. Su-chen calmed down his excitement a bit and reached out to pick up an item to check its information. Flying Star Sword, level, LV30 quality, gold category, weapon/longsword attributes, strength +238/intelligence +101 damage, physical attack +1553/magic attack +777 prefix. This sword looks ordinary, but why is it so sharp? There's nothing special about this sword, no weapon skills or anything. The shape is quite ordinary, with only starry patterns engraved on the blade. It looks plain, but the strength and physical attack bonuses are just too powerful. Compared to the LV30 gold quality, hidden arrow illusion bow, with a magic attack of 976, this flying star sword has a weaker magic attack, but not by much, and not to mention the physical attack. Great sword! Su-chen temporarily stored the flying star sword in his backpack. He planned to equip everything at once after checking them all. Moving on to the next item. Shadow Cloak of Charm, level, LV30 quality, gold category, special equipment/cloak attributes, HP +3700/constitution +137 damage, physical attack +457/magic attack +439 defense, physical defense +200/magic defense +200 enchantment, movement speed +10%/attack speed +8% special effect. After staying still for 5 seconds, the cloak will emit black mist, cloaking the wearer. Shoulder of Hopelessness, level, LV30 quality, gold category, light armor/shoulder guards attributes, strength +173/intelligence +168 defense, physical defense +1134/magic defense +1096 suffix. It's over, all over. I shouldn't have practiced the sunflower scripture. It's over, all over. Invincible Elegance Bracelet, level, LV30 quality, gold category, accessory/bracelet attributes, strength +167/Shura power +1078 defense, magic defense +1135 suffix, time cannot defeat my elegance, old age cannot defeat my dominance. Glory Eternal Breastplate, level, LV30 quality, gold category, light armor/upper garment attributes, strength +186/intelligence +173 defense, physical defense +1275/magic defense +1124 suffix. The traces of this battle armor record its indelible glory. Silent Radiance Waistguard, level, LV30 quality, gold category, light armor/waistband attributes, strength +175/intelligence +168 defense, physical defense +1057/magic defense +1009 suffix. Come on, show off. 6 gold items, all equipment. There are no overlapping parts, so Su-chen can equip each one. This luck is simply incredible. With a few moves, Su-chen equipped all the items he could. His current equipment is terrifying. Weapons, Flying Star Sword LV30 gold, Hidden Arrow Illusion Bow LV30 gold. Armor, Shoulders of Hope Destruction LV30 gold, Chestplate of Eternal Glory LV30 gold, Waistguard of Silent Brilliance LV30 gold, Boots of Ghostly Illusion LV30 gold, Leg Guards of Calamity Bone LV30 gold. Jewelry, Invincible Elegance Bracelet LV30 gold, Hardened Titanium Dog Eye LV30 gold, Fragrant Flower Ring LV25 silver. Special items, Vermilion Feather Illusory Wings Legendary, Cloak of Enigmatic Charm LV30 gold, Divine Shadow Vessel LV20 silver, Starlight Cascade LV20 silver. Among the dozen or so pieces of equipment on him, only 2 or 3 are silver. The rest are all level 30 gold equipment, including a legendary item. This is truly extravagant. If he were to display his equipment information, many would be left wide-eyed. In fact, many players are already in disbelief. These 6 pieces of equipment are all of gold quality, naturally ranking high on the equipment leaderboard. Su Chen never hides anything about himself. He even told the game system that he wouldn't hide his name under any circumstances. Therefore, the sudden appearance of these gold equipment pieces has garnered widespread attention. Naturally, the holders of these equipment pieces are all members of the White Knight Guild. Hiss! What's up with this equipment leaderboard? Why are so many gold equipment pieces suddenly popping up? Someone slap me, I might still be dreaming. Damn! This is too terrifying, my hair is standing on end. I can't even dream of owning these items. Let me count, 1234. 10 gold items. 1 legendary, 3 silver. Damn! This is too extravagant. If we calculate by price, it's like wearing a mansion. White Knight is truly worthy of being my idol. So awesome. This guy is really strong. He's invincible. Working hard to level up, only to have the equipment surpass everything. Players are excited, their emotions varied and explosive. Su Chen is also almost overwhelmed with excitement. He opens his panel to check his current stats. ID, White Knight level, LV30 profession, Azura title, the fastest man in the world health, 307203 Azura power, 6069 strength, 1790 constitution, 482 intelligence, 1583 spirit, 147 special attributes, charm 18, luck 109 damage. Physical attack 6177/magic attack 4848 defense, physical defense 9248/magic defense 14949 skills, Bloodbath Fury Azura, Tyrant of Blood, Heart-Piercing Blade, Blood Shadow Instant Kill, Blood Arc Slash, Flame Attachment, Hawkeye. Passive, Azura's Palm Soldiers, Azura's Armor. Omitted, Azura's Greed. Equipment, Flying Star Sword, Hidden Arrow Illusion Bow. Omitted. Starlight Cascade. TSK. Su Chen looks at his panel, amazed. His strength is over 1,700. Physical attack has exceeded 6,000. What's more frightening is his defense. Physical defense is nearly 10,000, and magic defense is even more terrifying, almost 15,000. Quite a powerhouse. Looking at his panel, Su Chen is itching to test his current attack power. So, he goes and pulls a monster to test his damage. Minus 5,573. This basic attack damage feels great. Then, Su Chen spends some time testing the damage of each skill one by one. Heart-Piercing Blade. Minus 111,460 critical hit, minus 279,450 fatal. These are the two types of damage values of Heart-Piercing Blade against a level 30 normal monster. This is truly brutal. This terrifying skill, with Xiacha by his side, has a cooldown of only 35 seconds. Blood Shadow Instant Kill. Minus 39,067 without triggering a critical hit. The damage is not particularly high. However, this skill is a displacement skill, with damage being just an addition. Blood Arc Slash. Minus 44,728, minus 44,672, minus 44,755. This is how the skill works when used. The power of the Azura within Su Chen's body boiled and surged, wrapping around the sword. Then, as he swung the sword, the crimson sword energy turned into arcs of light shooting out. Of course, he could also directly strike the target with the sword without releasing the blood arcs. In any case, hitting all 3 blood arcs could deal a total of 130,000 damage. After testing the Fashing Sword, Su Chen switched to the Ini Illusory Bow. When the main weapon changed to a bow, the attributes naturally changed. Intelligence, 1704, Magic Attack, 6187. It seemed to be similar to the Fashing Sword. Taking a look, Su Chen couldn't be bothered to test further. Wow! Xiacha, who was beside him, looked at Su Chen stopping and her eyes were full of stars as she exclaimed, "Brother, you've become much stronger again. Your damage is too terrifying." He. Su Chen chuckled, feeling happy and satisfied inside. For this level 30, for these equipment, he endured several hours of boring leveling. Now that he finally obtained them, he naturally felt great. After a moment of joy, Su Chen prepared to leave. At level 30, he naturally didn't want to continue leveling here. Besides, the city lord had previously mentioned that once he reached level 30, he could come find her for a mission. Now was the time to go. Thinking this, Su Chen jumped onto Xiaoluing's back. "Cha-cha, let's go back to the city to find the city lord." "Oh, okay." Xia-cha nodded and jumped up as well. "Who?" Luoying flapped her wings and soared into the sky. With the level up and becoming more proficient in flying, her speed was now much faster and more stable than before. Standing on Luoying's back, overlooking the mountain ranges, the winding mountain paths, it was truly refreshing and invigorating, filling one with a sense of heroism. The bug should be almost fixed. Admiring the scenery for a moment, Suchen suddenly thought that several hours had passed, and the bug progress bar should be almost complete. So, Suchen looked down. Indeed, the bug progress bar had reached 100%. He had already prepared for this moment, so he directly opened his backpack and silently said, "Change the level of the reverse scale dragon blood to an item without a level." In the backpack, the reverse scale dragon blood lit up and underwent the change. After a moment, creation successful. Opening the information of the reverse scale dragon blood, the level information had changed to an item without a level. Looking at the information, Suchen fell into contemplation. It was now usable, naturally. So, the question was, should he bring it out into reality or just use it in the game? Well, with my current attributes, using this reverse scale dragon blood would probably just be icing on the cake. Suchen looked at his attributes, which were explosive, making him invincible at this stage. Instead of that, alright, I'll wait for the next bug and bring it out to use in reality. Suchen made up his mind. It's really something to look forward to. I wonder what it will be like. Imagining the situation of using the dragon blood, Suchen couldn't help but feel a bit restless. His heart was pounding with anticipation. After about 10 minutes, Xiaoluing carried Suchen and the others to the city lord's mansion. Presenting the Bianani order, there was no need to wait for the guards to announce them, they could enter directly. When Suchen arrived at the hall he had visited twice before, the city lord was already standing there waiting. "City lord, I'm here, I've reached level 30. After the greetings, Suchen got straight to the point. Xiacha and Xiaoluing followed beside him, waiting for their father, to finish receiving the mission. "Well, you've progressed quickly." The city lord looked at Suchen, nodding gently. "In that case, I have a task here that I'd like to entrust to you." "Go on," Suchen said, waiting for the city lord to continue. A long time ago, the Bianani Twin City was a complete giant city, not divided into two cities like it is now, separated by a great river. But instead of immediately mentioning the task, the city lord began to recount the background story of the Bianani Twin City. Suchen was a bit puzzled by all this and couldn't help but ask, "I understand all that, but what do you mean, Lord of the City?" "What I mean is..." The Lord of the City paused for a moment, then spoke solemnly, "I want you to reunite the twin cities of the other shore." "Reunite them? That seems quite impossible. With several kilometers separating the two shores, how could they be reunited?" As Suchen was still bewildered, the Lord of the City continued, "A long time ago, a huge object fell from the sky, splitting the entire city into two halves. Many people died, and the great river dividing the left and right halves came into existence. Since then, both halves of the city have undergone strange changes. The left half is full of vitality and vigor. The right half is shrouded in gloom, never seeing the light of day, with a chilling aura. Many even call the right half the underworld city. Initially, teleportation arrays were established between the two cities, allowing travel back and forth. However, it was soon discovered that staying in the left half for a few days and then going to the right half would inevitably cause severe harm to the body. The same applied vice versa. Frequent travel between the two halves would even endanger lives. At the same time, the great river separating the two cities has been widening. For these reasons, over time, the two halves of the city were completely cut off from each other. The teleportation arrays were severed because when activated, the yin and yang energies of both sides would mix during transmission, causing chaos. This separation has lasted for thousands of years, up to this day. And now, I want to resolve the troubles of the two cities, to release and clear the yin and yang energies within both cities, so that the two cities can merge once again. Even if the great river cannot be removed, they will be united as one, instead of being truly separated as they are now, with no interaction between them. The Lord of the City explained the deeper background of the twin cities of the other shore in one go. Suchen pondered and digested this information while propping up his chin. The Lord of the City did not rush him, waiting quietly. After a while, Suchen asked, "So, after all these thousands of years, aren't the people in the right half of the city mostly dead? Is it still necessary?" "No, the people in the right half of the city are still alive." The Lord of the City shook her head, with a hint of sadness in her expression. However, the erosion of yin energy has weakened their constitution, making them unable to tolerate even slightly stronger yang energy. "I see." Suchen nodded in understanding, then asked, "What do you need me to do?" This task sounded difficult and challenging, so Suchen naturally accepted it. The Lord of the City said, "In the first phase, I need you to go to the right half of the city and do something." "What do I need to do?" The Lord of the City did not immediately explain but said, "You have been to the secret realm of the spirit's tomb and seen a lake there. Do you know what that lake is?" "I do." Suchen nodded and said, "It's the cold spring of the great Yin. Yes, it is the cold spring of the Great Een. The lord of the city nodded, then asked, "You already know that the left half of the city is filled with yang energy, so why does the cold spring of the Great Een exist here, with the energy of the Great Een?" Oh, Su-chan suddenly had a flash of insight. I understand now. Yang gives rise to Een, so the left half of the city has condensed yang energy, resulting in the cold spring of the Great Een. And by mentioning this, you want me to go to the right half of the city to explore and find a place where Een gives rise to yang? Een gives rise to yang gives rise to Een. This is the concept of Yin and Yang in ancient Xia mythology, which is why Su-chen quickly guessed it. Exactly, you are very clever. The lord of the city looked at Su-chen with surprise and admiration, saying, "That is indeed what I want, but I don't need you to find the location. Because I already have it, I need you to go there and disperse some of the extreme Yang energy." With that, a task information box popped up beside her. Yin and Yang 1, difficulty, S requirement, go to the right half of the twin cities of the other shore, proceed to the target location, and clear the target secret realm. Progress, not accepted reward, none note. This task has subsequent stages, and task rewards will accumulate and be given upon completion of the final stage. Source text, accept/reject, wow. It's actually an S-level mission. Su-chen's heart skipped a beat as he read it. S-level. As mentioned before, this level of mission is capable of altering the game's history, significantly impacting its development. Such missions are difficult to trigger and deeply hidden. If it weren't for the Lord knowing that Su-chen had the blessing of the heavens, favored by the vermilion bird, and with an unparalleled profession as a powerful Azura, she would not have assigned this task to Su-chen. I will definitely accept it. Su-chen regained his composure, casually accepted it, but how do I get to the right half of the city? The Lord had mentioned earlier that the two halves of the city were completely separated. The Lord glared at Su-chen, then looked at the vermilion bird beside him. Su-chen smiled awkwardly, realizing he had forgotten about having a flying pet. Here, take this, the location is marked on it. The Lord didn't dwell on the issue and handed Su-chen a piece of paper. Opening it revealed another map. It contained minimal information, only marking a single location. It should be the Yin cathode and Yang ground in the right half of the city. Su-chen used it, and the information about a new location appeared on his game map. Su-chen left the Lord's mansion. With the mission accepted and the map information obtained, there was nothing else to do but leave. "Brother, shall we go now?" Xia blinked and asked Su-chen. Su-chen shook his head, "No rush, the auction will start in a little over an hour. We can go after checking out the auction. Besides, I just replaced a lot of equipment. Heavy armor doesn't suit you, and keeping it is useless, so I'll have Nishang sell it." Xiacha's situation was unique. She only focused on defense when it came to equipment. Plate armor affected speed, while leather and cloth armor were too fragile. Only light armor suited her, but Su-chen didn't have high-quality light armor at the moment. Moreover, as long as Xiacha stayed by his side, whether she had equipment or not didn't matter. So, Su-chen planned to sell these items. "Oh, okay." Xiacha nodded, then curiously muttered, "It's my first time attending an auction in the game, and I'm quite excited to see it." "Ha, if you want to see it, let's go." Su-chen chuckled, wrapped his arm around Xiacha's waist, and lifted her onto the broad back of Luo Ying. "Let's go, little Ying, to the central respawn point in the city." "Okay, Daddy." Whoosh! Luo Ying spread her wings and took off. In no time, they arrived at the central respawn point. Amid the gazes of other players, they headed towards the shop opened by Shang Qingshan, Knight Luo. The door was tightly closed, but Su-chen had the key and opened it directly. He and Xiacha entered, while Luo Ying had to return to the pet space for now. Who knew when Luo Ying would be able to freely control her form and transform, making things much more convenient. Outside, many players were watching. When they saw Su-chen open the door with a key, they all had a look of realization and confirmation. "Bai Yi, Azura, the shop is named Knight Luo. Taste it, savor it." As expected. "I knew it, Bai Yi is definitely related to this shop. How did he manage to do this? I've thought about it, but couldn't do it at all. Bai Yi always gets all the good stuff. It's really exciting." The auction will start in just over an hour. Looking forward to it. It's going to be a big event, too bad we can't watch it live. Be content, there will be a live broadcast later, that's good enough. Inside Knight Luo, Su-chen and the others entered the first floor, and Shang Qingshan heard the noise and came down from upstairs. When she saw Su-chen in a new set of equipment, she was shocked. She had been busy and hadn't noticed the changes in the equipment rankings. That's why she was even more surprised. It had only been a short time, and this big shot had changed into a new set of equipment again. Moreover, this set of equipment was radiant, shining with dazzling golden light, probably of even higher quality. "The big shot is here. Good afternoon, little sister." Taking a breath, Shangguan Xingshang regained her composure and greeted Su Chen and the others. Hey, Xingshang, hello, Xiaocha responded with a smile. Su Chen nodded in acknowledgement and then said, I came to see you and also to deliver some equipment. Without much ado, Su Chen initiated the trade. A set. Upon receiving the equipment, Shangguan Xingshang's red lips parted in astonishment. Everything else was fine, but the resentment of the Netherworld set and the abyssal soul-cutting blade. This is simply amazing. Even though she didn't play games much, upon seeing these two items, she was also tempted. These could definitely fetch a high price. The current high-level players have reached level 20, and these equipment items would come in handy. Shangguan Xingshang could already imagine how intense the scene would be at the auction later. How are the preparations going? Curious after the trade, Su Chen asked. Looking around, he surveyed the first floor. It had changed significantly, with the tables and chairs cleared out and replaced by rows of shelf-like structures. The preparations are almost complete. Let me give you a report. Shangguan Xingshang led Su Chen and the others around the first floor and began to explain. I plan to turn this first floor into a sales area for low-end equipment, props, materials, and other items, with quality not exceeding rare. The sources of these items are partly from what you've obtained, things below silver rank. In the future, I will also collect items from other players and continue to expand our sources. I have divided it into several major areas: equipment zone, weapon zone, consumables zone, prop zone, material zone, and so on. Among them, the equipment zone is further divided into armor types: heavy, light, cloth, leather, plate armor, jewelry, special equipment, and so on. Weapons are categorized by type, such as knives, swords, bows, magic staffs, and so forth. Supplies and materials, these are miscellaneous goods, so I won't go into detail. She introduced, and with Su Chen and Xiaocha, she briefly toured the various major areas on the first floor. Then, Shangguan Xingshang led Su Chen and Xiaocha to the second floor. Shangguan Xingshang said, the second floor is the area for high-quality items. The layout here is not much different from the first floor, but the items here are at least rare with excellent attributes, up to the highest quality. After introducing the second floor, they proceeded to the third floor. The layout on the third floor was somewhat special. The spacious and open third floor had a 1-meter-high platform at its center. Surrounding the platform, in a circular arrangement, were rows of seats. Additionally, the third floor was quite high, with a loft built at the top. After Su Chen scanned the area, Shangguan Xingshang began to explain, this third floor is designated as the auction hall. It can accommodate hundreds of people, and there are dozens of VIP loft positions. The items auctioned here must be above silver rank in quality, with good attributes, clear and organized. From high to low, from affordable to precious, from low-end to high-end, everything is covered. In just over half a day, she had accomplished so much, truly impressive. Well done, well done. You've done a great job. Su Chen clapped his hands, sincerely praising, working with you, I've really hit the jackpot, it's so much easier. He. Shangguan Xingshang smiled lightly, shaking her head gently. No, without your help, your rare first guild token and your reputation as the White Knight Azura, I wouldn't have been able to do this. She was humble and didn't take credit. After the report, Shangguan Xingshang said, you two sit tight, I still have some small details to take care of. Okay. Su Chen nodded and then asked, do you need any help? Shangguan Xingshang shook her head, no need, just a few more things to sort out. You can rest or wander around. Alright. So, Su Chen and Xiaocha found a place to sit and rest, while Shangguan Xingshang busied herself, replenishing the shelves on the first and second floors. Of course, for now, she only restocked rare and lower-ranked items. Silver and above items are all auctioned off to maximize profits. After this auction, high-quality equipment among players will also be mostly available. Time passed slowly. Around 7 o'clock in the evening, the respawn point square started to fill up with players teleporting in non-stop. More and more of them. The vast central respawn point was packed to the brim. Make way, make way. The Silent Tyranny Guild is here, move aside, you're not buying anything. Excuse me, I need to get to the auction, can you not block the way? Oh my, there are so many people. If I had known, I would have come earlier. Are you blind? I'm a man, why are you reaching out to touch my butt? I like it. It was very noisy and bustling. The players were all heading towards the towering building with the Night Lotus sign hanging above. At the same time, many guilds were present. Normally, these guilds were all out in the wild leveling up, not wasting a single moment, even more hardcore than the hardcore players. But now, they had all gathered here. A rough estimate counted over 100 of them. With millions of players in the twin cities of the other shore, having hundreds of guilds was not surprising. The crowd surged and gradually gathered in front of the tightly closed gates of the Night Lotus. After about 10 minutes passed, click, the gates opened. Su Chen, Xia Cha, and Shangwan Xingshang appeared at the entrance. Su Chen came to show his identity and generate excitement for the auction. Additionally, he was there to maintain order and see if anyone dared to do anything funny, to teach them manners and etiquette. The players gathered there, upon seeing Su Chen, instinctively quieted down. Seizing the opportunity, Shangwan Xingshang took out a megaphone. "Hello, players, the auction is about to begin, and now we will start the screening process for entry. The auction venue has limited space, and the items up for auction are precious and rare, starting at a minimum of silver. Therefore, all players wishing to enter the auction must have funds of no less than 1 million renminbi, or in-game currency, no less than 10,000 gold coins." As the words fell, many players were astonished and amazed. Wow! Such high entry requirements. What's so surprising about it? If the lowest item is silver, why would you go in with less than 1 million? Just to have tea? I'm just feeling emotional. Although it makes sense, it's still frustrating, hits close to home. Damn it! If I had money, why would I be in this situation? Regardless of how disappointed these players were, the screening had already begun. It had to be said, there were indeed many wealthy people in Daxia. A threshold of 1 million was not low. But even so, over 100 players had entered the auction. Su Chen was originally standing by, sword in hand, observing and monitoring the order. However, suddenly, one person caught his attention. The person was dressed in gray cloth armor, of decent quality but nothing special. Average looks, square face, plain expression. There was really nothing remarkable about this player. But with a casual glance, Su Chen felt something strange upon seeing him. He couldn't quite put his finger on it. "You, stop." Su Chen spoke up and walked up to the player with the square face. Checking his information, nothing stood out. That wasn't particularly unusual. Some players didn't like to show off and would find ways to conceal themselves. Being stared at by Su Chen, the player made a puzzled sound. "Is there a problem?" His voice was ordinary, nothing unique. In terms of expression, he looked confused, a normal reaction. There was nothing amiss about him from head to toe. "What's wrong?" At this moment, Shangwan Xingshang asked in confusion. This player was allowed to enter. He had shown his assets, amounting to several billion. Su Chen remained silent, carefully scrutinizing the player. He indeed did not recognize this face from his memory. It was quite strange. Why did he feel a sense of familiarity just now? There was a strange feeling? Su Chen couldn't help but frown. After a few seconds, he shook his head and said, "It's nothing, I must have mistaken, you can go in." Not finding anything, he couldn't just stop someone from entering. He. The player smiled faintly and didn't care, slowly walking in. Su Chen stared at his back in silence. "Brother, what's wrong?" Xia Cha approached Su Chen quietly and asked. Su Chen shook his head and said softly, "It's nothing, maybe I mistook someone." Taking the stairs, Zhang Shi breathed a sigh of relief and walked normally. "Why did he stop me? I changed my appearance, changed my clothes, he shouldn't have noticed." His face remained unchanged, but he was puzzled. In fact, his methods were quite strong. Su Chen indeed didn't notice, just felt something strange. "Looks like I have to be more careful, can't afford any mistakes." Zhang Shi thought silently in his heart, "Save Bai Yi for later, now the main goal is to obtain the guild token. If I can buy it at the auction, then I'll buy it. Anyway, they don't need my money." He reached the 3rd floor. By now, there were already many players on the 3rd floor, sitting scattered around. It was a bit noisy. Several groups seemed to be at odds, arguing. Of course, they didn't fight because there were people maintaining order in the venue. Along the way, on the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd floors, there were recruited NPCs. On the 1st floor, it was almost 8 o'clock. Roughly estimating, there were at least 2,000 to 3,000 people entering the auction on the 3rd floor. "Alright, that's it." It was 8 o'clock, Shangwan Xingshang announced loudly, "Time's up, entry is closed." The auction process will be live-streamed, everyone can pay attention. The live stream room is the in-game built-in live streaming function, room number 10089. After speaking, Shangwan Xingshang decisively stepped back and closed the door. Phew! The first phase was finally over. Shangwan Xingshang felt much relieved. Many people had come, and nothing went wrong. "Alright, let's go, we're heading to the 3rd floor," Shangwan Xingshang said. "Okay." Su Chen nodded. Great. I can't wait." Xia Cha's eyes sparkled, eager to see the excitement. Su Chen and Xia Cha entered the VIP loft on the 3rd floor. Shangwan Xingshang went to host the auction. Room 10089. The broadcast hadn't started yet, but the excitement was very high, with the number of viewers already exceeding tens of millions. "It's 8 o'clock, why isn't it starting?" "Exactly. People are getting impatient waiting. Start the broadcast quickly. The barrage in the live stream room urged. Coincidentally, at this moment, the live stream room flashed, showing the scene of the auction venue. It's starting. Let's watch. I'm not even chatting, just waiting for this live stream. Curious, I wonder what price the guild token will fetch. Could it be in the millions? Millions? Are you daydreaming? Add a zero after the last digit and it's about right. Wow, tens of millions? That's impossible, right? You fool, there are plenty of wealthy people in Dacia. If they really like the game, or want to develop in the game, tens of millions are nothing. What's the big deal? The world of the wealthy, we poor folks don't understand. Whether wealthy or not, it's just a game. Spending tens of millions, isn't that brainless? I think you're the brainless one. Don't you see the huge potential of this game? Can't you see it? Don't talk about spending tens of millions, maybe someone will spend billions in the future. Speaking the truth, indeed. The business opportunities in this game are huge. If you invest tens of millions for development, it's very worthwhile. It might just take off. The barrage was getting heated. The auction hadn't even started yet, but they were already arguing about the price of the guild token. At this moment, Shangguan Xingshan walked gracefully, slowly stepping to the central platform. Suddenly, all eyes in the venue were drawn to her. All focused on Shangguan Xingshan, the place fell slightly quiet. What a charming woman! Everyone couldn't help but think so. Even though I couldn't see Shangguan Xingshan's appearance, her temperament and gracefulness while walking were naturally charming. Stop talking, it seems like the host is coming up. Wow! Such a fiery figure. That slender waist is so alluring. Just walking normally, no pretense, but the swaying of her waist leaves one parched. Damn! Even in loose clothing, if she wore something tight, it would be amazing. The path of abstinence is always full of difficulties. Enough! I get it. Give me a minute. Thank you, sister. I'm fine now. Seeing Shangguan Xingshan come out, the barrage in the live broadcast room became even more intense. Thousands of messages were being sent every second, and the number of viewers was skyrocketing. Shangguan Xingshan glanced at the audience below and said softly, "Hello, everyone. Welcome to the first night Luo auction. I am the auctioneer. Without further ado, let's get straight to the point." As Shangguan Xingshan's voice resounded, another wave of barrage flooded the live broadcast room. So charming, such a seductive voice. Her voice is so unique, it feels like a little cat is scratching my heart. Damn! This voice and figure, all in one person. Wait, I now think that this woman seems to be related to Bai Yi, which means envious. To have a moment with such a woman, I'd be willing to shorten my life by 10 years. The barrage in the live broadcast room was very lively. Su Chen also opened the live broadcast and saw that some people in the barrage were speculating about his relationship with Shangguan Xingshan very intimately, causing his mouth to twitch. However, this suddenly stirred up some thoughts. Shangguan Xingshan's figure was indeed very good, especially that slender waist, so soft and flexible like a snake. If he could hold that slender waist with both hands, then, Su Chen's thoughts drifted a bit far, a bit absent-minded, and Xia Cha beside him keenly noticed. Looking at Su Chen suspiciously, she felt that her brother seemed to be thinking of something inappropriate. So, Xia Cha pouted and said, "Brother, are you thinking of something naughty? There's drool at the corner of your mouth." Su Chen immediately came to his senses and wiped his mouth. "Nothing, no drooling. Are you feeling bold now? Daring to tease your brother?" Su Chen's face darkened, lightly tapping Xia Cha's forehead. "Humph." Xia Cha touched her forehead, pursed her lips, and said, "Brother, you were definitely thinking of something bad just now." Su Chen rolled his eyes, feeling a bit guilty inside. "Ahem, stop messing around, the auction has started." Su Chen cleared his throat and then sat by the attic window, looking down. At this moment, the first item was being auctioned.